Hello everyone and welcome back to the Mobius.bet Maestros. We are now live for what is our last and final kind of day of group stage play. It is still, the last day, that is true. We've got one last best of two here between Hokori and Infinity Alvaro. But it's also just, the one best of two. Then we're immediately into playoffs. So it's already, we're starting to wrap it up here a little bit, Alvaro. I'm back and it's already ending. What happened? What happened?
Well, they decided that since you were gone, we had to get as much of the tournament out of the way as possible while you were gone, right?
That makes sense.
Unfortunately, you came back, so I guess it'll be delayed again. So for the people that are following this tournament, they want to know the scores. Infinity win one game, they make it to playoffs. If they don't, they have a tiebreaker against Infamous. So,
all right, well,
they need to win one game.
Well, with that, let's get right into it here and then take a look at what they're going to be able to set themselves up with here for the game. As we already kind of know the core-to-core matchup, perhaps, right? We know Hokori, they do like to run that Mars as a position 5 on Gardic. They've done it before. So maybe perhaps on the Gyrocopter, it's not going to be the craziest thing in the world. But for now, the apparent core-to-core matchup, at least, is going to be this Gyro into the Dusa. Bit surprised that Infinity actually go with this. I have a feeling we've seen like Diffusal Blade Gyrocopter with an Alchemist out from Hokori before to absolutely crush a Dusa. Am I not incorrect in that? Didn't they do that once? They went like Elk offlane, they baited with the Mars, and then they bought Diffusal on Gyro, and then with Ags they just tore through the Dusa. So yeah, that's a little bit, I don't know, maybe hopefully Infinity they know what could be coming. And by the looks of it, they do, right? Because they have banned at least the Ursa, the TB, so they recognize that Hokori are pretty flexible here in the drafts.
Invoker picked up a Hokori this time, so that's going to be... I mean, I guess the Alk is still an option here, but Quadspecs Invoker are always good, giving them a bit more space here. They haven't really not banned the Alk. I mean, Noping used to do this thing where they pick Gyrocopter against Dusa, regardless of Alk or not, right? And just win with that matchup. They thought it was a good matchup. So I find it interesting how many teams think that Dusa beats... Gyro. I'm genuinely not sure. I think it depends entirely on the game. Quadspecs Invoker is certainly going to help here, though. A bit bothered by the Nyx, but everything is bothered by the Nyx at this point.
Yeah, especially in the mid lane, it's kind of impossible to name a hero that's not bothered by the Nyx too much.
Exactly. So at some point, you just have to accept there's a Nyx. I guess if we don't ban it, we just have to deal with it.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Right now, it doesn't really look like we're going to be playing too heavily around like something like a Cataclysm anyway, so we're not really too scared of a huge Wombo combo. I think that has... Well, that Wombo combos have been one way to actually get through a Dusa, right? Faceless Voids, I think we've seen a couple of times this tournament's been able to at least get through the Dusa into the late game. But I feel like the better way, the easier way anyway, is to get through Medusa, especially with how much we see the Abaddon 5 these days, is to go for something that can... go fishing for her, there are, put her out of position, the Tiny, the Magnus is always an option, is kind of the biggest two I've seen. Pudge, yeah, Pudge we've seen, right, from King Jungles, exactly. No, you're totally right, but it worked,
No, I agree. And it wasn't versus Dusa, but was the idea of a safe Pudge against Sanction Apparition. But I do agree, any sort of repositioning I think is pretty solid against her. Just because it gives you enough time to kill her. Though I still think repositioning, one of the issues it has that is great against her in like the mid, and then the late game you have to play your team fights like a god to be able to make them work.
10 seconds remaining.
Whereas if you just go damage, I feel like for the most part you have an easier time because you can just brute force her during at least a long part of the early game. And I don't think it's as stressful to play that game, but we'll see how Hokori decides to run this. I still think the Alchemist is a good idea. I mean, Alchemist versus Dusa is not like the greatest matchup in the world, but Dusa doesn't have the greatest base armor, so you can abuse that a bit with Acid Spray and Fiddle Concoction. But maybe you leave it for last pick. Maybe you pick up your 5 here. Honestly, it's actually... in the Gyro versus Dusa matchup, we already have the Alacrity, but I think a little bit more steroids is always good. The Ogre is actually not too bad here.
Okay.
Oh,
there it is.
It's a Gyro 5 then.
Yeah. And I think Infinity kind of knew something was coming about this as well, so they banned out the hardest Dusa counters they've seen, and out comes the PL. And I think we've seen this song and dance before, right? You simply just build Butterfly, and PL does struggle.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you built Butterfly, but I don't know. I still feel like this matchup is PL favored if you just know how to play it correctly. I think you need a solid early mid game. Obviously, Dusa does beat you once you get to level 25. That's when she truly beats you, but I don't think Butterfly is that much of a limiting factor. Okay, it is annoying for the PL. You don't destroy her for a bit, but I still think it should be PL favored.
Dire team
Not too
back.
great though. The rest of your draft is pretty weak now. Just Gyrocopter 5. Well, I'm okay with it in certain situations. It's not great here. Like, he's great if you have like a Mars, for example, or like a Slardar, or hell, even a Magnus, because he's a hero that can just put a lot of damage out there.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't like him very much if you don't know
5 seconds.
if you don't know what
remaining.
you're up against.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair point. Infinity, right? I mean, I would say right now, especially their support duo, does not deal nicely with PL at all. So I think that's actually a pretty big win for Hokori here as well, right? I think the puck is going to solve some concerns. A Dream Coil is always really nice to have, especially because BKB is sometimes a late game option for PL, but it does quite literally eliminate him, which and it can put a big old target above him for his enemies. So the coil is going to do nicely to at least cut through all those illusions. But right now, it's, you know, Nyx and Marana are not going to do well to catch a Phantom Lancer here if he has really any illusions up. I think they're going to end up struggling here a little bit. So I think this is actually a pretty good PL game outside of just the Dusa game, or outside of just the Dusa matchup, right? You've got this Nyx Marana, who I think are not going to be too useful in locking you down. That's an issue for Infinity now. If they need an offlaner to try and help, yeah, there is going to be, I think, Mariano's LC, which would have been actually pretty ideal here. You would actually have struggled, and if this, I think this is going to be the Gyro 5 that almost certainly. The Gyro 5 does actually, he kicks a lot of butt, but normally versus Agi or Int heroes, he's actually sometimes a little bit weak in lane to these tanky strength cores. So I think that's why we see these get banned out from Hokori. It's cool that they know like what to run to enable this Gyro 5, because that's sometimes where I see it fail a lot.
No, wait, sorry. The Gyro 5 is good against Senking and against Legion. He is. It's just that they're enabling the Phantom Lancer. Don't get it twisted. Because the Legion and the Senking are both strength cores that don't actually gain that much strength, very similar to how Mars and Magnus play. Centaur is good against Gyro 5. These two are not. But Phantom Lancer struggles very much against them, so they're the best picks against Phantom Lancer. And the only thing you have left is Underlord, which out of the 3 picks is the one with the weakest strength game.
Oh, there it goes.
So Underlord is good, of course, against Phantom Lancer, but not only is Underlord a weaker pick, but he's also weaker against Gyro 5 because he has the weakest strength gain out of the 3. And what you want for the Gyro is particularly heroes that have damage mitigation that you get through. Underlord is one of them. But again, Legion and Senking are also weak against him. It's just the Phantom Lancer pick makes him more desirable. So Hokori now need to pick up an offlaner, I would say. There's really nothing that's great here.
I wouldn't mind. Maybe I would mind it actually.
What are you thinking?
I was just thinking of Vitaly. He's been playing a lot of Brewmaster this tournament, right? Is it banned? It's not banned.
No, you never banned.
Well, that's true.
I don't think it's that great, to be honest. I think I don't see much of a use of the Brewmaster's Master Spell this game, which I think is his biggest asset. I like the Beastmaster a bit, because I think if it's Nyx 5, that's very weak against it. Obviously, Marana can't be 5 here. You run Nyx 4, you ruin the whole thing a bit. He has a stun against Dusa, which is pretty good.
Right, it's unfortunate that he's been banned, of course.
Oh, right, that's the last ban.
Yes, no, but that's why you were bringing it up. That's why you're bringing it up.
No, I did not see that. It's
okay.
good. I took now than the analyst. I guess Bowie always had this issue of seeing the ban, so I guess I've taken over his role.
Well, there it is. Pangolier
Yeah,
instead.
actually, that's probably the best pick you can muster. Yeah, it's a good pick. Actually, it's a very good pick. Very good against Dusa. In the lane, he's pretty solid. Nyx doesn't bother him too much. Very good against Underlord in the mid game, thanks to Rolling Thunder, and same with the puck, because you have the roll up, which works even through the Ags for some reason. Yeah, I like this. I think Pango's actually pretty solid here. I like Hokori's lineup.
Yeah, he's gonna need to build. I mean, especially with the support Gyro, right? Because you've got your Lion, your Pango, and your Invoker, and I think you're gonna need to probably just build. I mean, maybe not, right? Because the only catch concerns you have here are basically puck. And I think a Lion is actually going to be there to mitigate a lot of that. So I think actually, I don't think you're too restricted on your Pangolier build. I thought we were going to have to see like the Blink Yule's Scepter into the Aghanim Shard kind of builds. That is, I don't know, I think you said it was from China or somewhere where we saw this every single game pretty much. in the DPC when they started really playing Pango. But whereas here, sometimes you see a Diffusal. If you need in Eastern Europe, they like to play him, especially General. He was playing him with like Basher, Diffusal, like every game, you know. But I think it's a really good pick, actually. I'd agree with you on that. I think Gardic is, I don't know, actually. I'm really interested to see how he fares in this lane versus what is going to be the Morana and Mariano matchup that Infinity are going to have to throw against him.
I want to see. I mean, I guess this game is just the usual Medusa game, to be honest, where it's just there's a moment where Medusa will just start winning. Frankly, I don't even think that I agree with your points about the Pango and how you can deviate into a build being a bit more useful against Medusa, but it just seems that there's a point where whenever you're up against a PL, Medusa just wins, right? And then you just kind of have to give up at that point. And if Hokori can win before that, we'll have to see. The lack of push is concerning, in my opinion. They can't do much when they win a fight. They don't have any great objective taking. They really have nothing, honestly, if they win a fight. PL is the best pusher they have, and that's saying something.
Yeah. Not a good push early. That's true.
And that concerns me, because that might give Infinity a good chance to just take this super late. It also concerns me because we have 3 best of 3s after this.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. That is a fair point to bring up
The latter more than the first one, right?
Because we do have playoffs starting right after this best of 2 series. And so, like you said, this is going to still potentially play into a playoffs series depending on what the outcome is here. So what does the outcome need to be for us to have?
1 win from Infinity.
Just 1 win from Infinity, and we're going to tiebreakers. Okay.
No. 1 win from Infinity, and then and it's directly to playoffs.
And it's directly into playoffs.
Yeah. If there's 0 wins from Infinity, then that's when we get into tiebreakers between Infinity and Infamous.
All right, you got it.
It's just funny because they always have this thing about the Inf name, right? I guess they're always eternal rivals because of that.
Of course, yeah.
And they even stole Papita now, so can you imagine? It's like this rivalry is going bigger and bigger. And Papita's still carrying the Infamous tag and the Infamous name.
Oh, I see. He's still wearing the oversized hoodies from his ex's place, huh? Well,
Indeed. I mean, I don't know. I think there's nothing oversized for Underlord, right? But, you know.
You don't think so? You don't think they make him, you know, like a really big? I mean, they would if he was American, you know. They would give him a big old truck, you know. They'd be lifted. He'd be comfy. He'd be comfy.
I mean, if Underlord was American, he'd be being scouted right now for like a plus-size modeling career. We'd love your curves, Underlord, and we want you to show the world that curvy is the new sexy. And Underlord's like, oh, I don't know. I've always been very insecure.
I don't think Underlord is very insecure.
Everyone always says I'm the biggest hero model in the game. That's what's in right now, Undy.
Undy. That's how I want you. Undy's underwear.
Don't make your
undying flesh
don't make your balls suffer in a pit of malice.
Oh my god.
Relieve your penis from a firestorm
Wow,
and wear
yeah,
the comfy Underlord undies.
Yeah, when it gets hot outside, when you live in KL, it can be like
nobody
a
wants to be
firestorm.
atrophied down there.
Well, what I was gonna say is you're not gonna have any luck with partners if you got an atrophy aura going on.
Hey, that's good too.
Make sure you dark rift away your old undies and get yourself some Underlord undergarments. I don't know.
That's pretty good. Underlord undergarments.
You guys are going to start hearing that before every single podcast and Dota media you've ever heard. So get ready for it.
It's our new company. You guys thought it was a bit. It's not actually true. We came up with this beforehand.
Yeah.
Pamplona, he's in trouble. Holy missile. It's going to hit. I think Pamplona is going to... Oh, maybe not. Magic stick. Jeremiah spoke too soon. Arrow. He's actually going to kill Gardic in the top lane. And Misha even gets the first one against Sexy Yogi. And Pamplona kills Gardic before he dies. All this effort for Sexy Yogi to commit suicide. Like, Pamplona was trying so hard to not give first blood. And Sexy Yogi's like, I'll do it. Don't worry.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, we couldn't resist. I was about to say 2 minutes in and no first blood. Of course, I'm not surprised that it wasn't in the mid lane. Puck just wants to push waves, push small camps, you know, do as much damage as you can to the Invoker, but I don't think this matchup gets too interesting to talk about until pardon me, we hit level 6 on Puck, and then we start to see, oh, like are we gonna rotate mid, right? Are we gonna rotate to the one of the side lanes on either of these heroes? You know, what does the other one do? Is Analog's actually gonna go ahead and basically immediately break that line of logic for me, as at least he dodges the illusory orb there and throws another voice line real quick. But he's just got so many stats that he'll be able to regen up here relatively easily. We'll see here. This PP could consider diving him. He's got a lot of regen, but no. He's going to take it easy. Top
It's
lane.
funny because every... on top lane? No, we don't.
They almost got Vitaly.
For the past 2 days, we've been watching a lot of Invoker Puck matchups. And these past 2 days, Bowie and I keep saying, it's like, oh no, this is an easy lane for the Puck. You shouldn't have any trouble, right? And every single game that we've casted, it's like 3 or 4. The Puck feeds First Blood to the Invoker, like solo completely. And now you come in, and now the reality of this matchup comes out. So I'm convinced now that Bowie has some sort of curse put on him.
He could.
He keeps saying he's in the jinx business. I guess that, which I love that phrase. I guess he's right, honestly, because I honestly can't believe this is what I expected from the matchup, honestly, the whole time.
Yeah, this is also pretty more normal. Like you've got PP. There he goes. He did take a tower hit, and then Misho is rotating over perfectly in time.
Die.
He is gonna die.
He's dead.
I think he died. We just even mentioned his name and it happens. I think he died for some harass. It might have been for the range creep. It might have been to secure the range creep, but
I mean, I think he went to harass because you didn't need to jaunt for the range creep.
I mean,
range creep was already dead.
Well, he jaunted because he's like, oh no, he jaunt. Correct.
Yeah,
no,
not the illusory orb. I'm okay with the illusory orb, but the jaunt choice that I think was a mistake.
You're right. And then he jaunted in under the tower.
Yeah.
Berna, top lane, gets off the mana shield here. 1/2/1, 7 wand charges. He'll be fine. That does mean though that we've got a support missing from the top lane. That's Sexy Yogi. Yeah, so they're pinging him out because Analog knows what's coming. They're gonna look for revenge. But he's not going to give him the opportunity. So good map presence here from Analog.
Meanwhile, Gardex like, guys, I think they have stacks. Oh no, the stacks are killing me. Only he was a big Gyrocotter, so he could farm him, but instead he can only tell the Dusa. Hey Dusa, maybe we can come here. Oh, these are their stacks. Sorry. You can tell the Phantom Lancer. The Phantom Lancer, the Pango, my bad. To see if they can take him. Do you have any stack taker? I guess Pango's the best one you have to really disturb this. So it's best if he blocks it.
Yeah, I think because that's not really where Gyro wants to be at, and he has blocked at least one. Stellaris is going to get healed up down bottom. Mariano is getting the push going here, as here's Gardic. Yeah, that's... Well, it is only a level 2 Rocket Barrage, so I guess that's not too surprising that Mariano is just getting a little bit tickled. Top lane, Sexy Yogi. Oh, the range creep, getting in there to try and save his life. Into the stick charges here. Good impale. We have a swashbuckle in a second. It is level 3, so Sexy Yogi, yeah, he is going to be cut down there with that one proc on the lucky shot. And that is also a lot of tower damage now starting to kick in here, as we have only the one range creep to defend the wagon. Now it's going to be taking direct tower hits, as Berna is going to chase Vitaly into the tree. Some good movement here. Berna, oh, he's not going to scout the broken tree, so he is going to be successfully juked by Vitaly. Mid lane, Pamplona is perhaps looking for an arrow and has a good setup here because Analog, ooh, he dodges it. It's going to hit the wagon into now the Dream Coil, leashed up. Sexy Yogi is nearby. There's going to be now the Impale stun. They have a TP coming in from Gardic, but he's only level 2 and has just about no mana. At least he's here for the HP refill for Analog. Misho now rotating through, makes it a little bit more threatening for Infinity, but without the ultimate here, with the Dream Coil not netting them anything, they are going to have to let this one go. That's not going to stop Misho from rotating through into the top lane, though. And in fact, there's a Hex now onto Berna. Okay, the disarm. We don't have a point right now in the Stone Gaze as they'll toss him up, throw up the EMP to burn whatever mana he would be hoping to regenerate. Has none of it. Sexy Yogi with the stun is not going to be able to stop Vitaly from getting that last hit. That is going to be the kill then onto Berna. Pretty big one here, as I imagine. Once again, Analog and a lot of the Invokers we've been seeing making this rotation right as the Urn of Shadows is completed. So I apologize for not checking that because it is about this Urn timing and attempting to get those charges online. So I should have been taking a peek up there as it's to ascertain is the word I'll use, whether or not he had the Urn all ready to go and maybe just wasn't within range. They're going to actually stick around for a kill onto Berna. This could be really bad for them, but there's going to be a nice arrow here from behind into the coil. A rotation from PP. His analog is going to have to ghost walk away. He at least got what he came for, though. He's got the 2 charges, pardon me, in the Urn of Shadows. But that time, Hokori just not expecting, not prepared for Infinity to rotate Heroes top lane. And I think they should have been a little bit more aware that no one else was showing on the map. But speaking of showing, Gardic has been getting a lot of experience here just by showing up in this mid lane. So he's already up to level 4. He was stuck at level 2 for a while, Lavo, so I was afraid that we weren't going to see basically any early game from this gyrocopter, but they've given him good farm now.
I think that rotation from PP there just validated his whole existence in the early mid game. Taking a really solid fight there.
I think you... Oh, hold that thought, because we're going again. Two-man tornado. It's a good one. Gardic with DD rune is a little scary, but it's mostly about this rocket barrage. Just going to have to leave the Nyx behind.
So I'm seeing a little more attempts by Hokori now to actually try to do something in this early game, as he should, to be honest. As Infinity is I mean, Infinity takes the lead early. I don't know how Hokori really bring it back. They kind of have to run at you at some point, so you really can't. You gotta utilize the gyrocopter's damage here as soon as possible. Get the kills anywhere, honestly.
Yep, and that involved giving him experience. I just wanted to point out to you that PP's rotation up top lane was in response to Analog. They did manage to get a kill into the Dusa. Oh, you were briefly away.
No, I did see the Dusa kill. I just thought. Okay, I mean, you know, the mirroring of the rotation, especially because you're up against an Invoker. Like, I'm already expecting the Invoker to do more in the early than the Puck, right? The fact that Puck can go in and actually make it and equalize the Invoker's rotations is a win in Infinity's book.
They're gonna find
especially
the PL.
because I don't feel pressure from them.
Oh, they found the PL, but they're still getting juked. Yeah, shoot the arrow after it. At least we hit the Alpha Wolf. And PP will go ahead and jaunt up there to continue farming it. But good juke, good map read here by TRS, who decides maybe I won't farm those 2 camps right now with this many heroes off the map.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower
Tango's starting to push top lane. He's got the wave. Probably going to cut another one. Bottom. Mariano's going to beat him to the punch, though. We'll see where Mariano's going to prefer to go now, but it's immediately top lane. I was wondering if he was going to look to go top, especially with the wagon wave spawning in.
Underlord, I think, is one of the few heroes that can both do a really good job of defense and offense when it comes to the offlane, right? Sanking usually is more on the defensive side, right? If heroes like Timbersaw are much better offensively. I feel like Mariano can fulfill both roles, but he's very afraid because he knows the Invoker's coming by here. So a bunch of wasted time then by Mariano at the end. I was expecting much better results from him. And maybe he needed support with him, because they only rotated the Invoker. It's not really that big a commitment from Hokori, and they already took a tower with this. Helped out the Pango, opened up their map. Gardic is even stepping experience mid, which is very needed for this gyrocopter, as you mentioned earlier.
Yep, now he's got boots, brown boots, which is, again, very important for him, actually. Uses that move speed quite a bit for Rocket Barrage when you run enemies down. Make sure you're in cast range of the missile. Good ability here. Mariano is continuing to get pushed now underneath this tier 2 tower. They've kept alive this 10-minute wagon, but he's going to be able to nuke the wave with the Firestorm, which means he's going to prevent his tower from taking too much damage. A smoke, though, 3-man smoke from Hokori's. They will rotate on through. That's going to be broken, though, by the Vendetta. Misho's the only one scouted here. Now a little break with Dali's and Analogs to boot. No, the gig is up here, unfortunately. Or the jig is up, I believe, is supposedly how it's supposed to be said.
Yeah, it is. The gig is up, is what they say when the rocker has to get off the stage.
Oh, that's normally what I say when they say, okay, goodbye. I won't be coming back. The gig is up.
The gig is up. Okay, friendo. Sexy Yoki's going to be trying to defend this middle tower, scouting out a bit. They have sentry, so they have seen him around this area. Oh, apparently Gardic forgot about him. It's okay. Gardic's just going to walk in and die. That was relatively easy. They did see him under the sentry for sure. I'm not denying that. Vitali's now silenced, turns to stone. He's going to be the second victim here. And I guess we saw Infinity just having a much easier time taking these fights, honestly.
That is true. When they already have the people there, or when Hokori kind of telegraphed their moves a bit. So that's, yeah, I mean, it's so far so good. And we've had these earn charges online here for Analog, but he's been, unfortunately, since the top play, unable to really make any use out of them. As he now starts to dip in 2 points into the Exort. So it was the level 7 Invoker when he decided to drop his first couple of points into the Exort. He's going to go into the Hand of Midas. So pretty standard stuff here out from the mid lane Invoker. No Vessel this game. Does that surprise me? No, not really. Not really, actually. It's not a great Vessel game.
Yeah, honestly, I think the choice of going to Cataclysm as soon as possible to get more damage is a necessity. So you don't have really great Cata. I mean, I guess Earthspike or Hex maybe. You miss Berna, by the way, in the bottom lane. They have no vision. Berna just go back into the trees. Hey, he's safe. And they even they try to get Pamplona, but that's also impossible. I want to say as well that it seems like a necessity for Tiares to go for Diffusal Blade first. I don't think you can afford Manta styles because they just need to be able to fight. But they're already 4 KB. Like, this is a considerable difference between the two teams. I was not expecting this domination early by Infinity, honestly. I think the puck has had a huge impact, honestly, especially in... he's also been farming much more efficiently in the Invoker. Now, we catch the Pango here. And Pale, on top of that, Pango is going to die. And they even have Dark Rift to get away. Pamplona will die before...
They cancel it.
They do. They cancel the Dark Rift as they think they can go and kill El Misho. And they're correct about this. Analog will be trying to Ghostwalk. Realizes there's a dust here. Analog could be in trouble. PP has a Illusory Orb in 2 seconds. There's the Pit of Malice just to ensure as Invoker goes down.
Nice read about Mariano. In fact, he might even... I don't think he did that on purpose. I think he's like, oh, Invoker's here. He's really scary. And then it was, you know, an Invoker with 2 points in Exort, so it doesn't really have that much damage. The control's not that much. And they kind of overextended, right, looking for that kill onto Berna. And then I think they overextend a little bit more just to find that 1 kill onto what was just the support. So nice job canceling the Dark Rift. A great read on the fight. And Analog just getting a little bit too close. They're getting a little bit excited, you know, wanting to try and find a kill before they Dark Rift away. Quick, quick. And then he finds himself in range of the coil. And that will, you know, very much be him going down. Pamplona this time around gets the leap off. Gets a second leap off just in case they were going to chase him into the river. Will be fine after he peeks into the enemy jungle. 5k net worth lead, by the way, for Infinity right now, Avo. And sure, it's 8-8. Kills don't mean a whole lot. How is this transpired? What's the biggest difference here?
I'm actually looking at the cores myself, and I really don't see it, because Nyx is also behind when it comes to net worth, so clearly not the supports. Talk about Nyx, by the way.
Yeah, he was going on a Vendetta mission that time. He's caught.
I guess the Underlord versus Pango is a big difference, and I think the Puck Invoker as well. I guess it... See, the thing is, I know Underlord farms faster than Pango, but I do think... Oh, guarded. I do feel like Pango does need that farm too, though. He's not a really farm-independent hero. At least, not if you want him to have good impact this game. I think putting all your... What is it? Books?
Eggs?
No. Your meals, eggs. There, thank you.
Yes,
your eggs in the PL basket. Invoker's gonna die.
Yeah,
it's a very unadvisable idea here because you have the Underlord and Puck to deal with PL early. So I don't think the PL is gonna be honestly that strong early. He's not like a Spectre that can just carry your game if he's farmed enough.
Right. Yeah, and especially as I mean, even if you're completely right, and I think by the way, to some degree, I think you are. I don't think the butterfly offset is as big as perhaps the stats in this tournament at least make it look, where Dusa just gets butterfly and she somehow still wins. You know, I think there is maybe a little bit of a different playstyle we can take on this PL. Let's hold that thought right now. And Misho in trouble. They're going to drop a call down on him. The Yule Scepter is going to be an aggressive one out from Mariano. It's going to get him rooted again, but it's not going to save Sexy Yogi, who is going to actually will save Sexy. No, it's not going to save Sexy Yogi because they've got the dust for him, and Gardeck will walk him down with the Rocket Barrage.
You know, on these kills, I do feel like this is also the reason why the 6k lead is such, because the trades are very much uneven. Sexy Yogi has died how many times this game? 6. He is half of the kills on Hokori, whereas the kills for Infinity are actually quite well spread out. Sure, you have like 5 kills on the supports, but then 3 kills on the Pango, which is quite nice. You've killed the Invoker twice as well. The trades are definitely better for Infinity than they are for Hokori right now. They're benefiting them considerably. I mean, I question how much strength Hokori is putting into this game, considering they're already qualified and this game doesn't matter to them at all, so... They don't seem to want to be thinking about these trades as much, or they're just kind of playing a bit more on autopilot. Usually the Hokori we've seen make some really crazy plays when they're down like this.
Well, we didn't just get our big item because we've had Diffusal out for a while. PL's been farming it quite nicely with it. We're close to, I think, a point where they could look to make a couple of these plays you're talking about, though. Invoker's got Midas, so he's scaling very nicely. Vitali's going to have Blink in 500 gold, or Lion on El Misho is going to have Blink even in 400 gold, so they should have like a double Blink timing in addition to this SNY being completed. maybe then we look to abuse those item timings together and look for a bit of a better fight. Because I would agree with you there. I would agree with you, Avo. Dardic, he's going to be caught here. Mariano, by the way, going for the Yule's builds here on this combo as Pamplona is going to run back into that second rocket and immediately recognize. I think the second rocket's the slow one, right? Yeah, missile too slow, 60%, and he's like, oh, I can't really fight this one anymore.
Yep. That Yule's was on the other choice, okay.
Yep.
Mariano really does love that Yule's build. I see him trying to abuse it every time. I never see this guy going for Atos, interestingly enough. He'll go for Atos on Bloodseeker, right, when Yule's is popular, but then on Underworld, he's like, nope, Yule's is the way every single time. It's fascinating.
Pretty good Yule's game, though, right?
It is.
Yeah, so I think that also makes sense, but oh, okay, and Vitali, yeah, there he goes up into the air. He's going to come back down. At least gets a little bit of damage resist off. But yeah, Mariano doesn't have the catch
no damage
on himself.
Because he doesn't have any. He doesn't hit
True. Good point.
And now he wishes he had it because Nixon hit him for a lot. Has swashbuckle. Oh no! Took too long to the swashbuckle. He actually had it available, but the Pit of Malice caught him. He was trying to juke in the trees. Wasn't expecting the Underlord to root him.
Yeah, and just really, I want to say good fundamentals for Infinity here. They actually rotate PP in as well, and he'll just sweep while he looks to cut the wave, of course, or farm the wave. He's not really cutting it here. And I really like that move from him, because sometimes you'll see like the offlaner play really aggressively, and then the supports go, all right, bro, I can't help you here, and they just start running away and try and TP into the trees. And that's where people would like to be, to pick up that extra +1, +2 kills. If not, he's still here to push the wave. You know, I like that move a lot. Infinity, by the way, we have taken a lot of deaths on this Nyx Assassin. That is very true. But we've gotten some pretty deep wards. And in fact, they've had this camp blocked in the Radiant jungle for some time now. So I'm surprised that Hokori have been cool with this. They must just assume that it's a sentry, and they're not that concerned about it. But it's actually giving Infinity a lot of, good intel on where they can look to play, how aggressively they can be. Just seeing Invoker on this ward for a couple of seconds, and that can change the way you want to play the game.
I don't even know it wasn't their intention to actually block the camp. It could have been that it was just close, It's just a bit too much inside there to not.
Yeah, that's what I agree. It's a little bit too much inside. And a ward spot here is not the most uncommon, but just not blocking the camp.
I'm surprised they didn't deward it, though. I agree. Vitali, he could. No, Vitali's going to die. Oh, sorry, Vitali's going to survive. Yogi is being chased down by Gardic, who has a haste rune. And now that they see Berna, they don't want to fight any longer. Look at Berna's build in medium part. Vitali. Now with the butterfly, I don't think Berna's afraid of these fights any longer. There's no MKB. Okay, they took over Yogi first. Stone Gaze used. As Berna's angry. What, are you attacking my teammates? No, El Misho. No, Finger of Death for you. And he will fall together with Pipi trying to get the kill on Gardic. He might accomplish it with the Witchblade. Some more damage needed. The Firestorm will finish the job.
Yeah, nicely done. And that was just kind of sexy Yogi. He's like, all right, guys, I have now mastered death, and they will try and kill me all the fight, and they shall not. Invoker Sunstrike was whiffed there. They actually kind of, they waste a Lion Finger on him, and not just a Lion Finger, Ravo, that was a Blink Dagger reveal, Lion Finger, to try and get the Nyx Assassin killed off, but he lives because of infused terrain drops, so... a bit of a rough fight there from Hokori, because that was Blink Pango, that was Blink Lion, and I want to say SNYPL, and they still actually come off on the losing end of this engagement. There they go, though, top lane. Sexy Yogi should not escape here. Has no vendetta. Yeah, there he goes. This time the Sunstrike will connect. That is going to be a kill for Hokori as they smoke up immediately underneath a creep wave.
That was very weird smoke. There's no way you're catching someone with that. Still, though, Infinity is in the driving seat right now. Like, they're still 8K in the lead, right? The Deuce is still farming more than the PL. You've already gotten the Butterfly. I wonder what options Dia is going to take here to deal with Butterfly. It seems like right now it's nothing, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like the game Hokori is really trying to win. They're like staying in it, but that's as much as they can muster, apparently.
Yeah. And this is where I agree with you, where you said earlier, oh, hold that thought, we're fighting here.
Green coil. Nope, Pango's stuck. Doesn't have a shard yet. He really needs that shard. Okay, the Pit of Malice. Vitali, he's dead.
Yep, they're just going to split. I think they want Gardic, though. He's a bit of an easier kill. And he shall fall as well. The second to go in this engagement. Who's this? It's Sexy Yogi. Okay.
What are you doing, Sexy Yogi? Yogi, you're under tower. Yogi! Where's my Carpus, the Invoker? Oh, he almost made El Misho. Was that his plan the whole time? Get hit by tower so El Misho thinks you can be a kill? and then he tries to spike.
Was
I'm not really sure.
was it Hokori in that one game where Elmisho blinked? My goodness, underneath a tier 2 tower to try and kill like a DK or something with just his auto attacks, and then it ends up dying. What am I thinking of that?
I don't think that was Hokori. I do remember that game you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. I will never forget that play. Where the Lion blinks under tier 2. Hex and Earthspike both on cooldown.
Finger, of course, was on cool, and Mana Drain. Everything was on cooldown, actually.
Yeah, he didn't have Mana Drain. He attacks him twice, yeah. And then gets out of the tower. Finger finally gets off cooldown, uses Finger once, and it dies. Because tower kills him. Kills nobody in the process. That was not. I don't think that was Hokori though.
Okay.
But I remember that play. Yeah. The arrow, Gardic is gonna try to get away. And he does, even with the whole missile able to set up for a counter initiation, but they're just a bit too weak. And we show why. And Misha taking the wrong path, thinking he was on the aggressive side. Turns out he was the victim all along. Yeah. Gardic caught by the Pit of Malice. Sexy Yogi's nearby. We have a Spike Carpus. He's stunned, but Gardic is killing the Mirana because PP doesn't want to go any forward. Finally, now PP gets the courage to go forward and gets the kill on Gardic as Berna finally joins as well. Stone Gaze used for a bit of extra movement speed. Doesn't want to go for analog. Instead, Berna will use the Stone Gaze to farm, as Stone Gaze is typically used.
As it always is, especially in SA. Nice pinball zone here, but Sexy Yogi is going to be able to sneak out of the Sentry Ward. Oh, get in! Stay inside here. There's Pamplona. Sorry, make that Mariano, pardon me. Showing off the Blink Dagger now into the Dark Rift as he'll bring him back to the Tier 1 tower. So he's got Yules, he's got Blink, and on this Underlord. Going next into the Shivas, what did I want to point out here? We almost have Heart online. There was something in that fight that you mentioned so off the cuff that I think is actually kind of important here. Right now, Elmisho, though, is in trouble as they have a Meatball and now the Finger of Death on a Sexy Yogi. It's going to be his 7th death. Mariano out of mana here, which means that this PL is actually not doing that much damage to him anymore. As Infinity will look to turn. I think that was Infinity deciding to dust there just in case the Invoker was nearby. Elmisho with the blink forward here, going to try and catch the puck. Unfortunately, he's only going to catch a couple of arrows in his back, and the kill going to Mariano there. Gardic now kind of just having ran into the river as well. Is not going to really have anywhere else to go. I have Scotty done for Berna as well. Means they absolutely shred through this gyrocopter as they're still going for more. Hokori continuing to scatter into the wind here. And with this axe now, PP, he's not able to get it off before Vitali gets the Rolling Thunder at the very least. He's going to run into the Dusa. He'll be fine. Okay, he'll be fine.
So, still though, I don't want to take away the accomplishments Hokori is making in these fights, but there's never been a moment where they even had a chance to win, really. Like, you're just waiting for the inevitable, it seems like. I have not seen PL, to be honest, at all in this game.
We should start seeing him more now that he's got Heart completed, but he's then next going into the Butterfly himself. So again, outside of Diffusal Blade, which is just kind of core on the Phantom Lancer, of course, we don't really see any answer to this Dusa, and that was, that's what I said in the draft. And then again, I've been bringing this up all game, but this is kind of the thing we've seen play out time and time again in this Dusa versus PL. There's just not a great answer to Butterfly seemingly, or the PLs just aren't deciding to build into it for whatever reason.
No, I agree. I just they're gonna go and this Yogi has a Spike Corpus. Berna will just deal with this Roshan easily. He's already going for the Mjolnir, by the way. That's two cores. This is ideal. Vitali can get stunned again. No, Sexy Yogi could be in trouble. He's fighting against everyone, though. As Berna just finishes off the Roshan, and he snatched it, which means someone else took it. I think it's an Analog that sniped it. With a Meteor, must have been. But Analog is going to die. Berna still has the Aegis, so he's fine with this. However, this could be pretty bad if they don't continue this. Berna out of mana is afraid to re-engage, and it seems like they're going to be able to take down Mariano. Tiara is a bit too annoying. Even with 2 lives, Dusa's not going to win this just yet. It's actually in that moment where PL does beat her because she's still not level 25. She will lose her Aegis at this rate. Maybe her first death for Berna, trying to fight Gardic to the death, but he's not going to get the kill. Pamplona also in trouble. PP coming in as well, hoping to at least kill Gardic, and Gardic hit by the Witchblade. That's going to be an easy kill for Infinity. Only losing the Aegis, as the PL realizes with a full HP, full mana Dusa, you still don't beat.
Yeah, somehow Elmisho ends up on the cliff there. I honestly, I couldn't tell. I don't think we have this puck shard, do we? No, we don't. So I think he just kind of ends up blinking onto the cliff, quickly realized that's not the place to be in this fight because his team needed him to be a threat in the Roshan fight to stop Berna from doing pretty much exactly what he did. I think Infinity, whether by chance or because they noticed kind of this blunder by Hokori, all they do is they throw the coil down immediately onto the only 2 other heroes that can look to control in the pit, and that's going to be the Invoker and the Pangolier. Pango's then forced to Rolling Thunder above the Roche pit in the river, and Analog has to BKB just to kind of run away. And even then, you know, he's lucky the coil wasn't that scary because it is Ags upgraded already. I get baited by a PL illusion there. No big deal.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, really good fight for Infinity. They still will have to buy back. They lose 3 and the Aegis immediately. But I think that's more about kind of where this game is going more than about how, you know, what was the specific outcome of that fight. Because we could see PL, he's good versus everyone, but not really the Dusa yet.
Yeah, really. I don't know if there's a turning point anymore once the Mjolnir comes out. Genuinely. We'll see. Maybe with Shard Butterfly. Because Mjolnir also gives you that that evasion piercing ability that you want, right? You don't even need MKB.
True. Not to mention, of course, the defensive aspect of it, right? And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because we don't really see it that much, that Mjolnir at all these days. Usually it's basically just Dusas versus PLs. It's kind of the only time I see them. Sometimes it faces Void into the late game. But of course, versus a PL, it's the item to have, right? It's what, 35% chance on every single attack you take, I believe now? Like, it got buffed pretty big.
Pretty great. Verna, Nisha, okay. Final Nisha with a Dream Coil, at least kill the Lion. That's the main source of teamfight they have, so that's actually bigger than Infinity thinks.
Yeah.
But again, not level 25, so I don't think you need to push this any further as your Infinity. Like, it's great to get these kills, but you've already taken over a good part of the map. Just try to farm experience on Dusa. That's your big thing. I would maybe even give her the book, honestly. Like, she's so close to Mjolnir anyway.
I'd agree. I would agree with you. I just I want to check because I'm quite sure that they did buff it. Yeah, they increased Chain Lightning proc on the defensive aspect of it. So, you know, if you hit me, I used to have a 1/4 chance in procking it. Now it's 30%. It's been that way since 7.28, and they increased the damage as well by quite a bit. By it looks like 10 or 25. So yeah, it's really good. It's really good. It's again, the item's just a bit overshadowed because there's not too many heroes that like building it. But it's damn strong. Okay, they're gonna go and find Sexy Yogi here. They've almost pushed him up to the high ground, and I think with that bonk they might have. But the tornado will sweep him up, push him back down to the low ground. He still has enough mana here for the Carapace. That'll stop Analog from chasing up. But Vitali onto the high ground. There's the coil now onto 2. He's gonna end it. We've snapped the coil at least on the PL. Into the arrow he will go as Dusa now closing the gap, but she's out of mana here, having taken a lot of damage. They still have at least gotten through the Pangolier. Analog's gonna try to escape now. Doesn't have any of the correct orbs invoked for the Ghost Walk, but he's got BKB to rely on. Is now they're going to look to turn. PP taking a bit of damage as it looks like now Pamplona hexed up into the Finger of Death. He will fall. Gardic, decent damage kind of out from the flat cannon. Nothing to write home about. And speaking of home, that's where Mayeta wants to go. He's going to channel the ultimate, and he's not going home. He's going right to the creep wave. And Diotis is going to notice that and immediately continue chasing, but I think he might actually continue chasing. Okay, he's got Berna. Berna might be in trouble here. As all Mariano can offer is just the Firestorm, but the PL is just going to heal through it thanks to the Heart. Luckily, PL, I think, is going to be restrained by his team and go, bro, they have got a tier 1s. That's too far.
There's also the eternal issue of the PL of like, finally, I got Medusa without mana, but now my Diffusal Blade is useless and I don't deal any damage to her.
True.
You know? It really does suck. It's the ultimate curse of playing PL versus Dusa, where there's never a moment where you're super happy about fighting her. Anyway, on that note, I really don't think Infinity should be taking these fights. So you're giving Hokori the last window opportunity they have is currently right now, and you're giving them so many chances every time you try to go against them. So just stop, I would say. Like just take a chill pill, cut lanes, ignore fights as much as possible. That's what I think they should be doing.
And it really sucks because, like, Analog's gone for this Midas build, which is still a good item on Invoker, and it always has been for, you know, it gives him a lot of money. The experience, I think, as well, is it's not an underrated aspect, because, again, this has been an item on Invoker ever since he's been in meta, right? He's been one of the few heroes constantly that's always builds Midas, regardless of the price, if he's pickable. But he doesn't have the setup this game for Cataclysm, so it was actually Aeon Disc and the BKB first. BKB I agree with, don't get me wrong, but just having nothing to combine with the Cataclysm means that, well, then the damage has to come from PL. And like you said, when Diffusal Blade gets through all the mana, he's not really doing a whole lot.
Yeah, maybe this is the kind of game where the PL considers the crit, honestly.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea.
It's got good stats, right? So
They have good stats. I think it's better now because not only did Doppelganger get nerfed considerably, not the ability, the talent, of course, but also the shard actually makes it much more valuable to get the crit because you can actually fight from afar. You don't need to be able to get in and out of fights like you used to.
True. Good point. I don't know. Really good point. Yeah, and he's about to have this now in conjunction with the butterfly.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. I wouldn't mind it. Mjolnir is finished, though, I will say, by Burna. And I think he didn't have it quite completed in the last fight, as they have at least found the Nyx Assassin. They're going to try and get him. And actually, look at that. PP blinks right into the Earth Spike. They've got the detection and the lockdown. Okay, Mariano is dead as well. He's going to pop Tutiares. And the Medusa has to stone gaze and just retreat with her tail tucked in between her legs. That long, slithery tail of hers underneath the Moonlight Shadow.
Precious bounty.
I don't know what to say to that. They're kind of throwing right now. The past 5 minutes, they've been making the wrong plays, playing overly aggressive. They're giving Hokori a very solid chance. And I just wait for the last power spike. Like, she's 1.5 levels away. Just wait for it. Play super turtling. You have PL with alacrity. He actually pushes super fast right now. You're going to lose this game because of... You shouldn't lose this game just because of this opportunity you're giving.
Yeah, PL, as you say, early on, he's not the greatest pusher, but when he's got a couple of stats items, he's not bad whatsoever. As here, we'll see all these Chain Lightning procs. Good micro, though, by the Invoker, not to fight them. He'll be hexed up. So where are the procs? There they are. Okay, I was going to say, where are the procs? There we go. Now we have a couple of them. I spoke so highly of them, and it just never happens. To keep him healed back up. They don't even get through the tier 3 tower, but they do a lot of damage here. And I agree with you, Infinity. They just take it easy. Take it easy. We almost have this 25 talent here for Berna. Let's just let him farm it. It's a long Roche. Of course, they won't know this, and that's a big reason why Hokori back up to check Roche immediately, as we are now within that window where he could have respawned. Mariano, 20 talents here. He's taking the health regen. Just taking a look at his talents. It's not a hero we see all the time here on the Underlord. Oh. Rift cooldown. Okay. Nothing too crazy, though. And I think that's 4 staff now for Sexy Yogi. Might be nice. It's not the best item that you'd want versus a PL, especially when he's got this shard build. But it's also not a bad item here for creating a bit of space and potentially cutting him out a little bit. So now that we've got 1 4 staff on Sexy Yogi, perhaps he can... I mean, he's, by the way, on track for the Malk Award. 0, 12, and 10 currently.
Yeah. That's only if he wins. And we're getting close to that point where the last turning point we keep talking about, which is the split shot uses modifiers. This is very close to level 25. I think one more stack of... Or one more Ancient Camp or one more... And that will give her the experience necessary. Very important to give her solo experience at this point. She's kind of desperate as well. You can see Betta's like really itching. I want to go to the mid lane. I want to get to level 25. I want to turn this game around. And right now, if you're Hokori, you're also just trying to guard Roche. If you can fight this last Roche, you still have a solid chance in despite this final spike. Let's show you some modifiers ready. There we go.
All right. I assume we've taken
maybe with the crit on the PL, you might be able to still beat her. I think Doppelganger at this point is useless because Mjolnir will tear through those illusions easily. But maybe with the crit, I think you might be able to win at least 1 fight right now before she gets strong.
We shall see. I mean, first we got to get there, right? And unfortunately, Tiares, he's finding a position 5 gyrocopter that's taking camps. And he does need that experience now. I would be kind of spam-pinging it because Infinity, they might know, and they're already in here with their 25 talents. Mariano, he's going to see Gardic, sent up, and Misho blinking in. He's going to at least stop the catch, but that sets himself up rather this time for PP to make the jump onto him. He still gets Earth Spiked, though. Oh, no, but Vitali tried to get into the low ground, and he would have been there for that crucial bit of lockdown onto the puck. Instead, he was stuck on the cliff. Both supports from Hokori dead. They're going to buy back. Mariano wants to retreat the boys, and he is going to be able to get them off into the Dark Rift. PP, however, caught by the buyback of El Misho. They still have this tier 1 tower. Gets off the Illusory. I was going to say, I don't think he lives here, as he will end up popping, and that's going to be the second death out from Infinity. Hokori with double buybacks now. They're going to find the big guy in the Roche pit here. Second Roche of the game, Aegis Cheese and the Shard. No buyback either on PP currently.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. They can't. I don't know if they can fight us on PP. Honestly, I'm not that confident in the alignment. Gotta think. Ooh, that arrow that hits him. I could have turned this around. They're still afraid of the Dusa as long as she's in the high ground, but they know they can still attack the Underlord, who's not in the best position. Mariano will get caught by the Earth Spike. Mariano's gonna die. Oh no, Berna is kind of alone here. She is stronger than Tiaras for sure. Berna might be able to win this alone though.
Yeah, this is
But they need
25
a
off
bit
that
of
kill.
lockdown to turn this into kills. He can't like just walk in there in between 5 heroes. He will get destroyed there.
Yeah,
and Tiaras taking advantage of this.
What are you gonna? What's the sound? He took the doppelganger CD actually.
Not a fan of this.
I agree with you. I was wondering, he was deciding on it, and here we go. So now is the catching him is going to be a little bit more difficult if you're not in a coil or if you're not silenced, but we shall see. As now with Aegis, perhaps, he may just be nigh unkillable in this game. Okay. Well, Infinity, I think at least they slowed down the Roche by throwing Mariano's Barrio at them. And that's going to allow them to have everyone back alive. But no one with buyback here on Infinity except for Pamplona. We're going to have it for Sexy Yogi, well, right about now here. And on all the cores are within farming distance of it, maybe with the exception of the Puck, who still has 1,100 gold to farm for that buyback to come online. Where are you, Puck? There you are, PP. He's going to try, though. At least we can look to find a couple of tier 4 neutrals as they're beginning to drop. Okay, we're still missing one from both teams. Trickster's Cloak, not a bad one here. Backed currently by the PL. No one's grabbing the Minotaur Horn. We've got the Flicker and the Spell Prism, though, for Infinity. Right now, the Dusa deciding to hold on to this Illusionist Cape. So one item to drop here for both teams, so we'll keep that in mind.
Illusionist Cape pretty strong on Dusa, to be honest.
You know, I completely forgot. Sorry to cut you off immediately, because I did want to let you make the point. But we've got now Ags from Marana. I didn't notice that she was building into this. And this actually helps quite a bit versus the PL problems that you're having, or just the Marana, you know, having mostly single target anyway.
Sure, I mean, Starstorm did the same thing. Sure, I guess you can now do it from afar.
Yep.
As opposed to Starstorm and close, and you can tell which one is the real PL. I think with the Doppelganger, this becomes a moot point, because now it's always difficult to find the PL, the real PL. The only solution you really have is go, Dusa, and Dusa just clears all the illusions at once. That's kind of what you have to do. That's why I'm also afraid of the Doppelganger. I think this is counterproductive to have more illusions in this game. Because Dusa just deals more damage with Mjolnir. Like, if there's 5 illusions, or 4 illusions at the peak point, right? So, if you can constantly create those 4 illusions, Dusa is just going to deal more Mjolnir damage. And if you keep hitting it with all those illusions, which I'm assuming you will, that's the whole point of getting them, that allows the static charge to deal more damage too.
I think this is actually a game where Berna does not want to get this 25 talent, this plus 75 int, especially if we continue holding on to this Diffusal Blade. Which gives him PL more free damage, basically, to shoot through you. This is one of those niche games I've always brought up when I'm talking about 25 talents, and you have no choice, by the way. Once you hit 30, your hero just takes them all automatically. I feel like they should change that for games like this.
They don't, though. Actually, not anymore.
They don't?
No, not when the you get the choices anymore.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So now you can choose not to.
Good to know. I always thought for sure when you hit 30, it put every single thing on you.
It used to be that way, yes, but not ever since they added the choosing talents thing. Now if you choose a 27, 28, 29, you have to actually have to manually select them for some strange reason.
Oh, Yogi tried to get across the gap there. Unfortunately, he's not going to go far enough. Finger of Death will catch him. He's got buyback. Dead for 50. Dead for 50 seconds. PL's about to have another... Well, he does have the money for Eye of Scotty now. Doesn't have the surplus for it.
I appreciate the Hokori is trying as hard as they are, though, in this game. I gotta say, I had some doubts in the beginning, but now they're really starting to be the Hokori we're used to, and they seem... I mean, I guess Infinity's also getting these chances, but kudos to them for this game meaning nothing to them and actually playing it to their heart, playing their hearts up.
But no, sitting on quite a nice stash of gold himself here as well. Can't help but think that he's going to eventually just buy out for that Swift Blink and sell the boots, throw the spider legs into the inventory then. Or maybe Flicker? Who's holding on to the Flicker? Hopefully it's Puck or someone? No, the Nyx for now. Puck is holding on to just the Psychic Headband. Okay, alright.
Pamplona? TP? The Basher? We do not. I mean, yeah, I can see why... I don't think the Puck's Flicker... sure, you already have a lot of mobility, you know, a lot of utility to escape. Whereas I think the Nyx Flicker might actually save him from a lot of situations. I'm not against this. Oh, talk about Nyx, by the way. Fight Vitali. But no follow-up, nothing to really go further. Infinity's genuinely afraid now. And I'm surprised they're playing like this now of all time. You know, it should have been earlier. Maybe 50 minutes ago where they were leading and they had all this like massive advantage and they squandered it,
Radiant's
honestly.
middle tower is under attack.
Well, they've almost just outweighted the Sages here, so that should be at least giving them a bit of confidence. 15 seconds before Aegis is reclaimed. That'll give PL back no HP because he's sitting at max HP, as Mariano's at least going to catch him. PP making the jump here. Have to be a little bit careful. We don't have everyone immediately nearby from Hokori. In fact, we have Pangolier crucially missing right now. They have backed up, as there's Aegis being reclaimed. Swift Blink purchased from Ardusa.
Under attack.
Berna then has indeed sold the boots and put the spider legs into the neutral slot, as expected. But he's got some really generous attack speed now, so... PLs beware. This Dusa is pretty scary now. Anything other big for her? Not really. Not really. You know what, Alvaro? We should just mention it, of course, for the people just saying, why doesn't she build Ag's forehead? It doesn't work like that anymore. You no longer turn this PL... you don't kill illusions anymore. You haven't for a long time. You'll somehow still get that mixed up. Berna is just too damn fast. Just simply outruns the tornado. Mariano will be able to catch Analog here, trying to get that BKB out, maybe even the Aeon Disc. We have two Aeon Discs, speaking of that, Avo, ready to be assembled, which is going to be Pangos and Invokers.
Nope. Look at Drusa. She walks in the or Shift Blinks in the middle of the fight. Now she's destroying the two supports here, but PP dies behind her. She at least gets rid of Elimination, all the illusions. Trying to go for the PL. Lacks the range though. The real PL was actually barely out of range. Trying to go for Doppelganger Illusion instead. Rolling Thunder will keep her controlled. And now... relatively low on mana, the Dusa. Cataclysm was going to hit her. She's still controlled. The PL can kill her. That's going to be a dead Berna. They can't get her out in time.
Okay, she's got buyback. PP does not, and that's because PP bought out for the Aeon Disc, but you brought this up casually the other day on stream. When you are hexed, you are not just disarmed and silenced, but also muted. So you cannot actually assemble your items or play with them, right? Because it's like the Doom effect. That's what the mute is. It's old nullifier, so to speak. Yeah, that's what got the puck killed. PP was expecting to be able to have Aeon Disc ready to go and fight. Now he's realized this and assembled it when he's dead. As they have triggered at least the buyback out from Berna. EMP, as Tiares still on the high ground. Yeah, he's got spider legs. That will be fine. He's actually going to go up to the high ground here a second time. Berna dealing some decent damage, but they've actually managed to get through most of the mana. Triple meatball here into the Deafening Blast as the Dusa out of mana. Just bought back. Might just die back. There's going to be the Force Staff here, but Vitali is right on top with the shield crash. That's a dieback on the Dusa, dead
GG.
for 2 minutes. And I suspect, Alvarez, you're saying that is going to be GG. We've cut the mid-wave pretty far thanks to the plays from Pamplona. Analog in a position to catch him. He's missed the tornado. And actually, I think Pamplona then is going to live, running away with the haste turn.
Is Pamplona gonna save this game? That's
Trying.
incredible. Pamplona and Mariano are saving this game right now. I mean, Analog is pushing with 2 catapults. Stop body blocking the catapults with their spirits, though. It's gonna take forever. You have 100 seconds on the Dusa, and you're still stronger than them, by the way. Like, Dusa comes back, he still has no buyback, whereas Tierras is dominating.
Yeah, and they managed to escort the 2 wagons of the lane. That's the tanky
Puck
ones.
can't get rid of those. It's too difficult. You need the Dusa to get rid of them. You're just gonna go for tier 4. That's the right choice. Mariano needs to come back. So does the Mirana. They need some help. There we go. Mariano's TPing. But Infinity. Yeah, take this. Oh, puck. Silence. Those are up. There we go. Hit a mouse. Stopping Tiares. Taking him a Mariano. Rolling Thunder to keep him in place. That's the goal. But he does have the link. He's capable of making it out. However, the puck
Aeon
didn't
Disc.
activate his. He's been hexed. The Aeon Disc did trigger. So he's capable of phase shifting to safety. But would still be in trouble as Vitali's still rolling around, hoping to kill up Pamplona. Does get stopped by the Impale. Tiares in the middle of a Pit of Malice. Vitali, his Aeon Disc gets popped. And Tiares just continues to push here. He's not really concerning himself with the lives of the rest of the heroes. He knows he has 40 seconds of freedom until the Medusa comes back. Doppelganger, Gardic, and you come that call down here. How to finish on the next assassin. And Sexy Yogi can't really move. He's soon to be out of mana. He's out of mana completely now.
They
Sexy
got
Yogi
Mariano.
can get destroyed here by the PL. Does have buyback. They hex
got
the puck
puck
a second
again.
time. They don't have Aeon this time, which means it's time to push. It's Mariano to stop this push as much as he can. Gardic might die in the process. Pamplona as well, but there's a Cataclysm. And the Cataclysm will stop Pamplona with the kill on Mariano. That should be enough. 8 seconds. Can they survive this? I don't think so. GG is called. Infinity accepts it. This game will go the way of Hokori.
Wow. Okay. Wow. I think Hokori played really well. I think they played really well. I'm surprised that they seemed kind of comfortable taking this into the late game. You know, they didn't really force too many issues early on. Once they realized like, oh, the Invoker game isn't going like the best, right? It's not the most the most natural Invoker game ever. Like, he wasn't able to find a bunch of kills super early. They kind of just went all in here onto this late game PL, just kind of trusting the process, and it worked out. I think a lot of this was due, in my opinion, to just the supports that we had for both sides. There's just not really much in Nyx does versus PL at all into the late game. This Morana, I would say, a lot in the same camp, right? And I think it had a lot to do with the support duo this time around. I think that's kind of a key part of this PL versus Dusa matchup. And I think Hokori do well to recognize that and trust it. They really it felt like they trusted it all game. And I mean, by the end of it, we were just so big on Theotis, they couldn't take him down.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta admit, though, that Infinity gave him a huge chance this game, though. Like, to me, this was not a game that Infinity should have lost, to be honest. Like, there was a solid 10 minutes of PL's window where he was actually being impactful, and both teams should have known this, and they were still trying to fight him, right? And then when it comes to the late game, I think if you had gone to a late game with an 11k lead that you had, 15k lead, you get the Mjolnir and the level 25, PL wouldn't have been able to do this. But by the moment, like, Dusa was, I think, 3-4 levels ahead of PL, dies 2 times, and then all of a sudden PL's catching up. He's like 1 level behind at best, right?
Yeah.
And this is a hero that's an illusion hero. Illusion heroes are bad at getting experience. They should never be equal to Gyrocopters, Lunas, Dusas in terms of experience. Never. Farm, sure. Experience, never. Because you farm with illusions that don't give you experience. So that was a big blunder to me by Infinity. If they lose these two, and they have to go tiebreaker against Infamous, that's gonna suck. For them and for the schedule.
All right. Well, we'll see if that's a possibility, because we are going to go to a quick break. Guys, when we come back, we'll have game number 2 between Hokori and Infinity. If you're looking for something to do between our break, well, we do have a bit of a giveaway currently running right now. Isn't that right, Alva? I think you've been shouting it out a couple of times here. It's a Gleam.io giveaway. All you got to do is either, if you're watching on Twitch, I think it's !giveaway. You'll get instructions there. There's a banner underneath the page where you'll get links to everything. You can create an account. You can follow some social medias, and it's going to enter you to win some pretty nice Dota 2 sets. I think we've got one of the Jug sets on here as well that I cannot remember off the top of my head, because I'm not a really big cosmetics guy. But it's a pretty sick looking set, you know. So if that's your thing, and you've got a little bit of spare time, as we all do between these 2 games, definitely look to check that out and support our sponsor, Mobius.bet, in the same stroke. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Secret Dragon Nova Plus on the call. We'll be back with you guys after a short break. See you then. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Mobius.bet Maestros. We are now live with our second draft of the day. There's quite a bit riding on the second game, isn't there, Alvaro? There's some playoffs, some schedules. Can you please take us through the permutations of what should happen here for either outcome, if you would be so kind?
Sure.
Okay.
So, if Infinity win this game, we're all Gucci. Infinity managed to make it to the playoffs. No big deal. Great stuff. If Infinity lose this game, that's when all hell breaks loose, because Infinity then will be tied with Infamous, which means that there are going to be tiebreakers for playoffs. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I don't know what the tiebreaker format's going to be if I had to guess.
I should look, actually.
Especially because it's going to be between, obviously, a playoff slot and nothing. I would imagine it's just going to be one best of one. It would be my best guess, and that should be played pretty much ASAP, as both teams, of course, should have been...
best of one tiebreakers.
Yep, as both teams should have been prepared for playoffs today anyway, because we're getting right into playoffs, guys. So that's what the three games Oliver is talking about, because yes, this is the last group stage game. Yes, this is our last best of two of the tournament. But we might have a best of one coming up here before us.
I need to find, because I was actually reading the Animator playoffs. My bad.
Of course. Very easy to confuse the two events, you know. One of them had 2 S8 teams. One of them has 8. You know, one of them has...
1 second, okay? I'm defining the rules. You don't need to keep going. Do draft things.
I know that when we start, I sound a lot like Effie, right? Which is why you got confused, because you heard my voice and you thought, oh, we're on the Animator panel, obviously.
Yeah, except with half for MMR and half for skills. But besides that, yeah, sure. Yeah, you sound very similar to her.
Well, that sounds very similar to her. I know that was probably very confusing for you, so that's completely normal. We've been on the draft here for quite some time.
Okay. It's head to head.
No, it couldn't be head to head between.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And then best of one. So head to head between Infamous and Infinity. Infinity 1-1 Infamous. So it's a best of one.
Best of one. We're gonna go back down to the best of one to see how it's going to play out. That means, and that again is if Infinity do not win this match. If Hokori win, we go to that best of one. It's like extra innings, more free Dota, right? So we'll see here how we get into it here as the draft continues to progress. I'm already kind of liking what we're seeing, though, from Infinity. The Phoenix into the Wyvern, which is a plus. We have... well, immediately into the Luna pick, though. I guess it's because we can't really flex anything, so they're preferring even to give Mariano a pretty good pick here, a pretty good lane anyway. Because they've immediately revealed Berna's hero. Not a weak hero, of course, this Luna. And we've banned out a lot of the offlaners. I think that would have... Well, even actually, not really. I wonder what Hokori can do here to take advantage of this. We've really just banned out the worst matchups for this Luna, haven't we? Maybe Spectre aside is really the only one that's out there. At least core-to-core.
Still solid.
Core-to-core, sorry.
They're still solid. I mean, I know these heroes. We always mention them with Bowie, and they also never got picked, but they're always good. Juggernaut, Lifestealer, pretty good against Luna both. They have good core-to-core matchups. Definitely not as seen, because definitely they don't farm as fast, but they're not unusable. Particularly the Jug actually is looking really good here.
Radiant team pick.
Grimstroke for now.
Could be
Jug looking even better.
Yep, I was about to say could be set up for the Jug, especially versus the Mars. Actually, especially versus
seriously.
Mars.
I mean, now with Mars, Lifestealer also looks really good. So, like,
yep.
Honestly, both of them are very solid. I don't like Jug versus Mars very much because even though he wins the lane, he does struggle against the shield because if you just walk forward, Omnislash always hits the shield, as you know, and that makes him feel pretty bad. But Lifestealer is very good here. I don't think Hokori's going to pick him because I always mentioned him and it never happened, but I wish they would.
Yeah, it'll probably still be the Spectre, but I think Jug is a really good pick here as well. Or the Lifestealer, both equally as good. I think you make a good point on the Omni though, so I'll lean more towards the Lifestealer. They're gonna go with the Jug.
They did it. I mean, look, I'm happy with this than taking a Spectre.
Agreed.
Yeah, he has the issue with Mars, but regardless, the difference between him and Lifestealer is that the core-to-core versus Luna for him is much better. Because first of all, obviously, Omnislash against Luna is brutal, right? Whereas Lifestealer is now that kind of tool to get close to her. So when Luna gets Scott against Lifestealer, the game is very difficult for him. But when Luna gets Scott against Jug just gets Swift Slash, and then Luna died. And on top of that, the Jug actually can match Luna's farm, whereas I don't think Lifestealer can. Definitely not. So, I like this. I'm glad they picked it.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Yep. Something that the Jug right now is free to do, though, is basically just split push lanes. This is something I've brought up before in drafts, and it has never actually come to because they never picked the Jug or the Lifestealer, really. I think we've seen like a couple of Lifestealers, maybe just a handful of Jugs this time. But really, nothing to cancel a spin TP. So Jug can take some pretty dangerous farm, so that might help him a little bit here in terms of trying to keep up with the Luna. But it's just that. It's him trying to keep up with the Luna. As you've highlighted already, he's not going to be able to really naturally keep pace with her. So I'd be interested to see how the Jug is going to look to play things. I think we're going to have a good lane, though, thanks to the Grim Jug, especially because there's not a lot a Hoodwink or Phoenix will do in this lane to prevent the spin into the Inkswell. It's a lot of damage, a lot of magic burst as well, which does well versus these tanky offlane strength heroes. 3 seconds for the last ban. You don't random bans, you just don't ban, so they're going to go with the Void Spirit. Looks like Infinity playing the clock a little bit. They instantly ban out the DK. Would have been a good offlaner here for them. Can tank a bit versus the Luna thanks to just points in Dragon's Blood and that regen. And gives a solid stun here. And that's kind of what we need, right, from Hokori. We just need like a solid stun. Right now we don't really have one that doesn't require a lot of setup or just an ultimate.
Yeah, Sanking was pretty great.
5
Sanking was
seconds
definitely the
remaining.
option. I think DK was okay. Centaur's in the pool. Great against Phoenix, bad against Mars. Pango, okay.
Okay.
Great
Okay.
against both.
Yeah, it was the answer for them last time, and it could work
Yeah.
again this time. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, better against Luna than against Dusha for sure. The lane is tough for him against Luna though. The lane is tough, but afterwards the mid game is really good for him. So I don't think it's that big a deal. The only problem with Pango is that
10
sometimes
seconds
if you don't go for the Blink Dagger build or honestly full utility Pango build, Luna
5
can kill you by
seconds
accident
remaining.
by just glaving through you. So that sucks. So Pango needs to go for a bit more mobility items. But I like this. Is a good draft by Hokori, I would say. Not much synergy for the Grimstroke, unfortunately, except for the Juggernaut, but that's okay. In fact, more anti-synergy than anything.
Yeah, double Splinter Blast, double Winter's Curse, terrible. Don't never do it. It's really weird the way it works. Usually you end up kind of just, I mean, it's a big reset button in the fight, but
Yep,
that's usually
that's
not
it.
what you want it for. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad in most scenarios.
I like. You do have the if you play Grimstroke 4 though, even though it's not great, like you might play him 4 and still play him with Juggernaut right in the lane because Grimstroke 4 can build Ags and Ags versus Luna is actually brutal. The Dark Portrait's really good, so there's that advantage. Final pick by Infinity is a Slardar indicating Mars
Gardic-
mid, which is surprising.
It's not Gardic support. Okay,
Oh,
but
it's Mars mid.
Mars mid. Wow, I completely neglected to mention this. I kind of just assumed it was going to be the Mars off lane. And shame on me, I should have known better for how flexible of a hero this is, especially in the hands of Hokori. But even still, for
It's
Infinity,
though.
I know, but that was just a reference to the position 5 we've seen Gardic play, right? He's kind of been the only one to do it this time. Just played a game on the 5 gyro. But still being able to flex it on over to the mid laner and picking what is a very tough matchup this time for the Juggernaut, right? He's not going to care much for your spin if he's going to be able to bash you through it consistently. And that now makes the game a lot more difficult to play. Because I said before, we don't have anything to cancel these spin TPs. Jug can take dangerous farm. That'll help him keep up with the Luna. Yeah, not anymore. Not versus Slardar, it doesn't.
Yep, that's true. I don't know, the matchup versus Jug is really good for Slardar. Now with Luna on top of that and Mars, I actually like Infinity's lineup a bit more. You don't have the best egg hitters, like you have to really go through the arena to get to the egg, which is difficult. Jug is okay, is a good egg hitter, but besides that, you don't really have much. The lanes are kind of very much Infinity favored, I'd say, so you can snowball from them. I guess if they just lose the lanes like last time, where they weren't meant to. Oh no, sorry, it was Hokori that lost the lanes when they weren't meant to. Okay, so this is good then for Infinity. I think if they win the lanes, they just snowball off it, and I think they can take this game relatively easily and take advantage of the fact that Jug is a weak carry who doesn't farm very fast.
I'm really curious, like, what this Jug build is going to be, though. Because, I mean, the last time we saw Jug this much was maybe back in the Battle Fury heyday, when everyone was kind of building Battle Fury. Even Ursas were picking it up. Of course, it was really good, so... Monkey Kings as well. I feel like that was the last time we really saw Jug this much. Like, what do you go for this game, though, on the Juggernauts?
I think you go for Maelstrom. I think you go for the Maelstrom build, to be honest.
Okay.
Like the Maelstrom into like S and Y mostly, and then you deviate into the Agnims, Shard, Swift Blink. Aghanim Scepter, then the Aghanim Shard, and then Swiftblink. Sorry. Just because I feel like Swiftblink or Aghanim Scepter is so important in this game. I think the SNY is a necessity for this hero, to be honest. That or Manta, but if you go Manta, then you have to kind of go to Fusel Blade, or you're missing a lot of damage. It might be a game where you can justify Manta, because it's really good against Slardar and Mars. We'll see. But I think Shard and Aghanim Scepter are really important. So anything that gets you there. I'd be okay with a Midas build, too. I used to be the old mid 1 build. I'm okay with that. I don't think it's too bad.
All right. I like it. I like the idea. I like the idea. That's a name I haven't heard for a while, the mid 1 build, but I agree with you. I do agree with you here. And while we are paused, I can confirm now, after Alvaro bought me a bit of space and time, that the giveaway command is working as intended. So if you're interested in jumping in there and potentially winning yourself, well, there's 4 Arcanas you could win as well. Any 4 Arcanas of choice, really, is up to you. And then the Provocation of Ruin set for Juggernaut. So speaking of the Jug, he's right here. It doesn't have the set equipped, though. It's the more normal Jug-looking set. But the other one is... a pretty nice one. It's a pretty nice one. I think it's a $175 skin, so USD. So, hey, if you're interested in that, it's a Gleam giveaway. You can go ahead and type !giveaway in the chat and figure out how you can get involved there. And, of course, thanks again for Mobius.bet for the support of the tournament. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the SA Dota. We're coming to a close on this one, Alvaro. While we're still paused up, let's go ahead and take a look back at the group stage, right? Why don't we? No ping SG. I remember we talked about this, I want to say, 4 days ago when we were exactly halfway through. I was like, oh, what are your top 2? What are your bottom 2? It turns out we were both right? No ping and SG. I went with a super basic answer. And I think we had Backstab Boys and either Binomistas or Unknown kind of not making it on. Were there any other surprises? Hokori's on through, and Unknown, of course, trailing the pack here of the table in the group stage. Any other surprises for you?
I'm surprised. I mean, I'm surprised how even it was for the most part for the top teams. I honestly thought it wasn't going to be as even. Not really surprised by the results. I thought Hokori wasn't going to do as well as they did, to be honest. I think Hokori was very impressive as a team. I underestimated them, at least at the beginning of the tournament. Once I saw them play one game, I already realized that they were good, right? So I guess it doesn't really count as a surprise.
I came a long
So no, nothing too special.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, hey, I appreciate the honesty rather than if you would just spin me a web and then come back to say nothing really special at the end of it. I think I prefer the bluntness.
I am a very blunt person.
I know you are.
I would not say I'm a joint person. I think I'm very blunt.
Okay. Well, that might be a little bit too on the nose for you. And you know, as they say, he's very nutty son.
Yes, good one, Richie.
Yes.
Very insulting to all Argentinian chatters, honestly. This is very mean to Papita.
Pretty
I see Yogi. Not gonna get caught out here. So yeah, they're gonna run, by the way, Grimstroke 4 as I suggested with the Jug. So that's the best solution, I think, for this draft. I think Winter Wyvern plus Pangos, whatever, I don't really care. But the Grimstroke needs farm so he can actually turn into Luna. Or sorry, he's not turning.
No, you're right though. No, you're right actually. No, that's a good point. It needs it. I don't think it's as good. Let me think here. Luna builds, not always going into the butterfly. It's not as good as the Wraith King one used to be, right?
No, I think Luna one is really good, to be honest. I think because she has glaives. You have glaives to do. That's so good.
Okay.
Getting glaives with magic immunity, especially when you have to deal with Phoenix. Yes, hello.
That's a fair point. Hold that thought because Tiares, he'll be fine. He's got spin level 1. No Inkswell was leveled, but yeah, Sexy Yogi, they don't need it for him. He's gonna actually go the long way around the the Blade Fury of Juggernaut, deciding to make a loop-de-loop, but there was no way out for him anyway. So I think he chose the scenic way out at least.
I think the best idea when a Jug is spinning is to like confuse him by going around him because he never expects that, right?
Right. If there's one thing we know, it's doing nothing in Dota is really hard, and sometimes, just standing still in a spin, it's a lot more hard than it seems, apparently. Yeah,
exactly. So you do that, and then Jug is like, "What is the squirrel doing?" And he'll just walk away. It's like when a bear attacks you, the best thing you can do is to stay still, right?
It depends on the color bear.
Yes. Yes, but I use the possum technique against any color bear and it's working every time. So I don't know.
How many, what is it, black bears? It doesn't work against black bears, unfortunately.
Oh, black bears. They're the small ones. So you just punch the black bear. It's fine. That one's
Well, they don't recommend you punch them because then they might decide that it's actually worth fighting you, right? Because
Oh
they have no choice.
do not take my advice for bears. I'm
do
joking.
not
Please do not.
yeah, don't take his advice for bears. There's a bit of a saying: if it's black, fight back. If it's brown, stay down. If it's white, good night. Where
Yeah, if it's white, why are you there?
make a cup of tea. There's nothing you can do. I mean, polar bears are one of the biggest. I mean, they're huge. I mean, they don't stack up to elephants or even quite rhinos. Maybe even rhinos. I mean, those things are huge. They're huge. But no. You just raise your arms. Make yourself look as big as possible versus
Against a
black
black bear.
bears. Yeah, because they get very easily intimidated because they're small, and then they go into fight or flight mode. And as long as you don't corner them and give them a way out, they decide this guy's not chunky, or girl, this person's not chunky enough for me to risk losing life or limb. I'm just gonna run away and eat some fish.
Exactly. Whereas the brown bear, if you pretend like you're a possum, it'll get confused and it'll leave.
True.
Like, most people think it's because when you play dead, it thinks that he doesn't have to attack you. But the reality is bears think possums taste awful. So
It's
that's
true.
why they don't attack
It's true. So you actually want to prevent yourself. This is like very unlike an Ursa where you do want to run away and force staff or Yule's him versus a brown bear. You want to stay as close as you can on the ground. So they actually recommend that you cover your head, you lay on your stomach, you cover your head, and then you kind of go spread eagle with your legs because they will get curious and they're gonna try and turn you around. And if they do that, they might decide, you know, to maybe get the claws out, right?
Yeah, exactly. Don't let them be curious.
Don't let them be
It's like-
curious. Yeah.
It's like when the TSA asks you to check you, right? You don't let them be curious. You just you immediately open your arms.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah.
That's why the brown bears is called the TSA of nature.
That's true, and the white bears are very much the American police. Okay, we'll see here how the lanes are going to be breaking down as now we're back to it.
Mariano, what are you doing? Mariano, you can start to see his age showing where he slid through crushed almost a jug that was already spinning. But it's okay. It's no big deal. He didn't actually do it. He stopped it. He just baited the Yanis. There's no bash yet, so the lane is not still great for the Slaughters. Once you get the bash level 2, that you start to dominate the jug. But usually this lane is pretty good for the Slaughter. It's once you hit that level 6 on jug that you can actually put a lot of pressure against Mariano. And to be fair, Windwarven's a good partner for this lane. So yeah, we're seeing him. He's still struggling. He's only level 1. He needs some help from his supports, but his support's a Phoenix, so it's not very easy to support him.
Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of the problem with having Phoenix in lanes. It's, oh boy, we could do so much in this lane with my hero, but I have a Phoenix, and kind of the way she goes. At least Phoenix, you know what you can do is stack real nicely, especially at level 1 with
That's
Icarus Dive, and we've actually gotten the D ward already, so we can already start looking to threaten this because we have two pretty great stack takers, especially mid lane Mars. You know, you go for a lot of points in the Rebuke, you get that XP up rather quickly, and you're able to actually get through the stack super quickly, and even if it's not to be the Mars, right, it can definitely be the Luna. So we've got multiple stack takers here.
One thing that sucks is that in a Slaughter lane, you never want your support in the lane to be stacking because you want him to be joining the Slaughter. The whole point of picking this hero is to dominate the lane and really go from there, right? But at some point, you have to accept that not everything is going to go the way you ask it to.
Yep.
If you have this kind of lane where Windwarven can really deny him, you're just left with.
Yep.
Sexy Yogi kills Elimination in the bottom lane, so they're going to be running. By the way, with the Pango, it's okay, but the Pango Luna matchup is so bad that it's very difficult for him to actually use the Ink Soul properly, and so Mishu kind of has to sacrifice himself so Pango doesn't die.
Yep. Yeah, that's a bit difficult. They looked like they were trying to play that aggressively, but Ink Soul was still on cooldown, 30-second CD level 1. So they kind of just get caught up. I mean, there's so much longer range harass coming through from a Hoodwink and a Luna. Even if their attack ranges aren't that impressive, it's the spells that make this lane especially difficult. That's a deny by Sexy Yogi, don't worry. Deny, quote unquote, right? Because he was out of HP, basically out of mana, not a lot of regen, so he'll take the fast trip back to the fountain, please. Thank you very much. Dying to a tower, it still does give you a TP scroll, so it's, yeah. Maybe they should take that out, huh? Maybe they should give you at least 100 gold as a price to pay if you die to a tower in the first, I don't know, 10 minutes. I don't know though, because then people aren't going to be playing too aggressively mid lane, so maybe not. Maybe not. I don't want really.
System is fine.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want any reason for the mid lane to become more defensive. I think it's at an okay spot right now.
I mean, you've gotten to the point where you have to like wait 1 whole minute of not being attacked by anyone, so you can actually get like deny yourself, right? So it's not. Look at this. Elimination once again. He's gonna die. They have a Lucent Beam. They do. That's gonna be Lucent Beam level 2. And as I said, Inkswell usually pretty good with Pango, but you just can't do anything against this Luna lane. It's a very tough lane for Pango. Your matchup is awful. You have Bushwhack in a second. Vitali will die. The Bushwhack. There we go. He was trying to get the swashbuckle off, but unfortunately didn't have it on was on cooldown. Sorry.
Yep. That's Lunar Blessing in the lane. You know, this is why the points are they're great for the Luna, but they're also great for your supports. Hoodwink very much a hero. I mean, that can take advantage of it, right? Because you've got a decent range and of course a stun to make use of it. So yeah, and I think it synergizes with Acorn Shot. Yeah, I mean it's really good. Gardic.
Yeah, the Splinter Blast here. It's going to hit Mariano. Gardic's still going to die, though. But Tiares is coming to the kill on Pamplona. He's not going to get it. Realizing it a bit too late, though. As
yeah, he might
Mariano
be
got
dead.
A lot of damage onto him. Even the bash here. Tiares still has the magic stick. Some help from Analog. Actually, the punishment for Mariano. Tiares avoids the Slithering Crush, and Analog will get it.
All right, not bad, not bad. Vitali and Elimination now back down bottom as they are going to try to interrupt the pull. Vitali is going to get at the Inkswell. That might be his demise. Sexy Yogi's probably going to go hunting here. They know he's without Swashbuckle for a while, but he actually managed to sneak out of the tower here unharmed. That could have been really, really bad for Hokori, especially because they just TV'd him back to the lane. Level 2 Lucent Beams, I mean, they weren't going to like instantly kill him 100-0, but oh, good. That was a really, really good preemptive tree cut there by Vitali.
Yeah, but still, we're seeing what I was telling you about how bad this lane is, and with what you mentioned about Lunar Blessing, sorry. In addition to the Acorn Shot, like that combo is actually really powerful for Sexy Yogi Luna, or for Luna Hoodwink. And I don't know, Vitali just feels very weak here. He's gonna have to recover completely from these lanes. I already expected the lanes to go pretty well for Infinity, so this is about what you'd expect, honestly, considering the 2 drafts. I don't think that Hokori is playing badly. I just think they just have bad matchups.
Exactly. Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I would agree with you on that. The problem with this Pango matchup as well is it's like this is one that they're going to lose their tower, by the way. My goodness. They might.
I mean, if you max Lunar Blessing, you might as well take the tower so you can have some space, because you don't have glaives to farm as efficiently.
This is... okay. Maybe not. There's a TP coming out from PP, or Analog, pardon me. The Coil's going to find at least the Squirrel, because they don't need much for Berna. That's going to set up now for the Inkswell stun. He's going to try and scurry into the trees, but he's not going anywhere. Second, very successful rotation for Analog, though. 3-0 and 0 after he gets the kill top lane, so he's killed both cores in the side lanes.
Analog's playing very well, and he's taking advantage of the fact that Mars is actually... Despite the fact that Mars is an offlaner, and when you put these guys mid, usually they're big tempo controllers. And he does need that base item, and until he gets that, he can't really go and rotate and do anything. He's very similar to Tiny in the way he plays. The Gardic, by the way, in the top lane is going to die to the bash. Let's go. I can see the future. Anyway, PP, we know for a fact that he can't really do anything but take stacks right now until he gets at least one item, either Yules or Blink Dagger. So Analog can at least be more mobile. He might be losing a net worth, which is expected because he's not going to be farming as much, but he is helping out the other lanes recover, and it's making a good use of the weaknesses of the Mars. So well played by Analog.
Agreed. Kind of exploiting this aggressive nature that Infinity have. I think you're more bound to want to go for these extra +1, +2 kills, a little bit more damage onto the tower when you have these good matchups because you can get away with it. But Puck is one of the best heroes in the game to counter these kinds of plays. Maybe even like a Void Spirit or a Quap, even better. They could look for a kill into Theotis. We need a stun first to set up for, the Spear Arena combo. Beautifully done there. PP sneaking around the side. And that one's just Theotis biding his time a bit too much, as you kind of have to do in this lane versus a Slardar, but wasn't expecting the Mars to be immediately in the area. Inkswell, I think, stole a couple of creeps there. Couldn't have been many because Elmisha only has 2 CS. But here comes Analog yet again, Avo.
Nice. Good Dream Coil. They're able to get 2 kills and they kill the Mars here. This is crucial. Yeah, that should be PP dying. Even damage from the supports. Analog nearby. We have the Illusory Orb. Still have the Illusion on the bottle, so he's not too concerned about this Corrosive Haze. But it doesn't seem like they want to fight this. They're getting a triangle instead. They're going to see a bunch of stacks here. And I'm assuming they think the Luna's coming, and they're not wrong about this, actually. Elmisho got caught, though. The Inkswell from Analog, the body blocks as well. And at least the Inkswell stuns him. We still have the Illusory Orb to help him the Sun Ray. At least Analog is capable of avoiding him. Still with the Illusion Rune available. Gardic doesn't have enough damage to kill Mariano. And Gardic is being seen right now. I think Gardic is just being left behind to die. He's creating a bit of space for the team, I guess.
Dire's middle
A little bit.
But not too much.
A little bit, at least. As he will be taken down. Almost got that D ward. That would have been probably the most optimal play there, but he couldn't really go anywhere from his current position. Sexy Yugi already up to level 6. He's going to prevent Jug from getting this tower too easily.
Illusion.
We don't really have the same kind of hero, unfortunately, to be able to do that for Hokori. In fact, what is our Pangolier? How is he looking to try and get back into this game? He's got the Orb of Corrosion, Tranquil Boots, I want to say, queued up. Yeah, because there's no longer a Ring of Regen in Force. Not that I think Force Staff would be too big of a consideration in this game. Not a bad item, I guess. But immediately into the Blink Dagger, so Vitaly's going to not really have a whole lot of damage. We're not going to see the casual Javelin like we saw from him last game, actually. So just straight into the utility here this time around.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. I'm gonna see. I think it's the right choice. This Ultra Coil. Now they're gonna break it. The
Nice.
damage actually from Swashbuckle's enough. We're going in with Rolling Thunder. Inkswell does pop a bit early, but it doesn't really matter as long as Pyong get the second stun. However, Pyong cannot get that second stun, so at least the Luna will be able to make it out alive. Even if Pamplona's not so lucky, they have a lucky shot on her, and that's gonna be enough to kill off Pamplona. In comes Berna to be able to finish off El Misho as they're chasing off Vitaly. Vitaly is capable of swashbuckling to safety. Analog thinking of counter-initiating, but without the Witchblade, you're still missing that damage.
Yeah.
As Daz has been left a lot of time alone in the bottom lane. He's recovering quite nicely. Almost Maelstrom completed for him.
That's very good. So it is going to be Maelstrom. Okay, Maelstrom into SNY. Kind of probably classic stats Juggernaut. Here comes Infinity, though. Speaking of the Juggernaut, we have Curse into Arena or just Arena. Okay, there's no spin. I think even BP surprised by that, to be honest. They're going to kill him. I'm surprised. Honestly, I'm shocked that they catch the... It must have been just coming off cooldown because he did use spin to clear the wave. That's a big catch. That one shouldn't happen. The earlier one I think was excusable because it was delayed and you weren't expecting, you know, the Sardar to have support. Mariano played that really nicely, but that one was... Ooh, that was a bit egregious, unfortunately, from Jug. You can't be getting caught with spin like that ready to go with just a simple arena spear as a Jug.
I agree. Especially when any kind of death this game is crucial here. Especially before you get your main farming item. You really cannot afford to lose to the Luna in the farming game by too much. I'm best 2-3k behind against the Luna, otherwise you're screwed. There's the Rolling Thunder by Mariano. Inkswell, they calculated somewhat well. It does hit Mariano somewhat. And with this Rolling Thunder pinball, can they kill Mariano? They actually forced the Winter's Curse instead. Vitaly has a swashbuckle ready. Everything for Mariano, but they get no lucky shot. They do slow him down. They're trying to get the lucky shot. And it's going to be the puck who walks in.
Oh,
But
what
they
a
calculated
spear.
John perfectly with a spear. Mariano's still dead. And in fact, that might put PP in a bad position. He was styling all over the enemy team. He also tried to save him up. But PP, they can still John to the orb. They don't even need it. PP is down. Luna's coming in, though. There's no Eclipse ready. Berna wants to fight this. He wants to clear the air here. Analog didn't use the phase shift in time because he was trying to wait for the loser to come off cooldown, which means that Hokori will lose this puck. Vitaly nearby. El Misho. Oh, okay. The Bushwhack. We have the Sharpshooter trying to find the Grimstroke. Sorry, trying to find the Pangolier. Grimstroke is the one who dies there to the Supernova.
Okay. Not the most ideal fight from Infinity, but I think it still works out. They get a couple of really big pickoffs, mainly just the puck. But again, this is a fight where Tiaris is continuing to recover. He now has that Maelstrom online and is already making pretty good progress into the Yasha. Hokori still good what they came from with this tier 1 tower, and by the time that you got that last kill, by the way, all the way over here, basically by your bottom tier 2 tower, you're unable to really get the mid tier 1 in exchange, right? It wasn't that kind of instant trade that you'd like to get for Infinity. It does allow Berna to farm a bit more though, but the smoke out from Hokori is going to go unscouted. PP in the area. Does he have Blink online already? Not yet. Yule's first item for him. And you shouldn't be able to catch Jug with that, by the way. You can always get spin off, so...
They did get the Inkswell off, at least for Sexy Yogi, so at least they can get that one single kill. But it's just a 5. You've committed a lot of resources.
Radiant's bottom
Decide to
tower
retreat
is
instead.
under attack.
Smoke up underneath their own tower. We'll see what they want to go for. I don't think they quite scouted that here from Hokori, but they are going to get that D ward. That'll make this play here from Infinity a bit more difficult, especially without a Blink Dagger on Mars. Or Blink Dagger from Mariano yet, for that matter. We're only 13 minutes in, so this is not a bad timing by any means. but they're going to be not too successful here in being able to find any counter kills. Yules.
He's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
As Waning Rift gets out of the arena like it's nothing. But Vitaly actually blinks in. But the Ring is not gonna stun anyone. Are they really continuing this fight? Winter's Curse just for the squirrel. That should work. Like, see, Yogi will die after the... Oh! Gets the push back before he does! And that allows them to kill Analog. With the Eclipse as well, Garda could be in trouble. No, Berna gets hit by the Omni Slash. The help from Vitaly as well. Omni Slash gets straight to the Slardar. Slithering Crush used, but now with a Blade Fury. Tiares looking to break the egg. All three ganging up on it. Mariano still wanting to kill him. Vitaly will get it, but in exchange for his own life. And gets recovered a bunch with that fight. Tiares wanted to continue onwards, hoping to kill off PP, but realizing his damage might be a bit lacking. PP does have that spear. And we're going to retreat on Hokori after getting a pretty solid engagement for them.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Yules was still the pickup here for PP this game. Because you just, I mean, as we saw there, you can't catch a puck with this combo. You can't really expect to catch a jug with this combo either. Without any setup, right? Or without any third-party setup. But with Yules, you're never going to get it. So I'm surprised this is the item first, to be honest, for our mid lane Mars. I thought for sure it was going to be a blink or maybe something else. Or maybe we'd see like the crit build, you know, not like crit the player, but like crits as in going for like the God's Rebuke into the Desolator. Maybe still it's still an option, but we'll see. We'll see how that continues to progress, because I think perhaps PP had a couple of different builds he could have gone for this game, and went for the more standard mid lane Mars build. And I don't know if that's what the game demands. But for now, I mean, if you can catch Diotis anyway without the Yule Scepter, you might be able to catch him with the Yule Scepter as well. So who's to say it's not going to work? Puck Blink Dagger here is about to be finished up, along with the Witchblade, as Elmisha is going to get absolutely crushed here. Trying to walk up the cliff. Might let them know there's a ward here. And Kardik was on the way to deward it, and they said, actually, there's 3 heroes there. I'm going to chill.
Yes, it seems like Inferni has finally realized that. Oh, wait, Vitaly? Pipi? I don't think this is the best. I mean, well, up to the high ground. He was planning this the whole time. He knew.
Yeah, so
he Scepter to dispel that. They help the Sun Ray. They do silence him. They're trying to prevent the arena. And I might need to commit the Winter's Curse. No, the arena, or the Mars rather, is down. As the puck tries to find Sexy Yogi, Vitaly's nearby. Swashbuckle misses completely, so Sexy Yogi is capable of making it out alive until they just jump onto him. And Sexy Yogi's dreams of freedom were short-lived. Phase shift to save him from the Eclipse to be able to mitigate the damage enough. In goes the Phoenix, hoping to finish him off. It's Mariano who does the trick instead. What are these fights? Tiares has Omni Slash. They can still go in. There's no Eclipse. They still have Winter's Curse, but they're afraid.
We have a Supernova. That's the scary part, right? Because the team needs the Juggernaut, and obviously if he's in Omni Slash, he can't right-click.
I think you just cursed the Phoenix there, in my opinion, honestly. You curse the Phoenix, you go in again.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know what these fights are. That was Blink Dagger revealed there from Mariano mid-fight. I think it was anyway. How much gold did he get from that kill? Killed the puck, right? Got 300 gold. Maybe it wasn't Blink reveal because he had a lot of money. But my goodness, what a what are these fights? I think is a good way to put in that one. Up to the high ground, you know, and Infinity managed to drag that one out. Still a little bit longer than I think Hokori are prepared for. But something I'm a bit surprised to see here, Avo, is the fact that the Juggernaut actually has, for now, dead even farm. Now that was immediately ended after Luna farmed a camp, but they literally had the exact same amount of gold. That was kind of incredible. I don't want to say I've never seen that before because it happens at the start of every single game, but I've never seen it before this late in the game. They actually catch Diotis here, okay, with the Blink Dagger out from Mariano, even committing the Supernova here, but that is a superfluous amount of lockdown here, as ultimately it's not necessary. They again, with this spear, if they can catch him, they got that kill.
I'll stop using that word, Richie, just to make fun
it's a good word. It's a good word,
no,
honestly.
I cannot make fun of me. All right, just stop.
What, I gotta pay you royalties for the word superfluous?
Yes, I copyrighted it, okay? If someone can copyright reaction videos, I can copyright this.
Oh, good times, good times.
That's the world we live in, Richie, accept it. How far are we from the ads?
Hokori, by the way, with an SEA smoke.
Sexy Yogi, catch up with the Ink Swell. Sexy Yogi, even commit to Thunder. Alright, as in the backlines, they go for the Winter Wyvern, prevent the Winter's Curse, pretty good. Trim Coil only on the Mars, not going to be good enough as they're not going to break the coil either. Vitaly full on running away. You don't have a jug. Oh, and they catch the puck. Analog has a phase shift, but no time to use it. So we're going to have Analog and Gardic dying there for free. to kill a squirrel.
Yep, yeah, I believe Coil whiffed. I don't think that quite caught the Mars. I think we tried on that puck to catch both heroes at once, both being Mariano as well as the Mars, and unfortunately we missed the both of them. Out comes the spear. That's the spin combo we're more used to seeing here to avoid this. Is okay, better not just gonna use the Eclipse, and that'll get actually the rest of Hokori away for now. Mariano still with vision though, making the jump on Tiaras. There's gonna be the match style at the very least. He has the Omni Slash, will be able to get it off, but it's into the winner's curse, and it's onto 2 taunted heroes. So Tiaras not doing any damage. Pushed back now by the God's Rebuke. This again able to get off the spin in time here as he's gonna juke the sharpshooter shot, receive at least a bit of healing, but Mariano is still going on in. Tiaras alive on a sliver of HP, but that last bash will do him in. There's good damage on Elimination. We're going to buy back now into the Soulbind onto 2. Gardeck's been killed off here by the Squirrel, as now Analog is back along with Vitali. They're going to try and get Bedna, who dove beyond the Tier 1 tower, nearly underneath the Tier 2 for that kill onto the Juggernaut, and now we're starting to see pay the price. Out comes the Supernova stun. What is Sexy Yogi doing here?
What are you doing? What was that fight? What was that supernova, Richie? What was that supernova? Why was Berna so far ahead? Why is Sexy Yogi there? So many questions. Do you guys have that show in America where like there's this man, there's like a late night talk show sort of, and they analyze like mysteries and like unexplained things, like UFOs and ghosts and stuff like that? You have a show like that?
No, but we have one that's FBI's Most Wanted that's kind of like that. But Dolly might just be dead here.
That's the most American thing you can tell me.
Well, it's because they do it in a very similar format, despite it being... It's the true crime stuff is what it is, right? Because you know how true crime is kind of taken to that...
I'm referring to like paranormal true crime, but sure, yeah, it's similar. Yeah. It's like... Yeah, I'm sure you have something on Discovery Channel that's similar. Anyway, that's what I'm watching right now. I wish it was one person going like, and here we see the Luna. Should she be going this far forward? No. Can somebody explain why she's going this far forward? No. Does this prove that ghosts exist? Most likely, yes.
What could be the only logical explanation? We're not saying...
She must be getting controlled by Satan.
No, usually it's... We can't say for sure, but previous studies and examples have shown that Vitali has got no chance to get out of the arena. And by the looks of it, El Micho as well will be taken by what could be. And we're not saying this. The devil. Be the devil. Because they always well, we're not too sure. Science says one thing. Some people say otherwise. Who knows what to believe?
What took away the fear of the high ground from El Micho and Vitali? Infinity is going to take the Roshan now. I think Infinity's winning, by the way, besides all these hectic team fights. I think they're doing pretty well. I mean, Jug is getting farmed, but it does seem like Infinity has a little bit of a lead still. Not by much. Well, now, definitely, they killed Kardik for free. And went Echo Saber. I love that Mariano went Echo Saber. Just like a baller.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And Force
attack.
Dream Coil, I don't think it's that bad, actually. And now you have
Dire's
Aegis.
middle tower is under
And this also
attack.
sets up for the second Roshan, which is even more important because it brings Luna Shard. So, yeah, let's hope. Jug went for the Manta in the end, now for the Ags. I'm assuming he's getting too disturbed by the Corrosive Haze and he needs a way to dispel it. But it does mean he's going to be much weaker to all the stuns the enemy team shows up with.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Yeah, it's not a... I mean, we've already talked about why maybe it's... especially with this last pick slot. I mean, what a pick, right? It's something that Infinity does quite well.
Is under attack.
Not always Infinity, because previous has been infamous, right? But this is always something that they've liked to do with Mariano's heroes, right? Because he can be really quite impactful with his last picks. LCs, the Slardars. Now we're seeing lots of Mars recently, right? Mars not so much because you can just pick him early, but Slardar definitely not one of those heroes because he does have his matchups where he really struggles in the lane. But Jug is not one of those, clearly. It must be nice to have an offlaner you can last pick with and have this much impact now. 23 minutes in, you can see he's definitely.
Nope. Oh no.
Well, they got the illusion.
He was even smoked as well.
Yeah, he was. Now I'm gonna lose the
That
Wyvern.
was Alliance level of play.
Oh no.
Dire's bottom tower.
Sexy Yogi finds El Micho. He gets off the silence.
They were the only team I've ever seen doing that, where they actually ganked an illusion while all smoke. Back when Loda was playing on the team. I'm not trying to like actually.
Okay.
I've just never seen that from anyone else.
Okay, I've seen it up from Halberd Smashers, I want to say.
Oh, maybe.
There was, I don't remember, it was one of the DTCLs or a different league when they ended up just kind of RPing on Illusion. Analog he's probably not safe here. I was about to say, because BP is nearby once again, unable to get off the phase shift. That's going to be a dead puck.
Oh, wait, no. Berna is still in the middle, though.
Berna, what are you...
Don't worry.
You're alone.
They're going to get a kill on Berna in exchange for Analog. Just Omni Slash him. They actually can't believe Berna's alone right now. They can't believe it. They're like, no, there must be someone behind him.
This Lucent Beam talent, ma'am. 3.5 Lucent Beam cooldown. TR's at least back to full HP as there's another free kill on Tagardic. Gets the D ward.
He could have taken Berna there. He could have taken Berna. They just...
I think they were scared of the neutral camps, specifically this one right here, the one with the Frost Mage in it. Maybe that's what they're afraid of. Yeah, and then you know, Infinity are running right back, so even if you get the kill into Berna, you know, then it's like, well, then we just lose the Juggernaut. Does he have buyback? Probably not, right? Yeah, I mean, he does, but I mean, he buys back and does what, right? Especially if he doesn't have the Omni Slash. He's not much of a threat. We are just falling like flies, by the way, because PP's picked up another one. Okay, now we're looking for Berna. Short stun. Supernova stun is out. Okay, and Berna's going to be healed up.
No, that's a good Supernova.
Yeah.
That's definitely the I'm protecting my carry from dying Supernova, right? Like, if he goes here and commits, then Tiana's most likely dying too. He could have still, again, Omni Slashed him, and now he's going to die when I use him. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I spoke too soon. I'm sorry. He will actually survive. It's all good. Winter's Curse, actually. Is that going to punish Berna? That should be enough damage, at least the Aegis.
They got the puck. Again, this time without phase shift, so there's no chance even.
Now Omni's an actual possibility. I'm presuming that was the reason they didn't want to commit to it, because they're afraid that they just lose the Omni and they go for a fight, so fair enough, right? That's why I wasn't fully crazy, I think, this idea. Oh, no, not the bushwhack. No, not the bushwhack. They broke him. Tianis with the ink swell. Just barely making it out. He doesn't even have the shot. Elimination was good enough. Elimination's dead, though. Gardic as well. They commit the Eclipse here. We still have a jug with the ulti. There we go. Make sushi out of Mariano. Oh, no. Squirrel sushi is not what you wanted. Tianis will get nobody. Mariano's still nearby. The Corrosive Haze dispelled immediately.
And they got
Tianis will be able to get away. And they also killed Berna in the backlines. It's just actually Vitaly and Analog doing the job of Tianis for him. And they're going forward, hoping to kill PP. They do kill off the Squirrel with a Witchblade, residual damage, as PP is trying to run away. Vitaly nearby, Shield Crush ready, but he realizes there's no chance they're going to stop that TP, so they just let him go.
All right, not that bad of a hold at the end of the day out from Hokori. We didn't buy back on the puck. Oh no, we did buy back on the puck. Sorry, it didn't show up in the fight recap for some reason. I was about to say we didn't buy back on the puck like I thought we did, and I'm wrong because we did definitely buy back on the puck. But a couple of really important kills there, I believe. Was it Analog? Yeah, it was Analog getting the kill onto Berna in addition to that one kill on Sexy Yogis. So basically, already the buyback's paid for itself, and especially because we didn't really lose any buildings. That was first Aegis still, as you called out. But that still could have been at least Elena Barracks down. That's just the way the game works when you're playing versus a Luna with Aegis, even when it is this first Aegis. So Hokori, they'll hold on a little bit longer, but they're still staring down the barrel of a 13k net worth lead, which is going to be a bit problematic for them, especially as Luna is sitting on 4k gold, and so she'll soon have her next item online, which for now, Avo, seems to be that Daedalus.
Yeah. I still like the choice of Daedalus. I think it's the best way to just pierce through the jug, honestly. We're seeing like there's an honest difficulty for Jug to get close to Luna and use the Omni. Now I think with Switch Slash this changes and TIs will have a lot more liberty in these fights. It's heavily getting kited. I think that's the good choice of not going for the Scott. He's also a good one. There we go. You see the first use of Switch Slash already turning out pretty good. Sexy Yogi shoot that to the Ghost unless he can get it off him. Vitaly will make sure he can. And yeah, I really like how this is going to change the matchup. I think Luna was predicting the Switch Slash from coming out the whole time, which is why lack of Scotty. But which is good by her. But I still think it is where the turning point happens for Jug versus Luna matchup. The only problem is that I guess eventually the rest of the team will fall off. It does seem like Puck and Pango are not farming as much as he can. And Luna is really starting to outfarm the Jug.
No, Diotis is going to head into this Butterfly. A little bit more attack speed, right? And the evasion for all your slashes are going to do nicely here. Analog straight into BKB next. So that's good. That'll be a pretty big item for him. He can still kind of get caught by Slardar and Well, if I'm not mistaken, Phase Shift is basically, it has the same cast time as an item, which is instant, which means he might not even be safe from these spear combos if they've been able to catch him before. Hopefully I'm wrong in that assessment, and the BKB is going to be worth its weight in gold here. As it's now completed here for the puck. Mariano is going to have BKB soon enough. We'll trade the towers at least. What are our next big items here? BKB for PP now, right? No, he's had that. I guess the Deso. Deso was the next item for him. Aeon Disc for the Phoenix. And that's about it here. That's about it. Ags is almost done, actually, for Grimstroke. He needs maybe 3 more minutes, and he'll have it if they do give him at least a couple of waves here, because he just needs the one last component for it to be online. But he also needs for him not to get his courier killed. I'm surprised that he's calling the courier when he's this far out from base, because that would be so punishing for you to lose the Sag Scepter now. Very, very surprised that he called it all the way out here.
Bardic will die. BP nearby, hoping to finish off Analog. Mariano's actually dealing so much damage. I feel like Mariano, once he gets the AC, you'll be able to deal with the Juggernaut yourself. You might not even need the Luna for that. That's gonna be huge at this point.
Especially with BKB and with Puck having to go BKB first, you have nothing stopping you here pretty much.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Puck actually has no Ags, that's true. So that's gonna be Mariano. Actually, his best choice is to go for Analog straight up and just run at him.
Yep.
And Analog will be forced to deal with the starter first. Oh, this is very tough.
Yeah, that's what I was just speaking about here with the choice to go BKB and of course Slarder. I like AC. I'm not gonna lie to you, X is really expensive, but I also kind of like it here. Status resist, regen in the river versus a Pangolier versus a Puck, because I feel like and actually versus the Wyvern even more, right? Because if you can just set yourself a little home base and make yourself really tanky in there, and you can be just standing in front of the team super easily, that does make Wyvern finding these curses a lot more of a difficult task, right? Especially without Blink Dagger on Wyvern. We've just gone for the Aether Lens, and Blink's still not queued up. It's Ghost Scepter next. Like, I don't see how Wyvern gets off these impactful curses if there's a Slardar standing all the way out in front waiting in his puddle. Like, you can't. You're zoned out basically there. So I like the idea of it, but I also like AC, right? If you want to build into more of a tertiary core and help your push out, I could see really good benefits for both.
Right. I do see your points with the Axe. This is gonna be the shard on Luna, by the way.
Yep. Wow, that Roche was.
That was so quick. That's Corrosive Haze for you.
Corrosive Haze,
Luna
Deso.
Daedalus.
Yeah, Luna Daedalus and a Solar Crest. Like, yeah, that's. So, and maybe Alvo, maybe the proof is in the pudding, right? And this pudding was just chopped through like a katana through pudding, and maybe we don't need AC, right? Maybe we do want something else for Slaughter then. I don't know.
I mean, I get it because of the minus. I don't think the armor aspects, like minus armor, is that important for AC. I do think the attack speed and armor aspects are really useful. Because while Luna has good armor, I think the rest of the team is relatively vulnerable to an Omni Slash. So I would like to see that as an extra.
It's a fair point.
I wouldn't mind seeing Lotus, though, on that note of more defensive abilities. I wonder if Phoenix can build it. If I'm thinking of going for Shivas.
True. Lotus would be really good here. And speaking of really good, Elimisho has finished up Aghanim Scepter, so we can now choose to get Illusion. Well, he's gonna get Luna Illusions, basically. Yeah, that's the only one you want.
That's pretty huge, honestly. I mean, if you can get a starter Illusion, it's not bad either. He has decent stats, so sure. If you can Inkswell or... Soulbind the two of them.
Oh, okay. Bednar's got another item, Satanic, ready to go. With this shard, he's just going to continue. Yep, shooting beams all over the place. He's also holding on here to the Elven Tunic, so just a little bit of evasion now for Berna. Might help him tank through an Omni and a Swift Slash. They've cut in the waves behind, though. This time it's Theotis cutting the wave. They might just, like, run at him. There's no TPs to the tier 2 because Theotis is already TPing away. As mid lane, Berna is going to get try and heal off of this Satanic. Not really finding too much luck, though, but Mariano has found luck by killing Gardic.
I do feel like Hokori is at that point where we're seeing the weaknesses of the Jug. He even reached the turning point, and I just don't... He can't match Luna's farm. Obviously, since you're losing, it's even worse, but you've only been losing for like 5 minutes at most, and you've already gotten an 8k difference between Luna and Jug. That just shows, and that's one of the weaknesses that most carries face against the Luna, except for the top 3. They just don't. They're not as efficient at farming as she is, and eventually she just outscales them. And yeah, if you go to ultra late, like 60 minutes, you manage to defend, that's fine. But against Luna going that far, it's very difficult. Unless you kill her here for free, but she has satanic, so she's perfectly fine. They even cleared the illusion relatively easily there, so that's the Aghanims for not. Vitaly could also be in trouble, almost into the glaives there. Didn't get a crit. No, he does.
No, he does
he
that.
dies to the glaive as it bounced back to him. That's kind of unlucky. And the glaives will continue to bounce out between the tier 4s and, of course, the mid racks. You can go for 2 lanes of racks if you feel like it. Sure. No, Swift Slash into the... Oh, that squirrel was the real one. It was actually just the bait, the decoy.
So, something I wanted to mention real quick and why I really liked the Wraith King shard, or the Wraith King... Oh, hold that thought. I think we're still fighting.
No, Soul one. There we go. That's another one. But Luna can clear it relatively easily.
Oh,
Winter's
double curse. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, that's not what you want.
Set up.
At least you can set up for the fight. BKBs are activated. Berna's already happy. Tiares is dead. No chance for them. No, they're getting destroyed.
Wow.
Hokori, all running back to base. They have buybacks on Tiares. I don't think they're going to use them in
That's
this
the
rate.
game. That's the game.
GG.
I mean, that jug absolutely got melted. No tiebreaker necessary. Please give me the death summary. Okay, we got it. I mean, he took 3,000, 2,000 damage basically from Mars in 1 second. Well, because of all the minus armor. Like, that was incredible.
That's crazy.
Wow. And just real quick, I think the reason why that X was so underwhelming, and the reason why I was quick to bring up, oh, you know, I really like, you know, the Wraith King one a bit more. It's because back in those days, basically Wraith King would always go for Radiance. That was almost certainly always the build, right? Or not Armlet, Deso wasn't really as popular. And usually Wraith King wouldn't build an MKB, so he had really a hard time killing his own illusion. Luna, as we could see, had no problems killing her own illusion. In fact, she was very thankful for it because it just bounced more glaives into the fight anyway. Like, it just became a really big issue, which is I think why we saw Amisho, unfortunately, very quick to tap out as soon as they realized, oh, this isn't going to be the item that saves the game for us. Unfortunately, the Luna is simply too farmed. But it's not like they were waiting on the X anyway. Unfortunately, like a couple of deaths from Hokori, getting caught by like the Mars a couple too many times with like abilities to be able to escape him ideally. Like, to me, it wasn't the best Mars mid lane game, but you know, BP didn't really make it look all too difficult, right? It didn't really look like he had a couple of really hard matchups, did it? He played an excellent Mars game.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like for the most part, PP had a lot of freedom in this game because Mariano could be the main initiator and also to a degree a tank. That's how Slaughter initiates. You just go in, set the crush, and keep hitting things, right? So then Mariano could always get the perfect arenas. He could wait a lot more. Because the Slaughter is also here that you can activate BKB against to stop Slithering Crush, but you don't want to because Bash still goes through it, and so that's Course of Haze. It becomes much more difficult for you to time those things. And then when Mars is also in the backlines waiting for you to activate the BKB to punish you, it's it's very difficult to play against these kind of lineups. That said, I do think that the main issues, as I mentioned in the draft as well, are just the draft, honestly. Jug, while I like the matchup against Luna, I think it was a good Jug game. I think Lifestealer had more chances in the early game. I saw the point of the Jug, but I think it just started to fail towards the late game. The hero's just not that very good. Luna just outclasses you as a carry right now completely. And it also felt like the puck pick had too many things to do this game. So while the early mid game looked good for him, because his lane against Mars was pretty bad, then into the late game, all of a sudden you didn't have enough farm to actually deal with all the cores, and you're the only source of real initiation they have. Pango is okay at that. So,
okay.
Also, zero synergy for the supports.
Overall, I have, yes, zero synergy. And we saw that last fight, right? Not like it made the difference because Jug still went in and he melted immediately. We do have tiebreakers, by the way.
How?
If there was a 1-1 for this series, and there was, Hokari and No Ping are now tied for first with 10 points each, and their head-to-head is a 1-1 draw.
No, but does that mean that they get tiebreakers?
I mean, it does make a difference for seeding, right, into the playoff bracket. So we'll see. I suspect it just might. I'm awaiting our next lobby. Our next lobby is a best of one between Hokari and No Ping. So, ladies and gentlemen, Hokori, more free Dota 2. Hope you guys are enjoying the Mobius.bet Maestros. I am here myself, Seeking Strike, with Mr. Avo Plus. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the coverage. And, well, you're going to get to enjoy a best of one here. It's going to be the difference between first and second seed, which at this stage is going to be the difference between playing between SG and Infamous, or Infinity. Sorry. That's going to be the difference. Infinity are behind, because they've lost. Yeah. So
Infamous are out of the tournament now.
Yep.
And Infinity are the last place, so you have to choose between SG or Infinity.
absolutely. So we're gonna go to a short break, guys. When we come back, one best of one tiebreaker to duel it out for first place between No Ping Esports and Hokori. Hello everyone, welcome back. We have some extra innings Dota. We've got a best of 2 tiebreaker between Hokori and No Ping Esports.
Best of 1.
Best of 1, best of 27 tiebreaker between Hokori and No Ping Esports. Here with me to bring you the action of this riveting best of 1 to determine who is going to be first. That is going to be myself, Secret Strike Dota, and Mr. Avo Plus. Best of 1.
Yes. Best of 1. Between the top teams in the tournament, Hokori and No Ping Esports. We just saw Hokori play okay games. I would say the second one was not as solid. I think even the first one was a bit missing. I think their drafts weren't as good as usual, but we'll see. Maybe against No Ping they play a bit stronger. No Ping already starting with a really strong opening. I'm very surprised once again Hokori. The other teams have done this before. They banned the Timbersaw as opposed to the IO. I know Oscar is a good Timbersaw player, but I'm surprised they don't ban the IO, especially because now that you start with IO Luna, and I think No Ping is a really good spot. And all of a sudden, Hokori has to be answering this draft the whole time.
Well, there are so many. There's just no good solutions here, Avo, right? Because you ban Timber, especially with second pick, right? You ban Timber Wisp, and then they just pick Viper, right? Like,
you ban Viper Wisp.
Okay, but then they just pick Timber.
That's fine.
Okay. All right, if you say so.
And then you pick Luna, because you have second pick, you pick Luna IO.
Okay.
Or Luna something. Really,
okay. If you say so, if that's all it is, you know.
Yeah, my problem is with the Timber ban. Like, if you let the Timber pass, they first pick Timber, then you pick Luna plus Lion, if you don't want to play the IO, and then you're good to go. Or even Luna Winter Wyvern, if you really want to stretch it and you want to play the Winter, no matter what. I know Oscar is a good Timber. I just think Timber is much more dealable than the IO Luna matchup, which just makes all your core to cores that deal with this hero bad. It's just very tough because there's not a hero that can out farm a Luna IO. There really isn't. So even if you have a good core to core matchup, which they're banned, so you're kind of missing those. Maybe Dusa is kind of available, but still not the greatest. You still have the difficulty of how do you match the IO Luna's farm. And now with the Oracle, good luck killing this Luna.
Good luck indeed. Yeah, good luck. Double save, though, so I'm not particularly in love with the support duo, not going to lie, Avo. We need a lot of catch-up from our offlaner at least, if not very well the safe laner. So that's something a little bit worrying right now about this draft. What is this going to be, like an Oracle 4 or something like this? I mean, you know No Ping a lot better than I do. You could shed some light. And there would have been actually a really nice pick for them. The DK would have been perfect. Just some stable, reliable catch. Quick little blink stun, easy peasy like that. No Ping, they're going to need something a little bit different. Sand King still in the pool. There's a Wyvern, not bad.
This is definitely IO4, Oracle 5.
Remaining.
I'm wondering what. They can pick in the offlane to combine with the IO, though. Usually you want to pick an offlaner that can, like, Slardar style, that can use the overcharge, but those guys not a particularly good Slardar player. Not sure. I guess because you're up against Winter Wyvern, Centaur is always good. I don't think he's that valuable. Maybe you pick up your mid laner here, because you already know the Invoker matchup.
Okay. Who's someone that has great control? I mean, I'm thinking a Puck comes to mind. Tiny could be good.
Like Bago, dude. Oh, they pick a Sand King. Oh, right. Yeah, sure. I mean, Sand King is not a good IO partner in lane.
He is not. That's a good point.
Because the mana that usually you want either someone that can hit fast, like Slardar, and you can take advantage of the overcharge, or someone that needs mana, like Centaur, and you can help him out with that. Sand King, it doesn't really need too much mana in the lane unless you're really abusing the Burrow Strike. So, the Burrow Strike, sorry. So, I mean, he's okay. He's good against Hokori's lineup. I'm not against this. I don't think he's that high value of a pick.
Yeah. I mean, and this is like almost such a moot point that I hesitate to even mention it. But, you know, much like how CK Wisp used to have the tether combo back in the day where you'd use the Reality Rift and then with the stun. Obviously, it doesn't stun, right? That hasn't done that for a long time, except for briefly when it was a talent or something. But now, you know, you can Burrow Strike into a tether slow immediately after, which is a little bit extra, especially if you're struggling to get out of that sandstorm. Like, I don't think it's going to make much of a difference, but since you have your stun and your reposition ability on the same, key, it does make it easy for Wisp at least to utilize that kind of aspect of tether early on. Would a lot of other offlaners wouldn't be able to do so as easily. So you have that. Whether it'll make a difference or not, which I doubt. Probably not, but we'll see here.
Team pick.
I also like the pick versus the Wyvern. Okay, so we've banned the Lesh. We've banned the Bat. A couple of hard carries banned out here from No Ping. They have to pick their mid laner now, though. Versus the Invoker. Oh, it's Dark Mago, right? That's why you were mentioning it. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So
Tiny. Yeah.
5
Kunkka banned,
seconds remaining.
Bat, Lesh.
I know he's not been playing Tiny. They've been forcing him to play other things. So maybe Ember.
Yeah.
Ember spirit.
It's just one or the other. I don't know because he's trying to experiment with Mago's hero pool, so I think he's been practicing a lot of Ember, and Ember is pretty good against Invoker. Now that you slide a fist and avoid everything. I don't know what carry that Hokori will go for though. Against Luna is a tough matchup. They've had your 2 best ones, which is Spectre or Dusa. So any carry you pick now is going to be weak against just not farm as fast. Again, Jug is available. Jug is pretty good, but once again, Lifestealer's better. It's actually a decent anti-mage game.
A decent anti-mage game. Anti-mage offlane, like Slasher's Way, you mean?
No, because a carry for Hokori.
Oh. Have you seen that Slasher video
I
yet?
have seen that, but no, it's a good anti-mage game because you deal with IO relatively easily in the fights. You also deal with Oracle relatively easily. You actually beat Sanking a lane. Ember Spirit only has 1 searing chance to deal with you, so Manta Style cures that. They actually have a lack of stuns here. It's actually a pretty good anti-mage game. You could afford it. Alacrity is really good on you. Not anti-mage. Ursa's fine. Lifestealer is also fine. I think Jug is pretty bad.
I like the Sand King idea. Or sorry, the whatever you said,
Somebody
anti-mage.
today might do it.
I'm having to update a couple of things here on the side. Sorry.
Yeah, I can see.
Also the vaccine running through my veins. 5G
Sure.
still updating, you know. I had to reboot a couple of times for Windows, you know. I was brushing my teeth and I looked in the mirror, and you know how when you boot Windows you have like the little circle loading icon. One of my eyes was doing that, so still kind of booting up for the day.
Look, if there's one thing the vaccine has taught me is that long live Bill Gates and his empire. I mean, the last pick Ricky, interesting choice.
Okay. I did see this one coming because I was doing some analytic work using OneDrive on my OneNote on my Surface tablet. Great tablet, actually. Really, really nice.
I was using my Zune. I think it's a better.
Okay, Riki last pick. Not quite the anti-mage that you were talking about, though, is it?
Oh.
But it is one of these heroes that does take advantage on the pretty light catch that No Ping have. So at least I do like that aspect of the hero from Hokori. Or sorry, yes, from Hokori.
Yeah, but he farms so slow. That's the problem. That's why I don't think this Ricky's as good as the anti-mage pick. He farms so slow. So slow.
How
And
slow?
Luna
How slow?
farms so fast.
How fast?
So fast.
So fast. So fast and so slow.
I don't know. Like, you
5
couldn't have picked the
seconds
worst
remaining.
matchup. He's good against Luna in the mano a mano, but he will really struggle to keep up with farm. I think this is very heavily noping favorite. I don't think this is the last pick that you were looking for. Like, he can do a lot. I think the lane is okay against Oscar. It's not as good as Aim's lane, but it should be fine. He struggles a bit because he has high armor though and Ricky and high HP, so it's fine early. I think the rest of the lanes though are definitely noping favored, and then from then on, you just unless Noping makes mistakes. This is a lineup which is essentially based on Noping messing up in the mid game, and if they mess up in the mid game, it's possible to win.
I would say with a support duo of Wisp Oracle, you know, just having saves and relying on your cores, which by the way can tend to run away from an Oracle, not so much the Luna, but you know, a Sand King and an Ember, especially with Blink and the way that we've seen Ember being played this meta, this tournament, at least out from Dark Mago, just to put a lens on it. I don't know if Panda's ever going to be in range. The cast the False Promise, if he needs to, for Sand King and Ember specifically, that might have to be Matthew's responsibility. So, you know, maybe that's where things get a little bit hazy. Is this something that they do frequently, by the way, the Oracle and Wisp support duo? Not frequently, but is this something that they have done before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's possible. It just essentially is the ultimate steroid for your carry, right? Your carry just never dies with this combo. So it's pretty good. Ember's also really good with the IO. They usually try and run it with Ember because Ember needs mana, right? Very often. And so IO just works as a mana battery into the mid game before he gets late when he has enough mana himself. Actually, a very solid draft from all sides of Noping. And besides the Ricky, the draft from Hokori is not bad, by the way. I don't think this draft is out of opportunities or anything. You can definitely win this game as Hokori. The thing is, you're kind of basing it on hoping the Ricky works. And for that to happen, maybe he goes the Meteor Hammer build. And maybe that's his farming item. I don't know. Surprise me. That's what I'm hoping.
Surprise me. Yeah,
like,
what is it that
build me something on Ricky that allows him to farm match up with a Luna or allows him to do enough to catch up to No Pink's draft and then you can win. I mean the matchup is good in the core to core. It's just that's the only problem.
I'll tell you what, you know, the one thing I do like about the Riki is the silence and actually what are they drawing down there? And one thing I do particularly like as well, very well could be the shard. I think sleep dart into hammer. I think it's a bit of a meme, but you know, just the idea of getting some more control to help buff your smoke screen, it might be really nice because you know we've got the double steroids carriers as you say, but if neither of them can cast their spells, then all of a sudden you just have a Luna, Sand King, and Ember to deal with. It's makes it a lot easier said than done though, and looking forward to see what they actually build here though for TRS. As we've got a quick little pause. Oscar still trying to get connected. I would assume then we're playing on Peru, right?
Yeah, we're playing both games on Peru.
Well, one game, right?
No, both.
Both?
Yeah, because Hokori is all in Peru.
Wait, but what do you mean both games?
Both. Oh, right, sorry. I'm so used to the best of 2 format, you're right.
Okay. Oh, there's if you're wondering, if you're wondering what Dark Mago is saying, he is telling. I believe this is quite a classic. You know, it's some folklore. You know, it was used to be sang in the olden times. It's a reggaeton song.
You can tell when Dark Mago is writing reggaeton lyrics and not he's writing himself because he actually writes with proper grammar and spelling.
That is true. Yeah, the accents, commas, especially. Same thing with you, by the way. That's when I know you're copy pasting.
What? I always write with accents in Spanish.
Well, not with commas or periods though.
Because who chats with commas and periods?
Yeah, but also who chats like 3 words at a time? I never know when your sentences begin or end, and you just say, "Oh, well, it's very clear. Just read it out loud." I go, "Well, I don't know when it stops. When does it stop?"
Chat, hear me out. How many of you, when you're chatting to someone casually, right? Casually, you know, you're not Tindering, you're not like,
compared to competitive chatting, you know?
Yeah, compared to competitive chatting, we're trying to get something out of the person. Right? Yeah. You're not applying to a bank loan. You're not trying to get this person to see your value. You're not trying to get, you know, like a startup off the ground. You're talking to your friend. You good friend. How many commas and periods on average do you use in that conversation? And if it's more than 10, what's wrong with you?
Well, the problem is Alvaro, you know, he may sound quite prolific in English on stream, but as soon as we're off stream, you know, for him it's why make many word when few do good. That's why he says less than 10 commas, because he actually does use commas and periods, but he just refuses to speak more than usually 75 words.
That is not true. Okay. That is not true.
It's actually not true.
I refuse to use commas or periods because commas or periods are not meant for casual chatting. If you wanted commas or periods, you can go ahead and read my dissertation, Richie. But that passed. That is a long lost past now.
The thing is, I would try and email you to you know make sure that you could respond formally, but you just never check the email either. So I don't know what to do.
Because who checks emails in 2021?
Hey, you know what we should do though? What you should check out? You should check out this giveaway, right? Speaking of checking things out,
that's a good idea.
We've got to.
Don't email it to me then.
Don't email it to you. You guys don't even need to email. It's quite easy. All you need to do now, the banner is there. If you're watching us on Twitch TV, thank you guys for joining us, of course, for the Mobius.bet Maestros, as we're still paused before our best of 1 tiebreaker between Hokori and Noping Esports. And by the way, of course, yes, we still have 3 best of 3s right after this game, ladies and gentlemen. So we are in for the long haul today. Thank you for joining us. But we also do have a giveaway running, guys. You can type !giveaway in the chat. If you're watching on Twitch TV, you can scroll down and take a look at those 5 Dota sets that you could potentially win. Your choice of Arcana, Arcana times 4, as there's 5 drawings, and then the grand prize winner as well is going to get a set which is called the Something of Ruin. And it's an Invoker. It's a Juggernaut set. Pardon me.
It's my favorite set.
A rather nice one. It is a rather nice one here. I apologize. I'll have the script ready next time. But do check it out, guys. Exclamation point giveaway in chat. All you got to do is click on that link and follow the Gleam.io giveaway to be registered to win a potential prize there. So do enjoy that, guys. While we're still waiting, and you can keep us open in the second tab, and we'll let you know when we're live again. Because for now, we are still waiting here, seemingly for the pings to settle out.
That is my favorite. That is my favorite set. For Juggernaut, something of the ruined Arcana.
Something of the
something ruined something.
What is it? Set of the ruin. Gotta find it. I gotta find it here. Give me a moment. I've been embarrassed, bamboozled. Okay,
it is a best of one, by the way. Anyone asking?
Okay, and also, yes, it is a best of one. Absolutely. We got the good to go now. Also, the banner's not working. I don't know why the banner shows up the way it does. I am working on fixing that now.
It's good to know. I was very concerned about the banner.
I'm sure you were. As there's the unpause.
I'm glad that it works well. I think that oftentimes when things are not working, the best thing to leave the stream with is just a couple of minutes of blackness. That way they really realize what they're missing, you know.
Yep.
It's good for cleansing the mind. It's like a pickled ginger in sushi. That's how I feel about that screen.
Pickled ginger. Now that's something I haven't had here in a long time. I've eaten my fair bit of sushi here, but pickled ginger is not something that I've been getting here, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah.
It's the sushi there? I forgot.
No. I mean, it's the same place. I don't want to dox, but like it's the same place that's close, right?
Oh, right.
Yeah, and they
place next to us.
And
That's a good place.
In my opinion, it really is. Yeah. It's good. It's really tasty. Let me show
price, but it's good.
Well, I mean, it always is that cheeky little.
You drop the item to pretend to bait them. Oh my goodness. Okay, so they're gonna run. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. Once they pick the Sanking, they run the Oracle Sanking, and they're gonna run the Io with Loot instead. Okay, I like this lane composition much more. I didn't really like. I thought the Sanking was a solid pick considering the enemy picks, but I didn't understand why you were running Io Sanking. It's not a very good lane, and I guess they fixed that by not doing that. So that's the solution. Good job.
Good job indeed.
The battle begins.
As we get back into the game, we'll see how these lanes work out for them. We look at the middle lane, Invoker versus Ember. I would say this matchup is actually kind of Ember favored these days. You can usually find a fair amount of farm. I can't imagine bottom lane is going to be too difficult for them either. Nor top.
Careful what you claim. Careful what you claim. That's what Ember just said. So be careful there. Bad omen. Good omen for Ember Spirit though, because he did get the deny off on the on his own range creep, and he secured his the Invoker's range creep deny, or sorry, CS. So already a pretty strong start for Dark Mago here in this first wave. As you're saying, you can definitely get your you can get your use out of this one.
We'll see. I do imagine the first level is going to be a bit easier for Analog, as he doesn't have to deal with many levels inside the Fist, and then afterward, Dark Mago will just avoid everything. I think level 5 is when this matchup really becomes very Ember favored. Until then, it's okay. I think Invoker can deal with this. Tornado EMP is very annoying. I'm hoping no, only 1 point in Flame Guard. Yeah, there we go. Searing Chain. Nice. Dark Mago knows this matchup.
Yep. Searing Chains, yeah, because it gets immediately just removed from you, right? With that Tornado being available pretty frequently. Lots of mana, though, for Pakaz to continue spamming out these Lucent Beams, though.
Yep. Yeah, that's why this lane is so good. Like, Luna IO has so much synergy in the lane and otherwise. That's why I'm glad they ran it this way. I can't imagine this lane struggling too much against a DK. Like, you're not going to kill the DK. But Joe Vitali even went for the Breathe Fire, which is a good choice to secure the range creep instead. But they shouldn't struggle too much. In the mid lane, though, we spoke a bit too soon. Now Log indeed does kill Darkmago. That should definitely not be happening. And it's a bit of a misplay of Darkmago playing a bit too aggressive, getting caught by a Tornado Cold Sniper afterwards, and punished for it.
Indeed, he is first in everything. First blood here, first to surprise me, and of course, first blood missed again by yours truly.
At least you are everything consistent.
Yep, indeed. Now, it was really weird because I caught first blood and didn't really have any major T-tours in the first series of the day. But for this best of one, of course, I'm going to miss two. As Darkmago will strike back hard and fast like Cobra Kai to find the kill. Top lane, good damage on the Pakaz, but Vitali, only 1 point of the Breathe Fire here. Still being pressured. He's going to turn with the stun, though. Breathe Fire, they're going to need a bit more, but they will be able to collect that kill. And no chance for Matthew there to respond in kind. All right, both mid laners now back to maybe a little bit of a reset point. Invoker, though, with the first blood bonus coming out with almost the completed Urn of Shadows already. I think most importantly for him is this Ring of Protection, actually. It's going to help a lot against this bonus damage out from the Sleight of Fist, which is now level 2. As Darkmago will just be able to claim himself up couple nice bottle runes, or water bottles here, relatively for free. Invoker not interested in contesting those very much.
He can't lose this lane by a lot because he let the Invoker Quas Vex does have one advantage over the Ember, which is that lane doesn't matter. Honestly, you still rotate effectively, and as soon as you get your first Urn charge, you're happy to kill anything. And both Sanking and Luna are killable targets. Sanking is not too tanky for the Invoker, as a lot of offlaners might be. So the mid lane needs to go okay for Darkmago. Analog will still dominate this, and the side lanes definitely need to go for an open to mitigate the impact once the Invoker gets online. Because I'm assuming, at least for the first like minutes 7 to 13 or so, are going to be very much Hokori favored with the lineup that they have. DK Invoker and Hoodwink as well. Lots of ganking power here. Noping at best can farm during this time.
Yeah, I mean, at least that best is some really good farming, though, right? Like, I mean, Luna Wisp, right? I mean, one of those already farms very nicely. Ember can take stacks. Sanking can take stacks. Like, so it's at least a draft that's going to be meant to not fight too well in this early game, right? We've got those backup options built in. So that's at least something good to see. His Analog is being chased away from the mid lane by Darkmago. He's going to, be chased pretty much all the way to the staircase, and Darkmago TPing on over. I seem to recall a play where Darkmago, I want to say it was Darkmago because I'm pretty sure it was on a Kunkka, and I don't know who else has been playing Kunkka, but I was listening to the cast the other day, and he made that play where they TP'd back to the tier 1 tower, and then a Lion came in and ganked them immediately, and he had to walk all the way back after that.
It was PP.
It was PP. Okay.
Yeah.
It was bright and early for me. I slept in a little bit and caught that game, which was very fun. Very, very good cast with you and Bowie. Oh, okay. They might have good damage here into the Bushwhack for 2. Vitali falling low, but there's going to be the stick, and now the Fairy Fire used. Vitali 2 points here in Dragon Tail, actually. He's going to be able to sustain just basically off the 1 point in Dragon Blood alone. He is completely out of regen, though.
I'm surprised they only went for the 1 point in Dragon Blood. As I say this, by the way, bottom lane, Panda, nice Fate Edict. But Oscar, no! That is not the combo you want. We still have the Purifying Flames on Panda. Fortune Zen, root him for a second, onto himself, well done Panda.
Backstab's ready.
Backstab is
He
ready.
shouldn't live.
Or Blink Strike, rather. He has Infused Raindrops, though, so he saves himself from the
True.
damage.
True.
Yeah, that's why
Good
he
point.
didn't do that. That's
Good
very
point.
smart.
Good point.
Good catch on Tiaras, though. Not doing that, because otherwise he would have died. So next time,
Actually,
don't Fate Edict on top of the Burrow Strike.
I think
That's
he
a
was
bad idea.
still dead, Avo, because it's only the, 50 bonus magic damage in addition to the right click, so that wouldn't have procced the raindrops. You need 75.
Really? 50 doesn't block the raindrop?
Mhm.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I think he would have been dead.
Oh, me, you're right.
Maybe he was
Maybe
scared.
he would've died. You're right.
Maybe he was scared about a follow-up stun, and then he's underneath the tower and doesn't want to die. Like, I think that's probably why he doesn't make the play, but... sorry. I was just really curious. It's like I didn't know backstab was that much damage in the first
Not
couple levels.
backstab, Blink Strike.
Blink Strike, whatever. I keep thinking of
'Cause
backstab
backstab's the
boys.
passive.
Yeah, backstab's the band, the team.
No, backstab is the passive.
Backstab boys.
It's the passive at the end.
Radiant's top
Pakaz
tower is
going for a
under
Misho. Nice bushwhack. And Analog now starting to rotate. Pakaz bit off more than he could chew. The EMP misses, but Pakaz. Magic stick last second. Is he fast enough? Run, little Luna. There's not enough mana on this Dragonite to catch up to you. But Mago even helps you out with the Searing Chains. He actually kills El Misho. Pakaz going all the way home.
We have Tornado.
Pakaz being carried here by Nova. Pakaz survives the tornado.
He's gonna turn
sidesteps
around.
it, and we're actually getting that Mago to almost kill Vitali as well with only 1 point in Dragon Blood. Analog now in trouble. Searing Chains. There's a counter initiation. Pakaz stays in the lane. Enough to kill Analog. Yes, the last hit will come from Matthew.
Oh, he's still
and Pakaz
alive.
will even survive the Splinter Blast thanks to the healing from Panda. Dark Mago nearby. Gardic has the Cold Embrace. He might be forced to use it here just to waste a bit of time. We have Searing Chains in a second. There's the Cold Embrace, at least preventing the damage side of Fist. Gardic might be able to get out of here alive.
No way.
No, that's not enough. Bushwhack even catches Panda Boo. Want the Purifying Flames.
Wait.
Will have to use him for himself. And they'll have to settle for not getting Gardic's head. However, you saved Pakaz in an incredible play, so I think that was fine.
Yeah, we killed Invoker. He TP top lane for that. So now he's got to run back middle after he chased this Invoker mid lane. I mean, that was kind of incredible, actually. Luna's very fast. In case you cannot tell.
Oh no, Dark Mago. Dark Mago thought he could get away with this, and instead of get punished by Tiaris immediately. Went to the bottom lane. Not the best of plays. Yeah, Misha even tips him. Of course you do.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Whatever, dude. Dark Mago is going to copy paste more reggaeton lyrics in the chat as soon as he gets a rampage later on. He'll be back. He'll be back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Invoker then, I mean, that was pretty crucial for him because he had Earn completed when he TP'd top. He really was hoping just to secure that little last bit of damage onto the Luna because then Wisp was a trivial kill after that. But unfortunately, they went for the faster hero there, Abo. And that was not one that they could catch. And speaking of the catch, Elisho's not going to have that off the bushwhack. Dark Mago TPing on in. Analog going to be scouted by the creep wave. Dark Mago, he's still going to swing instead here first for the Wyvern, who's going to buy some time with the Cold Embrace. They're going to be able to get through Matthew, however, in the meantime, although they're going to make him work for it. And in fact, the last right click is going to come through, but Analog is out of range. Now finally gets the kill here onto Pakaz. That's the one they were looking for. We have the Earn charge. It's going to be a self-Earn immediately purged off, but now we've lost Pandabu as well. All in exchange just for the Wyvern, so this time it goes a lot better for Hokori as they're not forced to chase this Luna halfway across the map.
Is under attack.
No ping lost a lot there. That was not
Radiant
ideal
are
for them
scanning.
in the early. At least we swapped lanes now, and Oscar continues to farm these amazing stacks that they made for him. That's pretty good. But you are, like, you did lose the Luna relatively early there. It was not in the ideal position. Now you're kind of sharing farm, not sure what you're doing really. You need to have the moment where Luna just goes farm jungle and vacuum farms. And I did mention this is the moment where probably Hokori is strongest, where Invoke can just gank anyone, and your Ember's still not online. Once the Ember gets the phase boots, this thing changes a bit. Does that Mao will have a little bit more ganking potential, but you'll still be a bit weak. And honestly, the fact that Ricky's beating the Luna in terms of farm right now should not be happening.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the timeliness of that gank as well. It was right when Pakaz was starting to farm his first really big stack. He, by the way, took 2 points in the glaives. Pardon me, not too early because we've seen, you know, Lunas can change up the build, and this is the right one for this game. Oh my goodness, my camera, pardon me, as looks like Oscar is in trouble. 2 points here in the Burrow Strike. Does allow him to create a bit of distance here, and that's going to let Matthew come on over and heal him up, refill the mana. But the point I was going to be making on the low levels of Lucent Beams is that this has not really pressured Vitali as much as I would have imagined it would. He still is actually very poor, this Vitali, but as far as experience goes, actually, he is got Elder Dragon form ready and is going to be good to continue pushing. Now is Oscar with the Sandstorm, and now the aggressive defensive Fortify coming through is going to look to defend this tower a bit longer.
Oscar is very close to getting that Blink
Dire's
Dagger.
bottom tower is under
Once we get it, he'll be capable of being a bit more offensive. But right now, at best, you can deny this tower, Oscar.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Sometimes you deny the tower, sometimes you just stare at it while the catapult takes it from you.
Yeah, sometimes the catapults do too much damage anyway, right? So Oscar unable to really defend. He didn't give it. He did not try. I will admit, he did not try.
Exactly.
I mean, what, the catapults do like 80 damage a hit, basically, minus a little bit of armor. You do, what, half damage to towers, so... I mean, he probably could have. Yeah, he probably could
It
have.
was a 55 HP when he got it. 2 hits would have taken it, and catapults definitely don't attack that fast.
No, they don't.
That's okay. Even if you've lost bottom lane, or sorry, top lane, you were expecting this anyway. It just happened in not the fashion you were hoping for. And I was expecting Sanki to defend a bit better, but it's okay. Spakaz now is capable of taking a large amount of stacks and put himself at the same rate of the Ricky, even better than him actually. And now this should be the status quo for the rest of the game, honestly. If Luna ever dips below the Ricky again, besides when a team fight happens, something wrong is happening.
Yeah, right now, Riki not in this fight. Dark Mago, I think he avoided that. Did he? I think he did. No?
Try.
I don't know. I think he did. This is what, level 4 Wex?
It was, actually, never mind. Active Fire Realm does deal a lot of, or it does cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Did avoid that. That was
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure he did, because otherwise I think he'd be a little bit poor around the mana. And it looked funny either way. I mean, he got it done, though. He got it done. I was like at the major when Quinn popped off on the Ember Spirit, and then he tried to dodge Supernova Explosion, but unfortunately just tanked it, and then they lost the game. Yeah. It's the thing with Embers. Either it's the coolest damn thing in the entire world, or you're like, why would you try that? You know, like there's only 2 reactions to Ember Spirits like that. Oscar with the blink up. Okay, he's gonna only land the 1-man burrow strike. It's onto the squirrel though. He's immediately lifted up, dusted here, and underneath a couple of sentries. So he's not really going anywhere. False Promise though is gonna be forced out. Pakaz and Matthew both here as they're gonna just shoot Panda for now because Oscar has too much healing. There comes the epicenter onto Gardic. He's completely alone, but that will remove the possibility from Winter's Curse. As No Ping decided to bring all 5 heroes here, and they're only going to find themselves a Gardic out of it. Okay, Dark Mago.
Ember, stun. Okay,
What?
he's gonna die. They did get him in the middle of the smoke screen. I mean, Ricky's very good against him, and Panda also dies here, but they relocated for this. They want Tiares. They have dusted him, but they don't want to attack him. Because that would be rude. So he just blink strikes instead. It's okay. Matthew tries to tether himself to safety, but of course now they have a counter initiation with Dragon Tail. He's dead. Pakaz is also in trouble. Pakaz tries to TP. Impossible because you have Cold Snap on Pakaz. So he's of course also going to die.
Okay. Well, No Ping.
We just witnessed. I mean, yeah, I lied. Ricky is the counter to Luna. Why was I thinking? How can Ricky not outfarm a Luna? That's the real question.
I mean, when he just walks in there and basically hits 3 kills, he does make it look really good, doesn't he? Diffusal Blade there in that fight, you know, that's why he shreds the supports, and then the slow as well for Luna. It's a percentage-based slow, isn't it, right? On Diffusal, on the inhibit. As they're going to go again for Gardic. They only have eyes for Gardic, but they've accidentally stacked their utility here. At least the smoke screen's going to buy Gardic a little bit of time. Not much, though, because Dark Mago, he's out for blood here. Sharpshooter into the bushwhack. This is great damage for Dark Mago. Into the Sunstrike level 1. He dodges it, though, with the Sleight of Fist. Still broken and on the run, though, as No Ping have been routed. Riki disarmed here for a couple of seconds now. Throws down at least the smoke screen, giving himself some cover as Oscar still trying to fight. Matthew's going to be popped first. Pandaboo's next as Vitali with the right click in not Slyrak form, and Davian form is going to get him. I don't know how he sees through this helmet, but he gets it done. He gets the kill there onto the secondary support. He's got a blink
on top being half dragon, Davian's also half horse, so actually that's the perfect helmet for him.
Yeah?
A lot of people don't know. Yeah. So they're doing a crossover between the Dota anime and Beastars next season. That's what I've heard.
Okay, got you. I definitely understand that reference.
Sorry, that was too weave a reference.
I think Tiares is
Ricky?
just dead. What?
Get punished, but wait, Vitali comes here. They want to continue the aggression. They're going to kill Oscar as well. Invoker's getting a lot of points in that.
Dark Mago, I can't believe he goes in like this. He does not have any mana, doesn't have any remnants. I
Mago is God.
I cannot believe he just did that versus a DK with Blink Dagger and in ranged form of first stun. Okay, they're going to let him leave, though. So obviously, I mean, there's no vision. So whatever. They get away with it. Pakaz is focused on farming. He's now finally retaken her rightful place as queen of out-farming Ariki and is now almost 500 to 800 gold ahead. And Misho might be just dead in the river. No, they've got the gold embrace. Dark Mago's thinking about it, though.
Yeah, Mago. I don't think he thinks as much as he just acts, right? And he just showed that. As he left Panda behind. Panda got punished. Perhaps not enough, though. Dark Mago, hey, he's actually going to get the kill. Maybe with the Winter's Curse they can reset the fight. But no, not enough residual damage for Vitali. Tiara is trying to finish out the supports. They're going for Oscar as well. They do see you, Oscar. They do see you. Oscar Sandstorm will do nothing as Eclipse is thrown out.
It's weak.
Also hits Tiara a bit, but they need a bit more magical damage because he's embraced in that cold. Gardic will die, and now the cold embrace done. Ricky's an easy kill for them too. Alec Mao continues. The savior of this fight goes on forward. Wants to turn this into a team wipe. He'll get it. Alec Mao. He starts the fight and he ends it.
I don't know what that fight was. He just does so much damage in that fight, actually. Eclipse looks
That's no ping, my dude.
Eclipse. Thank you. Yes, thank you, No Ping. Eclipse look really powerful there, but it's a level 1 Eclipse with level 2 beams. So
Yeah.
it really was quite underwhelming.
But it scared them enough, though.
It did. It actually did scare them.
It almost destroyed Ricky because Ricky also has a deplorable HP pool, right?
Yeah, that is true.
So even if you get hit with if you get hit with 4 level 2 beams, right? That's 600 damage. That's almost half of Ricky's health. That's considerable.
That's hey, it's not bad. You're right. Yeah. It is not.
But the real hero of that match is Mao, who's like, again, Mao is the kind of man who goes, "You guys think too much. I'm just gonna go in and then see what happens."
You guys think too
and
much.
He adapts.
I have no remnant charges. I just came back from the fountain. They have maybe they have wards in their river, but whatever. I don't care. Let's just fight and see what happens. And they'll eventually bring everyone in and it works out. I mean, it's the long fights, right? This is a dream game for Ember because you have 2 heroes that can really, really, really extend these fights. Yes, they're the steroid buffers, as you say, definitely with Wisp and Pandaboo on the Oracle, but they also extend fights by just providing healing, false promise, of course, artificially extending the life of some people, and that allows just for like seemingly infinite sleight of fists to get off here. And with that many, he's able to do a lot of damage here.
That's all you need. I mean, Mao in that fight, the Panda was like, "Darmao, you have no skills." He's like, "I don't need skills. I have skill. That's all I need." And that's how he just outplays them. Just outplay them, lol. Yeah. That's the strategy from Mao, like in half of his games.
Just click on
That's why very often he dies a bunch. What's very impressive about Mao, which I'm always flabbergasted by, is that he dies like 5 times in the early game with any hero he plays. You know, like on Storm, on Tide, he does so much.
Yeah.
And then you watch him in the mid game and you go.
Sorry, I was gonna say, why do you say any hero he plays? You could have just said Storm,
Storm, Tiny, Kunkka, Ember. Bad Rider.
Yeah.
There you go. Occasionally Leshrac. But even though he dies, he always is second in net worth regardless. So I'm really afraid of the day that Darkmago figures out how to not die in these fights. Because then if he does, oh my goodness, dude, he's gonna just play carry from then on.
No Ping just let Invoker solo push their top tier 2, basically, from 100 to 0.
They don't need that.
They don't need that one. That's an optional objective.
They just need Vitali. Yeah, look. Vitali is looking at them menacingly. Oh, no. Vitali couldn't see they were coming because, they were right in front of him as a horse. You don't have that field of vision.
He's got those sideways eyes, he's got those hammerhead eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, they might find the Aris as well. I can't believe he decided to farm right here.
BKB. You just go forward.
What did
just go forward. Learn from Darkmago. Find Tiaris. There's the Eclipse. Tiaris, blink strikes away. Okay. They don't have vision of him any longer.
Wait, is there a curse coming?
That's all your resources.
No? Okay, he's just gonna die? What's going on?
I guess he just pushed forward. Darkmago's getting the squirrel. And those got a 2. And look, this is what Hokori's strat is, though. Bad. Like, they just don't do anything against the Luna right now. And even though she's alone and they know this, they have to go for the supports. That's the only thing they can muster. A support gets healed. Maybe not enough for a strike with a Searing Chains. That's enough to stop the Ricky. Ricky's gonna die in a matter of seconds. Panda saves himself. There's the Deafening Blast plus Meteor combo, but it's not gonna be sufficient. Panda will actually live this.
Yeah, he's
saying live. He's gonna go on full HP.
He's gonna live for sure. Okay. Well, I mean, hey, it's working out, these long fights. Luna just BKBs to basically run around and doesn't do a whole lot with it, but it doesn't matter. You're right. There's just nothing to stop this Luna right now with or without BKB. I mean, that fight doesn't look any better for Hokori, even if there's no BKB. Even if we subtract 4,000 gold, it's still a bad fight for them. And now it's going to look even worse. I think we give Darkmago here Aegis, perhaps? No, they're going to give it to Pakaz. I suppose on the Ember Spirit, if you die too deep, unlike the Storm, you're not going to be able to get off your escape mechanisms usually. So, yeah, that makes sense.
With this, I feel like Hokori is back to the point of no return, to be honest, until Battle Fury comes up, which I think is actually the only viable option for Tianis. I just question why you picked Ricky if you were going to commit Battle Fury anyway. Just get
versus a Luna, especially second item Battle Fury, right?
I mean, this is the only way you can build it on Ricky. It is actually one of the few heroes where Battle Fury second item is justified. Let's not forget the Axe build got nerfed heavily, right? It doesn't work as much anymore, so
Yeah, I don't disagree with Battle Fury on Ariki. I just disagree with the concept of a hero that doesn't build a first item Battle Fury versus a Luna who's going to outfarm you with or without this wisp.
Sure.
That's more of, I mean, you're right.
I mean, you're against Ricky versus Luna, which I agree with completely, right?
That's what I'm saying, though, right? That's the reason it's bad. If it was, if we were in a patch where Riki could go first item Battle Fury, which is not very viable, I think, right? But if it was, like, maybe, okay, it could work, right? But no, it's you're totally right. You're totally right.
That's why, I mean, maybe with the Battle Fury, you can start matching with Luna's farm. He used to be a really fast farmer once he got the Battle Fury. So we'll see. But right now, Luna is towering over you with a 5k lead, which is insane. And now, very similar to how they lost the top tower without doing anything. Noping will take the top tower without doing anything.
True, and they'll take it even faster. It took Invoker like 3 waves, basically, a whole 90 seconds to push it. Luna just needs the wisp.
15.
Exactly. No, exactly, yeah. And now I think
Crystallis now. I mean, good luck, Ricky, surrounding these fights.
I think it's... Okay, yeah, it is. It's Crystallis with the Aghanim shard on the way. So
okay, she already bought the shard.
She did,
okay.
yep.
So not even, she doesn't think the game is going to last long enough for them to get to the second
No, apparently not. They want to get a lot more out of this 5-minute Aegis, or well, they're all 5 minutes. The first Aegis is what I mean to say, right?
I love, I hate when I get the 6-minute Aegis.
Yeah,
4-minute Aegis.
Am I or the very famous jungle Aegis, as it's used in my pubs for,
Oh yeah, that's my favorite one. Where somehow it's the position 4 who gets it, and somehow he always goes jungle afterwards. It's incredibly consistent.
Very consistent. We haven't, you know what we have had that was consistent here is Gardic unable to get off curses though. So I'd like to see that change because it's right now it's not a bad game for the Wyvern. I mean the catch for you is awful, but we've just not been able to really put anything together here. There we go. That should be a kill. Indeed it will. Overcharge doing a lot of work here. We've got Panda nearby, so we still have some save. So Vitali's not going to be going too heavy here for the kill, as there's going to be the epicenter. Level 2, as we can see, not too effective, but the Lucent Beams now out from the Eclipse, doing some good work. We need to get closer with Vitali, but he's taking the 5 beams. That's all he can eat right now. And Tiaris on the way in will secure the kill here onto Oscar. We still are playing with a False Promise. It's only level 1, and there's the catch on Tiaris. He's immediately nuked down. Pandaboo gets the ulti off onto himself, however, as Matthew will buy back to reload back into the fight. Analog, BKB active, retreats underneath the safety of his tier 2 tower, as here's Dark Mago getting distracted by a squirrel. He is at least going to be able to get this kill off. Oh, maybe not even. No, he's going to get the kill here. It's going to go to Pandaboo at the end of the day, who stays alive through the False Promise. He's level 12 now, but keep in mind, he still has another minute and a half here, Abo. Well, he doesn't have the False Promise because he casted it when it was level 1, but still not a bad fight here from Noping.
No, I think they baited the Aegis there.
They did.
Interesting, because usually don't do that. Oh, Analog. As the Searing Chain's ready, he can still take down Analog. Oh, he's out of mana now.
He's out of mana.
Quick, bottle! Sip on the bottle! He did it. He did it in time. Bakaz has the Lucent Beam constantly, so Analog won't be able to heal too much HP here, and the last Lucent Beam will finish him off. He actually had one point in Eclipse in that fight, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, the confidence of the Eclipse was just level 1 Eclipse, which is why it also... Like, they retreated everything. I bet Noping was laughing to themselves. Like, they think I can only hit one person with 4 beams, but I have 5 beams total. Sorry, 6 beams total.
Well, I think
even.
They did all hit DK anyway, so I don't think it made much of a difference, right? Whether or not it was level 1 or 2.
No, because they retreated, right? But
Yeah,
if Hokori had
yeah.
actually stayed and tanked with DK, it would have been much easier for them to fight that. They just didn't check if it was level 1 or level 2 Eclipse. Sometimes the threat of the Eclipse is more important than the Eclipse himself. As Shiva quoted, as Seek quoted Shiva quoted Puppy.
Exactly, yeah. Please add me to that one. Okay, we're gonna fight, by the way. There's a cheeky little smoke by both supports, as there's Pakaz. Okay, Matthew may be in a bit of an issue. He still has mech and a big old wand though, as Batali now.
What are you doing?
Gonna be stunned up. Cold Embrace is gonna help him a bit, but now Dark Mago cutting the backliners here, as Batali's gonna come back out. We've got Eclipse in 20 seconds, as there's the Sand King stun now out onto Batali. He's killed off as Dark Mago yet again picks off the Wyvern, who had Curse at the ready, just unable to find a use for it.
Well, Giannis will still be... No, that's a good bushwhack. In fact, Giannis wants to go in.
Whoa.
Sand King still silent. It's a 4-step though.
What's back in?
What? Okay. I think that was a misclick. I think they call that a misclick, but they killed Giannis with it, so I guess it's fine.
Radiant's middle tower.
Okay,
Yeah.
Oscar. Gracias, amigo.
Radiant's middle tower.
Who force-stepped him there?
No, he was his own 4-step. That's the craziest part. It was a really good 4-step, and then he burst right back in. I don't understand. I think he was trying to burst right back to the high ground. Maybe he stunned Ricky.
No, he was trying to stun Riki there is what he was trying to do, but it's because the trade just lasted way too long. It's a 2-second duration. It was like an immediate 4-step in, and then he turns around and burrow strikes right back in there. Yeah. Whatever. I mean, they got the Riki kill at the end of the day, so in my opinion, that is worth it. You know, I mean, as unnecessary as a death as it is, maybe that's what's gets Riki to stick around long enough for you guys to kill him. So whatever, worth
Sure,
it.
yeah, whatever. If that works for you. I mean, at this point, Luna is towering.
Yeah,
Riki is so poor this game. He needs a little bit of farm, and Luna is so well developed. She has a Scotty. I mean, how do you even stop her? I don't think you have done enough damage for her any longer, honestly, on Riki. Oh.
Dual Scepter down bottom.
Emperor. Yeah, find the squirrel, kill the squirrel. 3 hits.
Gardic is, oh my goodness,
4,
he is.
because of the squirrel.
Look at what Gardic is. Can he sneak up?
Oh,
Oh, he's
no,
so close. No, they don't get vision. They only,
Yeah, it's
so,
only the hit.
uh-huh.
That was very close.
That was very
Panda is
close.
thinking, I'm wondering if there's someone here.
Well, he thinks it's safe. They
Nah, it's probably safe. It's fine.
They
Yeah.
checked pretty well, honestly, with those wisp spirits. Normally, when you hide, you hide like in these trees, you hide in these trees, and those were scouted thoroughly. These were not. You could see he's cut himself a couple of trees down here, so that's why No Ping weren't expecting it. So I like the play actually.
Analog. That's a big KB, so he's a bit safer from Prakash. Take away the mana, EMP.
I mean, it's so much healing though, because yeah, you
The
just
Just
spam
for the
purifying
second
flames on Matthew, and then all this healing gets transferred over to Pika. I mean, look, this is a Luna tanking a tower.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. That's why I told you the combo of Oracle plus Io is pretty good. And Fortune's End is kind of a stun in a way. Like it's a brute. It's actually not that bad. I mean, I'm not saying it's lying, right? But
No. I agree. It's not bad. It's not bad. I think that's a fair. Plus, it's got a lot of defensive utility for Cold Snap,
Yeah.
for the urn.
obviously.
Yeah.
But I
Marco-
do think as an offensive hero, Oracle's actually
Like, Marco,
not,
stop
he's
running.
very underrated.
Stop running at this Invoker. You play Invoker.
No,
Stop
but
running.
Marco,
Stop
he wants
running
to
at him
score.
with Flame Guard on.
Like Malo, don't question his movements, please. Oh, Vitaly. There's the Meteor, which will hit the Luna. Definitely blast as well.
I mean, he's full HP
But
already.
that's going to
Wow,
be a
what
dead
a
Invoker.
stun.
As a
What a
result. They even use
stun.
the Eclipse. Vitaly activates the BKB, but oh no, Scotty, oh no! Wait, Winter's Curse? I was gonna save you. Dark Mago, he's been stunned with a Dragon Tail. Dark Mago's still looking for the skill on the Winter Wyvern, but he's stuck. Has to use the Yolsut to get away. Has a Remnant, Sleight of Fist, and that's gonna allow him to retreat. Meanwhile, Tiada decided he could 1v4 the team, and he's gonna find, unfortunately, that is not the case. Tiadis falls, 50 seconds without him. The Invoker joins him in the grave. They do push-track the Luna. Dark Mago, you must know at this point that you can't kill this man. He's calculating everything too precisely. And No Ping will take another lane to Rax. Perhaps they can go mid as well.
Yeah, they're going mid lane. I mean, we don't have Aegis
Time
anymore.
to end the game.
I mean, yeah,
Not end, sorry, take the 3 racks
we
off.
really could go. Yeah, GG. Gardic, I mean, unfortunately, Gardic dies there as well. That's why Dark Mago is outside of the Ancient in the first place. Outside of the Fountain, I should say, in the first place, because they bought back on the Wyvern, and they know right now Luna's the biggest threat, and the only way that they can turn that around is if they turn the Luna against themselves, right? We have to use the Luna to beat the Luna, and the only way to do that was with a curse. We saw one good curse this game, and unfortunately, No Ping. Dark Mago's playstyle it's just perfect for sniffing out these wyverns. You know, he's like, I'm gonna run you down, I'm gonna make you try and come from these awkward angles, and then I'm going to push away your reinforcements. We're gonna space ourselves out and then just pick you off. I mean, it was a great anti-wyvern game. I feel really bad for Gardic because I've been there. But Dark Mago played that excellently, and so did Oscar, by the way. They played it excellently versus this wyvern, and just really didn't allow this pick to have any impact.
Though, to be fair, while the mechanical skills of No Ping were high this game, and they played a really solid game, I still think the draft has made all the difference, honestly. That Riki didn't have any business being there. I should have been an anti-mage. And even anti-mage was still not the greatest, but there were other options that were liked definitely more than the Riki. Riki was a very desperate attempt. It didn't work out. Good experimentation by Hokori. I respect it. I think outside the box, but outside the box is also death, and that's what they found.
That is what they found. Luckily for them, it's not the death of their run or anything like that. They're still on to playoffs. They're going to be the 2nd seed now. Pardon me. So let me just double check here. It should then be No Ping playing Infamous and Hokori playing SG Esports.
Again, No Ping cannot play Infamous because Infamous is out. I understand
Infinity.
that you really like this team, but Infamous is out.
Let me refresh the page.
So No Ping can get now a choice between SG and Infinity, so they get to choose whichever they want. I don't know. Maybe they choose SG. Who knows? And Hokori will have to play the other team.
Okay. Well, with that, we're going to get set up for that, guys. 3 best of 3s. We're out of the best of 1, best of 2s. We're into proper playoffs now for the Mobius.bet Maestros. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for our coverage. We're on Twitch, we're on Trovo, and we're on YouTube, guys. So make sure you can watch on whatever platform is most convenient for you. And do not forget, pardon me, to check out our giveaway, which is currently running, where you could win yourself a very nice Juggernaut set or one of the Arcanas currently available. Exclamation point giveaway in chat to get involved for that one, guys. We'll be right back here for our first playoff match in just a bit, guys. Until then, enjoy some nice break screen ads and music. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It is my pleasure to say we are officially in playoffs. Yes, we might be 90 minutes behind schedule, but it's going to be a jam-packed 2 days from here because we have 3 best of 3s for today. We're going to be kicking it off with SG Esports and Infinity. Joining me, as always, live from Barcelona is Mr. Avo Plus. How's it going over there?
Hello. Excited. We're starting our playoffs. It was meant to start 2 hours ago, but tiebreakers got in the way. So
Tiebreakers.
I'm happy at least we get to start it now, as we have 3 best of 3s for today. Can't wait. SG. They start off with Luna Timber Size and Infinity go with Medusa. How is this draft going to evolve? Only time will tell.
Wow, a DK. Who would have thought?
Actually, I wouldn't have thought that because it's DK mid. You've already picked your 3 cores? This early?
Who would have thought? Maybe it's
I wouldn't have thought. Look at this, like genuinely, look at this draft. There's 3 cores picked in the first 3 picks.
Yeah,
0 supports. You got a last pick of 4 or 5. I mean, this is odd.
Well, maybe
it's a DK4.
It could be a DK4. Yeah, I
Or
think it's
maybe it's Timbersaw 5.
I think it's also a bit of a deny pick, right? Because I think Hoodwink DK is such an obvious lane, right? Yeah, so a little bit of both, right? By the way, real quick, if you're wondering why are we watching SG versus Infinity? Because these are the bottom 2 teams, quote unquote, from their group stage finish. That's actually because because they won the group stage, they got to decide which of the top 4 to play, and we were just expecting them to pick between Infinity and SG Esports, but they actually decided to play Hokori. So that'll be the next match. So we'll get a nice little extension of the best of one we just faced. Currently in this tournament here, between Hokori and Noping Esports, it's a 2-to-1 advantage in terms of games overall. So we'll see here if it's going to be extended later on. SG Esports continuing on with their draft. We'll pick up the Mirana. Normally something that you like to lane with the DK. And Infinity go with the Bloodseeker themselves here. Alvaro, what is going on in this draft?
I don't know. It's a very interesting pickup of the Bloodseeker. Because I assume it's... it was... Vitali and Hokori played Bloodseeker offlane, which I thought was pretty decent as an answer to the Timbersaw and to the Luna draft, which is pretty good, actually. I think the Bloodseeker offlane is still viable in certain matchups.
10 seconds remaining.
But I'm surprised they picked it up this early, and the Batrider right afterwards, right? I guess the flex, the Bloodseeker Batrider exists, but assuming that DK is mid, you definitely want the Batrider versus DK. That's a great win for Infinity. And they've really punished SG showing up their cores this early. I'm really thinking SG is going to run Timbersaw 5, honestly. And then run DK3, and then they pick something else as a mid laner.
Could be. How do you lane the, it's going to be bat mid then, right? I don't think you can afford to run bat off versus... Yeah, okay.
I mean, you can use bat off, Bloodseeker bait, some of that, right? Like, that's also an option, but definitely the idea here is you bat mid. And then if SG here thwart this plan by picking up something that's good against bat, like, I don't know, say Lina, for example, which is pretty solid this matchup. Obviously, Lina could suffer against Batrider if you just get run down, but there's not really that many heroes that can't get run down by Batrider. Unless you pick like PL. So I like this. I think SG should do that. And I think they should flex a Timbersaw as a 5. King Jungle has done this before. That's why I'm suggesting it.
Yep. Yeah, I like it. I like the idea. I think that would make Infinity's draft a bit weaker, or a little bit more awkward to play, as they'll take out the 2 saves. We are last picking, could be a 5, right? As you're suggesting. Sorry, I didn't mean to turn to Sean Connery. As there's a bit of save themselves then.
Okay, Tusk is good. Tusk is very... I mean, he's not great against the DK because it's an instant stun, right? So you don't really want to deal with that. Tusk does add a lot of damage to your offlane. Tusk Bloodseeker is a strong lane, so I think it's more of an offensive hero. I don't like it as much in this lineup. I think there are much better picks than Tusk, but I can see the offensive potential with Bloodseeker, so I'm not bothered by it. Especially because you already banned the Lion, you got rid of a lot of the popular 4s. Tusk is okay. Now SG, do what I think you should do. Flex that Timber. Flex that Timber! And pick up a mid laner. PL is even a good mid laner here just because you're up against Dusa, but I guess that's not really the option. I would like to... I still think... I mean, Lina against Tusk is maybe a bit... Nah, Lina's fine. Lina's fine. DP is good too.
I like the DP if we're going to do that. I like the DP if we're going to go with that. Yeah, quite a bit actually. Because it's a hero that, you know, there's a lot of control, a lot of bursts. VP might actually have trouble tanking through that is the issue. But, you know, she doesn't mind getting silence. If she gets ruptured, that sucks. But with Exo, she's still okay. Or just Invoker.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That's fine. Invoker Quas Wex also beats Timber Saw.
Yeah.
And now you flex a Timber 5.
Timber off.
Oh.
King Jungle's 5.
No! No! This is awful. No. Because the Timber's still heavily countered by Bloodseeker. Like, Timber's still actually in a pickle. Batrider and Bloodseeker still counter him hard, but the DK actually off was not countered very much. You ruined this, SG.
They've ruined it.
So
You've absolutely ruined Alvaro's day. He was getting ready for this one. It was like he had just unwrapped the lollipop and he was getting ready to enjoy it and put it in his mouth. And then a car drove by when it was a muddy, rainy day and splashed all the mud only onto the lollipop. Now he doesn't want it anymore.
No, I was gonna say more. I was more like the car drove by, and at first I thought, oh, great, oof, that almost got my lollipop. And then the second car came by and just crashed into me, and now I have no movement in my legs. It's more like that, because SG. I think this draft is good, by the way. I think they had to flex that. They had to flex one of the two heroes. I just think that, well, I do think naturally DK5 is better than Timbersaw 5 because I can see the use of DK5 a bit more. They're both equally weak. Timbersaw at least wins your lane. DK does not. The problem with the DK5 here is that DK is still pretty useless this game at the 5 because you don't get your items in time, and Batter will absolutely crush you. The idea that you can get a blink dagger on this hero is laughable, and you're never going to be able to use that. Timbersaw, whether he gets items or not, still very crushed because of the existence of the Bloodseeker, and honestly the Tusk actually pretty strong against Timber too.
And the Batrider.
And the Batrider. So I just feel like even the Hoodwink, they actually have a lot of heroes that are good against Timbersaw. They've heavily countered this pick. That's why I'm so surprised they decided to run this. So SG proved me wrong.
I think you make a fair point on that. I think they're both pretty heavily countered, to be honest with you. DK maybe has got one less, so I think your point still stands. You know, it's definitely got some logic to stand on there. But I just don't think they really had any good outcomes here. I think this was really awkward, you know, kind of stemming from picking 3 cores first. I don't know, just deciding to really deny pick to me, this DK, put them in a bit of a weird spot. He is going to be starting off, though, with this Orb of Venom. So we'll see here what he's going to be able to make use of it.
We'll see what happens. I'm interested. I still think that Draft for Infinity is like a bit more solid, to be honest. Overall. The only question, I guess, is the Luna versus Dusa matchup. But besides that, I think it's mostly okay.
Do like this Invoker pick, though. And, I don't know. Bloodseeker off again here. Yeah, just for the spells, right? Could be really good. They're going to be running then the Tusk with it, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. I mean, I like, you know, shards into Bloodrite is pretty easy, right? It's not a stun, but just being able to destroy people's pathing with really nice shards and then having the option to go in with a snowball later strikes me as potentially a very strong combination in addition to the tag team. So it seems like a pretty strong lane, honestly, between that Tusk and Bloodseeker, especially versus, what, a Luna? Yeah, it seems pretty good. Seems pretty good, to be honest.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big believer in this Bloodseeker. I think Mariano. I think Mariano was one of the best Bloodseekers offlane back when he used to play, because he was one of the few guys that actually experimented with the build a bit more. So I'm excited for this pickup. I like seeing Vitali a lot in the Bloodseeker offlane. I see that SA has gone so long with this patch that, like, well, we can't experiment with carries, but what if we just bring back offlaners? Sand King, Bloodseeker, change the patch.
Sure. I mean, I would say Bloodseeker is definitely more of the new one. We've seen a bit of Sand King, right? He's no stranger to the banning phase.
No, not really. Not in this patch. Sand King was quite a forgotten.
In this patch? I don't know. Yeah, he was pretty popular during TI quals. So I'm quite a bit.
What, TI quals? Not really. What are you talking about?
Kind of.
Do you mean besides Western Europe, Eastern Europe, North America, and South America? I don't know if I saw him in China.
Out of 4 of the 6 regions.
I mean, I just don't know. I just know I casted those 4. I can guarantee you in those 4 Sand King was not a popular pick. Like, I'm not saying he was completely gone, but it's definitely not a popular pick.
I think you... I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure I saw a bit of him.
Yeah, a bit of him, right? Because the hero's not dead, but like he wasn't as popular as he is in this tournament by any means. He's being picked a lot. He's being picked a lot. The hero was good because a lot of people would pick PL and you would protect him as a ban, sure, but the hero was still not like here we're picking him besides the PL existing is what my point is. In a lot of games, it's not even an anti-illusion hero. It's just in general, they're bringing it back. That's a very important thing when looking at the pick. You know, the same thing if a pick is being picked up because it's a counter pick, then the pick is being picked up because it's good. Right?
I mean, at the end of the day, if he's still getting picked,
No, it's very different because, for example, if I'm picking Drow and Drow's only getting picked in a Terrorblade matchup, then Drow's not good. If Drow's getting picked outside of the Terrorblade matchup, then people are starting to see the value in Drow outside of the Terrorblade matchup, right?
oh, he got picked 33 times in TI quals. It's not exactly a small amount, not huge.
What, across all regions?
Yeah.
That's pretty small.
Nice.
I mean, give me another hero then to compare it with.
I don't know. What's the hero that's
For an off lane, what's like a centaur maybe?
Centaur definitely got picked more than him.
Centaur got picked 18 times
In all of the TI quals?
in all of the TI quals. Like I said, I think you're kind of. I don't know if you're remembering.
Where did he get picked then? Now I'm very confused.
I like he was not that unpopular to be honest. This is just picks, of course. This doesn't include bans because frequently
so Centaur got banned a bunch?
he could have been, but that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's maybe we're in this off lane meta where it's like we gotta ban the Mars, we gotta ban the Tide Hunter, and then usually you last pick it. So he's kind of just what's left, but nonetheless he still gets a little bit of screen time.
Huh, I really have not seen the hero. I mean, I don't think 33 is impressive considering the times, but wow. I was expecting. I mean, I know Centaur was very much forgotten in the TI quals though. I do agree with that.
I mean, maybe that was a bad example. I don't know. Do you have another offlaner hero? Maybe Darkseer?
I mean, comparing to Timbersaw, for example.
Sure. Okay. Darkseer, 27.
Uh-huh.
Timber. See how many times he got through. Timber is at 52, so 20 more.
Yeah,
moves.
okay. So I would expect that to be a popular pick. Timber is a popular pick, and Timber still got banned a bunch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would expect that to be a popular offlaner pick. I wouldn't say Sanking is a popular. What's Mars, for example?
Mars probably got to be around the 50 as well, I imagine.
Okay.
Is
That's what I mean. Popular.
yeah, 58.
Yeah. Okay. DK, for example?
Oh, that's gonna be through the roof though.
Right, that's what I mean, though. Those are what I consider popular. I would definitely not consider Sanking popular.
DK at 90.
Yeah, wow, that's insane.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
but that's what I mean though. It feels like we still saw him a bit. I didn't say he was
What about
popular. I never said he was popular. I
What
just
about
said we
Pango?
saw him. Pango, I mean, you know, probably on Melis 30 times alone. Pangolier got picked 34 times, so just one more time.
Okay, so no, that if Pango, who was not popular besides in Eastern Europe, got picked more than Sanking, I think that just answers your question.
All right, by one more time, okay.
Well, yeah, exactly, though. I would definitely not consider Pango popular. I hope you caught this kill, by the way, at the bottom lane.
Of course.
Okay. That's what I mean, though.
I never said he was popular. Where are you bringing this popular word from?
Well, then what is he?
I said we saw him a bit.
Yeah, shit, we saw Centaur too. I don't know what to tell you.
We saw Centaur half as much though.
I'm very surprised by that stat. Well, actually, I'm not, considering it's just TI quals. I think if you were to put the whole patch, then you would get a much different stat. In TI quals, I remember him being very unpopular, actually. So that's fair. I wish I could see it by regions, though. He was, like... I'm telling you the regions we can't. He was not an Eastern European pick, for sure.
What, for the Pango?
No, that's
No.
the second.
Or the Sanking? Yeah, no, not in particular. I'd agree with
Not
that.
SA either. Not NA either. Not Western Europe either.
We saw him a little bit in Western Europe.
Yeah, it's true.
I think you're. Yeah, I don't want to harp on this all game, right? Because there's other things to talk about other than just the.
I'm just pointing out that like again, it's an answer to the carry meta. That's what I was pointing out from the beginning, which doesn't make the pick strong. But we're here seeing first pick Sankings on a lot of teams. We didn't see this before. We're seeing here the Bloodseeker offlane. We didn't see this before, right? Like SA is just trying to diversify the offlane meta because the offlane meta, much like the carry meta, has been kind of stale for this patch. It's really only the mid meta that's kind of been.
Bedana is dead. He's gonna try and get some more CS before he goes. He uses the Fairy Fire here, but that's not gonna save him. Who's been first picking Sanking this tournament?
They've tried it. No Pig has done it a couple of times. Not first picking, but first phase.
Okay. First phase. I see.
No Pig has done it a couple of times. Infinity has done it a couple of times as well. They hold high value for the hero. They really do hold high value for the hero, and with good reason. I think the hero is actually decent. But it's mostly because of what he provides against the quarter 4 matchups.
See, Bino Mista's first phased him once. It looked like they're
Bino
the only
Mista's as
team.
well.
Yeah. The only team that did it in the first phase. No, I agree with you. We're seeing a lot more of him here, though, for sure. I mean, what, almost how many games? I mean, this includes bans, but he's been picked quite a bit here. Surprisingly amount. Again, I agree with you, but we've seen him a little bit more. Just because, again, you're right. It's a response. Ah, shit, everything else is banned. Where do we go? I guess Sand King's still here.
Yeah, I mean, they're just starting.
that.
It's one of those things where I tell you that always the meta is kind of fictitious to a degree, where people are starting to see that the hero is kind of popular because like they keep trying it. Right? That's my only point. Like, the only reason the hero is becoming good is because of that. They started playing it because PL, right? Oh, Illusion Heroes. Oh, Terrorblade, right? So you pick him and then go, oh, the hero's not that bad. Then they pick him in more normal circumstances. Same with Drow. Drow started the same way. Drow was just Terrorblade counter, and now. Drow is Dusa, Drow versus Luna, you know, and you pick him in a lot more situations.
Yeah, if you can get that Abba especially is a good one. King Jungle's in a bit of a tough spot. They'll throw the stun here onto Pamplona into the mid lane. As the mana's going to be burned. No, it's not actually. Only Sexy Yogi's mana is going to be burned, but Pamplona needing to run away now. Swept up by the tornado. Will come down here. Not dodge any of those uphill misses, and he will fall. PP, though, 5 stacks. Now 6 stacks with the Napalm here. He's going to blow through one hero immediately. Invoker trying to run. There's going to be the Star Storm. They can't even get through Sexy Yogi, though. The Ulikor is the only one left. Tries to throw that last parting shot, but will be burnt to a crisp here as PP is going to throw him in, along with the 2 other charred remains of the Invoker and the DK. That's going to be 3 kills for him.
PP did that very well. Do you see how he played with the Firefly where he actually didn't get to the bushwhack in time?
I believe I did, yeah. Just kind of
So he
stayed
didn't
out
break
of the
the
fight.
tree. Sorry, no. What I mean is that he didn't get to the tree in time, so he was actually very careful with his movements. So he didn't cut the tree with the Firefly. It was actually very precise. That was a very on point by PP. Really well played in that fight. And now you equalize it a bit. Pretty looking strong. I mean, they really got bamboozled with these lanes. I was expecting PP to suffer much more, but his lane against Invoker, not bad at all. If you're gonna have an impact in the mid game, we'll see.
Down bottom, they're going to go for something here. Dually Court still has an arrow to throw, as the Blood Right is going to scatter them a bit. Level 2 arrow here. Thought about throwing it. Will think about throwing it and decides that the wagon must die. So that is going to be the wagon taken care of then. Yeah, top lane, though. Timber is gone off pretty nicely, though, I would say. Wasn't this was a first face Timber this time around, wasn't it, if I'm not mistaken? Talked so much about Sand King, who's not even here today, or right now, rather, because we did see him earlier.
Yes, it was. First phase Timber much more popular. I mean, I'm surprised because when we saw it, it's very interesting how the meta sometimes develops, because when we saw it during the TPC, first phase Timber was actually at a really poor win rate, even in SA, right? And actually, the only region that had a good win rate with Timber was SA, because they figured out, oh, if we first phase him, he's going to lose. And if we second phase him, it's fine, right? So then you force a ban from the NA team because he's the hero so strong. And then over time, I guess people just forgot how to counter him. I'm not really sure. And then the hero started being first phased again and still being powerful. I don't know if Timber's got better because the Kayan Sanj allows him to be a bit more useful in the mid game.
I think the laning stage changed a lot for him. Before, like, we used to see Timber chain a little bit, like, when the lane was really hard, especially versus Luna's. Now I feel like I see it all the time. I mean, look what he's doing to Bedna here. Bedna's like, oh my god, are you kidding me? Like, I've got magic damage for you, and you still just can get away from me all the time. I mean, Timber chain's, I mean, even the 1 point in it, let alone the cast range increase at each level. I mean, it's 4-second cooldown. Not even like Pango, Darkseer, some other tanky, very elusive offlaners can match that. I think that's why we see him so much. I mean, even in some difficult lanes, he still can come out ahead. I think it's got to do with Timber Chain. I don't know. I'd like to ask Amar. That dude loves the Timber Saw, so got to be a good reason for it.
I really do think the Kayan Sanj has a lot to do with it. People weren't experimenting with that build as much before. People pretty much go for that build every single game now, right? People wising up to its counters as well. I think the Hoodwink also helped a lot. This Hoodwink makes the hero a bit more powerful. A lot of reasons as the meta develops.
The core is dead, trying to outrun PP, but can't do that. The Firefly active especially, he will go down. Does scout at least 1 stack. Got a D-ward as well, but not much else gained here. He's not going to be able to interrupt the stack timings, but this ward is watching it, so now they'll know there's going to be a couple of stacks here going on in the jungle. He's already, I mean, we can notice there's the Hill Troll Summoner and the Hellbear Smasher both missing, so he's been arrowing and reducing the efficiency of the stack a little bit. But Luna, but make that Bat Rider actually, or the Dusa is still going to farm them just the same. Bottom, they do TP out. Who was that down bottom? The Mirana looks like. No, someone else was down bottom. Probably the Luna or the DK was down bottom. And so they'll go top now. Continue pushing. Should be tower for tower.
It's not bad, actually. It was a good use of the Dragon Knight 5. I mean, I really question this pick. I like the 4, but I have 5. But, you know, for now, it's been okay for King Jungles. It hasn't been too bad a game. Infinity is looking for a kill already in the mid lane. PP pretend like, oh, look, I'm just trying to push tower with double damage. I swear I'm alone. And Marina shows himself. Blood right for vision, but on range.
Oh, they caught him with shot. Ah, Luna's too fast. They actually might continue going here. You gotta be careful. I mean, it's level 2 beams with an Eclipse, but that might still kill a Hoodwink here if they want to go for it. No, we don't need to, though, with ADR to close the gap. ADR, who, by the way, not going for even the Urn this time around. Is in the mid lane, or in the river, actually, I should say. King Jungle's taking a bit of damage, gets off a couple sick charges. Navo's here, closes the gap. There's going to be the Eclipse, level 2 beams with the level 1 Eclipse, and even that damage is going to be enough here, as they will get the Bat Rider before the TP goes through. He actually dies in the fountain, but looks like they get him just barely on the last tick. Plenty of gold then into the pocket of ADR, who's now got the Midas completed. 11-minute Midas, just brown boots and the dual null talisman. Tavo is going for that Sanj you spoke about earlier. As we watch, of course, Stabula just farm a nice big old stack of the Ancients. Dusa looked like she got to work a little bit here on her own stacks, or maybe that was the Bat Rider, making some use of them. He's got BOTs on Bat. Will now TP into the lane. Looking for that BKB next item. ADR might be caught here. Good flame break out from PP. The Tornado, though, is going to buy him a bit of space. And here's King Jungles, just in case they needed him here for the Dragon Tail ready to go. Ah, of course, Urn built on Theoli Core, which is why we don't have one for the Invoker. That was Mariano's farm, though. Not bad. He is going... I think you spoke earlier about how on the Underlord he just liked going for the Eul Scepter. This time around, deciding that the Rod of Atos is worth dipping into. And that'll be here what he is going for. Tavo's getting smoke ganked.
Against Timber every single time. Tavo, sharpshooter, and with lasso, and they should be able to kill him. There we go. With a break hanging long enough for them to actually get rid of him. Well played.
Yeah.
There's a quest there, actually.
Yeah, I think he was dead no matter
that?
what. Sorry.
Did you not hear the quest they just got there?
No. No, I didn't.
Yeah, apparently, I didn't know that was a Dota sound, but apparently just unlocked one of their Dota Plus quests.
Huh, interesting. I didn't.
That's very, yeah. Atos is very good against the Timbersaw, so I actually particularly love it. I think it's pretty solid against Luna as well. Most people think that the Bloodseeker idea against Timbersaw is always just rupture him, but honestly, Timber can mostly tank that. Like, obviously in the late game, no, but in the early mid game, it's not that difficult. That's why Atos is great for keeping him in place. And then you hit him with Blood Right, which is what really hurts. That includes a silence. It's just brutal against them. And I know we'll be going for the Ag still, because the real rupture target here, apart from Timbersaw, is of course.
They might not get this kill. No, they should. No, they're not.
Oh.
No, they're gonna get it. Okay.
ADR is here. I think Pamplona with a cold snap. Oh, ADR has no Urn actually, so that's stopping him from getting the kill on Pamplona. No way, the lack of Urn. Pamplona can get away. Oh, the Efforting Blast! Breathe Fire! Ice Shard's not enough, though.
Didn't miss
Pamplona
it,
did
though.
a great deal of... He just did a lot there.
He did. Yeah, Theoli Core's got the Urn here, which is why the Invoker doesn't have one. Yogi is going to be scouted here. Theoli Core's going to leap into the trees. There's a little Sharpshooter trying to escape, but the Starstorm will follow him and get the kill. What was I going to say? Crap, now I can't remember what I was going to go on. Oh yeah, I mean, that was fine. It worked out. I mean, those were the 2 kills that were down there. They didn't waste very much time anyway. Infinity, they just continue farming. Their Luna continues farming. It's a lot to do about nothing for now. Dragonlance finished up for our Luna, heading into the Yasha next. I think probably just to get rid of that Silencer Man to dodge the Blood Right. What is our... Tavo, yeah, Sanj still, nothing too crazy. Bat Rider still going for BKB. Okay. What's the next thing we fight around then? For these guys.
Probably the Bat Rider BKB of your Infinity. That's
Mariano. Okay, he's got Atos, so maybe this is a pick-off?
It's pick-off, but you don't fight around it. You try to go for a single kill. Ideally on the Invoker, actually, if you can muster it. This would be great. And then you hopefully take a tower with that, and then you wait for the Bat Rider BKB, and you fight around that. Whereas SG, you probably just wait until Luna gets online, because the Invoker went for a very interesting build. ADR went for a very farming-intensive build, but no utility to fight early. This doesn't really look like a Quasmax Invoker to me. I know he's skill built that way, but he's building more like a Exort Invoker, really.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's really just missing... I mean, especially if he completes this Lincoln's. But it's really just missing the urn for now, right? I guess the BOTs is a bit weird these days sometimes. Usually that's a bit later for Quas Wexes. That's okay, I get that. PP is going to try and defend this tower. I think he'll be hard-pressed to, though. Considering the wagon is here, but with Berna showing up to provide support, even with level 1 Stone Gaze, that will back up SG Esports. They have now Costabile here. The arrow is not going to find anyone, but swept up by the tornado is going to be Pamplona, cut down immediately here, this time by Max Lucent Beams and the Eclipse level 2. Much more powerful than the last time we saw this. Davo getting nice and aggressive here. It doesn't have any stacks of the reactive army. He's up to 4, but didn't have any when he jumped on in, and now he's going to be silenced up, so Berna doing a good job of just ignoring him. They still will be able to grab that tower regardless. PP's still in stacks. Careful here, PP.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna get the BKE very soon with these stacks stealing, though. Very, very close to it, and they can still fight. Maniano has the Atos in a second. His Rupture ready, quite fast. But it seems like they don't want to force this too much. There's the Rupture just on King Jungles. Very difficult here kill to get. Oh, wow, that was incredible bushwhack. I don't think King Jungles even can believe that. They're gonna give the kill to PP. That's gonna help his BKB. The Atos. Ooh, just on the edge, the Licor. No, never mind. That was a visual bug. Parallax error. He gets hit by the sharpshooter anyway, but he would have been killed if Blood Right.
It looked like he was in it because the root hit him as he was coming down from leap, so he looked more vertical, but he was actually outside. Yeah, if you like hover over his ring or whatever, he was outside of it.
That's crazy.
Good lane. Tower's going to go down. Denied at the very least by ADR. As he builds next immediately into Ags. So, it is a bit more of the Quas Exort Invoker here, just with the early lockdown and the threat of a higher Wex for the mana EMP drain on the Dusa. And speaking of that, they're going to actually do a little bit of that now, as she cannot dodge the arrow in time. Stuck in the ice wall now. The sharpshooter is going to be for Theo Licor. Stick charges pop for Berna into the snowball, but still just cannot get out of the ice wall. Down he will go. Pamplona might be next here. That's a great bushwhack onto 2. Bloodright connecting only onto King Jungles and ADR, however. Costabulant now showing up is going to back away the rest of Infinity. Tabo up to the triangle there to secure the final kill onto Pamplona.
Alright, now SG started to really take control over the game with the power of the Timber, so this is looking good for them now. But they've also really stopped the Dusa, who's starting to go for the Axe build again. But we don't see very often these days, just to try to up the tempo. I've seen this a lot to try to deal with the Luna in general. Just try to up the tempo so that she doesn't out-farm you. Good idea from Infinity. But until you get to that point, I think Infinity is going to be a bit limited. So we do have PP's BKB, but maybe now they think it's not enough because Luna is starting to participate in fights. And the SNY pickup by Costabile also makes this much more difficult. Interesting choice to go SNY, though, against a Bloodseeker. They decided to go for the Atos.
Yeah. I guess so. Maybe status resist, maybe, you know, especially versus the Bat Rider. Like, I still kind of would have liked the Manta to dispel, you know, the silence, or when the Napalm stacks it a little bit too high, right, you dispel him, and then Bat Rider gets really sad, because then you just kill him. But, yeah, we'll see. Maybe status resist is the way to go here. King Jungles, okay, great position here on the high ground. He's going to stun up Pamplona. Tavo on the way in, but Mariano is almost dead already, actually. And PP is backed up by the Eclipse. Great bushwhack here, though, is going to prevent the chase from going any further or any worse. Tavo, still on the river, is going to be able to knock that squirrel out of the tree. They're going to go for more. Can they catch him?
No.
Okay.
That's the answer. Pretty easy. I mean, Atos, okay. Find King Jungles, flame break him, maybe kill him with a Firefly. But I guess he's tanking the smoke, you can consider that. The thing is, he was so close to Blink Dagger. When you're a 5 and you have to get something like Blink Dagger, you just need to go for the super dangerous farm, otherwise you're taking farm away from your core, so fair enough. King Jungles, it's okay if you die there.
Yep. We're now 600 gold away from the Ag Scepter for the Invoker. Want to say? Yeah, of course. So let's start to get real close.
1,600 gold away from the Dusa Ag Scepter.
Okay. Yeah, we need that Blink Dagger for DK to really make this Cataclysm work, though. We just need like that instant stun into an arrow. Without a save here for Infinity, it's not going to be too effective otherwise. But everyone but Dusa dies to that combo here, so you can start off your fights 5v4 here with that very, very easily. That might give you the edge here.
Tornado into Kata if you're a good Invoker, honestly.
Is that something you frequently do in your pubs as Invoker?
What was that for each shot? I'm just saying that you can tornado into
I
Kata.
don't know if I've really ever seen Tornado into Kata too much, to be honest
No,
with you.
they do it in pro games. Yeah, it's just the thing that the problem with Tornado into Cataclysm is that Tornado is a spell you can see, right? So once they get the Cataclysm, they just activate BKB to not get caught by Tornado.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
But this game, just getting one kill with Dragon Tail, I mean, it's a 5 DK, right? If it was an off lane, like sure, go Cataclysm. But I don't think you build a whole item to itemize on 5, right? You need some other security. So I think ATR could try some Tornado Cataclysm combos. You're up against a relatively fast team, so they might not decide to go for BKBs, particularly Bloodseeker this game, because you might just think I can sidestep all the spells. You might punish that. I don't know.
Interesting, but why is it any different if the DK is a 3 or a 5? It's just the plain stun, right?
If a DK is a 3, well, yeah, because the idea of Cataclysm is like, sure, if you can find the ideal target in the beginning of the fight and you blink stun him, great, you get Cataclysm off. But how many times is that going to happen?
It might happen right here.
Is that the ideal target, though?
I mean, he's dead. Now the Medusa's completely alone. There's no snowball save. They're going to whip her. Long duration stun because she tanks the arrow. Not a whole lot of support here yet for Berna, as there goes another Eclipse into another arrow for Berna. Berna, again, without the save here from the Tusk. Down he will go. PP can do nothing but run, leaving a wake of flames behind him. Seems like SG found quite the target there.
No, that's what I'm saying though. The target was a Tusk. That's not a good target. They even tanked the arrow there unnecessarily. Like it was okay, but a fight where they're all actually in position, that's not the target you want, and that's the most you can get with DK5. The DK3, you can actually wait for the Cataclysm because he's gonna survive the fight, and you can actually go in and try to get it in the middle of the fight. That's why he's going A on disc. He acknowledges like he just can't die, so he can actually have something in the fight to find the right target. They would have been dead, Cataclysm or not, there, to be honest. Infinity just messed up being in the middle lane.
All right, well, we'll see here how that plays out, as now with a 7k net worth lead and Aegis into the hands of the Luna. BKB almost finished up for Costabile. They might be able to start making these combos work a little bit easier then for themselves. Even in the middle of these fights. We still have a 9-second BKB though for PP, so he's been not forced yet to really proc that one yet, or to even use a single charge. As they will show up in force here to defend the top tier 2 tower. Okay. Tavo has disassembled the Sanj and Yasha, sorry, the Kaya and Sanj, pardon me. And he's turned that Sanj into the Halberd. So 5-second disarm now for the Dusa. Does she have status resist? She does not. So that'll be incredibly annoying for her in these fights. But at least has still a good amount of impact just with the Snake alone, and thanks to the Ag Scepter.
Yeah. I think you need a shard here so the Dragon Tail stun. Because you're going to be the target to try to go for in the beginning of each fight. And you will also be the one that's showing. You see that you were a Bat Rider.
A blink
Almost
there.
PP there.
Yeah, that would have been pretty big.
Yeah. Let's see how it's much more difficult for them to catch that. That's what Infinity is banking on. They know there's not enough to set up for that. So they're hoping to take these fights and make him a bit chaotic. Make it so your team fight, which is mostly lacking, doesn't look as good. The problem is you don't really have anything on Infinity. Like, you just don't really have damage.
Not until Dusa gets a little bit bigger. Going for Scotty
even
first.
then, right? Like, compare the damage that Dusa can put out to a single target versus like a Luna, for example. It's just... I mean, obviously we're talking 50 minutes Dusa, sure, right? But for the next, like, 20 minutes, she's not going to be able to burst down a Timber Saw, at least not easily.
Yep.
Definitely not a Luna either.
Going to be basically until we get Daedalus operational is really what we're looking for. I mean,
Level 25.
Yeah, Scotty's going to help to make sure that maybe Luna can't chase you as effectively, but not so much when we do have some decent lockdown if King Jungles can land these stuns. We shall see. ADR still he's had this Lincoln Sphere queued up all game. So he's eventually just trying to make sure he can get off his combo and not get caught by the lasso. As here's the Ulikor in position to break smokes. Okay, nicely done. Can they convert into anything though is the question.
Cataclysm? Did that miss? That Cataclysm miss, Sexy Yuri? Is that possible? Is he too small for the Cataclysm to both hit?
That was weird. It did miss.
Did one hit or did both miss?
Neither hit. Neither hit.
Oh, wow.
You check, cause
is the squirrel too small?
I don't know, because he didn't move, did he? I didn't really see him move.
No, he was stunned by Dragon Tail, so...
That's a bit of a weird one.
That's a new one. I never seen that. Costabile is like, I need to watch the replay. How did that miss?
How did that miss? I don't know. Is she the smallest hero in the game? The Hoodwink?
I guess so.
Maybe-
I don't know that stat.
Maybe Riki?
I know it used to be Naga, so. Well, she was the skinniest, right? Not the smallest.
Yeah, that was really weird. I thought for sure maybe she turned a little bit, but like she couldn't have moved. Couldn't have moved more than I think what Cataclysm should allow you to move. What's the description on this thing? Creates 2 visible sunstrikes within 160 to 200 range of enemy heroes, and the radius is 175. So maybe it was just unlucky, because if you create 2, if you roll high or roll low, depending on what you think, if you roll on the higher end of that range, 200 range, but that's the radius, isn't it? So they should still be both in it. Yeah, if the radius is 175, I have to do...
Well, then maybe... I mean, it cuts from the middle of the hero, right? So maybe the middle of the hero to the end of the hero is not 25 units. Like, maybe Hoodwink is so small that her model is actually smaller than
that's what I mean, right? And then if
she has a radius around her model of less than 25.
And then if they both spawn 200 away, right? Maybe you just don't get any...
Yeah?
Maybe you just don't get any Cataclysms, I guess. Okay.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's a word to use for a 4,200 gold item on Invoker.
Yeah, well. But you see, though, that King Jungle's always trying to initiate on the support. I think it's their best bet, honestly. And, like, it's fine, right? I see the point of using the Aghanim just to get a kill on the support because they're kind of valuable, too. But it's just not the be-all, end-all that we've seen in Cataclysm these past few games. They're depending on the... They know, and I think rightfully so, that Luna will be able to win this core-to-core. Yeah. And that Timbersaw is much more of a nuisance than Bloodseeker.
For
so
sure.
This is just, like, get rid of Tusk, get rid of Hoodwink, and then go fight.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's what... And maybe even Bloodseeker, right? To be honest.
Yeah, I mean, if you can... I think Bloodseeker is a stunnable hero. I just don't think Mariano's going to get caught that easily.
I agree. I mean, I would agree, but, you know, we'll see here, especially with Aegis here. Costabile might just force a fight here. Nike is going to secure all the last hits. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think really Kata was ever really a great solution for the Dusa, right? To be honest, unless you, like, I just think she's just too like she's the hero you draft into Cataclysm, Black Hole, Void, right? Because it's like live through. I mean, if you can't get Wraith King anyway. I
mean, you might hear it by accident on how slow she is. Like if you catch her with Tornado and you properly time that, because you can't like BKB out of it, right? Unless she gets forced out. Oh, that's a good BKB though. That's a good kill. They're gonna finish off Tabo. Yeah, with Sharpshooter is gonna be possible, right? Cataclysm though. And Mariano, there we go. He got caught. Bushwhack onto 3. Teoliko trying to run away. APR nearby as Tornado. That was not what he was hoping for.
Okay.
That point blank Tornado. Sometimes they go wherever they want to go. King Jungles will be killed off by PP in the back lines. Yep. As Mariano chasing after Costabile, who has a BKB. TP'd. Yeah, Aegis is up, so you want to lose it. See, if he had Monta style, he didn't have to use the 9-second BKB for that Athos.
No, he would not have. That's going to put Mariano a bit behind the 8-ball. He was actually really, really close to that Acceptor before buying back. Doesn't get a whole lot out of it, unfortunately, but does at least route the rest of SG back. So they hold on to this mid-tier 1 tower. They take some damage to the top tier 3. And, well, they live to fight another day here, I think is the important part about that. Okay. It's a nice use of the Kata there. We had like 3 heroes kind of stuck in shards and not really anywhere to go. That was kind of some of the bad parts about shards is occasionally, and Tusk, right? Occasionally you do end up clumping yourselves and your entire team together for some of these AoE abilities. Can be quite troublesome versus Luna, versus a Invoker, especially, pardon me, versus a Timbersaw, especially. A lot of heroes with very small AoE damage. Okay, they're going to bait for this DD room. They might actually get better not to jump here. Avo could be bad. There's going to be the initial stun into the Eclipse now. They don't deny the rune either, so it's full duration. Under Costabile disarmed and already dead here is Berna. Tusk dies first just to the glaives bouncing around, and PP is lucky to live. Just able to kind of walk through there. What a play. SG Esports. You know, it takes a carry to no one. He says, no, we bait the rune. The Dusa will just walk up to it and we'll get her then. ADR is going to have some squirrel for dinner with that last little kill to end this one off.
And now, because you're a Luna lineup, you can probably just push a lot.
No, for it.
Many 2 lanes are
there is.
Okay, Glyph. Well, you've already used it on no creeps, right? There were no creeps there. It was just the.
It was just the ranged, yeah. This is the range.
Yeah, so. I mean, this sucks because now the full creeps is going. Costabile, you should at least try to bait the buyback, if anything, here. Yeah, Alacrity, Costabile. Okay, Mask of Madness, they hit him Lotus Orb. He's a bit afraid, though, it seems like. Okay, King Jungle does not.
No, he's not.
King Jungles will show him what true courage means.
He's like, if you just right-clicked him, he'd be dead by now.
Honestly, if he had just gone a bit earlier to the racks, they'd already be gone. They're playing really, really safe. Well, this is SG. So.
True. Off they go. They'll be off
That's what
the
they
high
do
ground.
best. That's what they do best. They play safe. They don't take risks.
Big guy's up in 30 seconds. So we'll see here what they can find. Second here. Yep, this guy.
Invisibility.
So that's the only core now, especially with Greaves, is going to be a little bit harder to catch. I think before they had a nice solution to keep her down with Rod of Atos into the Pit of Malice. Pit of Malice, Blood of Right. Sorry, I'm thinking of a different game from earlier today that Infinity also played. But this time Mariano instead on the Bloodseeker with the Rod of Atos. Now just one component away, needs about 1,000k. 1,000k, needs that much. No, he needs just 1,000 actually for the point booster, and then we'll have the Ag Scepter completed. Double charges a Rupture. We've seen only a couple of Ruptures this game, as Infinity, I don't think really have been... They've been more on the receiving end of these kind of pick-off moves, more than they have been, you know, on the aggressive.
Has been killed.
For Infinity, you mean?
Yeah.
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle
I would agree.
tower
So, I mean, I
is
guess
under
Bloodseeker
attack.
Hoodwink, sorry, is not that great of a combo, right?
All right.
As a pick-off
I
combo.
mean,
I think the
for pick-offs, no. I agree with that.
no,
yeah.
that's what I mean. I think the pick-off combo here was with the
Radiant's
Tusk, I
bottom
suppose.
tower is under
You do
attack.
have a lot of damage between the two, but the build from Papita doesn't really take advantage of it, and at the lane needed to go better for you. I am actually surprised how little farm we see on this Bloodseeker. With once you get the talent, the blood right damage, you're actually capable of doing a pretty decent amount of damage to the, or like just pushing creep waves really easily and going for like an unsafe farm. But he wasn't really capable of doing that the whole game. Oh, Bernal got hit by the arrow. Again, once again, they could commit to this, but they just don't want to. A bit afraid of the Stone Gaze.
They do really scare Berna, though. He just TP's in, and all of a sudden he's half HP, stunned for forever. We've got now the Glaives on Luna. Oh, okay. We had Shard and wait. Well, then who's holding on to Enchanted Quiver? Okay, so Mirana is fascinating. Fascinating.
Yeah, why she still has the Ring of a Quiver? Give it to Mirana. She has agility.
Yeah, I'd agree, right? Because you just want that aura, basically. Well, the armor is... I don't know. Okay.
I mean, it's decent, but like compared to the Enchanted Quiver plus the Shard.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what also surprised me. All right. Well, for now, SG, you know, they've got the compendium quest where Mirana has to use Quiver and do, you know, a bunch of damage. So that's what they're gonna do. Nice wraparound play though from Infinity. This might be successful, especially because Roshan is alive. Plenty of pings coming through though, from both teams alike. Top lane of Barracks, of course, already deleted in that short amount of time. It's only the bottom lane that SG are interested in other than the Roshan attempt, as they're set up here, expecting enemies from outside of the base. That is now Refresher, by the way, completed for the Invoker, along with this Quickening Charm, reducing his cooldown of the Cataclysm to not a lot. I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it's 70 seconds or 90 seconds for Kata.
Yeah, it's 70. Oh. No, 90-second cooldown, sorry.
Okay.
Right, 90 seconds cooldown. But yeah, double Cataclysm. I mean, now you can maybe stun Medusa, honestly. And at least hit her with double Cataclysm.
Yeah.
I don't know if you kill her with a Cataclysm alone, but it's a huge dent in her damage, in her HP pool.
A lot. What is 2k damage about, right? Because each is about 500, 600?
Yeah, more or less. So at least Medusa should be very low on mana. She probably would be at like 500, 600 mana, because the mana shield does help out.
You know, you throw an EMP at her feet as well by the time she's stunned, and, you know, Bob's your uncle. No mana, no snakes,
Yeah,
no
honestly.
nothing.
Yeah. I think you have a serious... And Medusa is like the
Plus-
easiest target for King Jungle, because she's always leading. So
Yeah. Plus, no, that's actually a really good point. Yeah, she is always leading because PP wants to jump in after and find a good last. They're just going to go, okay, guys, that's fine. We'll end the game real quick and force some TPs.
Wow, they actually forced a bunch of TPs.
They
as well.
did.
Maybe Infinity could have gone away with just one TP forced.
But now SG, they're going to look to see if they can route anyone back here. They did have vision. They've got a pretty interesting ward in their own triangle. So they saw a couple of TPs, and they actually know exactly where Sexy Yogi's trying to hide. The trees, they're Davo's mortal enemy, and they've been taken down. That'll be an insta buyback. There's a DD actually in the river, and this time SG, they still know about it, though. King Jungles goes for the stun. It's going to find one. There's only going to be the first Kata, the second Kata. They've already gotten one kill, but they've not gotten any more out of that. King Jungles is going to be killed off immediately as Costabile popping the BKB here, trying to fight a little bit better. here. They finally do manage to disarm Berna as he's already gotten the Stone Gaze off. Full mana, full HP though. Let's see what he can get done now that he's already lost the Bloodseeker without buyback. DK in the fight here yet again. Estavo right on top of this Dusa. Breathe Fire's going to hit her. A bunch of Lucent Beams as well from Costabile, who is holding onto the quiver this time around. And there's just no support for Berna anymore. They at least get the Bushwhack now onto ADR, but he's not the damage dealer. It's been Costabile. BP without the BKB. A Blink Dagger at the ready can go absolutely nowhere as the GG is dropped. SG Esports will take a 1-0 lead here in our first playoff series.
Nice. Well done, SG. I had higher hopes for Infinity's draft than what was shown to me. I don't know if the plays weren't there. It's hard to pinpoint exactly. I just feel like SG had a much more control. I thought that Timbersaw would it be much more. I mean, I just felt like the Battering actually did nothing, to be honest with you, this game.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Invoker kind of surprised them, and I get it, but his lane was surprisingly good for a Bat Rider. And then we didn't see really any big kills on the Timbersaw. They didn't really abuse the DK being a 5. He kind of got away with a lot in the fight.
Right.
Permafarmed. Bloodseeker didn't feel like he had the impact I was hoping for him, and I'm a big Bloodseeker fan. I thought that was actually a pretty decent game for Bloodseeker, but maybe it wasn't. Itemization was not that ideal. I don't know.
No, I agree. To me, it was like, you know, if we compare off laner to mid laner for SG, it was not DK, of course. It was the Timbersaw into the Invoker, which eventually when we got Kata online, which was early because it was an 11-minute Midas straight into the Ags, we had kill potential already, right, between the two. Whereas we're on camera as well, but when it was like Bat Rider and Bloodseeker, it just, where's the synergy there? We just couldn't get the jump from PP. I think he had Blink after bots and BKB, which makes sense. That's pretty standard, but it just, there wasn't that same pickoff potential coming through from the Bloodseeker, even with the Hoodwink. That's maybe what surprised me. This Tusk as well maybe was just a little bit out there.
Tusk
like
was also underwhelming.
I thought for sure we would see something with Tusk Bloodseeker, you know, some nice shards into. But no, none. You know, I thought it was. I agree with you. It just didn't really feel like Infinity kind of ever had the chance to go for pickoffs.
It's hard for me to say if that's because we overestimated the pickoff potential of the draft because it's very experimental. We haven't really seen this very much this meta, neither the Tusk or the Bloodseeker, or if it's because they played poorly. I mean, when I'm looking at this final score and I see a Bloodseeker with 0, 2, and 4, that doesn't. I don't know. That shouldn't ever be the case, right? Like even if you're just rupturing once every 2 or so minutes in the 25-minute game, you should get more kills than this, right?
Yeah, I would think so, especially against the Timber, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, again, Timber might not be the easiest kill, but you have Mirana, who's also an easy kill. Sure, I'll take it. You know, at this point, if you're not getting any kills, Luna, also relatively easy kill with Rupture. The Tusk actually, this is surprising. Tusk went 1, 8, 10, so he participated in 11 kills. Battard also 11 kills, and then we have Bloodseeker participating in only 4. Yeah, that shows to me that something mechanic there might not be working.
Well, we'll see here if we can get that mechanic working a bit better in game number 2, as this is going to be a best-of-3 series. So, you know, everything on the line here. Lower bracket, of course, still an option for whoever the loser of this one will be. But you'd be already basically into the upper bracket finals with a win here, which is going to give you a bit more money for the 10K prize pool up for grabs in the Mobius.bet Maestros tournaments. Thank you guys so much for tuning in here. As a quick reminder, we do have a giveaway going on right now, ! Giveaway in the chat, or click on that Twitch banner underneath the stream to get more info on that. But for now, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, Infinity versus SG Esports game number 2 will be live. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are in playoffs. Day 1 of 2 of playoffs. We're going to get halfway through today. One team already going to be eliminated at the end of the day. And well, for now, Avo, it looks like Infinity could be on the chopping block first, as SG Esports have the 1-0 lead and the Costabile TB, pardon me, in this draft. Number 1. I mean, talk to me, man. What are we thinking? What are we thinking so far about this draft?
We are getting Legion Commander from Mariano, so I guess they have an equally strong idea as well. I don't think the Legion is that strong a terrible counter. I do think actually Sanking is a bit better, to be honest. Since we're talking so much. I like the Legion if you pretend it with like Mars or Disruptor. I think it's a bit of an underutilized pick to get out of circles, because her 1.5 seconds are particularly useful for repositioning oneself. But against TB, it doesn't. It doesn't resonate with me. I think SG Esports can now pick up, especially because they haven't even defined their 5, right? Like, you've only defined their 4. So SG Esports can now pick up a strong 5 that deals with Legion. Honestly, heroes like Batten are pretty solid. You can get a Winter Wyvern even. Actually, Winter Wyvern's still in the pool. I need to ban that, first of all. Among other things. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of this opener for Infinity. I think SG Sports started much stronger here. They even have an egg counter with a Barana, so.
Yeah, and TB's not half bad at it, isn't he? Right, especially in melee or ranged form. Sorry, not melee form. No, I'd agree. But Marana especially good because she's disposable, right? Toss your arrow, press Starstorm, and leap in and hit that thing. Pretty good egg scrambler. No, I agree. I actually think Sanking is one of the better solutions to a TB we've seen, especially because like I think in the offlane, yes, thank you. I think a TB, as you say, I think it was you who said this, like, oh, like Costabile TB and RDO, like they're really great, and a lot of the other great TB players do the same things as they do, which is they show up and fight early, because, you know, maxed meta and one item, basically, good stats for the TB, and he's pretty painful in these fights compared to someone else like a Spectre or a Luna who needs a little bit more time, right? But playing versus the Sand King, who even with level 1 or level 2 epicenter can just kind of 100 to 0 you, it makes the threats too big for Terrorblade. And LC to me doesn't really bring that same amount of threat, right?
Okay.
And that's really and that's perfect, right? Because that's why you want the Sand King. You don't draft him for his late game epicenters. You draft him for his mid game epicenters, right?
Yep.
So that's
and even late game though, because you become like a really reliable stun, right? It's still useful. Where I do feel like Legion heavily falls off, or the Legion versus TB counter heavily falls off into the late game, especially your initiation, because late game you're more of a press the attack debuffer, right? That's your role, and especially with a shard now. And if you want to duel someone, you're putting yourself in a really difficult position for no reason. And then if you lose your press the attack debuffer, then all of a sudden what do? You have no cover for the Marana, for example.
Agreed. Pardon me. Excuse me. I think you can. We've seen Mariano pop off a little bit in the early games, right, with these early duels. So I'd like to see him at least give him the opportunity to be a little bit more than just that. You know, I'm going to stand behind our core and play a soft ABBA with the 1.5, because I think we need a little bit more into the late game versus a TB from our offlaner, quite frankly. And to enable that, we're going to need something. I don't know, Lion maybe wouldn't be too far out of the way. Is Hoodwink still in the pool? She is, but I like Lion a bit better versus a TB.
Yeah, I like Lion better too. I think Lion is really solid here. I think for SG, by the way, the Winter Wyvern should be the pick. I know Winter Wyvern gets very heavily countered by Phoenix. I get it, but I just think... Okay, Clockwork. All right. I think Winter Wyvern makes the Legion pick completely null and void, honestly. But...
Good point.
Okay, I'm okay with Clockwork. Like, is solid against Legion. I get the reservations when I want him to play Winter Wyvern versus Phoenix. It also shows a complete underestimation of the Legion commander, thinking, oh, she's not going to be strong. So it depends on the philosophy of SG, of course, there. And Clock is good against Phoenix, actually, because you force the egg inside the cogs, and Marana just breaks it. Usually when you're stuck there, you can't really curse dive yourself to safety, so it's pretty good. And you can also push the Legion away, so it's hard for her to get duels.
True.
It's good. It's a good pick. I don't mind it.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. Infinity. Oh, they're gonna go for Hoodwink. Okay, but like I said, I Hoodwink or a Lion, right? Those are my two suggestions. Something to lane nicely with the LC, something to help for these early duels. Again, I still would have preferred the Lion a little bit more.
Counterpoint, I think Clock makes Lion much worse. If it was no Clock, right? If it was like Winter Wyvern, for example, Lion's better. But with the Clockwork, I think Hoodwink makes it better.
I get where you're coming from on that, but I think they still have pretty big. They both still have pretty big issues.
No, because not because of the hoodwink being caught by the clockwork hookshot, which is still the same issue for Lion, right? But if clockwork goes and jumps on Phoenix or Legion Commander, you can bushwhack him out of the cogs, whereas Lion doesn't have that ability, right?
Yeah, that's a good point, but we also can't really do a lot of hoodwink things. Like, you know, a lot of the times you see a hoodwink 5 just leech at XP down bottom and usually stop the offlaner from pushing the tower just because of Acorn Shot, basically, and hiding in the trees. Clockwork's going to stop you from doing that, right?
No, that's actually a very
so-
good point. That's a very good
so
point.
that's-
You get getting caught out.
I mean, I acknowledge that point. That's actually a really good point, Alvaro. But I just think the line would have been nicer just for TB. Just for TB, really. I think that's a little bit more worth it. Still bringing you the nuke, but here's the Ember. Here's the Ember. It's no Dark Mago. You know, you might think with the Kunkka and the Ember here, but no.
It's a PP Ember, which is good, but Kunkka has a good matchup against Ember. I'm very surprised to pick up Ember against Kunkka, honestly. In the lane, Kunkka does win, and in the mid game, while a bad Kunkka certainly struggles against an Ember because you always try to X him back as you always flying around. A good Kunkka actually can bait this hero, and it's not that difficult to do. Also, Kunkka Mirana is a great setup, honestly. You might not even need to use Torrent, right?
Oh yeah.
So I am surprised. I mean, I can see the value of Ember versus Terrorblade, right? But I thought Void Spirit was a bit more solid here.
Agreed. Yeah.
Because he also has more magical damage versus Terrorblade, which I think you're still lacking.
Yeah, I mean, you can try and dodge X and all that with the Dissemblate. I mean, he still has issues. I'd rather the Void than the Ember, though. I 100% back you on that one.
Because at least the Void wins his lane, right? So
Yeah.
Whereas Ember will lose this lane. But it's fine. I can see it's not a bad pick. It's just that I don't think it's the top tier pick that I was hoping for the mid lane. I guess Lina was impossible though with a Clockwork pick. Oh,
Yeah.
actually now I see the Clockwork pick. That's probably why. They were hoping they were probably preventing the Lina. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep. Lina
What
would've-
carry did you run here for Infinity? Void was a really good option. Not a good Naga game here.
Radiant
Oh well, they know what they want.
Oh.
Interesting. That's
Okay.
that's an interesting one. That's not something I expected here, to be completely honest with you.
No, me neither. I mean, it's good against Terrorblade. It's a very good matchup against Terrorblade, but he's also crap. So there's like those two sides. of the
And
coin.
we have ways of not only getting into his bubble, but also pushing him out, which scare me a little bit.
Kunkka and Clockwork. Yeah, you know, Arcorn is actually surprisingly weak to the Kunkka Shard. The Kunkka Shard destroys him.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, he's so positioning based. I think a lot of people underestimate about that. They just think he goes, press R and Midas with both of your illusions and then Arc Ward and go Burr, but he's not really that easy to play. And then having the tidal wave against you is a real big pain. Clockwork as well. Even like the LC save versus the Clockwork, something I neglected to mention, isn't that amazing, right? Because it'll save you from at least the battery assaults, but it's not going to just break you out of cogs. Ooh.
Oh, interesting choice, Chaos Knight. I mean, he's very good against Arc Gordon, but it's quite a commitment. Interesting. All right. I do like. I thought Centaur was the pick here, if I'm honest with you, on a more normal scale. Because Stampede makes you run into the Arc Warden bubble. It's very difficult for them to deal with you. You kind of outrun the Phoenix Egg. I think Centaur actually was really good here. But Chaos Knight's the pick. I see the value of this hero against Ember. I think he's okay against Arc Warden for the same reasons that Kunkka is, right? I just put him out of position.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Ags as well for the basic Dispel. That'll get you out of Searing Chains. That'll get you not out of Bushwhack. That'll dispel Fluxes from you. I don't know. I think it feels a bit greedy though. I know Tavo's not gonna build like Armlet Heart. He's not gonna build the classic carry things, but I feel like we do need a couple of items here to make this offlane CK kind of work. So I think we're going to sacrifice this Kunkka's farm just a little bit, which is fine. I think that's also not an issue, right? Just with X alone, I think he's really, really potent in killing this Ember Spirit with the rest of his team. I kind of like it. I think you make a good point on the Centaur, though. I think that would have been just a little bit safer here, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think I can see as you mentioned here, I can see the points for the CK, but I just also think that Centaur was much more safe here as well. I don't know if I'm very convinced by the viability of the offlane CK anymore, right? Ever since they changed Chaos Strike, so it's now like a chance, I feel like he does really scale well with farm, and he kind of needs to get that farm, right? Well, I think it still works. I think the CK that's like 4-5 actually works better now, especially because the shard is really good for him. The carry, of course, still good, and the offlane, meh. I still like Esports draft though.
You know
I
what?
just have no faith in Arcorian. I'm a big Arcorian spammer. I think this hero is awesome, but I also think this hero is super weak right now.
You mentioned this off the cuff, but I just want to really highlight it because you said, oh, we can pull Arc Warden out of bubble, but we can also pull a potential Legion mid-duel out of bubble, right? And that's actually, I think, a huge plus point for this. Because like I could just imagine a scenario, even into the late game, where we get like an LC duel and a beautiful bubble, like just set up, and then TB's just useless for that duel duration, right? Because he's not going to move inside the bubble. So being able to pull her out with the Reality Rift might be actually really good, because then you can allow Clockwork to jump whoever else he needs in the fight, say like the Phoenix. Okay. I don't know a lot of other heroes. I mean, we've got Kunkka as well for this, right? But I don't know a lot of other heroes that would be able to move enemies in the offlane position. That's like Pudge, Mag.
Yeah, Mag was good though.
Mag was decent. Yeah, Mag was definitely decent. Not gonna lie. Yeah.
I mean, you just said it, so yeah, sure. Mag is good. I mean, yeah, it's just those Bat Rider and Tiny, but obviously those are not a pick here or not a good one.
Yeah.
So I just feel like Mag was better if you really wanted that repositioning so
Yeah.
badly. He also has a much better repositioning ability.
Yeah, and
And RP really cancels the Legion Commander.
Yep, RP's amazing. Plus, people always get their Underlord undergarments twisted up whenever you a ranged hero with Empower. But I mean, honestly, it's not bad on TB because
So he's not ranged.
well, I mean, he is when he's in meta, right? Whatever.
Yeah, but he's not when he's farming. He's not ranged.
Of course, and also he builds only stats, so the Empower buff is huge on him. It's massive.
Yeah, exactly.
So he still gets a ton of damage. I think it's really good. I think people always kind of go, oh, cringe, TB with an Empower. It's not doing anything. The cleave, whatever. They've nerfed the cleave. It's all about that stat gain now.
If there's anything I learned in my long 24-year life, is that people who say cringe tend to be cringe
Are you
themselves.
25?
Am I 25? I'm 24. I'm 24.
No, you should be 24. You're 25 next year. That's right.
I'm 24. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I feel you.
I asked my girlfriend. She confirmed. It's okay. She knows me better than me.
What's my blood type?
My blood type is O positive. I know that one.
Oh, is that one of the universal ones?
No, the universal donor technically is O negative because you can donate to actually everyone.
Oh,
O positive can donate to all the positives.
Okay, then isn't it
It's
like
also one of the most common blood types.
Isn't it like AB positive, like you can receive from anyone or something like that?
Yeah, AB positive you can receive from everyone, but you can barely give it to anyone.
Yeah,
It's probably ABs.
Yeah.
Right? It's very simple. It's just that there's a marker which is either AB or both, right? You can have like up to 2 markers. So technically A's and B's are AO or BO, right? So obviously O can give to them. Because O just means there's no marker on the blood.
All right. Usually I don't
Fun
try
fact.
and
And in Japan, they have a lot of myths about like what the blood type is. Like blood types there are like horoscopes here. Well, it's just say
Interesting.
personality traits about you.
I actually had no idea.
Fun fact.
So that is kind of a fun fact. Not gonna lie. All right. There we go. Mariano is set up in the middle lane here currently, just making sure that there's no great D-ward opportunities. Seems like Infinity, pardon me. I see the red ring, and it kind of looks like a dragon, but it's actually Infinity, pardon me. Are going to set up around them, though, so they're not going to be able to... They're not going to get baited here into a potential first blood. Decent wards. Some pretty basic wards here starting off as well. Looks like both mid laners wanting rune control, as well as just scouting for rotations here. Mostly from the Dire side, which I think is very interesting.
The battle begins.
I love that the Terrible is the one that's leading. They see the TB and they think it's impossible that he's alone here, even though he was. So we're not going to go against him and try to get a kill.
Sound strategy.
Okay, we're going to block this camp. Someone tweeted, I forgot who tweeted, but someone tweeted that they could have sworn that, don't let me ping, thank you. Someone could have sworn that they changed, like, it used to be, this always used to work, like blocking, sorry, I'm referring to the Radiant Ancients here, we have this sentry, that would always work, but apparently some people are saying that this hasn't been working for a while all of a sudden. So I'll be sure to check that in just about 20 seconds.
Oh, the fact that you can't block from the high ground, they changed the area.
Yeah.
Kappa tweeted that.
Okay, that's who it was. I was like, I saw that on my Twitter, and then someone else. Yeah. So we'll take
I
it.
have no clue. I mean, I know you can block it before, but I haven't tested it. You know,
BB
at my level, we don't block camps.
level
We
1
can
meta.
test them like true pros.
Okay, it still works. I mean, the camp's blocked, so it still works for now.
So Cap's a liar.
I guess so.
Good to
I
know.
guess so. Good to know. Good to know. But immediately use up that Midas. Should look pretty good for him.
Obviously, we're joking, but I would like to get to the point where I think I'm good enough at the game, where something doesn't work, and instead of thinking I did it wrong, I go, wow, we must have changed this.
It's got to be broken, I guess.
No flame, man. I'm
No,
joking.
it's banter. It's banter.
Um,
That'd be great.
Double did go for the Chaos Ball level 1. Interesting. So I guess it's double stun lane. That's something we didn't talk about. It is double stun lane. So there's an advantage to Tabo there. And like an easy stun, right? Chaos Bolt. House stun is a bit harder to hit.
Yeah, that's true.
And the lane is very good of CK versus Arc Warden. Arc Warden does not have a good matchup here because CK tanks you nicely and he can put you out of position.
Yep.
Flux is also not good once you hit level 6 because he hits level 6 too and he has Phantasm to dispel it. So you can't really get kills with the clone.
Yep. Agi hero, but okay armor, right? As well, especially piss poor armor gain.
Strength hero, but okay armor.
For Arc Warden, that I was talking about.
Oh.
3 armor. I mean, 3 armor is what? Fine, right? But like,
He's not a very good. He actually kind of lacks armor, honestly. In the mid
but that's what I'm saying. In the mid game, it's a problem. In the lane, it's acceptable here. But with Reality Rift here into physical damage, yeah, he's in some trouble, right? He is.
He even got the smallest amount of damage possible Tabo in the last hit, and he still got it. Nice
Yeah.
job.
I mean,
Arc Warden struggles with armor because he's one of the. I think he's the Agi hero. I mean, Slark aside and those kind of special ones, right? But normal Agi hero stat gains as one of the lowest stat gains.
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to call him a normal hero when he literally, makes an imaginary friend. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, though.
But it's him and Razor that compete for Agi hero. That's not really an Agi hero.
Yeah.
Title.
Yeah, for sure. Razor with a higher strength gain, right?
Arc Warden does too, I believe. Right?
Does he?
Yeah. Yeah, actually very similar. I think Razor's 2.6 agility per level and 2.8 strength, and he's 2.8 strength and 2.5.
Razor's
And
up
then
to
here comes
3.
Bloodseeker with 3.3 and 3, and you're like, why is this? What's unfair about this game?
Mariano is sucking cogs now. Battery, so he got pushed off to the side. He would have loved to just go north, but instead he will fall straight into the ground.
Down.
And Pamplona, he's gonna be live.
Did he hit the creep last second? Gustavina decided the creep was better than Pamplona.
You know that
I think he did.
This is like a very famous fact for some reason in North America, but a lot of the some of the more well kept or more well historied Native American tribes, because of course a lot of them, unfortunately, their history has been lost to time.
Yeah, sure.
But some of the ones that we at least were able to learn about, a lot of them had 6 compass directions, and two of them additionally, the same ones, north, south, east, west, or whatever they would call them. But they had up and down. They had vertical. They included there as well. Yeah, so that's so that's where Mariano got sent, right, by Costabile just then. He got sent
I
to
thought
the
you were
border.
telling me something like they also had northeast and northwest, but south is like south, and there's no other option.
Yeah, right. they denied the existence of South.
Yeah. That makes sense in their history. It does make sense a lot. Yeah, so that's interesting. That's interesting to see. Costabile is doing okay in this lane, though. I mean, with the initial kills against Mariano, I feel like you did as much as you want with the Metamorphosis for a bit, but afterwards you get back on top. Mid, though, Peepe's doing a great job because they haven't blocked his camp. You should have blocked the small camp. That's how Ember recovers every single time. Big mistake, honestly, by SG not doing that.
No, you're totally right. No, you're totally right. I mean, again, he's not doing a lot here. Kunkka's still getting pretty much full experience. 5 denies only. But no, you're totally right.
He's not dominating the Ember by any means, but if you block that camp, Kunkka has a huge advantage there. So I am surprised they didn't try to do that at least. I mean, Ember had a much better lane than I was expecting, though, with all things said. I didn't think he was actually going to do as well. I guess the sleight of fist evasions, if you're a good Ember.
Yeah, I mean, I will say credit to ADR, right? He's not just like AFK pushing the waves like this. Like that's the first Tidebringer I've seen where he actually pushes the wave. PB, he'll be fine actually, especially if he dodges it. Very, very good job. And even the Torrent's gonna miss. Arrow, okay, is gonna miss everything. Yeah, PP is gonna go ahead and drop the tip.
A tip. Yeah.
Careful, PP.
He's going. ADR's frustrated. Oh no. Oh no, the power of frustration. How strong can it be? The Licor also came in. Everyone's frustrated. They just actually danced around them. That was great. Okay. I take it back. If you're a good Ember, Kunkka doesn't do jack diddly squat against you.
Yeah, I guess so. Normally, you're always one to say, well, you know, they messed up the combo. You can catch them, blah, blah, blah. The Yule Scepter, the pucks.
No, but he didn't really mess up the combo. Genuinely. Like, he got the sleight of fist. I mean, that's the best part. Like, he actually timed it so well that he actually got the X perfectly. And he couldn't avoid it. And he sleight of fist afterwards to avoid the ghost ship. You go, what else do you do?
Radiant's bottom
So good.
tower is under
ADR is a very good Kunkka, though. Another one of his heroes he's particularly known the most for, but I think his Kunkka is very, very solid. Very underrated hero for him. Also, ADR plays anything pretty well, to be honest.
Mariano?
Bottom lane, Mariano, yep. He gets close to the creeps. Mariano using the cogs for extra pushback, but Mariano now out of the creeps, so he's gonna
Pamplona might be dead. No, King Jungles can't tank this. In fact, he might just be
King
dead.
Jungles, he will survive, though, with a tangle, I believe. Yep, has a salve, has two salves. One is for him. Oh my god. I thought they were both for his carry. He's been allowed to use a salve.
PP was able to at least steal a rune. DD, though, so he's not going to be able to fight ADR for that stack. Sexy Yogi top lane in some trouble. They actually get Pamplona, huh? Who's this? But Mariano's still here. Clockwork is such a great laner with a TB. He just gives everything TB wants for in the lane. You know, you can kind of
salves, tangos,
but the control as well. Just like holding someone down so you can punch them, even though like Cogs is not the longest stun you can get in the lane. It is like good for the control because of course it becomes ranged for the duration. Like it's like TB. Well, that's a really fast Midas, 7 minutes. I mean, it's naked, I guess, and now he's might just not. Okay, he gets it off at the very least, and unfortunately he's not going to be able to summon the clone because he's not even level 6 yet. So Berna is going to fall in the top lane. King Jungles in return though will drop as here's ADR with the torrents, the rotations on in. The X marks for Pamplona. He's not going to be able to avoid this one, although he tried at least with the Icarus dive, but he's only going to be stunned for 3 seconds. Down he goes.
That was a cute attempt at the Icarus dive. There was no chance. ADR didn't calculate that properly. The Arc Warden 7-minute timing, by the way, for Midas is standard. Like, that's what you expect from Midas, naked Midas and Arc Warden. Like, even if you play at lower levels, you can expect that timing. And again, not to flame the Arc Warden, it's just normal. It didn't do anything right or wrong. The problem, though, of course, is that in this lane, because he was losing, the experience is the real factor, and he got level 6 a bit too late. Or he doesn't have it yet, mind you. I'm assuming he's going to get it soon. Oh, no, sorry, he just got it.
Yep.
And that means that he couldn't really use that first Midas as efficiently as possible, which sucks a bit for Berna. Not really his fault, though. He just has a bad matchup, honestly.
Yep.
I honestly think most of the things that have been happening to Infinity has been because of their draft rather than misplays by them. Maybe the kill on Pamplona bottom was a bit of a misplay, but besides that, mostly it's just been outdrafted.
Okay, PP. And I getting ran around by ADR.
Oh.
Another little
ADR
tie
didn't
bringer.
realize that was the real one. He tried to cleave off him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Better not going mid is dangerous, by the way. I mean, this is the best place for most heroes to farm, but as an Arc Warden, you can't be ganked now. Costabile, talk about being ganked. He's in the jungle, and he's still going to die at this rate. Magic Wand for a bit of extra healing. They should die to the spirits.
yeah.
Oh,
Down
they're
he
gonna get
goes.
their last one, just for good measure, and the pushback on top of that. Ninja Commander nearby. King Jungles goes to Pamplona. Pamplona has no Icarus dive. This will set up for the arrow, and Teolicor will take that kill.
Radiant's
As
PP
PP rotates,
under
though,
attack.
he might find a kill on Teolicor. He does have that Searing Chains ready. There we go. That's going to be Teolicor dead thanks to the Bushwhack. PP, no Orb of Corrosion, no need. King Jungle still may want to kill Sexy Yogi, but Sexy Yogi's playing around with the trees. King Jungle gets frustrated. Activates Battery Assault, says, fight me, PP. Fight me. And PP's afraid.
We're sticking
Zero
around
tried to
too
play around
long.
with the creeps. Stuck in the cog. Sexy Yogi, get back to the creeps. He couldn't. King Jungles gets a super valuable kill.
Yeah, we stuck around just a little bit too long there, unfortunately, for Infinity, right? Like, as soon as Clockwork is still playing with you, I mean, we have a tier 1 up in mid and bottom, right? Not to mention the outpost, so a couple of really nice kills in there, don't get me wrong, for Infinity, but then it's just time to leave. PP getting the kill there, I don't even know, to be honest, if he needed the hoodwink, but hey, it's whatever. So far, so good here. What's going on top? Is that a... Oh, I thought CK used Phantasm, and he did a while ago. He's going into Echo Savior, by the way, for Tavo. What are your thoughts on that for the offlane CK? As he might... No, he'll be fine. The
I
Quick Wizard.
think this is actually a really good Echo Saver game. I'm expecting this build to begin with. I don't know if I mentioned it. Maybe I just
You did
thought
not.
it. Okay, it is a really good build. I think it's the right build for an offlane CK because you gotta get the healing off, right? And you just can't afford to go for AC or any sort of attack speed item. So Echo Saber is your best, cheapest bet. The Mana Region is super necessary for a CK offlane as well. I feel like you can go into like a Blink Dagger right afterwards if you want to. And the extra damage is the best way to be able to utilize this hero. Otherwise, why'd you pick a CK offlane over anything else that's a bit more normal?
What? I thought Pamplona was going to hit by that arrow twice,
Yeah,
but
that was incredible.
apparently he did it. I didn't think even ADR thought he was going to get hit by the arrow. He didn't even throw an X mark at the spot, an X mark at the Phoenix. Instead, he's going to save it for Berna, who is going to bring in his buddy. He's going to tank the real Arc One is going to tank the arrow, and both of them are going to be sent up here by the Torrent. But now the Sun Ray is going to nuke him down, and the beam, sorry, the fire spirits were enough to actually stop him from getting off the attacks necessary. Just one more auto attack, and that's a kill onto the Arc Warden. Instead, he's going to live on a hair of HP. He's going to be able to escape. He needs to find something to Midas, though. So, of course, he's not going to go home and heal yet until he... Yeah, there you go. That's what we needed. That's the good stuff. Bravo, like you say, going straight into that Echo Saber. As we see a two-man smoke from the supports of Infinity. PP into the Maelstrom right away. As Mariano this time, after the Phase Boots and the Soul Ring, continuing to farm bottom, trying to push this tower, and also trying to get this Blink Dagger on a line. That's the supports from Infinity. Now we'll take a trip here into the enemy jungle. It'll be hard-pressed to find anything, though.
Yogi Bumblora nearby. Oh. That Supernova broke the tree.
Oh, do they still have him, though? No, they don't. He'll be fine.
He actually tried to come back. He's like, what if I get a Sunder?
Yeah, he wants to.
What
Moonlight
if
Shadow.
I get a Sunder?
Moonlight Shadow. Oh, there he goes.
Sunder! That's so cute. It was like a kid trying to steal a cookie from a jar. He runs away with HP.
Where are your boots?
Berna is going to die in the top lane, by the way.
Mariano scouted. He can't make it.
He does. Berna already has boots and javelin.
But what about Pamplona? I mean, we really want this vessel that bad? Not even brown boots?
Radiant's middle tower is under
Maybe he
attack.
forgot. Sometimes I do that. It's just like, look how slow he is. I mean,
Yeah,
Icarus,
but the vessel is so valuable this game.
I mean,
Against CK, against Kuka, honestly, even a bit of damage against TP is kind of useful sometimes. Against Clockwork.
oh, well, he's dead. There he is. ADR getting it in style off the cleave on the Centaur.
No, I lied. Why don't you have boots, Phoenix? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, I can't believe.
I mean, I don't know if boots save you there, but they at least get you farther away from Kunko. Maybe he's not an X-Rank. You know what I mean? Like, it's just...
I'm just screwing with you, man.
I don't know. It's a good vessel game, but...
Look, the reality is, if you look at Phoenix's portrait, he has no
There he is.
legs, so there's no reason why he should have boots.
I think he just bought the boots. No, he just bought the VIP booster. Okay. I mean, we'll see here. We'll see how it goes.
Why would he even wear the boots? How could the boots make him go faster?
He needs HP, dude. Tranquil's core item on Phoenix. PP in trouble. Cog pushback. Should catch him here, but he's got a remnant, so he's good.
Did you see the design the X did there? I was like,
Dire's top tower is
Beautiful.
under
Never seen that.
attack.
Beautiful.
it's very cool.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's much easier to see when you have the special X. Right?
The special X.
Radiant's bottom
immortal.
tower has fallen.
That sounds like a drug. The immortal.
Oh, I thought that was like, you know, when you're not really over someone, you know, that's my special
Oh.
X.
Oh. Yeah, I guess those are very similar to drugs in some sense. Anyway, the tower mid is gonna fall here. Tier 1 taken. Oh, we see a Legion.
Mariano.
Oh no, Mariano! No, the sharpshooter on top of that.
Oh no!
No. Was that an illusion room? It must have been.
It was the Phantasm.
I thought Supernova. Oh, sorry, Phantasm. My bad. Yeah. Sorry, I thought he went for the Terrible Flame for a second. My bad. That's incredible. I can't believe you hit the Phantasm. That sucks so much.
He probably thought it was real for a couple, because the thing does what? It takes a little bit more damage, right? It takes a lot more damage, I forgot. 325.
Well,
so.
Yeah, but if you're a Legion commander who hits like very little, I understand that you might not think, like you don't immediately realize that. I mean, they charged the sharpshooter, right? So Mariano clearly made the call. Was like, guys, I got the real one. Don't worry, you can trust me.
He's like, oh, I'm chucking him, boys. This offlane,
this
this
was
offlane
such a good
Centaur.
play.
He's like CK. He's nothing. Oh, okay. I got him, boys. Where's my damage?
Oh my god.
Why am I X marked?
Yeah, that doesn't look too good. I mean, the early game is going really well for SG. In fact, Berna? They have Phantasm here on Tabo. You can just dispel this. Phantasm ready. There we go. Dispel the Flux. That was 2 Fluxes as well. Berna used both Fluxes. I guess he didn't calculate when the Phantasm was up, so he didn't expect it to be up. Okay.
Yeah.
ADR running away from PP. ADR gets killed up on the side of Fizz. Good. Tabo coming in to fix his mid laner's mistakes. Tabo's like, I'm the mid laner now. But he realizes maybe he's not that strong.
Okay.
As they lose field decor for free. That's the kill Marino was looking for at least earlier. Hook shot. Saber to press the attack. Tabo's still running away. Mariano, he knows this is the real one, but this time he has no duel. Sleight of fist for a bit of extra damage. PP, dying to the battery assault. PP needs a remnant. Has steering chains. Tao walking back in. Gets a stun up. PP uses both remnants to get the kill on Tabo, and it will work out as King Jungle's attempting to get close to him. Impossible. All right. Really good fight there, actually, for Infinity.
Apollona's so desperate for this vessel. He's not in any of these fights. I mean, I guess he wasn't the last one. That's why his Supernova's still off cooldown. But again, still no boots. He's almost got it, though. He's almost got it. Yeah, Tabo just turning around there was getting a little bit cheeky. Can't quite kill the squirrel that easily. She does only have 1,000 HP. That is very true. But she's got now 6 total raindrops. She has 2 individual stacks of raindrops. That's how invested she is in keeping herself alive here. ADR, didn't quite have the vision for the real Berna. You can see it just ended here in the tower, so Berna is able to escape, luckily. They might kill his illusion. No, they won't. I thought it would have a timer there, but I guess it didn't. I couldn't tell how long he had left on life. Alrighty. Maelstrom up then, of course, for PP, which is why he did so much damage in that fight. Dabo, okay, yeah, he's going into Axe next. Yeah.
I like the Blink Dagger a bit more this game. I don't mind the Axe, though. There's a lot of things to dispel, so I can see the value of it. Dabo's gonna die, though.
Well, maybe if they can hit the right one.
No, he's definitely gonna die. Oh, no way. The Moonlight Shadow. There we go. The Moonlight Shadow actually helped him get the right one. He's healing a bit too much, maybe? Supernova committed everything for Tabo. Tabo must die here. If Mariano dies as a result, no.
Okay. I mean,
it's a massive commitment for an offlaner, though.
Yeah, it is. It's a couple of ultis, and look what they're getting. Yeah, for Berna instead.
Well, King Jungle just kind of walked in and died. Ghost Ship at least. Cogs pushed him back. No, they can't get Berna. The TPs are a bit too quick, and Infinity responding appropriately. ADR has to run away, but he's been stuck to a tree. TPing. ADR has enough HP to make it out, but no PP. Last hit from Sleight of Fist, gets a bit lucky, gets double Maelstrom proc, and gets the kill.
Well, down he will go. That's Vessel now finished for Phoenix. Now we can finally get these brown boots online for the bird. Yeah, unfortunately, the reflection is not an illusion, so it doesn't count for Flux. So yeah, he just gets chewed apart by Flux as soon as he tries to stand his ground and TP out. Even the mech heal wasn't going to be enough from the bottom and the low ground, but a good effort was made there for sure. All right, so Infinity showing a little bit more resistance then as we kind of get into a little bit of these mid-game fights. Pamplona ready to go now. Supernova on cooldown for a while. We still have not found a dual victory yet for Mariano. So I do fear that we're not going to get into the scaling and just kind of play the pseudo-ABBA in the offlane kind of style here. That's what I'm a bit afraid of. I don't think that even saves you from SG this time around, for example, especially not versus a Clockwork CK who can close the gap to you. Well, one of which a lot easier than the other, but nonetheless, it's still displacement that you're not going to be able to save.
Finds Legion Commander Mariano.
Missed the arrow.
There's the attack. That's the duel off. Yeah, he's fine. I'm gonna get the win here. But can they turn this into a kill? And not if ADR misses the boat. In fact, I don't think it becomes really difficult. Tio will also die. Tabo at least will get a counter kill on Mariano. ADR, hard for him to catch up to the Ember, who's just styling all over them, honestly. PP's Ember has been impressive this game. SG is struggling to make these pickoffs work. It's constantly them losing supports, occasionally even a core. Tabo's... I just think you need a bit more initiation. I think the Phantom is not going to be enough, honestly.
Mate, I'm going to buy the brown boots.
What is so frustrating about it? He doesn't need them.
He does. He does need them. 280 move speed is bad. The Wolves of Ice Rack are lapping him.
Guy made, and he's right. He doesn't need a boot. He's a bird.
He doesn't need a boot.
Have you ever seen a bird with boots?
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Have you never seen Charlie Brown?
No.
Oh,
Charlie
okay.
Brown?
Very American thing. What about Dee from It's Always Sunny?
She doesn't wear boots. She wears shoes.
No,
No, her big claws don't fit in boots.
Okay, Tavo.
I think I say Big Bird.
Big Bird. Mariano. Oh, he's got the right one. Sabula. Save him. Save him with Sunder. No, he's going to TP out, of course.
I think Tabo's strategy of pretend like you're an illusion is not working anymore.
Yeah.
Stop trying.
Oof.
No, they're not going to kill PP, but PP might kill King Jungles. Don't get close to each other so Maelstrom can hit you more. Alright. PP, followed by Tio Licor. PP just says, yeah, sure, I'll take Tio Licor. I'll kill whatever. You think I'm afraid? Mechanism? Okay. Maybe they can hit it with an arrow.
Low on mana now.
He is very low on mana. Good cogs actually to get rid of the mana. And Jungle's wants to sacrifice himself for this. Yep.
SG. What are we doing here?
SG's really messing up right now.
Yeah, I don't understand these moves that they're making, to be honest with you. Top lane, you know, I don't know why we have both illusion heroes there to split push. Just send the illusions and get out. Like, I don't think there's a kill there, especially because there's no meta. You have a tier 1, sure, but your Clockwork, your Luna, none of your control is there. So I think even getting caught there, the first time was fine because it was CK taking the dangerous run, but the second time was rather unnecessary. I mean, they've caught you once there before. And in fact, Infinity are like, all right, we'll put a ward down here in case he wants to do it again. Davo might just consider it. No, he's going to back up. Shadow, okay, that's our Rune Mariano, says King Jungles, as once again the arrow's not going to connect. They break him out rather easily, and here we go, another Sunray trying to turn this one around. He's going to win this duel, but at the cost of his own life. It's a level 2 duel, so he now triples his damage from 10 to 30. As everyone else here from SG is going to be able to show up and make sure that they keep the enemies out of the triangle. Not much, though, to be gained out from this meta yet again, though. Ah, we've done it. Brown boots for Pamplona.
Jesus Christ. The one Odyssey Richie cared about this game.
Honestly, no, I
I'm
can die
interested
happy.
more than the brown boots, which I don't care about, so please stop. Is the axe on... No way. Did Tao buy it already?
Yeah, he's got it.
No, he doesn't have it. No, he's decided axe is not worth it as much as the blink dagger. And one item away. At this point, finish the axe, Tavo.
No, he just wants the backpack stats.
Find Hoodwink. Okay. The sharpshooter misses. Berna, the target. Berna, that bubble's not going to help you. Oh, Tavo helping out. Making sure to push him out of the bubble.
Yep, PP's going to
I
take you
think
away.
Tavo's realized
Hook
finally about
shot!
the
Actually, from King Jungles is going to find PP, and these cogs this time, oh, they're
Ooh, they're
perfect,
so
but
close.
no one was waiting for him. Boys, excuse me, we had the Remnant, Tavo and ADR, you ran past it. Okay, there's going to be the X mark. He's going to have another Remnant out, and he will manage to dodge it. PP, I'm playing them.
Yeah. PP outplaying them and SG outplaying themselves. Both happening in the same.
Honestly.
Okay, he got the axe. There we go. Now he's finally going for Blink Dagger. Oh, right. He was going to disassemble the Echo Saber. Oh, okay,
Yep.
Because he realized how desperately he needs this Blink Dagger.
Okay, now we have illusions for everyone. Maybe
That's fun.
Maybe
I
they
don't
can
think
look.
he should have used it like that. I thought the whole idea was to dispel, but
I think he's gonna maybe try and bait Mariano here or something on these illusions. Can't quite tell.
I got a TB illusion. Does TB illusion from Phantasm also get the Metamorphosis if he's near the real TB?
Good question. Good question. I would assume so because his own Manta style illusions do, right? And so do SD ones.
Yeah, but the SD. Oh yeah, I guess so.
I mean, because those are just illusions, right? Same thing with Manta. Because I would imagine maybe the Conjure Image illusions are like, you know, special or whatever the heck, but I would assume so. We'll figure it out here soon enough. If you want to keep your eye out for that, I'll do my best as well.
Will.
Davo continue to push up top lane now. Going for this Blink Dagger next. Maybe we'll see the Orchid this game. Orchid versus Phoenix, especially when Phoenix doesn't have a Yules and it already has his probably most expensive item of the game. It's kind of tempting. It's a position for Phoenix, and he's grabbing a bit of farm. I mean, speaking of farm, here's Berna now with the MKB on top of Mjolnir finished. Next into the Black King bar for him. Okay, there's another Phantasm. Okay, lots of illusions now. For Mariano, his head will be spinning.
Infinity.
I'm slightly surprised Infinity are so willing to take this late. I don't imagine that this Arc Warden, maybe if the core to core is fine versus TB because you have bubble, it's just I think SG pull you out of it way too easily. Like I don't know if they should be as seemingly cool with this as they are right now. But I could be misreading the matchup as well. That's very, very possible. 300 gold, by the way, for the Goldie Core right there.
I mean, I think the TV matchup is definitely benefit. Like the Arc Warden beats the TV matchup, but I do feel like you have enough tools to deal with him. I also think that TB can just always atomize with the MKB and then right, like dissolved.
It's
Right,
not
he's
that
not like
far.
Drow, where that feels really bad. or I don't know, Luna, for example, feels really bad doing against TB. I think TB's okay doing TB. He'll do it against Butterfly carries. Why won't you do it against an Arc Warden, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Push comes to shove. So, I don't know. I don't think the matchup is super, super awful. I also feel like Arc Warden, we're going to start seeing how weak the hero is very soon.
That's another 300 gold. He's
Feeding the Conco.
yeah, it's a 600 in the past couple of minutes. As arrow, sharpshooter, okay, just not the best hook shot, but of course with Scurry, you just kind of run through those
so
trees.
go right through the tree, not through the openings.
Yeah.
Right through the tree.
Not through the tree. It's a bit difficult. Difficult to land that one. Moonlight Shadow as well is used here. SG Esports, Meta is ready to go on top of this Eye of Scotty. Brand new item here. Very eager to show it off. But right now, Infinity, not willing to fight.
Blink already on the CK.
Yeah, he's been farming the whole map, actually, basically. He's used the illusions and just, like, micro them into camps and whatever. It's been really impressive, actually.
Okay, so now he has the Blink Dagger. Okay, so now you actually have an initiation. It took you 26 minutes, but you finally have an offlane.
Yeah, true. Gonna be long duration arrow. We have Supernova. We've got plenty of abilities ready to fight around here in the Roshan pit. Sharpshooter, Solar Crest, and Mariano now with that Aghanim Shard, of course, giving me that 1.75 seconds of spell immunity. What do we see the most use for that this game? Getting outside of probably just breaking yourself free of cogs, I would imagine. Dispelling the arrow, obviously, but you can do that anyway.
I think the main dispel is the change.
Yeah. Bringing all the illusions here. There we go. End of them after. So many illusions, my goodness. This is kind of ridiculous. Look how fast they even D-ward. That's going to almost certainly guarantee them this first Roshan, especially because no one really in position to already try and contest this one. He should go down very quickly. Did.
Now, as they find Squirrel, but just out of range. Phase boots yourself, ADR. Not enough. Who just built Ags, by the way?
Oh, they got Sexy Yogi. Very nice job with the Torrent.
Torrent provision. Hit the Ghost Ship. Another Bushwhack, though. Costabile. There we go. Hit the Reflection for more vision. Sexy Yogi trying to get away with that Sharpshooter, but unfortunately you can't get out of the map. So Ember just built Ags.
Yep.
All right. With this, people will be able to be a bit more mobile. I guess you can abuse the lack of catch anime team a bit more, but I think with Blink Dagger, CK is ready to go. I would also go for the Shard, by the way, on CK. I think now you might as well. Shard's really good on CK.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It is. It is really good on CK. Agreed with you.
And this game, because you're looking for more catch. I mean, I think just the cast range alone is actually kind of bonkers.
Oh, because you cast range, does it?
Increase
Oh, it does. Yeah, wow. I knew it was the illusion. I thought, my bad. I thought there was a CDR on the talent. I'm incorrect. I'm incorrect on that assessment.
No, but because I mean the Casbolt's cooldown reduction is not bad. It's cooldown, sorry, it's not bad already. It's 10 seconds. Like, okay,
no, you're
you
right.
can deal with that. And then the shard actually allows you to go and, for example, if you hit the squirrel with a Chaos Bolt, he might just die to the illusion at all. If you get a bit lucky with the Chaos Spikes, etc., etc. So.
Okay, I mean, almost a free tier 3 tower here. This ADR is going to be sent back to disperse the creep wave. He's going to say hello to Mariano, who is going to say hello right back, and take down his tier 3 tower. This is an exchange for a top tower, so a much better trade over Infinity. But the push continues from SG Esports. They did this last time to end the game. They kind of just, you know, it's like, okay, we'll threaten to go base then. But Infinity, with still a tier 3 healthy in every single lane, they're not biting yet. And Berna as well to defend them. Berna, he protect, he also attack. As now the TPs are coming back. And they might get through these ranged barracks now. Okay, they're going to stun him up, but only one more illusion is really needed for those barracks down bottom.
Yeah, it's true.
Clone, yeah, I should call him Clone because he's not an illusion.
Right, yeah, you have respect the clones have rights, okay.
Oh.
Not the hope that you were looking for, Torrent. Missing PP somehow. It's Parallax there once again. But, I mean, if this continues and they got split push you to death, I guess there'll be a point where Infinity will just win by doing this. SG... This is more... I didn't realize that Arc Warden, I guess, is just a really good hero against SG himself, because it does kill teams that are very indecisive and just don't do enough. And SG is definitely the team known for that. So I just need to propose more, essentially. We just need to have an idea and go for it.
Oh, we sunder. We just sundered for fun. I think he sundered the illusion or sundered the Holy Core. Okay, so we don't have that. Just making sure it works, you know. Does this actually use 50 of my mana? Yeah, okay, we're good to go. All right, so Satanic queued up next. He's actually put the Reaver in over the Magic Wand. Shouldn't be an issue as long as he's just making sure he keeps 50 mana in his pocket, you know, for that Sunder. With Eye of Scotty, I don't think you really struggle with that too much, though. Plenty of stats to use. There's plenty of stats generally, right? Increasing that mana pool, so he should be fine. It always makes me a little bit nervous to see that kind of stuff, you know? Stabula, there's Reflection. Berna with the clone nearby. They're going to get vision. Hookshot whiffs, though, as Berna is going to fight, well, with the illusion through Costabula, but the Satanic, it makes this very much a one-sided duel, despite the bubble, and that duel is going to be won by Costabula, and an extra 300 gold into his pocket now.
Who's also going to go for the MKB now, fine. You know, maybe we decided Demon Zeal on Costabula as well. On the shard, mind you. Because
What did you call it?
Demon Zeal. Demon Zeal.
Demon Zeal. Okay. Demon. Is that how you say? I mean, I guess it's demonio, right? Yeah. Okay.
Demon.
We say demon. I don't know why.
No, I guess because I was thinking it's like demon. I guess Demon Zeal makes more sense. I was just thinking demonic, so it's like.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
treating it like
No,
an
you're
adjective.
you're right. Actually, that's very curious. I guess it's because it's a Latin word, right?
No, I know, but in my
Yeah.
mind it's like, oh, it turned into adjective.
No,
demon.
you're right. No, you're right though. You're right. I get where that comes from. I was even in English. It's a very much the Latinized word is what I mean. Not even
exactly,
in Spanish. No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, way
How
to
do-
assume. I was thinking.
How do you say demonic adjective form in Spanish?
Demoniaco?
One more time. Sorry.
Demoniaco.
Ah, very cool. Okay, cool.
Pretty similar to like I think in Spanish is more consistent. It's actually kind of weird. I realize that it's called demon.
Yeah.
Why is it not a short D?
Yeah, true. That's probably one of those Latin things. Etymology, very interesting, right? Very interesting. 'Cause I imagine.
One of those Latin things where English people couldn't probably pronounce it. They just
Yeah.
went demon.
What are you saying? Demonio, demon. No. Es demonio.
Demon.
Okay.
No, coño, demonio, hostia.
Demonio.
Demon. I heard you. Demon, yes, hostia, demon.
Ostia. He says ostia perfect here, but can't say demonio.
ADR finds Bentley yet again. It's just more gold for them. I mean, the good thing about this is that I like that they're actually committing either the CK or the Kunkka to farm the clone, and then they actually are keeping up in the game thanks to the clone.
Yeah.
Right.
I will say this Berna, I mean, the clone hurts a lot now. He's 5 slotted, right? He's about to probably get rid of this Midas soon enough, but with Satanic. I mean, do you actually ever get rid of Midas on an Arc Warden?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, of course you do.
Is it now, I would assume, when you have
No,
enough?
you like usually get the full thing. When you fight here. They actually are winning the fight right now.
Wow.
They killed SG. Sorry, they killed Teolicor here, and Supernova is going to complete because Tabile still has the Satanic, and that's going to help him kill Mariano. Actually, destroys Mariano in a matter of a second. Not really trying to go for PP because
Berna
PP
is
is a bit
here.
too hard to kill, but they do get the Chaos Bolt. Berna's here with the BKB, just walk into the bubble. Berna, he's alone. They need PP for help, and actually kill Tabile just barely in time. As PP clears all of the rest of SG, Berna will die, but PP will survive. And Infinity, their win conditions kind of seem swap into the Ember Spirit at this point, as they can now go and push with him.
Yeah, not bad at all. I want to say that I couldn't tell because Parallax. Now it's my turn to have the Parallax errors. But Costabile was in that bubble right at the end when he died. I want to say he was pretty sure. I just checked the death summary and he was doing damage throughout it all. So was he? Yeah, just the auto attack. So he must have been. Okay, wow, that was close. That was close. We died with Sunder, but I think everyone was PKB'd anyway, so there wasn't really anyone to use it on. Ooh. Lots of damage in that fight done by the Ember Spirit, though. He was starting to pop off. Mjolnir as well. I mean, so much damage. Real quick, I want to... I mean, the timing on that duel win couldn't have been more perfect either for Infinity. Because, of course, as you know, when you win the duel, you get a little free moment... Or, sorry, you get a free press the attack. And with the shard upgrade, obviously, it makes you magic immune. So he shrugged off the boat, even though it was supposed to hit him. Not allowed him to cast a couple more spells.
That was well done. But of course, that last fight was, if you had MKB, that would have been a 1-5 for SG, right? The MK is what screwed them because you had to walk into the circle, into the bubble, sorry, and that allowed the Ember to actually go and join them. It wasn't even the best proposed fight by Infinity. You just needed MKB here because, of course, the natural counter of the Terrible being the Arc Warden. So it's working out. I was very impressed with how much damage the Arc Warden did. Genuinely, I didn't think it was going to do as much, especially with a Satanic build, but it worked out. Scorstabile is decided to go for MKB now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, right? Especially with this
He's almost got it.
Grove Bow, which is going to reduce magic resist by a little bit more. I think we have a Veil on top of this. We do have a Veil on top of this, right? And this is... how does this work? Because Grove Bow is one of those weird items where it works like old Veil used to, where it reduces your magic resist, while Veil, new Veil, quote-unquote, current Veil, increases the damage they take. So it's actually a little bit stronger than it might just seem, right? If I'm not mistaken, because of that math.
I would not know.
Okay.
I have no. I would not be able to tell you.
I remember there's this. It's a
you're
purge
right about
thing.
what you're saying individually. I just can't do the calculation.
Yeah, me neither. It's a purge thing. I don't know what the order of operations is off the top of my head. He would know. He would definitely know though. It's kind of his niche.
The
Right?
order of operations for Dota, right? You do run a pen dance, do you?
Yeah, you know, you do, you know, yeah, I know regular order of operations. I can't come up with a pun off of that one.
I know, pen dance is quite long.
We didn't use Pendesk though. I forgot what we used. I forgot what we used in the States. US. I always forget what we call them in the States. PEMDES? I don't, it definitely wasn't PEMDES. I mean, I guess it has to be PEMDES. Couldn't have been anything else. I mean, that's just math,
in
right?
Britain, it's BEMDAS because it's brackets as opposed to parentheses.
Oh, because parentheses.
Yeah, right. No, they call them brackets.
Interesting. We did not call
It's
them
very
brackets.
confusing because then when you get into software engineering, they go and tell you everything you thought was brackets is wrong. So I'm thinking, British people, change the meaning. Like, just call it parentheses because if you're gonna have to change it for every person that learns coding, it's a huge hassle. Like, just call it something else. Stop being so prideful about it.
And then they go, no, our maths are perfect, and everyone goes, why do you call them maths? Or at least the Americans do. It's always
maths makes sense because mathematics. That makes a lot more sense. Math doesn't make any sense.
Math does not make any sense. I agree with you.
No, I mean like the word. Mathematics.
Oh, okay,
maths,
okay.
Right? How would you take the S off?
Why not?
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
It's like I went. It's the United States of America, but then I went and called it the U.
Well, the good old you of us, you know.
Call the U.
I mean, listen.
United.
All I know is that you ask an American, why did you remove it? You know, and what I respond with is why did they remove all those crates of tea off that boat and dump it into the harbor for freedom, baby? That's why.
Yeah, that's true. Well, whatever. That's always the answer.
Bedna's in a
only free country.
Tricky position here. Okay, he's gonna be able to get home safely. It seems like they want to play around him. Like, haha, jump the Arc Warden first.
Oh. I don't know how much time they have for this Roche. This seems like a dangerous Roche. Supernova's up. And last time Supernova kind of screwed them in the fight.
Yeah, but here's a DD, and ADR is going to go ahead and pick that one up and X mark him all the way back on over. So now DD is available, and MKB this time is ready for TB. Arc Warden, I don't believe, has anything new here.
Kill the clone here.
He does actually. He's got an Eye of Scotty now actually for the Arc Warden.
Okay. That's pretty big.
Yeah, lots of stats. He's clocking in at 3,500 HP, 3,600 basically, with the addition, of course, of Satanic Lifesteal at his disposal. That's pretty scary. We're about to hit 25 talent, which we always go for Tempest double, don't we?
Yes. Well, I mean, I think it's justified to go for the Lifestealer this game.
Oh, interesting.
Not Lifestealer. Because you don't need the Tempest double.
Oh, where's the jump? Where's the jump? Okay.
BKB from PP. Okay, just force that.
He's got refresher though, so.
We have a terrible in trouble.
Okay, he's just dead. Where's the team? Hello?
Okay. Now Supernova.
Now we're gonna
retreat now. SG. I mean, they BKB.
They got the right
going forward.
Berna?
They found Berna, but you don't have your carry. You don't have your carry, ADR. Stop trying to fight against the clone Berna.
he got him. I got Berna.
ADR is gonna lose his life too now. What just happened? SG?
I honestly have no clue. Yeah, ADR just fought the double, and Berna did not care because he was focusing on keeping himself alive in that fight, as he's got this 25 talent not to choose from. We'll see what he takes, as they will take down Roshan very quickly. Yeah, but he didn't even, he didn't Satanic. I mean, he self-casted the Mjolnir, but he was just more concerned with keeping himself alive. An ADR, it would just, he wanted 300 gold.
Under attack.
Travel the cosmos.
Okay. 25
I
talent.
mean,
he-
I understood, but okay, I got the ADR was dealing with a clone. I don't mind that, to be perfectly honest with you, because ADR isn't really a carry that can either like match with Berna either. What bothers me is that the person walking into the fight first is Costabile, not fucking Tavo. King Jungles of all people could have done that too. Why is Costabile the person doing this? And I don't think it's necessarily his fault. It could have been anyone's fault, whoever made that call. But like, you just
Yeah.
committed suicide with your Terrorblade immediately. Why'd you think it was gonna last?
I
He didn't have time to activate BKB because he has none.
I-
I was even checking his inventory. Like,
I-
oh, maybe he forgot to activate BKB when he went in. No,
Yeah.
he didn't have it.
Yeah, I think he was a bit caught off guard there by the refresher because he got spirit bombed, right, was the thing. Like, he took like 2,000 damage from the spirits.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
But still though, like, what do you think the Ember's not gonna use his skills against him?
No,
You know?
no, I mean, I get where you're coming from. I don't think we're expecting that to want to burn. Yeah, no, I mean, it just, yeah, it didn't make a lot of sense, right? And you cannot dispel with what? Because this is a basic dispel on Phantasm, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so it's not going to save you from a lot of stuns. So there they go again for Bednaz Illusions. They'll get through the life steal at least. So an extra 300 gold.
You can just perpetually do this though. He's already taking the bottom rack. So you just continue to do this with the clone, and you have to punish it. Like when the clone comes out, you have to punish it and go for a kill. Otherwise, SG will just be here forever. And please, considering you're giving us a third game, don't be here forever.
Who's got this Aegis? It's the Ember, right? I believe. Yeah. Okay. Get
Berna?
refresher in 20.
Okay.
Good arrow?
Technic,
Oh.
And he's gonna go for ADR. Actually, BP saved by the first attack. Can they kill ADR here? Now they're not getting
bow.
damage. Too many attacks
Great hook
activated
shot.
here. Hook shot. Okay, that's perfect. They're going for Berna. They have a chance. They
gonna
have a
TP?
chance. Berna is TPing.
All right,
He's-
goodbye.
I like. There's no chance.
Mariano?
No,
Great-
Berna
good
stayed.
duel?
Berna stayed. They bought the TP. The duel. They caught the Terrorblade. Terrorblade's
Wow.
gonna die in the middle of the duel. And that's gonna be a win for Infinity. There we go. GG.
GG. Yeah, there it is. Wow. He was actually keeping himself alive. I think he got Satanic off during that, but then as soon as PP respawns, he just instantly nukes through him. That's it. That's going to be game 3, our first 3 possible game 3. Of course, on this busy day when we had possible tiebreakers and we had two of 3 permutations ended in tiebreakers, and we got one of those 2, and that'll take us to another quick break here. We're going to keep this things moving, so very brief post-game panel here, Alvaro, now that we're back on camera. Your thoughts. You can only use 12 words. What are your thoughts here on this series? And what are your expectations then for the next one? 12 words. Any count?
Please, SG, don't initiate with Terrorblade.
Uh-huh. 5 more, I think, or 6 more by my count.
Tabo, you are not a carry.
Okay. You're not a carry, and yeah, I think the offlane CK was definitely a bit of a curious one for me. We'll discuss this one a little bit more when we get into the draft for Game 3, guys. You're watching the Mobius.bet Maestros. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. As a reminder, we got a giveaway going on for all you guys in the chat where you could win a very nice Juggernaut set or be entered in a drawing of up to 5. 1 Juggernaut set is going to be given out, and 4 Arcanas as well. If you're interested, type !giveaway in the chat or scroll down and click on the giveaway banner to be linked to the Gleam IO giveaway. We're going to be back after a short break, guys. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Mobius.bet Maestros. We are now
Hello.
live for Game 3. Hello, Alvaro. Would you like to do the intro this time? I've always done them, but you seem very keen.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying hello to you.
No,
I
no,
wasn't saying to
no,
hello
gen-
everyone. I was like,
no,
hello.
genuinely.
Hello, Richie.
Okay.
I
Oh.
okay. I'm sorry. I just
10 seconds
I just wanted
remaining.
to say hi to you.
Okay,
Dude. I don't
okay,
know, man.
Okay. Well,
5
there we go.
seconds
Now we know.
remaining.
Now we know. Anyway, yeah, Game 3 between SG Esports and Infinity. Did you expect this one to go to 3 before we
No.
started?
No.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry, I heard the word hope. Not expecting. Yeah, it could have gone. It could have gone. I know that SG struggles sometimes in the in the Peruvian server. Yeah.
It's good for them because we are
Sometimes,
on
to
the.
be honest, though, when they say they struggle, I honestly find that it's more mental for them because I don't know if the Peruvian server forced you to like drop your strats at the beginning of like when you log in or something, but like that's not. Last game was not lost because of ping, right? But I know SG does struggle. They get very frustrated with that ping. I think more so than a lot of the Peruvian players.
All right. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. And we, unfortunately, we won't get to see that in play here because we are going to be on the Brazil server here. The coin flip determined,
5 seconds
and
remaining.
that's where
I mean,
we.
fortunately, because I want to see SG at the strongest. I don't think the last game was them at the strongest.
I would agree with you. That last one was a weird fight for them, wasn't it? So didn't no, the last couple of fights just went so disastrously for them.
Yeah, exactly. Like they didn't even. I mean, the lack of BKB on a Terrorblade was already questionable to begin with. Fighting like they did was not a good idea. The positioning by ADR and by Costabile for most of the fights was not ideal. Everything Dabo did in the mid game was also very questionable, from item build to the way that he proposed those fights. But it's hard to say exactly who's to blame because it does seem like a team effort, right? I can't really blame Davo and be like, oh, you did wrong, because if he's not initiating, I'm assuming he's telling the team that, right?
Yeah.
I don't think the team expects him to initiate. It's like screaming in his ear, and Davo is deciding to ignore them. So I don't want to set blame on a single person.
It also feels like from the, especially compared to limited games of SG Esports I've seen, they like kind of getting into the late game. Like they're like super patient. We'll wait for our next items. We'll wait till you get this. And I think the way that they've kind of learned to play with this is, okay, we're going to get a lot of illusion push. We're going to have a hero that can farm very dangerous with the Kunkka. And this is amped even last game by Tabo. So it felt like, all right, guys, let's play our game. Let's close off their map. We'll get a bunch of items and we'll win the game. But that doesn't work against a hero who's quite unique like the Arc Warden, right? Because he just gets double the farm from half the space. How do you out-farm that, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, that's a good point.
maybe that was a little bit something, because it felt like by the time we started addressing that Arc Warden, the one fight where Costabile doesn't really get the kill onto the Arc Warden because it needed MKB. Like he immediately buys out for the MKB, right? And doesn't have buy. Like that kind of felt like, oh, this is a problem.
A bit of
all a sudden.
frustration.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right?
I agree with you, because that fight I also felt that they could have won. It was like literally seconds away from killing the Arc Warden. PP also, I mean, whereas I think SG also made a fair amount of mistakes there, and we could see a lot of frustration. I gotta give PP a lot of
10
credit because that was an
seconds
impressive
remaining.
game by PP. Are we watching the same game?
we,
5 seconds remaining.
you know what? Yeah, I actually loaded up the replay just to go, haha, to get trolled, XD,
XD. Yeah, you can't say XD. XD doesn't work. XD is much more powerful.
XD. No, this is the same game. Or sorry, it's draft
Do
3.
you think SG Esports? I dare you, SG, pick the Kunkka and then pick the CK. I want to see you pick the CK
No,
again.
I don't think we could go with that. I mean, it's not going to be the same game because we banned the Arc
Oh.
Warden. That's the pick I wanted, though.
Hey, look.
That's the
Hey,
pick I
look.
wanted.
They figure it out. Magnus is pretty good. But last game, they could have also picked the Magnus. It wasn't banned.
They could have, yeah. Yeah, they definitely could have.
I mean, I'm hoping this back. What if they now go and pick the CK last and Magnus actually made? They're like, oh, the problem was the Kunkka. Should have never picked the Kunkka.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, may I remind you, we're in game 1. We're in best of 3, 1 of 3 of the day. So
Yeah.
you're enjoying the cast. Stick
Oh,
around.
don't worry.
Stick
We're here
around.
all day.
They'll get better.
The Ember is no longer a good pick, though. Oh, they banned it too.
They banned
I
it.
think they realized as well. Oh, they banned the Arc Warden. That was surprising. They
Yeah.
realized the Ember was definitely the problem, though. I think the Ember was a bigger problem than Arc Warden. I don't think Arc Warden was that impactful. I think Arc Warden was just given a lot of space by the Ember, which PPO just had an impressive performance.
Yeah.
I think you can still Void Spirit, like I mentioned last time. To be honest, I think Void Spirit's still pretty solid, especially now that Kunkka's not there. You don't really have that concern of being caught by the X after using Dissimulate, and I think Magnus has a harder time getting you the RP than, say, an Ember. And Void Spirit, I think, is pretty good against Terrorblade. But Void Spirit, good against Terrorblade, also terrible.
Admiral Kunkka.
Okay, so a little bit of a swap-swapperoo. This time the Kunkka lining up for the Dire side, which is going to be Infinity. Just, sorry, adjusting the mic here a little bit. All right, into the Magnus. Yeah, I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing thus far. It's weird because, like, what do you pick into a Magnus? Like, what kind of core do you want? Because my initial inkling, and this is obviously wrong because obviously Magnus counters this, my initial inkling is like, oh, we want someone who's tanky and who's not going to die if they get repositioned. All right, Dusa, Wraith King, but no, actually, Wraith King actually kind of really screws those guys kind of over. I guess you have, like, some counterplay. I'll mention it, right? You've got some counterplay where if you get RP'd and Kunkka's not in the RP, he can X you and then bring you back. Like, sure, possible, right? But I think it's gonna come down to just picking the right kind of core here for Infinity. I don't know what that is, though.
No, it's a bit difficult, though. You don't really have as many options as last time. I mean, I think Kunkka does offer a lot more against TB than the Ember did, though, so that's good. Like, you do have a bit more magical damage in the beginning. Torrenstorm is great against TB in the mid game. You also can build into the crit Kunkka, which does eventually surpass TP's armor, even if Tiebreaker, of course, gets affected by armor. It's just a matter of brute forcing it. So I don't think you need the hardest counter TB. Just the hero can hold his own. This is a much better Naga Siren draft, though, I will say, than last time. You can still set up for the egg. Kunkka's really good with Naga Siren. Like, there's options.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yes, indeed. I don't know, Naga Siren. I mean, we banned the Sand King? Oh wait, Infinity banned the Sand? I mean, I guess they already have Mariano LC, right? So you're not going to be picking another offlaner. Slark banned out. What do we think? I mean, okay. Slark's another really interesting one. Does really kind of screw over the mag, so I see where that one's coming from.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm
5 seconds remaining.
not sure what you ban here for SG. I don't know what carries are really that good against team. Oh, Drow, actually. Drow's still cool.
Dire team pick.
But you know, yeah.
Clock Magnus. I mean, I get it. It's not the
Yeah.
ideal Drow game,
Yeah.
but it is a very good core man.
It ain't bad. I agree with you on that one. It ain't bad. You got the boat buff. I actually think right now, because of the mag, especially if it's mid mag, we'll probably see the Echo Saber, and I'll like this idea even less, a little bit less. But like, you know, Phoenix 4, this game, I don't know. Maybe Pamplona still sees the desire to skip boots. There's the Drow to skip boots and rush Vessel. I'd like to see him maybe instead of Vessel go for Ags. Potential a little bit of a save here for the Drow Ranger on top of the LC save. You know, I think that strikes me as particularly maybe strong, maybe a bit strong. It's a bit scary because if this is a mid mag, he's gonna be able to get the Echo Saber attacks in, Marana TB, but. You know, hopefully we can lock someone down with this LC duel. We can have PP Kunkka once again looking to create space and make these fights hectic. That somewhat appeals to me here. A little bit of backup save for the Drow Ranger.
What can SG do? They see this Drow pickup. I'm not really sure what the Magnus is going to be picked up anyway. So any mid laner is really good against. I mean, the Spirit Brothers, like Storm is pretty good here. Because your only lockdown really against him is actually the Legion.
And Kunkka, right, is maybe...
Well, no, because ball lighting is just so easy to avoid the Kunkka.
Fair enough.
Mars.
You may now select
Yeah,
your
in a
heroes.
very different light. I mean, that means ADR is probably going to play the Magnus. Yeah, okay, and Tavos and the Mars. Yeah, in a very different way, she does block the Drow arrows, right? So it makes it easier to catch up to her. You don't really have the greatest heroes like getting close to the Drow. Like Clockwork is okay, but you kind of have to get hookshot and then push her with cogs and then pray Magnus is ready to go. And Magnus just needs to be really good. ADR's Magnus luckily is very good. So I have faith in SG, especially because it's Brazil server, so they're going to feel more comfortable. But it's not the easiest game. I actually think it is quite an even draft. I like this more than last draft, to be honest, for Infinity. For both teams, I like this more than last draft.
I'm a little bit on the fence about this one, personally. I think this time we have really good pickoff with Mariano, Hoodwink, and the Kunkka. I think Ember is not really made for pickoff as much as like a Kunkka is, especially early. I think you're just going to get more burst damage, less frequently, but more damage intermittently with the Kunkka than you will get with the Ember Spirit. I think that is going to be really, really nice versus this TB. If Mariano can get another pretty fast Blink Dagger here. Pardon me, play around a little bit with the Hoodwink. Buy time for your Drow to farm. I like the idea of this. I do kind of like the idea of this for Infinity as well. Especially because you're right. You know, like catching Drow, it's not the worst thing in the world here for SG. They've got the Clockwork, they have the Mag, they even have a Mars to reposition you on top of the Mag. Like it's doable. It's very doable. You know what could be 3 Blink Dagger carriers by the end of the game. 2, sorry, with just Mag and Mars. I'm not sure who the third would be. It'd be a little bit surprising. So yeah, it's I see really good positives for both. I think when it'll come down to fights though, the bigger the ultimates, the better for SG Esports. Like, you know, especially versus a Drow Ranger, and maybe I give him a little bit of the edge just because of this Mars versus Drow. How annoying that is into any stage of the game, really.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I also feel like Double playing these kind of more traditional offlaners will succeed a bit more than last game. I think it's going to be much easier to organize your fights like that, right? I think that King Jungles, I'm happy to see King Jungles play weird heroes. King Jungles adapts really well to playing weird heroes. Tabo, not so much, in my opinion. When he was playing the more carry role, the greed, you could see it in his eyes, right? And with Mars, you don't have to be greedy. You cannot be the one initiating. You can actually play the TB, and you can rely on costly damage for main win condition, rather than trying to become a secondary win condition.
I really do enjoy all of the
Vietnamese voice lines. The language sounds really nice, actually. Not gonna lie, it has it's like a rhythm to it, honestly.
Yeah. Yep.
Maybe this is the phrase. Maybe this is the phrase there. I don't know.
Oh, look at this, Pamplona. He's heard my cries, my pleas, my desperate.
He
started with brown boots.
My brother was like, that was the one thing I think I did wrong last game. Everything else was perfect, but my boots was the only problem.
Yeah,
I'm curious how PP's gonna play this late game. I think that PP was a big driving force as to why SG struggled so much to make that game work, and honestly, a big driving frustrating force. I saw 8 DR. I can count that like a solid 2-3 plays where 8 DR was just frustrated and reaching after PP, even though he didn't have to, right? Starting with the one in the mid game, in the mid lane, and with the Kunkka, you can't really afford to do that as much. So I'm interested to see if he can create as much space as he did with the Ember.
Why is this Kunkka effigy so realistic? You see, hold on, sorry, runes. Yeah, we're not missing anything. You see this dire effigy in the middle between the 2 tier 4 towers? It looks like Kunkka. I mean, it's normally they don't look this.
Dire effigy between the 2.
Yeah. You don't see the Kunkka between the 2 tier 4 towers on dire.
Yeah.
It's like photo real. Normally they're like fake, you know.
Oh, interesting. I also can't go into showcase you with it.
I mean, I don't know. That's weird. I've never seen, because it's like it's got the Kunkka items. He's in a mid animation, of course, as they all are. But you know, most of them are like clearly a statue. That one is like photo real.
Maybe it's because he's playing Kunkka.
Oh, do you think? Maybe. How dare you?
I don't know. I think it bugs, and pro players who spend so much time on this game, they find all these bugs and they use them to look swag.
Yep. They look swag. That's very true.
Yeah, let's go look swag. I think Goku as a hero has in general a lot of like. I know the guy who literally swaggers with Shadow Fiend, but I feel like Kunkka is truly the pimp at Dota.
I don't know.
But in a good sense, not in the human traffic.
No, yeah. That Kobold Foreman though, he drives a hard bargain. You know?
But that one I think is more of the actual human trafficker. He definitely like with the Kobolds in his camp. What do you think? Those are his sons or something? No.
I mean, I don't know. I feel
his
like
name is Foreman. When have you heard of a good foreman? Good foreman.
George Foreman.
In any movie, the foreman's always the one with a whip.
It made a good brick.
And he has a whip.
He does have a whip, yeah, and a chalice. A chalice.
This also was a great character in House. Was a big fan of that.
What was I gonna say? Mariano actually could be in some trouble now. We don't have level 2, so he's just gonna get right clicked out. I mean, level 1 battery assault is whatever, you know. It'll make your tango feel a little bit worthless, but just about that.
Yeah.
The cord though, taking a lot of
This
damage from
mid
the
lane's gonna be a
Sacred
farm fest between Kunkka and Magnus, so no big deal there. I'm wondering if Legion has... I think Legion has more utility in this game, actually, with the Mars pick, to be honest. I did mention how Legion
Yes.
is really good with the shard against the Mars earlier, and now it's finally
100%.
coming true.
100%.
Because now you can just shard someone, either when they're gonna get speared, which is huge, so Mars can't really afford to go Yule Scepter. Or you can do it after the spear as well, that's fine too. You just get more damage. Or you can obviously do the press the attack through the arena. And then once you get press the attack through the arena, then you're pretty much safe. It's actually pretty strong. I actually think Legion should be considered more as a counter against Mars. I'd love it if Legion 5 or 4 was a thing. Well, I don't think it's viable.
No, I don't think it is either. I think it's quite mana intensive, isn't it? Like you really need a soul ring on this hero. You need to like be not CSing, but going for attacks for the moment of courage procs to sustain. He got, by the way.
The real problem with Legion...
I was gonna say he got skewered underneath the tower. So the first skewer that actually was very successful for ADR, as basically half HP there for PP, forcing him to bottle.
The real problem for Legion in other positions is really that her duel is too high commitment spell, right? Even though it's relatively low cooldown, which is for an ultimate, you have to stand there while you stop. And we'll see Mariano talk about standing there, standing in the cogs, and dying.
Yep.
And it's not just like last game. This is I don't know if this is a good sign or a bad sign.
Really core. I got that one as well. Don't worry. I just right-clicking him down. You know, superior right clicks basically, and with the arrow into the leap to make sure he could actually connect it. That little combo to use when you just want arrow for the damage. It does a fair amount, that little thing, or that big thing actually, because it's not really that small of an arrow.
No, it's more of a spear than an arrow.
It is.
Honestly, Mirana makes Mars very insecure about himself.
He just might. He just might. That's, Tavo, speaking of Mars, he's fine. Lots of minus armor here though. For him, well, good amount, right? The Blightstone and then the auto attack modifiers as well, being quite annoying out from the Jaw Ranger. But my goodness, Costabile is popping off in this lane. Oh, is he? He's just dead. Okay. Mid X mark is for nothing.
Caught him with a bushwhack.
Costabile's got what 15 denies already. He is starting to shut Mariano a little bit out of this lane. He's basically he's a full level and a half almost ahead of him in terms of XP.
Yeah, the second game is like, oh, I hadn't played the Legion Commander matchup in so long. Now I remember how to destroy this hero. I guess, because, I mean, I don't think the lane is that great for Legion. We saw it last time as well, they won the lane, but I'm imagining that... I also don't love Mariano's build too much. I don't like the Overwhelming Gods build, but I guess against a TP it's needed. But now Costabile is just styling over him. He has a really good attack animation, honestly, TP, so it's quite easy to get last hits. I think you really easily kill the Legion, who struggles to last hits because her stupid passive keeps messing up her last hits, honestly. It's actually kind of difficult. You can hit her sometimes, and oh wow, they have backstab boys banner.
They have what?
Sometimes you can hit her.
Oh, they do have the backstab. That's funny. Yeah.
That's funny. So sometimes you hit the Legion and she'll like not get the proper last hit because she'll be timing it without the moment of courage, or the moment of courage will come beforehand. It's like a really annoying hero to actually go and contest this with. Usually want to be trading as much as possible with Legion rather than actually trying to fight for last hits. And I think Costabile and King Jungles have both figured this out and are trying to force this
Ow.
passively.
The Illicord is getting very outplayed by Sexy Yogi up here. I wanted you to finish that point, but just really underestimating the amount of damage that this Acorn shot is doing. It's level 1, right? It's a level 1. Just the bonus damage, or I guess, you know, the damage amp from that little bit of the minus armor is really kicking in. That's going to be only the first death of the Mirana, though, but playing it a little bit too on edge.
Someone asked, by the way, I think we should... Oh, go ship. ADR.
Wait a minute.
Okay, ADR missed the go ship. That is not something you see very often, but at least you still get the kill again. Sorry, BP missed the go ship. And they caught ADR with it. My bad. Was just talking Kunkka ADR, and my mind is fried.
It is. Refried for tomorrow. The Illicord. Again, he can't take this fight. He's not winning this engagement, even especially as Starstorm bounces twice on over to the neutrals. Oh, but double bounty is very nice. 90 gold for the team.
Someone asked in the chat, but by the way, Casito, why Phoenix went with Boots as opposed to like Regen. And honestly, against Call for TV, it's no point to breaking Regen. You're gonna die if they fight you. Like you can't really Icarus dive off the cogs or off the battery assault, so they're gonna kill you. So Boots help you not get caught. It's just...
Arena top lane, and actually, I fell for the same thing, or Infinity fell for the same thing I did, right? Constabulus shows up down bottom, pops meta with the wagon, and he immediately draws the attention of 3 heroes. And then the Mars Tavo just moves top lane for the kill with the spear and into the arena. First kill there onto the Drow Ranger. Really good aggression from SG movements. I really like that kind of macro game, right? Like making movements here, but using ability, showing very aggressively, drawing rotations, and then, you know, using that as the go for something on the other side of the map. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, I'll kill on Infinity on Berna was particularly important. And if you can deny the Drow farm early and you don't let her get like a really good start, then it's kind of easy to just out farm her, honestly, this whole game, especially with having the Magnus on your side. You know, you have 2 cores that can easily outfarm the Drow. If she falls below high expectations, she won't be having all the save that she needs. Because Drow usually has enough damage, even without many items. Just Dragon Lance will do the trick.
Yep.
But it's really all the save that you need that is going to be difficult. ADR, the ghost ship, it's going to hit him. PP, they time it correctly, even with the stun. Well done, by the way. Torrent, though, not going to hit ADR, but they should have enough damage, killing him in the high ground, and they will do so. Infinity. Yeah, another kill on this Magnus. On the top lane, SG is seeing the opportunity to go for the Drow. However, King Jungle's you only level 3.
Arena's ready.
You have Arena, though, in 1 second. Tabo, Arena, push him back. No spear. No spear. Tabo finally spears him to the wall. Not a lot of damage, but enough to kill her. As Rest Infinity comes in, double damage as well for PP. They want to get the kill on the Mars.
Hit it from the
PP
back.
from behind. PP dealing as much damage as possible.
Oh, no.
The duel's not going to be won, but Tabo does die.
Yeah, we needed to get the back shot in there, unfortunately.
Sexy Yogi. Oh, he does find King Jungle as well. Sexy Yogi. Mariano doesn't have the duel, so you can't really stop King Jungles as easily. In fact, the Rider stuns King Jungles. Can he? He has no TP. No, he's just gonna waste a bunch of time though.
Yep.
He's pretty good. PP, you should stop following. Yeah, there we go. PP should go farm. Like, there's no use in chasing after this blocker. He's gonna waste your time. I might even let him get away. How valuable is he?
This is a lot of time wasted, actually. Okay,
There's a lot of time wasted.
Krupa did not scout him. I think he, yeah, they just kind of gave up. Yeah, he's just gonna make it out.
He's just gonna walk out. It's not worth like chasing after him too much.
I like what
honestly.
Constabula
think
did
it's
with
the
all
right
that
choice.
space.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Took the tower. That's pretty good.
Much appreciated incoming.
Will then be top lane siege as well. We will have, of course, a
Radiant's
fortifying
middle
at the
tower
ready.
is under attack.
And even, oh, a TP cancelled. That was going to be the Hoodwinks TP. Not many trees were alive, or I guess standing, right, to you know, try and hide her TP. But she did manage to find the one, which was immediately cut down. 10 minutes in now. We'll switch over to net worth as King Jungle's trying to observe some XP in the mid lane. Instead, he's going to find himself soaking up the sun rays, but this man did not put on sunblock. He's just expecting his armor to do the trick, and for now, that will prevail. Even against a level 3 sunray. Don't have the damage against him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, ADR.
Trying to find the
Taster.
Magnus
He's
here,
invincible,
ADR.
but he's not.
I do hit him with EX marks the spot.
Come on, ADR.
But they calculate that. Yeah, he knows.
Okay. He's,
Yeah, ADR should know that this is happening, by the way, and they can do that. I mean, he got away anyway. I don't think the RP did. Oh, the RP saved him from the damage after the ghost ship. Okay,
Yep.
no, good idea, ADR.
Yep. I at least this time he's got way too much HP, and with the haste rune he lives. But they're gonna chase him down. Mariano, oh goodness, ADR. He found a drow. That's gonna slow into the multi shot. He's gonna skewer away, trying to buy time, but he's got no regen. He's got no recourse but to turn and accept his fate. Duel accepted and won immediately by Mariano. First 10 damage of the game.
Under attack.
As there's an arena mid lane that's going to nuke down through Pamplona. Nice little arrow there to secure the kill. Constabula once again pushing here with the wagon, meta active. This is going to be the last tier 1 tower, and it's taken already here by SG Esports.
Dire's middle tower
Okay.
has fallen.
It seems like Infinity is getting
Radiant's
occasional
bottom
kills,
tower
but they
is
can't
under
match with
attack.
the domination of the map that SG is plowing through. Especially that mid-tier one. So, like, it just seems like Infinity is one step behind for the most part. They're okay at responding to these ganks, to be honest, but the draft just doesn't do them any favors compared to SG's, which is already active and strong. What does SG do here to turn this around? Oh, sorry, what does Infinity do to turn this around?
It's kind of...
They need PP to do more. They need PP to do more, honestly.
I know,
They just
how
need
much-
PP to be ganking constantly.
I guess. I'm just like, we got to get
With
this...
the hoodwink.
Attack.
Yeah, actually. I was thinking we had to find a way to get this supernova involved somehow, right? Because it feels like a really big... Oh, no. What a trap being set here. Oh, can they find him, though? Berna? Oh, yeah, they found him. Okay, King Jungles. Oh, he's right there. Okay, we have an arrow. Oh, hello. Okay, Berna not expecting two. And, yeah, he's going to die for this one. Of course, no passive. Can barely get off any attacks. He's just going to farm as many as the cogs as he can. And he will go down. One extra melee creep at the very least for him.
Kill on Berna.
Ooh.
I mean, if you keep losing your draw range, I don't know how she's ever going to be able to match a TB who's perma-farming this whole game. And Infinity is not making too many efforts to catch a TB. They're going to go for ADR one more time. I don't think Magnus is the best target for you any longer. I mean, you are completely canceling ADR. Matabo, he's tired of seeing his teammate die. Oh, Tabo did nothing.
Nope, he couldn't, unfortunately.
Tabo was very sad. He's like, I want ADR to live, but it's not up to Tabo to do this. Right? He's the god of war, not the god of death.
And unfortunately for SG Esports, that was the dual blink reveal for Mag and Mars. So I actually think, I don't know if Infinity did that on purpose. They must have known that these items were coming online relatively shortly. But the fact that they just perfectly undercut them both right there, as well as gotten out the arena, means that, hey, you know, we can avoid the next really, really bad, big, bad, ugly fight for them. And you know, that's probably what I was going to say is step one of getting back into this game, right? It is not succumbing to the double BK, or sorry, the double blink reveal for these heavy-duty initiators. So you've done that already, and Drow's continuing to farm after, well, yes, taking a death down bottom, but is now continuing to farm at the least. The issue, though, still stands, as you said. This TB is just unmitigated right now, right? Nothing is stopping him, and that really, really is the issue, I think. Mars and Mag, for sure, can definitely still win this game between the two of them without TB needing to do much of anything. But, you know, TB is going to be that late-game insurance policy for them here with all the space they've created so far.
Exactly, and the Mag can always recover because of the power. He's not too concerned that he's dying all the time. I mean, like, yeah, it sucks, obviously. You don't want to die, but...
Wait, hookshot ADR there.
Well, see, look, ADR is not concerned whatsoever. That's how much he doesn't care. He's going to die again. He didn't use the supernova here. Oh, I spoke too soon, ADR. He's not going to have the spirit either. I'm very sorry, ADR. I jinxed it.
Okay.
I jinxed his death.
But can we turn here? I kind of doubt it. We have... Oh, okay, Arena. There's... The, yeah, squirrels probably do die to rocket flares, I would imagine, IRL. You know? Or it just scares them.
I bet that's like one of the biggest reasons why squirrels die these days.
Probably cars.
A lot of people are picking Clockwork these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what? Spirit Breaker is not very popular these days.
Interesting. Yeah, true.
So if you think about the Dota 2 meta right now, I'd say rocket flares are killing more squirrels than Clockers.
Probably, yeah. Clocktier is that like to hide in the trees, isn't he? Maybe Spectre as well. We see a bit of Spectre probably a lot. Dying to Haunt all the time.
I mean, all the spirits are great against the squirrel, but you don't want to pick a core against them. Clockwork, I think, is one of the few supports that can actually go and counter without having to commit a whole hero to them, right? The support's half a hero at best.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sure thing. King Jungles is like, I got cleaved. There's someone here. And luckily for him, he is going to immediately break... Well, unlucky for him, he's going to break the smoke gank. And lucky for Mariano, he is going to now double his duel damage up to 20 from 10 with that level 1 duel. Okay, but
he just went in for revenge. Like oh, RP. Is that just all for PP? They move away from the boat.
He's got the run buff.
Here. But
He's
they have
tanky.
more damage, so
Great arena.
There's the arena of blood. PP's stuck. There we go. They couldn't let him go. They had too many spells. They do lose a tower in the process, however. That's a big deal. Costabile, SNY, ADR, he's going fishing. He's going fishing. He's going to catch himself nothing because Sexy Yo-Yo will decide to Costabile's damage.
Yeah, you could tell he was so desperate for anything else, and Sexy Yogi's like, come on, do it. Skewer me. See what happens. See, can you hit me, you know? But he was obviously waiting for a much bigger fish, right? He's not able to waste his time on a score up. Pamplona, by the way, has been farming up quite a bit. This time very early into the Tranquils. Again, whatever, that doesn't make that big of a difference compared to last game. But he is going immediately into the Veil first. So no Vessel, no Urn even, actually, for the side of Infinity this time around. BKB is the next item here for our mid lane Kunkka for PP. So he's going to be already quite tanky here with the Sanj and an extra Ogre Axe next immediately here into the BKB. We're going to try and steal the Sage's Great Supernova in the pit in addition to the duel. Costabile in trouble, will be taken down, and it's going to be Mariano. It's not infamous from Infinity, who take that Aegis. Wow. That's what I was looking for. I was saying we need to get Supernova involved in the fights somehow, and that's the perfect way.
Right now, I think SG might have just lost their lead in a couple of in a really bad engagement here. I don't think the Roshan choice was that bad, to be honest. I think they actually got a good chance to it, but they needed someone to be protecting them from a potential initiation there. They had nobody. They were just really cocky about it. And once again, it seems like Ostabile has to kind of initiate with his face. Drow is now back to top net worth here. She's recovered super easily. Very surprising by Bevan, so kudos to him. And the ADR has been cancelled. Mars is also not really farmed. They need more time for these heroes, but Infinity wants to start putting the pressure now. Once again, SG's passivity is really hurting them. Davo did not create as much space as he should have early, and
they're gonna get ADR here.
Just come back again. He's farming really dangerous farm, by the way.
Yep. Double
like,
warded here.
I mean, they have one ward here, but in the low... Oh, it's actually warded by Infinity. Never mind. They have 0 wards here.
Yeah.
No support to protect you. All the wards are offensive. It's like SG thinks that they're winning the game by a lot, but Infinity disagrees, and they're showing them why.
Nice arrow there, at least. This is a kill on a squirrel.
This must suck for SG though right now, because you're starting to feel the pressure from also you knowing that if this goes late, Terrorblade loses because the Drow matchup is too good, right? So you kind of want to play a bit more aggressive than normal, which is uncharacteristic of a Terrorblade, but it's not up to you.
No, that's a good point. Yeah, no, it's a good point. I mean, the Mars matchup again is nice, but late game Drow just needs all but what 2-3 arrows, right? A couple with them with marksmanship proc, and she just kills DB. I mean, it's really, really bad for Terrorblade. Really, 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 really bad. It's so good for Drow, in fact, that if you just probably take the 25% or the 12% marksmanship chance. I think is like one of those games. That's how good it is, just because that's what wins you this matchup. But we'll see. 11-11, 18 minutes, 19 minutes in now. As Mariano with 40 damage, he's doubled it with that last duel. Is going to continue climbing up. He's having a much better early game compared to last time here. Bit more farm, very similar item build. He's with an Aegis now, so of course he's feeling really confident with that. As ADR has dissembled now the
Assembled.
He has unassembled.
Disassembled. Just say the real word.
He has
I don't know
unassembled.
why you keep saying disassembled.
He has
What is
unassembled
wrong?
it. I'm tired. He has unassembled the Echo Saber.
You don't ever say it.
Oh, he actually hasn't. He just bought this Echo Saber. Okay, he almost had
I think I
BKB,
corrected you.
and then I think he recognized that he and Tabo were going for the exact same builds, like almost kind of spot for spot. And he said, well, maybe we shouldn't be both doing the same thing in these fights. We need one of us to do the damage, and I think that's fallen now to the Magnus. So ADR with this Echo Saber going to increase his farm a lot more, be able to do a little bit more damage, so long as he's not going to be completely screwed by this X-Mark Torrens combo that PP has been kind of owning him with all game.
I mean, it also, I feel like the BKB is a necessity here for ATR, even more so than the Blink Dagger, but I guess you do need to have Blink Dagger on Magnus, or else, because you're right, like, the Kunkka has been screwing you over. I also feel like you don't have as great egg hitters. Like, it's really just more on this game. I have to deal with that. And the duel can cancel her a bit. As Yoga's trying to find Dabo. They have duel in 2 seconds. Dabo should die. Mariano, prepare himself. Okay. Alright, duel is not great against Dabo, obviously, because you make him face you. So you need some damage elsewhere. And
Yeah.
Mariano doesn't feel like that's possible. That's why the arena deters him.
Yep. Yeah, you get a lot of damage reduction from the front. It's, yeah, not bad. Not bad at all, was it? It's, front reduction. Is it really 70%? My goodness. 70% front damage reduction. Oh. Yeah. Wow. Okay. It puts that shield to good use, man. Also using it to farm quite effectively. I mean, Costabile, we said that Drow managed to overtake everyone else, but Costabile showing off why he is one of the better TB players in the region, as he now has his BKB. He's learned. We're adapting. BKB now online for Costabile. It's in the courier anyway, and just needs to be fetched. Mariano is going to blink up, or TP up top lane. He'll be unable to find anyone else, though. Costabile will go back home and finish up the BKB. Same time, though, that PP has his. Dual BKB time means there's Aegis reclaimed now for Mariano. And the Imp Claw as well for Kunkka, which you do cleave off, if I'm not mistaken, right? You do cleave off that crit. Quite the item for Kunkka.
Yes, you do. Yeah, you do.
Step lively now.
So it's pretty good on Tiebreaker. IVP's looking strong. I love the Heaven's Holler pick up this game. Very solid. Get to
Vote
deal
from
with the
SG.
TB. Make sure that Drow's protected.
One
The
BKB's
smoke,
ready.
Very head-on smoke. Is PB gonna break it alone?
No,
Ooh,
they don't want him to. They know for sure it would be a bad move. That's DD that spawns in the river, though. TB is going to race over to it. Smoked up just like last game. BP into a world of pain he will go, but he's got his own BKB. And now actually TB being caught at least by the Bushwhack. There's no follow-up, though. Mariano not willing to make that jump in, as they have deleted the Squirrel. Great hook shot. Is going to find the Drow Ranger. No cog pushback, though. And into the battery assault. She's actually pushed back further underneath the tier 2 tower. Constabulate looking to really close the gap here. We'll just go ahead and walk right underneath. There's Reflection. Only catching on to Berna, though. But good enough. Oh, the RP. It finds two. What a thing of beauty out from ADR. Mariano trying to escape, but he's going to run headfirst into those arena walls. And now the Supernova Sun will be completely splattered. SG Esports finding exactly the fight they were looking for.
Well, very, very well done there, honestly, from SG. That was the fight they needed for a while. And a good coordinated effort. Now they can go up to the high ground if they wanted to, at least just to threaten this. I mean, obviously, once they force Glyph or any sort of buyback, you retreat, right? But right now, it's like, sure, let's just try it.
I mean, they got to be feeling quite confident, though. Because they got BKBs out of Kunkka as well as out of the Drow Ranger. Maybe a bit of damage here for ADR.
Man, if Kunkka goes in, yeah, they just gonna get fished out by the Mars and the Magnets, so it's too difficult for him to get close and use the Heaven's Halberd. Well done. Oh, he's gonna find ADR though.
Everyone's
or
alive.
try to, at least.
Oh,
Mariano. Another missed bolt by BP.
blinked it off this time around. Nice job by ADR.
Maybe with a blink, it's easier to calculate with the Torrent Ghost Ship.
Yep. I really like that move from ADR. Didn't panic. He actually just stops moving outside of Tidebringer range to make sure that he's already facing the direction he wants to blink in, and then he's just immediately blinks. No hesitation. It looked like he didn't actually move anywhere because of the X. That's how fast it was. So really good reactions there.
Yeah, but you have to, I think the Torrent just makes it easier, honestly. Hitting the Torrent's much easier than hitting, or it can be much more pitch perfect than hitting the Ghost Ship. So I think it's easier if he starts going for the Torrent Ghost Ship as opposed to just Ghost Ship. For the combos, because otherwise he's gonna be able to do this every time. You do it once, you do it every time. It's just once you figure out how to deal with that combo, right? But the problem though is that this might have been the last chance you get because ADR is very close to finishing his BKB, and once he does, Kunkka will no longer be as impactful as canceling him. And Infinity seems to have regained. Sorry, not Infinity. Is SGS seems to have regained their tempo with this last fight.
Oh, they're looking a lot better now. Haystron as well in the battle of ADR. Roshan, 1 minute until he is back. Aegis number 2. Roshan number 2. Also true. Last time SG Esports were kind of usurped in the Roche pit, weren't they? By Mariano in a great fight from Infinity, who will smoke up now. They're going to maybe actually find the Ulikod. Okay, Arena's down onto 3. PP pops the BKB. Mariano, that's just his shard, no BKB, as the Phoenix is now deleted. The Ulikod pins the tree here by the Bushwhack. Keeps himself alive, though, thanks to the Essence Ring and the Mechanism, as the Squirrel's getting ran on down. Drow Ranger has been absolutely scattered. We've got only the RP to cancel the TP, but it's going to be worth it for now, especially if they can follow up and get this kill onto Berna. The rest of SG Esports now coming to reinforce their, I guess, horny Rhino Man, as they will finally find a tree there to find Berna too. Wasn't the tree they had in mind, but it'll do, and that's going to be a dead Drow Ranger for 50 seconds. And Roche is up.
Very important kill, and as the Roshan spawns. Okay, perfect for them. This is the second Roshan because of the shard. For anyone that's important for the shard. Honestly, Davos shard.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think Mara shard is really good. Horn Toss is another good contender. I would argue.
Yeah, I like that.
Horn Toss is pretty good. I think it's between those two. Jetpack.
There's a case to be made for Demon Zeal if you want like a Blink Dagger TP so you can jump the ground. It's not too often.
The Demon Zeal.
Okay, no. I even corrected myself.
You did.
Can I pause my balls about this?
There it is. Oh, hello guys! Don't forget about the cheese and the shard.
Just leave it. Leave it on the floor.
Just leave it there.
On the floor. Just leave it on the floor. The floor will consume the shard.
If you let it rest for a couple of minutes, it actually turns into an ag scepter.
It becomes an ag.
Yeah.
I see. We both made the same joke.
We did. Okay, but right for now, Thavo is holding on to the shard. He already has one apparently. So to me, it's a no-brainer. I think you give this to Mag, especially with BKB now. I think it's the item. It's his. Marana, I mean, Demon Zeal, maybe. If Constabula is like, if you don't give this to me, I'll destroy my items. Like, okay, then you give it to him. But, like, I think he doesn't really want it. Move speed is nice, but I think first he just wants Scotty. He wants all those items online first. Pamplona, you are a absolute madman. This is such a risky play. Luckily, that egg doesn't show up just to show you. I've toggled on over to Costabila's vision. He's not going to see this. Invisrune is up. And, well, Pamplona very lucky that there was no one actually escorting that TV down bottom. The rest of the team here from SG Esports is getting ready to push through the bottom lane, which has the only tier 2 tower remaining in the game here for Infinity. Just like that, up 11k. My goodness. When did that happen? Just one fight, huh?
Well, two really won.
True.
Last 2 fights. I mean, I guess, I don't know, the last one you would consider a fight more just pickoffs, really. They're catching the Drow relatively easily. Costabile going for the Scotty. Costabile is just thinking, Drow will never become a hero, so I'm going to itemize if she doesn't exist. And that is usually the right mentality until Drow becomes too scary. Oh, Horn Toss and ADR, actually. They also have his shard. They have both shards here. Can they kill PP, though? Has 7 Salvers, still quite tanky. They put him against the arena. PP active at PP. RP used. And they have Scotty now. PP could be in trouble. PP stuck in the cogs. PP can't get away. PP with a ghost ship trying to help him out. They're trying to go as well from Pamplona. PP's being slowed. But do they have the damage or the shockwave? They will. And the Orchids actually now finished on the Magnus. ATR quite happy about this. Costabile looks for more. Has to be careful Berna though. Who could kill him, honestly, and the marksmanship's notice.
Yeah, which is not much of a notice. Those guys, they just kind of, you know, they're so unannounced. You know, you've got friends that will just kind of show up and ring your doorbell. Those guys just show you come home from work and they're already, you know, half a six-pack in on your couch with the chips open. You know,
yeah,
like that. That's the Rangers' notice. Not much. I
was once friends with a marksmanship, and it was like we would say all us meet at 7. He wouldn't answer, and then just show up at like 8:30. Just wouldn't tell you, know? What a dick.
And honestly, and
it wasn't even the same day. It was up on a completely different day.
And that's really saying something, because Alvaro is Spanish, and if you don't know, time is relative, very relative.
Yeah. We say 7 to Spain. We meet leave your house at 7, and then we'll see how long it takes you to get.
And then, you know, traffic
I'm most certainly
maybe.
not meeting you at 7.
And then like take the scenic route maybe.
I mean, you have to stop for coffee at some point. And if the coffee was too filling, because like café con leche, for example, instead of like a cortado, then you definitely do have a siesta.
Yeah, you need to.
30 minutes or so.
About 30. And you.
But it's okay. We accept it.
Oh, great arrow.
Oh, he's got sit. Never mind. He actually got sniped by the rocket. Pitch perfect rocket flare as well, because that was right as the shard ended. With the Orchid, they also
got the Phoenix.
That was a huge horn toss.
Oh, he lives.
No, maybe not.
He lives on no HP. No way.
Need a shockwave.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he went too far thanks to the sun ray. Well done.
Yeah, nah, it's not.
Someone is asking who's better, late TB or Drow? It's Drow, 100%. Drow melts him.
Yep.
Drow melts him. The issue for Drow is just living long enough to be able to do that and not dying to RP.
And the rest of the team.
Yeah. I mean,
like TB beats everything that's not Drow here.
Just no one can be in Drow's safe space, though. That's the thing. If anyone's in Drow's safe space, it's TB. But if no one is within this AoE, which I've highlighted now in Drow Ranger, no enemy heroes specifically, or hero units like Spirit Bear, she'll be fine. But that's a pretty big if here versus a Clockwork. And here's ADR, another Horn Toss here. Should have an Orchid out soon. PP, of course, with Ag Scepter, probably going to try and... Or, sorry, BKB, rather, is going to have to use it. Costabile with the Blink Dagger immediately on in. There's another RP here for PP, as he is not going to be allowed to escape either. Pickoff after pickoff, as he was attempting to cut a bottom lane. Instead, he will be cut in half, skewered by the Spear of Dao.
Nice. Go off PP. And what else can you do after this? Can you try to take a tier 3s? I mean, you still hold the Aegis for... Nah, not for too long.
Not for too long, just another 5 seconds, so it's going to be reclaimed.
Meta. I mean, you could force this. You do have all the tools, really.
Yeah, get a buyback out from him.
You're missing RP.
He doesn't have BKB, though, right? No BKB on Mariano. Or, sorry, what I mean to say was PP. Mariano also doesn't have BKB, just the Shard. Oh, great Horn Toss, though. That's the Drow Ranger. She's in so much trouble here. Great arrow.
Yes, actually, she's done. No, Verna's dead. There we go. That was super easy. They also kill Pamplona for free. Mariano, I don't think he's going to be able to get away. The Shard, but the last hit from the Scotty will finish him off. I think this could be GG as they kill Sexy Yogi as well. Then go for tier 4s. I mean, they have buybacks on 4 of these heroes, but Drow does not. That's pretty
the crucial
major.
one. That's the crucial one, though,
That's
right?
the crucial one.
Because no one else beats TB but Drow. I mean, you'd need a perfect duel into boat, into Sunray, into Supernova. Like, it needs to be perfect. And oh, okay, at least we escaped death there. Oh, that would have been a nice catch from Mariano.
Oh, Tabo tried to go for the spear, did not. Bushwhack, Costabile. Oh, they missed.
They're just going to leave. They're just going to leave. They know Drow doesn't have buyback now.
No, they realize it. They have to force the buyback or the racks at least. They can't get away without the racks. Oh, there we go. That's huge. They forced dieback on PP. Oh, no, not dieback. Sorry, just respawn. So it's
Supernova.
fine. The Supernova, ADR, going forward. The duel, not going to do too much.
Beautiful.
RP, they have to break the egg. They don't break it in time. But Tio Licor, he will die actually. Right after the duel, the Sunder from Costabile to make sure he can stay here. They kill off Pamplona finally. Also want to get rid of the Conca here. They will accomplish this. No, a bit more damage. There we go. Costabile just jumps in with a blink BKB, and that's going to do the trick. That's going to get rid of Mariano.
They're leaving.
PP, Sexy Yogi. PP does have buyback though, so he comes back in, and Berna is being tanked here by Tabo. PP brings back ADR, and ADR will die here. Tabo just trying to retreat. Costabile wants to blink in for Berna.
He
was
can't.
considering it, but the blink just got blocked, and now he has to let Tabo die. Unless the cheese. Okay. I mean, I guess they're committing to this. Oh shit. Tabo?
Okay,
Tabo?
King Jungles has hookshot in 10? Like...
Yeah, Costabile can still blink in.
This, okay,
just go.
there they go.
Save your god.
Berna's out of
go
mana.
Costabile the Sunder. That's how he initiates. And we
What?
do get a spear. They actually just ignore the Conca. They want to go for the
Hookshot?
Drow instead.
No.
Hookshot's ready. There we go.
Oh, the force
Cogs.
just in time.
Oh, Bernat the Hurricane Pike. Perfectly set up.
Unbelievable. Now PP is...
And now Tabo might die.
No. He's
Oh, never mind. I
not?
spoke too soon. Oh, what?
On the low
no wall
ground
there.
now. Oh, Tabo's gonna die now to the... Oh, he's gonna live on a hair of HP. There's the sentry. One last auto attack. He BKBs. Oh, he tries to dirt. At least he faces his attacker. A glorious death in combat. I mean, what an absolute... I don't like using this term, but what an absolute Chad move there by Tabo, who just turns around. He eats the cheese. He sprays like 3 times, and then they actually almost kill a Drow Ranger again. Unbelievable. I mean, he just wasn't taking any damage. He was not taking any damage there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The marksmanship, of course, not really doing a whole lot when you're not doing when you're only doing 30% of your total damage there, huh? All right, well, Infinity, they hold out for now, as Tavo had to do his compendium quest of, you know, take 10,000 damage as Mars from the front. He's got half of it now.
Step lively now.
So here's a smoke play coming from Infinity. I also can't believe that Supernova actually completed in that last fight. That was unbelievable. Here they go, though. There's going to be a very aggressive play out from Mariano. They have caught an ADR. Up into the air he goes. Great hook shot. Oh, but it's not going to save him. He's dead for 80 seconds. He does not have buyback, Oliver. In fact, no one on SG Esports has buyback except for Davo. King Jungles, he could be very well next, but we can see Infinity very reluctant to go in. They must be thinking they actually have buyback. They can't even go for this high ground yet, and they are losing tier 3s, well, at tier 3 singular, to at least a big old creep wave. But that's actually a huge win for them. Unfortunately, it's not going to pay off. They're going to check Hirosh and be sorely disappointed to see he's not home, and it won't be for another minute and 15 seconds, which is more than enough time here for ADR to respawn.
Yep.
Look, they're so hopeful.
Yeah,
like, they
right.
know this is their way back in the game as well. They're so
Costavi's
hopeful.
not going to let them. Costavile is not going to let them. By the time the Magus is back, oh, unless you kill Costavile here. Or at least the Mars. Oh, the duel for Tiolicor, okay. That's the ultimate at least.
That's another.
Marana.
That's another kill without buyback though. Like that is significant.
That's true.
Because now we will have
She won't
one
come
hero.
back in time for Roche.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She'll be back
barely.
barely, and she's Marana, so she can still be useful by pressing Moonlight Shadow, TPing, leaping after she TPs, and oh no,
And arrowing.
oh no, they got the Swift Blink.
The Swift Blink.
They got the Swift Blink from
That
Costabile.
sucks.
But not only he's about to
That
have
sucks.
buyback, but not only did he not have buyback there for a while, he also doesn't have Swift Blink for another 3 minutes, even though he's got the money for it now. We'd have to buy out for
let
it.
this rush go. I honestly don't think this you can. I think you need to fight this. Like if this goes late, they're gonna beat you.
It's getting a little bit difficult. I mean, we're sending the TB illusions into the base, but we're just idling them. I'd like to see them attack some buildings here. Long time. There they go. Now off we go. All the buffer buildings are destroyed. We're actually about to lose a tier 4 tower here, likely to the creeps. This is a big wave, but Roshan is up. The rocket flare is going to scout it as well. There goes one of the tier 4s. This second tier 4 is going to go down, actually. Yeah, this second tier 4 is going to drop. Ancient is exposed for Infinity. So the classic base question mark is probably going to come on through. SG Esports, in the meantime, have managed to gather their strength. They will group up as 5. Under the cover here of a smoke. They're going to try and go for a little bit of a toilet bowl maneuver. And Infinity, I think... Well, the rocket flare not scouting them, but they know the Drow Ranger's somewhere in this top lane. And now a vision. Pamplona. Oh, breaks the smoke. Moonlight Shadow. They've finally seen him. He's going to skewer into where the side shop used to be. Shockwave's not going to catch him. The arena, though, will find one. Out comes the Supernova. There's no buyback here on the Phoenix anyway, and which is Stavo nearby. They actually can't destroy it.
Stabile going for Sexy Yogi first. Okay, there's
Great.
a kill at least. And now 30.
The RP.
Oh, wow, what an RP! Onto 3, no, onto 2, sorry. But
Berna's
Berna's the
just
prime
dead.
target, and Berna will die immediately. Mariano with the Aeon is capable of getting away, or at least for now, as the Scotty slowing him down. The reflection as well. He has vision of him in the high ground. Mariano is not going to be able to live. Okay, SG just wiped the floor with him. And now you get a free Roshan with
It's
it.
4 dead.
This should
PP.
be... Now you should be game. Like, if you can't win with this Roshan, I can't imagine.
PP was just not in there. He had a TP back to defend the Ancient, because the Ancient actually... It wouldn't have died, but the thing is, without tier 4s, when your lane creeps spawn in, especially at like nighttime or something, like they just don't aggro to anything hitting your Ancient. So they would have started losing the game. So that was he needed to TP back, and unfortunately the rest of his team not on the same page. They stuck around as if they were gonna contest a Roshan, but versus 5, they just didn't stand a chance. PP is crucial in these fights, just like he was last game. Infinity, man, they're not going to be able to... They're going to get maybe one more fight at it, but at the very least, they're looking down the barrel of mega creeps that are very soon to be marching down all 3 lanes. Oh, the horn toss. We still shoot Clockwork, but that's now another death for the Squirrel. Of course, does not have buyback. For a minute anyway.
Out for 11 seconds. What do they get the extra TB, so he still has a tearaway anyway. Oh, don't come on, this PP. Double has the arena. And it's like, wait, but PP has BKB, right?
Okay, so he just leaves.
Double. Good job, though.
Good tearaway.
Stab it with a tearaway.
Nice.
It's going to at least stop the Phoenix. That's only 10 seconds more of Metamorphosis, though, so you're going to lose it. But you're in their base, guys. You can just... There we go. You can just go. You have Blink Double.
It's okay, don't be shy. Don't be shy. That thing's called an Ancient.
Berna is killable. Oh, there we go. See another horn toss. Fine BP.
Flicker.
Has a flicker. PP will survive because of the flicker. Price attack a little bit of help. Gostai could be in trouble. Gostai just sent back. Tabo has a second arena.
Oh, no,
this
the
time
flicker.
It's gonna hit BP, who tried to flicker outside of it, but he was a bit too quick. Looked at the wrong side. And PP is going to be silenced on top of this. PP is probably going to die. Oh, I mean, not with the press the attack. Actually saving him. Purely caught. Also helped out with his own BKB. Berna being grounded now by Costabile. The hook shot. Send him back. King Jungle. Send him back with a skewer.
Wow.
Press the attack too late. And that's going to be a dead Berna and a win for SG Esports.
Well, not yet. They want Mariano first.
A win.
A win.
For SG.
A win for SG. Okay,
a win for SG Esports. Estoy de acuerdo, Sexy Yogi. Vamos.
Vamos. There we go.
GG.
There's the GG being called. And it is going to be SG Esports taking the win. 2-1 victory for them as the Ancients will fall because they're allergic to touching the Ancients just a little bit. As the exclamation point out from PP, it is going to be the 2-1 win for SG. Could have been a 2-0. I think they were in a very similar position to this game last time around and just couldn't really finish it off now. But it's good to see them make good progress. A couple of adjustments. The mag pick made a lot more sense to me than what was it? What was the last pick last time that we both were like, what was this? It was a weird offlaner, wasn't it? The TK or
CK.
Yeah, Centaur Warrunner. No. Chaos Knight. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we'll bring it back to cameras here briefly, but again, we have a lot more Dota on the day. This was our first best of 3. We've already done a best of 2 and a best of 1, and we have one more upper bracket match to go. It's actually between our seed 1 and seed 2. I told you this while we were off air, but I'll say it again just because I think it's a little funny. We had our best of 1 tiebreaker to determine first seed. First seed chooses their opponent, and then the other 2 teams play each other. These were the other 2 teams. They were 3rd and 4th place in the group stage. And after No Ping beat Hokori in the best of one, No Ping were asked, okay, who do you want to play? And No Ping go, we'll play Hokori, thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll see. Was Noping too cocky, or will they prove why they're supposedly the best team, as they are waiting for their opponent, as SG is waiting for their opponents here in the upper bracket? We're going to see that tomorrow, but for now, I'm going to be waiting for the match between Noping and Hokori. So we'll see you guys in around like 10 minutes as we get the match ready, and see you guys then.
Yep. Well, everyone, welcome back. A little bit of deja vu because we have been in this place before. A little bit of a burp. That's how you know it's real deja vu, I suppose, because Hokori are going to be having now a best of 3 rematch between themselves and No Ping Esports. No Ping, they did win the 1-0 best of 1 tiebreaker earlier and chose to face Hokori yet again. Some predictions here, Mr. Alvaro, as to what we're going to see here in this series.
Probably 2-0 for Doping. Honestly, I think last year they were quite a dominant team compared to Hokori. I feel like they outclassed them in everything. Particularly, I think the draft is one of Hokori's biggest weaknesses, and I think that it's starting to show. It shows much more against better teams, and Doping I think is definitely one of them. And now Hokori, like they fixed some of their problems, right? They go and ban the IO Axe, and they go and say, well, we have to let the Viper fly through, right? Let the Timber Saw through, thank God, because Doping didn't even pick it. You see how low value that pick is, but it is interesting to see. How Hokori drafted. I do think Hokori is a very strong team. I just think that Noping is a bit stronger than them. And Hokori often faces issues in where they try to experiment a bit too much in the draft, and I think they get punished a lot. I don't think Noping suffers from that, especially not in playoffs where they're back to playing full form. To them, group stages are just scrims, so playoffs is the serious stuff.
All right. I'm looking forward to seeing it. What do you think the tiebreakers were to them then?
Scrims. They all take those as scrims because tiebreakers didn't matter. But I guarantee you, because I talked to them about this, they really do take it as scrims. That's why they were playing things like Lion 5 on Panda, or like they were playing Dark Bao a lot of Ember. He was forbidden to play Tiny, you know, that kind of stuff. It's just a bit of practice for them. And now that they're in playoffs, they're going to take it seriously and try to play to win.
Okay. Well, their start looks pretty good so far, right? We've banned out the Wisp and the Axe. And immediately first picking for No Ping the Viper, so that's going to be position 5 for them, most likely. And the Dark Mago special of the mid lane Tiny.
Yeah. I really like the... It could also be Matthew's Tiny, mind you. They also do have the flexing. They have done this before. So it's not entirely definite, but I do like the Tiny matchup versus Gyrocopter a lot. I especially like it when it's mid, because Gyrocopter doesn't deal well with burst damage in general. If it's a 5 Gyrocopter, then it's even worse because it's just fodder for Tiny. If it's a carry Gyro, there's a point where you start dealing with it, but it still struggles. That ban of the Timber is interesting. I don't know why you would ban Timber if you were playing Gyro. That makes you think it's carry then. Why would you pick it so early?
10 seconds remaining.
That's actually a good point.
Dire team.
I'm not really sure why either. For now, I'm going to continue to be a little bit confused. Not by this Mars pick, but just because I don't think this settles anything with the Gyrocopter pick either.
No, I guess you pick your your mid laner here, and then you reserve your last pick for a potential carry, and you flex the Gyrocopter.
10 seconds remaining.
I think that's what they're trying to do here. I'm just not sure why you ban a Timber Saw if Gyrocopter's a 5. Though. I think this means he's a carry, because then you could just max Rocket Barrage and you beat him in lane. No ping. And they probably flex a Tiny for now, so they may pick their off laner, and they might pick their carry next as well. There we go. Off laner, so Tide Hunter. Okay, and you keep the Tiny as a flex. Interesting choice to Tide, though, against a Gyro. Also not the greatest of matchups.
Yeah. No, definitely not. Plus, the Hex is always super annoying for Tide, but there's not much you can do about that. You just kind of have to play into it. Not something you can crack and shell off, allowing the team to ignore you. You can't purge it off. Look for, it doesn't damage, basically, is what I mean, right? Like, Magic Missile is a stun, but it also does a lot of damage, and that might actually...
Okay,
whereas Hex doesn't do any of that. And without a save, especially if this is going to be a Viper 5, we're still somewhat flexing it, right? It would have to be, like, Tiny 4, Viper mid at this stage, or something a little bit even weirder. But,
they don't play Tiny mid. Or Viper mid, sorry. Okay, so it is a Gyro carry. Okay. They're just trying to pretend like they were flexing it. With the Alchemist, this determines it. That makes sense. That's why they picked the Gyro so early, to play the Alchemist draft. What would Noping deal with this?
10 seconds remaining.
Because they've been beaten by this before with the Bristleback, particularly. I know they're going to ban Bristleback as the last 2 bans for sure, even with a Viper. It doesn't matter. But what will they play against this, though? What's their plan? Go picks versus Gyro. PA is very good, but I don't know.
It's slow, though. It's slow. I don't think you can pick something late game that wins versus Gyro. It's with an Alk. Sorry, with an Alk, I should specify.
Slark is very good, too, but he's also crap.
Wee's not very good.
The carry game is just very limited right now. Ursa, okay. Ursa beats the Elk in lane,
Yep.
doesn't suffer against him, and is pretty good against Gyro. I like this pickup. That's
Yeah.
Mars 5, by the way. Now that we know, it's Mars 5 for sure.
Yeah, for Gardic. This is an Hokori special. They've done this. They've pulled this one quite a few times, right? Gyro, Mars, and then Elk, basically in that order verbatim. When they're picking, make sure they can get the best start possible. But I think No Ping are responding actually very, very nicely to this. In fact, I would, for now, actually go on to say that I would prefer their draft. I mean, my goodness, Viper Ursa versus an Alchemist is not a great lane there.
Alchemist. Yeah, it's gonna struggle. At least they managed to deal with one of the biggest issue of the Alchemist, which has happened before against them,
Yeah,
which
the
is
lane.
he wins his lane, right? Yeah. If you manage to at least win the lane, then he has to go in recovery mode, and then he becomes a greedier offlaner, and you can punish that a bit more. Okay, so I think Hokori is missing a mid. That's correct, and they banned the
Dire team
DP,
back.
which indicates to me it's probably tiny mid. Hokori doesn't agree with this.
Just banning the other Dark Mago heroes in the case, right? Maybe we get rid of the Ember now. Just to make sure, right? Ember, actually, well, versus the Lion, right? Could be potentially
10 seconds
dangerous, but if you can avoid him, Mars doesn't really prevent too much of a threat. I suppose
5
Yule Scepter
seconds
still could
remaining.
prove to be very effective, but then you're building Yule Scepter on your mid lane Mars, which isn't the worst first item, but does slow down the rest of your items if you can't just,
Well, they-
live off the blink.
Will they ban Bristle? Will they still ban Bristle despite the Viper?
Radiant team ban.
No. Okay. So Bristle's an option for Hokori. I know with Viper it doesn't seem really great, but because he gets an automatic axe from Alchemist, getting the BKB is not too difficult for the Bristle. So it's not honestly
Dire
that bad.
team pick.
They
Okay.
ban that.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point because that was the strat they ran with this before, and then they just left the Gyro to himself. It was probably even this exact draft, to be honest, when we saw it earlier in the tournament from Hokori.
I think it is a tiny
10
mid, to be
seconds
honest, but
remaining.
if it's not, a TA would be okay here.
Radiant team pick. Mirana.
Tiny mid
It's
then.
tiny mid. Good. Mirana is good. I like this pickup. Solid with Tide Hunter because Gush is set up for Arrow to a degree. And she's not too phased by the Mars.
Nope, not at all. You can leave out the arena. Arrows as well to steal creeps from this team who, no matter
10
what,
seconds
is going to be the
remaining.
core. If it's Gyro or something yet to be seen, it's going to want to farm stacks no matter what.
5
So you can just
seconds
go ahead
remaining.
and steal a couple of big creeps over for yourself and enjoy those very, very much.
Yeah, the option of the Monkey King actually here for Hokori. Another good axe user that beats Tiny in lane.
Not bad versus the Tide either because of the bonus damage. They will go with the Bristle.
Choose
Okay.
your hero.
As I
Yeah,
thought, I don't think it's that bad a pick. I honestly don't think that Bristle's that countered by Viper. And No Ping kind of thought, oh, we have Viper 5 this time. We're going to beat them. I don't know if they're right, genuinely. I don't know.
so a slight correction. The last time Hokori ran this, it was versus No Ping. They won this game in 25
That's what I
minutes
meant.
and 40 seconds. And there was just
What
one...
correction are you making?
What?
What correction?
Well, if you would let me finish, I would get to the correction. Are you gonna?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So the one small correction I did want to make was when they did play this draft, it was the same for heroes on 1 to 4. With the exception of Gardic, that was the game that they flexed him on over to the position 5 Pangolier. So that's going to be the one exception here. But they have literally ran a very, very similar draft, strikingly similar to this versus No Ping 6 days ago, and it absolutely crushed them. It absolutely crushed them.
That is not a small correction. That is a pedantic correction. Because the idea of the draft is the exact same. I don't care if the 5 is the Pangolier.
That's
or the
why it
Mars,
was,
you wanker.
yes, indeed, a small correction because it's not going to really change that much about the game.
That's why you're a wanker. I think those two things are true.
Right. See, but the
that-
thing
that
is,
obviously
when
exclusive.
when I
I
was
just wanna point
quoting
that
a
out.
previous game statistic for the both teams with the exact same idea, and I was quoting, "Hey, last time they did this, they beat it in 26 minutes to set the expectations." I do already want to say there's something slightly different here with the Mars because Gardic had some really impressive games on the 5 Mars before, and I think on that game where he played the Pangolier wasn't really all that impactful, right? So even though No Ping have seen this before, I think this one's actually probably the best version of the strat I think Hokori can pull off because I think Gardic played an amazing 5 Mars, to be quite honest. Is that an acceptable answer?
For battle.
No, not really. I wanted to concentrate on the most important part, which is the fact that Noping think that with these changes, which is particularly 5, and I guess you can argue the Tidehunter because that came up a bit too early for them to acknowledge it. Maybe the Ursa as well. I'm not sure. It's a combination of these 3 heroes. Obviously, Viper's a pivotal one, but I'm not sure about the Ursa or the Tide, which they value more. With these heroes, they managed to thwart this draft. Are they correct? Are they not? We're going to see. Because I do feel like, much like last time, you're going to get an Ags to Bristol. He can actually build a really early BKB with like Vanguard Hood. Or actually, you skip the Hood. You just go Vanguard BKB, and then he gives you the Ags. And I still think it's a threat. I don't know. I'm not as confident as Noping.
I'm slightly more confident. I think the last time that Noping ran this, the issue was that one, Dark Malgo wasn't having a really great game in the mid lane. He had like a decent laning stage, and then he kind of fell off like immediately. He had a pretty late blink, like 13 minutes, so that really compounded to it. But also there was no help from the safe lane, and that wasn't really Pakaza's fault because Pakaza was playing Medusa. What was he supposed to do? It's 25 minutes. You're a Medusa, right? So now on the Ursa, maybe you've got a little bit of a better chance here. So I think Noping, at least they are making some good adjustments. So some less pedantic changes, I would say, or some differences.
Those are good points. Those are actual good points. Look at the difference. I do commend you when you make good points. You know, I'm just like that.
The thing is, you wouldn't let me finish.
No.
He never does.
That's not one of my traits. He has a gush level 1, so at least they didn't force him into the wrong build, but he's gonna die first blood.
Show. No attacks. We have
coming in for the Earth Spike, taking
rebuke.
the first blood.
It's arrow level 1.
Be in trouble.
He's dead,
They
actually.
have a dodge rebuke in a second. Yeah. He dies. There we go. All right, double kill. Well done, I guess.
Yeah, indeed, very well.
I'm not expecting that. I agree with the point of the Ursa, though. The Ursa not only can fight early, he's also a really good Diffusal Blade carrier. Carrier, sorry.
He can be a courier, too.
Actually a good counter.
There's a couple really cute Ursa couriers.
So that means that obviously Diffusal Blade is the best item to deal with Bristol and Alk actually both suffer a lot from mana problems. So it's a really good idea to just fight them with that. I'm assuming it's gonna be Diffusal Blade build for sure this game.
Yeah, I think it has to be.
That might be enough.
I think it's going to have to be. Panda is going to return a lot more damage than he's taking here. Pakaz, although still continuing to fight in the Acid Spray, kind of kited in by Vitali, he's going to still end up falling here on this offlane Alchemist. As Panda no longer cares to harass El Misho, just wants to save his mana, and will even take the long way around here to do the trees before he salves up probably Pakaz, because this is a true support player here on the position 5 Viper. Yep, there we go.
There we go. There we go. I mean, he knows. If he dies, he just comes back with full mana, so it's not even that bad.
Exactly. Just uses the one tango, and he's totally fine for now.
For a Viper, what you want to do is you really just want to die as much as possible as long as you're killing someone else. Like, if you get trades, honestly, that's better for you than even getting the kill and surviving sometimes.
Yep, because then you give solo core to your core, you solo XP, to your core. Solo core to your core is also really good, you know?
The only problem with this style, if you play the Viper that aggressively, which is why Panda doesn't always do it, is that then you just fall off completely, right, into the mid game. Whereas 5 Viper at least stays alive and can actually do a bit more, is capable of at least being useful in the mid game. Here you're going to be useful regardless because of Nether Toxin, so I think Panda has more options.
That is a good point. He does actually have to put a point in another toxin eventually here. For now, that's the point in the Corrosive Skin. Hexed up into the Unstable Concoction. This is exactly what Hokori did last time to catch Noping a bit off guard as well. This level 2 Unstable Concoction rather than what I think most people would expect, but is not really the trend of going for level 2 Grievel's Greed. That is too greedy.
Yep. Well, they used to do that in Europe. OG didn't do that, but like 3-3, for example, used to do that in Tundra. He really liked that build. But I also thought I was too greedy. I think this build is much better. I also think Unstable Concoction is a very underrated skill. I think it's actually really, really strong stun. Obviously at level 1 it sucks, right? But once you max it, 4-second stun max time is actually ridiculously high. If Tabo thinks CK is a good offlaner, I think Alk will fulfill the same role.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I mean, Chaos Bolt has less stun time than Unstable Concoction, right? And it's unreliable, so...
What was I going to say?
Pakaz is missing a lot of lasts, though, which should not be happening. His lane is going worse than it should be, but it's okay.
Little friendly tip from Gardic on over to Matthew. Suspect he dodged a spear or something.
Sucks for... See, it sucks for the bottom lane, though, because I don't find the Tide matchup versus Jarakov to be too strong, but at the same time, Noping chose this for themselves, so...
We're going to go for Panda.
Oh.
Dead? A lot of damage. Holy
Voucher.
moly. Level
Pakaz
2
can't help him.
acid spray as well. Guys,
Oh, he went for 1 point overpower though. That's good. To get the kill on Misho, very, very good. The 1 point overpower just won the not the lane, sorry, won him the kill there. Pakaz, stop missing. You had that one too. Pakaz, I've seen
is
like 5 of them.
dead. Bottom. Ooh, gets the spear off, but that last auto attack from Matthew is going to secure the kill. Nice job sparring down bottom here between the two. And now with Tiaras out of mana, I think Oscar's got a lot more breathing room down here to be able to secure a little bit more CS because he's been slightly zoned away from the lane. Good stun now onto Pakaz. That's going to be another long duration here. Unstable concoction into another kill. 5 stacks, though, of the poison attack onto Vitali. This is going to be a kill in return here as Vitali will tick away just barely enough damage. And Misho could be next. Needs to make sure he can break vision, and Panda has been juked.
Ha! Panda just realized, wait, that tree wasn't there before because Misho planted that. He's just to realize he's juking on the same tree. No! Panda, he's struggling so much. He sees where Misho is. He's being juked, Panda! You're gonna see him with the ward, though, and Pakaz can just jump onto him. They hit him with the Earth Shock slow. That's going to be enough for poison attack to start ticking. But
He's alive.
Panda won't get the kill.
He is alive.
And the Vitali comes in with a stun. Fair amount of damage for Pakaz, huh? Especially in the acid spray.
Didn't Pakaz just come back to the lane, too?
No.
Already have to half HP. That's the healing salve through from him already. At least he didn't Earth Shock back into the acid spray to cancel the salve. Good farm, though, from both of our mid laners. Should mention, Analog did get ganked here by Matthew. So far, no threat to him, however.
This time they decided that, I guess the strategy is we pick Oscar here. Oh,
okay.
Analog is gonna die. Good job, Dark Mago.
Yeah.
Well played. Good little toss the tree. So I think the strat this time for Noping is we pick Oscar a hero that is gonna lose the lane no matter what, so he can't complain when we don't help him, and then we just move mid and help Dark Mago instead. It's genius, really. I never thought of this.
Vitali might be in for some trouble, though. We still have Overpower ready to go. Good stun from Misho. Panda's just slow. The pickles, they don't move very fast, so you can't catch up or really do much about anything.
Yep.
Yaris is now still farming comfortably, though. So is Tide, though. Again, now with 1-2-2 build, he's basically not scared any longer. Wow, okay, another Toxin.
That almost helped kill Analog, but he got a haste rune, so it was impossible afterwards. That actually, you start to see the power of the break there. Tani can really burst him down. In the top lane, Pakaz is chasing after Vitali, and Pakaz like, I learned from my support's mistakes. I'm not going to get juked. Oh, no, but I'm going to get surprised by the Lion. And here comes Analog as well. That's a kill.
Yeah,
right.
okay.
Gardic. They
Rotation.
spear Matthew against the wall.
Here comes
Gardic
Dark Mago.
might still die. The body blocks. They need something more, though.
They want to give it to Dark Mago, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have anything else to do with Gardic anyway, so I guess they're just Avalanche. There we go. And the hit from Dark Mago. Efficient.
That big old punch. And actually get him killed then. TRS is going into... Oh, this is the same thing. TRS always likes going for the stats gyrocopter, though. It's the same build. If you're wondering why there's no skill points ready to be learned with only 4 points in skills committed, that would be because he's already got 2 in the stats, if this is the first time you've seen this particular build on the gyro.
Vitali has a stun, but it's really low. Apparently that stun is enough to deter the Ursa from going any further. Okay. Yeah, you're right. This is the most efficient farming build as well. It's actually kind of very similar to the build that used to be done on Gyro, where Hector used to build like two slippers of agility, and just never turn into wave fence. And he's like, oh, those slippers just give me so much more.
Focus here. No ping as well. Last time they were unable to actually contest the stacks here, so this is absolutely crucial. And getting the kill off onto Misho first is going to go a long way. Another Toxin all on top. Analog here and Gardic both trying to defend, and they will get this kill onto Panda. That's only a 5 Viper. Vitali coming on in, though, charging that unstable concoction. He's going to yeet it at Matthew, who runs downhill. In comes Pakaz now, as Analog just trying to clean up the rest of the Ancients here. Avalanche manages to steal a couple. There's going to be the break now on top from the Nether Toxin and the Enrage. As that's going to be Pakaz then picking up the kill. Vitali left just to pick off whatever he can left from the stack, so at least it doesn't go to the enemy.
Yeah, it's true, but they're continuing this aggression. In fact, the Ads decided to join them.
Wow.
Could be in trouble. There's no Enrage left. Holy Missile will finish him off. At least an arrow might save Dark Mago as Gardic. Really tried to get that spear, but Panda was in between. Matthew trying to kill El Misho, but even with the Erd, El Misho's not going to take down. The tree, however, will hit him. then Dark Mago will get a kill that was very necessary there to make that a more even engagement. The stacks still go the way of Hokori, as you mentioned, but this time it wasn't taken completely by Analog.
Yeah.
It's kind of divided, which is not ideal. Panda has in their Toxin, but I don't think they want to kill Analog. They're just going to rotate the Tidehunter here to stay in lane and continue farming elsewhere.
Yeah, I think this is... I don't know. I think I agree with you. The Viper is not really that hard of a counter to the Bristleback, but I think the early game becomes much more difficult, especially when you get Viper Strike here. You just spit on him and throw the Nether Toxin down, and it's with Tiny especially. I feel like that's almost a guaranteed kill, just because he can't get out, right? And there's no saves here. The stuns are going to be nice. Like, I don't know if that's going to be enough of an opening here, because this was still a really, really good strategy from Hokori the first time they ran it. But even like Alchemist is kind of getting bullied a little bit up here. You can see him now running away from the lane with the 5 stacks of the Fury Swipes. And once again, back into the triangle they go. So Noping showing that they've learned from their mistakes.
Seems like Noping was just looking out. Matthew really wants this ward. He's going to get it. He's going to get it. I mean, they're forcing the Gyrocopter to rotate, so this whole thing of like, oh, Alchemist is going to farm a bunch for the Gyrocopter is not really happening because you have to protect Alch's farm now, it seems like, which is bad. Panda might die to Vitali. He's out of another Toxin finally. They need Pakaz's help. The arrow will miss. They're going for Vitali. They tossing in.
Wow.
Avalanche on top of that. Lion's dead. Can they kill off Vitali? They do. Pakaz getting 2 kills in a row. Analog made the target, but Pakaz desists. He's gotten enough. And for Panda, you'll take that anytime. They're really canceling this Alchemist. It's actually very well played.
Yeah.
They've learned a lot from the last matchup. They clearly prepared for this.
Indeed, and this is a little bit scary as well, because Hokori they're committing 4, sometimes 5, and we still have an offlaner solo farming as Gardic. He's going to die the second Starstorm. Just no one is getting the farm this time that we saw Hokari get last time. And just no space is given to them. No quarter, right, from Noping, really, is the best way to say it. Just anything that they want, Noping are going to fight them over, and I think that's the way you got to play versus this lineup. I mean, last time we had the Bristle already off and away here in terms of net worth, and this time that's not the case.
They were ravaged and really committed with the arrow. I don't know if they have enough damage, honestly, just 2 heroes, but they're going to try regardless. Arrow stunned for quite a while. Now the TP attempt. Panda coming in, a bit of help, not enough. Use the Ravage for this. That sucks. That really sucks.
And that's the stats build coming in handy, right? 3 from the attributes. Well, it really is
6,
though.
How much is that? 6 times
6 times 20.
Oh, 20 is true. 120. Yeah, maybe
120 HP.
Right.
He switches to power treads. He was lucky enough to get the iron retreat. Like everything counted there, to be honest with you. Right? The dragon lance immediately. Like it, you know.
I agree with the dragon lance and the tree. I mean, I don't know. I guess.
I mean, it makes a difference. He barely lives there. He barely lives.
That's true.
I mean, yeah. At this stage, at this stage, it's true that like, well, you know, they rolled a little bit low on damage once or twice or even thrice, right? And that's why he lives. But you know, stats at least give you the opportunity to be in that position, right? For those.
I think the idea was also a bit risky, just in general, to be honest. Once you see the dragon lance on him, even regardless of the stat build, right?
Yeah.
That was very, very close, right?
Dire's top tower is
I don't say this is a good thing for Noping, but it was a bad one because okay, sure, maybe he doesn't go for the stats build, but you see the dragon lance. The normal Jarkat of the dragon lance already should be able to mostly tank that, and that was only because Panda actually came miraculously.
Plus, you've played against these guys, and he did the exact same thing. I mean, again, you know, maybe they didn't watch the replay because they were still in practice mode. Whatever, that's fine. I'm not going to condemn them for that. As Gardic will throw down the arena mid.
There's no way I didn't watch the replay and they came up with all this triangle stretch. Gardic is going to die.
It's true.
The Alchemist did come by. The Holy Missile will find Panda, who will sacrifice himself. Or maybe not, actually. As they only hexed up the Tiny there, called down to 4, Analog coming in between them. Panda now, he will fall. Another toxin for this Analog, but that Mago needs to retreat now. Pakaz is finally joining them, still on the Fusel Blade. They want to get the stun up from Vitali. We're going to stun. It's going to be the Tidehunter, not the ideal target. As Pakaz takes the Enrage, going for Vitali. It's a bit difficult. The arrow hits El Misho miraculously. Matthew might die, can't go for the kill. We finally got the Fusel Blade, but Pakaz is really low on HP. He has to retreat. They're trying to chase after him. Pakaz will die. In the backlands, they also get that Mago, and Matthew really trying to finish off Tiaris. The urn is not going to take
1
him
HP.
down enough. Now the stats matter.
1
for
HP.
Sure. As Oscar also falls to Analog, a huge team wipe. 1 by 1 they fall, all for Hokori.
That was incredible. He was actually quite literally 1 HP there at the very minimum, so that was incredible. Did he make it underneath the tier 1 tower for the buff for that 1 HP regen a second? I didn't actually pay attention to that, but like even if he did that, that actually saves him. Like everything is coming down to it.
For that tower. No.
Sorry?
He didn't make it on the tower, no.
Well, he was. I mean, he was running there, right? Because he was like, "Well, maybe I live if I get there." But
Yeah,
my
but
goodness,
the urn dispelled by the time he got to the
just
tower.
barely staying alive. Holy moly!
And 3 HP, quite literally, like 3 HP.
I saw
That
one.
said, though,
I did see one. Not gonna lie.
oh, did you see one?
saw
Oh,
one.
maybe it was 1 HP. Regardless, though, I think that fight. Now you got the Ags as well, which is going to be given to the Bristleback, I presume. I have to fight for my Ags. 1 second. Let me go beat up Vitaly.
I mean, wouldn't he have to beat up the Iris, right? Excuse me, I'm the mid laner.
No, because you have to beat up Vitaly so you understand who to fear. Right? You're not beat up your carry. He's supposed to carry you the game.
Okay.
Vitaly is your punching bag. He's not going to do anything this game, but get you Ags.
Well, that's a very important fight, though, we should say, from Hokori, because it wasn't like out of their control, this game, right? It wasn't unwinnable, but with an earlier tempo draft like this, you can't afford to get it wrong. And No Ping were forcing a couple of issues. They were asking a lot of hard questions, and Hokori, they do manage to pass that one. And sure, it's a C, but C's get degrees. Like they really just barely get past. But that's exactly what they needed. They didn't need anything more than that. They get 4 heroes. They get especially the Ursa who dies early on in the game. Really painful for him. So good stuff. Good stuff from Hokori here. Now we actually have 3 very rich heroes from Hokori. All ready to go. Like you said, this first Ags ready to go as well for Analog. I think that's BKB already for in that Ogre Axe. And where is his courier? Usually when you disconnect, your quick buy freaks out. So we're going to have to wait for him to go in. It's probably BKB. I can't imagine it's anything else. Maybe you consider a Sanj, but I think that's really greedy. I think you just need BKB straight away here. We shall see as we get the good to go. Just wait a second.
Yeah, I do agree. You BKB straight away. I mean, he's already doing that. I'm surprised he went for Hood BKB though.
That's a good point.
I would like Vanguard BKB. I mean, it's redundant, right?
Actually, maybe not. I think Hood has got a lot of strength,
against
right?
Tiny.
Yeah.
Okay, against Tiny, I guess. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Ursa, I guess, will pierce through your Vanguard regardless. Sure.
Exactly.
But
That's
I feel
what
like the terror of Ursa is going to start to happen now.
The terror of Ursa. I like it. This is very much the brown bear, the very angry bear, especially when he does get very upset. So we'll see here how they can outturn this as we are still paused, getting ready to go. Thank you guys again for tuning into the Mobius.bet Maestros. While we're now getting unpaused, and we'll follow along here with Ali and see who. Oh, just kidding. Oops. While we're following along for.
It's the manlier version.
While we're waiting for Vitaly to give his first Ags away, just a reminder, we do have a giveaway going on. So if you like Alk Ags giveaway, we've got a bit of a giveaway for yourself. It's not an Aghanim Scepter, but it is a Juggernaut set or 4 other drawings for an Arcana of your choice. To get involved, make sure you guys type !giveaway in the Twitch chat to get linked to that. And that is going to be a Gleam IO giveaway. You can also click the banner underneath the stream for that. And there's the Ags fed to the Bristle.
How would I go about getting an Ags myself? What is the human upgrade for the Ags?
I think it would be maybe...
Like if Alk gave me an Ags.
I don't know. Probably just money.
No.
Like a crap ton of money.
That's a great upgrade.
Honestly.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Maybe they give me 1 newspaper. Bring him down. Oh, another toxin. Okay. Yeah, he's screwed. Well, they just gave him the Ags, and now he's worth a lot, actually. So this is a huge kill. This is pretty big. Arena Blood doesn't do enough for them. Moonlight Shadow, there's Invincible Concoction.
Ooh, wow, call down.
Here, though, because the call down is clearing them. That Mago is going to die together with Panda. That's not what they wanted. Oscar might also fall as Gardic. He's getting low, but definitely not going to die. Angel, or Pacaz, sorry, is coming in. Gardic's the target, but Gardic is not what you want. You at least want Vitaly. Vitaly will do, and Rage used in time. He's not going to get stunned by the air spike too long. But they can't chase him to the tower.
No.
A bit afraid still, as Oscar doesn't have the tank ability to deal with Gyrocopter just yet.
Yeah, this gyro
But if Giannis goes out of position, no. Okay.
Yeah, this guy's
They're really hoping for that blinking.
He's really scary here. I just watched it on the feed, delayed feed. But unfortunately, I'm watching it in like 180p to save bandwidth, and I couldn't see what the number was. It was really low. It was less than 5 HP, 3 or 1, whatever. The fact that Gyro lives there was huge.
I mean, I believe you. I don't mind. It's okay. It's okay if it was 2 or 1. I don't think it matters. Panda? Only you care, Richie. It's fine. Panda's dead. Nope.
Yep, they got him.
Yeah, I'm surprised there.
They got him. Can we contest
So,
Roche
that kill on
now?
Analog is big because obviously he just got a bunch of net worth, right? So his kill was worth a lot because of that, of course. But at the same time, he just lost a team fight because he used Ravage versus
Yeah.
once again.
Yeah, Dark Mago buys back and doesn't get anything out from that either. I think is really what to me, especially because you can't contest this Roche, right? Like there's just no way for you without Ravage. That's not happening. And that's now just an uncontested Aegis here in the hands of Hokori with this strat as well. You know, I mean, of course they've given it to Analog. He's gonna have BKB up rather quickly. It's yeah, it's maybe starting to, you know, it's not raining yet. You know, there's no Twister in the base, but there are some clouds on the horizon here for no pin because I think this is now very, very problematic, especially because of that buyback on Tiny. That's going to put him way behind here on his Echo Saber. You can see that's taken a big chunk out of his net worth.
Dire structures are
Yeah, and Ursa is starting to fall off compared to Jacob's farm. We're naturally farm faster than any. And while the core-to-core matchup might be nice, if your Ursa just falls off, then there's no core-to-core matchup to run. I got a question.
Yeah.
I feel like what's the biggest weakness of the no ping lineup is really this Tidehunter thing. They're using him like he's Beastmaster. And if that's the case, just pick Beastmaster. Right? I mean, have you seen a Ravage for more than one person?
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Nope. They're gonna lose Viper here as well, by the way. Viper's dead.
Yeah, the cooldown
They
is just
realize
super
that
long,
He's
right?
invisible. Maybe go for Oscar. They have Ravage. I want to see a big Ravage here impactfully, but until now, I've honestly not been convinced why this Titanhunter has been picked over,
Well,
honestly, even Centaur.
Yeah, no, we've got the money for it now. We've got the money. There's the blink, so I think, you know, ask and ye shall receive. Let's see what we can
Wait till he
find.
blinks in and gets the 5-man Ravage of my dreams. Then
Pretty
I'll
much.
receive.
We need the Viper alive. I mean, we need everyone to fight versus this Hokori lineup though. There's really no other way out of it. Pakaz could look to bait here. Analog is very low on mana. There's going to be at least the clarity's delivered, as he has almost maxed now the bristleback. So it's not gonna. We're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for the fight. But Oscar, I doubt he's gonna show on the map because this is actually kind of a crucial item timing here for no ping. It's not a bad item time in here. 18 minutes blink on top of your full boots and a Hooded Defiance. And mostly he is able to accomplish this because TRS does go for the full stats build, right? This is not the normal gyro lane that has a lot of kill threat versus a tanky strength offlaner like a Tidehunter, because he still doesn't have an 8 point in Rocket Barrage, right? So obviously in the lane he didn't either. That's great blink from El Misho.
Goodbye, Matthew. The call down. Hex. Goodbye, Matthew. Dead. Nice job.
Yep.
I mean, it's an important kill here because Matthew does give him a lot of space when it comes to these team fights. It's actually a big source of initiation because otherwise they have to rely on Titan's Ravage.
Yeah.
Which, as I've expressed before, please don't.
Well, and the issue is now, I mean, especially compared to your earlier suggestion of the Beastmaster, right? Is Ravage does not go to the BKB, and we're about to have dual BKB time. It's not only for Analog with Aegis, mind you, but also for the Gyrocopter.
Yep. And now, while the BKB is up, I question are going to be able to kill Analog, honestly, without another toxin.
Yep.
It's tough. Do we have anyone going for Vessel? We do have Mirana Vessel. Okay. So at least you have to wait out the BKB and then hopefully bait it out with another toxin and then kill him afterwards. I think that's the only option.
I think there's like a super easy fix though for that. Vitali just buys Shard here. Berserk Potion is actually so damn good this game for just the dispel.
Oh, that's a very good point, actually. Yeah, you're right. I mean, buying the second Axe first. And
Of
then
course.
I actually do like the Berserker's Potion right after. Maybe blink into Shard, right? Like Axe,
Blink,
Shard,
yes,
and
yes,
that way you have all the utility you need.
Yeah, because we need him to be useful, right? There will come a stage
Yes,
when
exactly.
when we're gonna have items for no ping or just mobility or just vision, right? Where they're gonna cut you around in these fights. That's the issue with this lineup, right? Always has been with kind of a gyro and a bristleback. Normally that's where your supports step in, but I think there's only so much line is expected to do, especially because he's very, very fragile. Okay, Analog. Okay, he's got a haster and now the BKB that he's freshly showing off. A full minute left of Aegis. But yeah, I really would like to see that Berserk Potion. Definitely after this second Ags, so we have still a late game insurancy policy for TRS, right? So we can get farming. But Shard, yeah. Shard strikes me as a good item, 100%.
I agree. It's also pretty good at buffing the gyro, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, extra attack speed is nice.
50 extra attack speed for 10
I like
seconds.
the solo quest as well as an extra.
400 HP healed as well. That thing's no joke.
No, that's fine, but to me, I'm thinking more like sieging high ground stuff like that, right? Like the spell is very good there. I do agree. I think the 4 HP region is okay. I think by the time that you get it, it's not as relevant, you know.
Dire's top tower
But,
is under
sure.
attack.
I mean,
And I would like
Yeah.
to see like Blink into Shard solo quest and just go full buffing Gyro build. Yeah.
I get what you're saying on that for sure, but I also feel like it's hard for like these damage over time heroes to really play their game if there's just constant
Yeah,
healing.
Ursa.
Yeah. Right.
Ursa tiny though. That's what I'm saying. Ursa
Yeah,
tiny just-
yeah, I get that. I
So
get
that's
that.
why I think that this game is not particularly relevant because they're going to burst you down whether you have the Berserker's Potion or not. Ursa is having to buy his own shard. That's how you know it's a desperate Ursa because he doesn't think he can get the next Roshan.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke on smoke. Toilet bowl
Oh,
maneuver. Here we
kill
go.
Unlock, okay. We saw Unlock. Oh, Ravage it again. Just used for a single person. Let's talk this time. They will be able to kill Unlock in the beginning of the fight, though. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. As the arena comes out, hexed up Dark Mago. You don't have as much team fight any longer. Dark Mago could be in trouble. Dark Mago has no help from his team. Dark Mago's just gonna die. Bakaz finally coming in here. Dark Mago, he barely survives. No way! On a sliver of HP. Thanks to Bakaz scaring the rest of the team away. And they kill Misha as a result. They also got Gardic. They have no blink on the Ursa, so they can't kill the Gyrocopter. This actually might mean second Roshan for them, which means no buying the shard for Ursa. It is huge. Don't buy the shard yet. Believe in your team.
Yeah, that was a really, really good fight for No Ping. I mean, you know, if the Ravages are like that, and, you know, sometimes you don't need a 5-man Ravage, right? Sometimes you just need a Ravage for the right guy, and that's not the second perfect Ravage to start this fight off, except this time we have the items, right? Tiny with the Echo Saber making a really big difference. Fuzzy Wuzzy with S and Y and the Morbid Mask, able to actually scare them off a bit. And
Good choices in one.
of course, and when the fights are this explosive, the stats built for Gyrocopter actually feels really bad, right? Like in this kind of fight, you'd actually probably want to support Gyrocopter, who has max, you know, Rocket Barrage and Homing Missile, because he only got one cast of Flat Cannon in there. If he had a second cast, that game looks, or sorry, that fight looks completely different. But No Ping, they're gonna burst you, right? That's how they win these fights. They don't want long fights versus Bristleback. Hell no, they're not in there for this.
To be fair though, Jara hasn't really come online until he gets sacked, right? When we see this
True.
shine. May there, he'll get enough damage. Vitali does get the stun on Panda. The courier dies for free here. Panda's like, take my courier, take my life, take everything away from me. But the counter initiation's here from Vitali, and he's gonna die.
got Dark Mago.
Procs as well. Dark Mago is perma stunned here. This time they will have enough damage to bring him down. As Analog, he's not dead. He is dealing a ridiculous amount of damage.
Pardon me for the sneeze. Very rude of me.
I did not hear you.
Oh, thank God.
Dire's middle tower
Hopefully the stream
Over
didn't
the
make it.
sound of my home voice, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, well, that's another 2-2 tower down. It's only just a 1k net worth lead here from Hokori, and now that's second. Oh, it's about to be second axe gifted. Pardon me. But yeah, they're still getting a bit stronger here for Hokori. Just in a couple of moments, we need a little bit more. But with Alex GPM, he'll have this in approximately 2 to 3 minutes. Roshan might be up here in 30 seconds. No Ping, they're going to look for a smoke play and Moonlight Shadow without the Tiny. We have Ravage. This seems a bit difficult.
I mean, I see 5 heroes. This could be a Ravage that's more than one person. It's possible, Richie. The dream might be true.
Okay,
could you find the
we don't have
Gyrocopter?
Alk here?
Let's go, just Ravage. Oh, no. They actually avoided. They knew the BKO was coming. Actually, pretty clever by Oscar holding on to the Ravage there. They can still retreat. Glimmer Keep is saying Bakaz, but
There it is.
Youth Enraged. Now the Ravage they were looking for. There's no BKB on Gyro's be broken and now destroyed. As Bakaz deals too much damage. Facing off Analog next. The BKB is keeping him safe. Analog, that BKB is going to expire. The Spirit Vessel's now hitting him. Elmisha coming in. Hexes up Bakaz. They have the arena won. And with a
he
finger,
jumps out.
Bakaz jumps out of it just in time. He's going to be safe. And they're Toxin actually punishing the personal back as well. Analog can't get away. But he does kill Bakaz. As Panda is trying to survive from Vitali, he will succeed thanks to from the Marana. Panda using the Glimmer Keep effectively. Vitali can't stun him, and Vitali will also die. Well done. Very good plays from No Ping here. That was the kind of team fight we're used to seeing, where I don't know if it's the right tactical play, but they just outplay their opponent.
Yeah, getting that BKB charge out instantly, right? The threat of the Ravage, so to speak, was huge for them. Buying that
good.
time
You
for
see,
Dark Mago to come in.
You see he baited the Gush there to get the, like he pretended like it was the Ravage animation, but it was actually just using the Gush there.
Yep, yep. Unfortunately, Dark Mago, who joins the fight last, does end up triggering the last Quills. That kills Bakaz. I think he was going to die anyway, no matter what, because the Quills have a really huge AoE. And, of course, with a 3-second downtime, it was coming. It was coming anyway. It was just very funny. But that, you know, that kill onto Ursa is not without meaning, because if they live, they're straight into Roche, and Hokori cannot fight them. But now I think we're going to have to go for one more proper scrap here to settle this second Roche.
Yeah, they need to take this rush. The problem is there's no Ravage for 60 seconds. So if Vitaly take advantage, or Vitaly, sorry, if Hokori take advantage of the time. I mean, they have a pretty good amount of physical damage, in addition to an Alchemist with Acid Spray, and I think he is so close to the Ags.
He is. He's about to have it, is he?
They want to force a fight before Ravage is up. This is scary. You gotta
Ursa's
run
not
away.
here.
Okay. You can't lose your tide here. Alicia did die in the backlines. Actually, they're going for the supports first. No, good illusion rune, so you spear the illusion as opposed to the real one. Panda did die.
Ooh.
Gardic falls in turn, and Pakaz came from behind. He has a Bastion now for Tiares. He still has the Enrage. Pakaz? Okay, that Enrage will save him from now. Buyback from Panda. Dark Mago's nearby. They have voice to the big E for Gyro. They hit him with the arrow. Pakaz, he's hungry for Gyro meat, but is he gonna find it? He will. However, an expense for his own life yet again. The two carries dueling it to the death. As Oscar really close to getting that Ravage. They should be able to finish this off with the Ravage available, but Oscar wanting to commit it. We'll see now. Gush for Analog. They're just gonna play this slow. Spirit Vessel, they broke him, but Analog's a bit too fast. Ravage catches up to him. Arrow on top of that. They need another Toxin though. They can't hit him from in front.
Nice.
Oh, Dark Mago will do the trick.
Oh, and TR's bought
There's
back.
the Avatos. Buyback from Tiares though. In addition to that stun from the Instable Concoction. Should set up for the kills
Okay.
here on Panda
Good
and
buyback.
on Dark Mago. Panda's not capable of making out of here alive.
Good buyback. Very, very worth all
Very
of a
good
sudden.
buyback.
And that's
Very good buyback.
I don't think that's quite Roche, though. Okay, I mean, it's not over yet, even. Ursa's back in 19 seconds, though. Let me check that death summary, or sorry, the fight summary. That was Dark Mago, though. And Gardic had such an excellent first arena, because he basically catches two heroes. I think he caught Marana, but she just leaps. But Dark Mago as well was caught there. He was going to buy back here real quick. But that allowed him to stay out of the early fights, but eventually he's able to turn it. I mean, Oscar just barely staying alive from the Bristleback as well. If he dies there, this entire fight looks different. But he lives on like 60 HP or something. One more quills, and he was down for the count. My goodness.
You still don't have Ravage, though.
Great
you
fights.
still don't have Ravage. Like, that's my biggest problem. At this point, I feel like a DK would have done his job as well, honestly. He has not
Yeah.
gotten a single 2 or 3 man Ravage. He's just not trying. They need that stun. I get it. I don't think I'm not flaming Oscar.
No,
It's just the nature of the draft needs that stun. And now you're going to fight into the Roshan pit without Ravage yet again, which is what I thought that whole team fight was for, to prevent it. And now you're also facing a Gyrocopter that has Enchanted Quiver, which is huge, by the way.
And Axe.
And the Axe.
Yeah. They're going to smoke up. TRS is like, oh, I don't care. I'm right into Roshan, baby. And there they go.
Acid Spray makes this easy.
Oh, Analog.
But God's also bought his shard.
He
So
face
it's not
tanks
as
that
important for
arrow.
Open any longer.
But again, without Ravage, no, you're totally right. There's Moonlight Shadow. We have a Sentry nearby here for Hokori. What
Yeah,
can we
that's gonna be
do?
that Mago.
What can we do?
It's only like Mago that can initiate. And he's too far
Gyro tanks
away.
the arrow.
They can try stealing this. Oh. Okay, there goes Oscar. Oscar tried to steal it, but didn't work out. At least he forced BKBs. They're trying to kill off Gardic, and they will succeed. Pakaz needs to get away, though. Draws the Enrage, activates it, tries to fight back, but Pakaz needs to back. The call down. Okay, that finger death will do nothing. Jumps up to the high ground. Called it slow enough. Panda trying to deter the Bristleback from going against him. Here comes the Mago as well. They killed Misha in the back lines. Pakaz just trying to survive. His whole team protecting him. He actually jumps again to the low ground thanks to the Enrage. He'll survive, but
he
no!
dies.
He
The
ran too
ward.
far away from the flat cannon. And that's gonna kill him.
Yeah, the
That
ward scouted
is
him.
now a win for Hokori. As Oscar.
Oh.
Oh, that is not the Ravage you wanted to use there,
Oh,
buddy. I mean, I guess it's
no.
for your life, but
It
it's not what you want
is.
to do.
No, it is. I don't know if that's worth it though. Dark Mago, unfortunately, he tries to go in on the first like salvo of BKBs, and it just goes disastrously for him. Who grabs Shard as well? I wonder. I don't see anyone with it yet. As Dark Mago, he might not be out of this one yet. The Force Staff coming here from the Marana into the arrow is pretty good, but Gardic is going to somehow pin him. They did land that stun. Down he goes. Dark Mago is going to be dead. That's a dieback, mind you, dead for a whole minute and a half. Now Matthew still is being chased around. Analog, of course, as fast as ever, continuing to spit. He's really trying to get, you know, that last booger out of his nose, and finally he's going to release it now onto Matthew. All that damage plus 315 is going to make it for I don't know, the 12th kill at least here for Bristleback in this game. Long fights here. How did they get through that Ursa? Yeah, just the gyro. He was running from gyro, but the ward that Hokori put up there meant that the flat cannon projectile scouted him, so he was going to end up dying to that one, unfortunately. Really, really good movements around the map, and a good job from everyone on no ping to try and just, you know, frontline for the Ursa, but just without Ravage, they just didn't have the catch they needed. Now they're going to end up losing the first 2 or 3 tower here. There's Berserk Potion, by the way. Love it. Oh my goodness, this attack speed, actually, they're giving it to the Bristle for now. Not that I blame them. So Berserk Persian,
Allo continues.
even before... Ah, that's a bit surprising.
The lack of Ravage, man, like it's crushing them so much. I feel like by this time, Tide would have already been, or at least he could have had the option of buyback. He's going for refresh.
What a force that from Gardeck. Can't kill him though, I don't think.
I don't think they can kill Oscar, but it's okay, right? Because you've already taken 2 lanes of Rax. This is more than enough for you.
Oh yeah, you're happy with this. No tinies
This
to
wasn't even
toss you
meant to
back.
happen.
This is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good now for Hokori. The 2 lanes of barracks. You still, by the way, have Aegis. Who took this shard? I think Elk must have come out with the shard then, because he all of a sudden has a blink dagger, and I don't think he farms that fast, this Alchemist. So he probably picks up shard. And then she's...
For the third Ags. Who's the Ags for?
Nobody yet.
Must be lying. Must be lying.
Could be lying.
At this point, he's gotten addicted at getting shard, getting Ags. I don't even think it's the best build for him. Okay.
I'd agree. I think for now, I'd probably want to go for a Solar Crest or something. Personally.
Yeah, rather than the Ags.
Just go for the super buff build, right? 40 attack speed and healing for one, Solar Crest for the other, and send him into battle, right? I think that's what I would want to do here. The blink is very nice here. Berserk Potion, quite expensive though on the mana, 125, right? So it's a little bit of a mana issue, mana intensive actually for this Alchemist when he does become the spellcaster. As you might imagine, not the highest int gain in the game for Vitali. So he is might find himself a bit lower on the mana, but he's got Soul Ring to manage that.
He's ready. Vitali was surprised with Blink
He's
Dagger.
gonna stun himself.
He got surprised with the BKB. He should have just... Should have
One
just
man
thrown
Ravage?
it. Now Ravage, I got just 4. He's figured it out. It's an AoE spell. In fact, it's a bit too late though. It seems like. As
The
a
arena.
Beautiful arena from Gardeck. He has a shard as well, so he pins 2 of them to the wall. And Oscar will die to the little Panda. They've also got Angel or Paka, sorry, in a really difficult
What a
position. He's not
stun.
gonna have time to use Enrage. That should be GG.
I think that will be.
Paka's dead for 80 seconds.
Yep.
There's no. I mean.
They're
maybe they can
pinging.
defend, I
Dark
don't know.
Malgo. Dark Malgo knows he's got to cut this wave. He has to cut the wave or the game is over, and he's gonna be able to at least do it. But can he get out and
Misha has
live?
Blink.
Oh no, they're on top of him.
Yeah, Burst Spike as well. And Mana Drain him. Tiara's
Oh,
on this one.
Oh. Are they guys? Yeah, that's GG. Unfortunately, not being able to escape there. I mean, you have to cut the wave though. There's no other way. Yeah, Matthew knows. They're gonna call it. What a game. Hokori, they make it work, man. They make it work. It was honestly this fight here that was able to secure them this game, putting them in position. Great Roche fights from Noping, really making Hokori work for it, but especially contesting the early triangles, drafting a much more difficult lane here for the Alchemist, but Corey just managed to squeeze it out here in these early fights, and that's like game number 1.
Yep. I guess it wasn't clear from what I was saying the whole game. I really do think it was the Tide pick that ruined the game for nothing.
Yeah.
I think that a DK or a Beastmaster or hell even a fucking Legion would have done the same job, but better, because you just needed a stun. If you run the Viper 5 and the Marana 4, it's pretty obvious you're lacking stuns. Your mid laner is not a Kunkka, it's a Tiny, which does offer a bit of stun, but it's not the catch you want. He's more of a burst hero. Like, he goes in, he abuses his burst on someone. He can't use Toss and Avalanche on a different hero, whereas Kunkka can use Torrent and X on 2 different heroes. So you need to catch. And your carry is Ursa. You had that plan from the beginning, probably. The Ursa versus Alk. So I'm very surprised to pick up a Tide Hunter. It really should have been something else. So...
Yep.
I thought it was a good idea. I mean, just to be safe, next time just ban the Alk, honestly, or ban the Gyrocopter, one of the two, because those are the 2 key points. I think if you let the Bristle back pass, is fine. If they want Alk Bristle, as long as you have Viper, right? But you gotta at least get rid of the Gyro.
Yeah, let's get ready to see here, because this is still only our second best of 3 here of the day. So we're going to be going to a very quick break, guys. When we come back, Mobius.bet Maestros will return with game 2 between Hokori and Noping. It's Hokori leading 1-0 into the first break. Hokori leading 1-0 into the first break. We'll see you then. everyone, and welcome back to the Mobius.bet Maestros. We are now live for our second best of 3 of the day, our 4th series of the day of 5 between Hokori and No Ping Esports. Call it cheese, call it a little bit of feta. I mean, what cheese did you just have? A little bit of Gouda. What was yours? What was yours?
Idiothabal.
Idiathaba. Not sure if I'm saying that correctly. I doubt I am. But do you think, well, I mean, we already have kind of a couple of our picks already out here, so we'll get right into it. But, you know, they make the strat work. This time around, we don't get actually any of the bespoke bans like you were suggesting. Neither the gyro, you didn't have a problem with the bristle or the alk at all. Really, it was just the offlane from No Ping we had problems with, right? So I think it makes sense to not ban it out, right? I would expect something different from Hokori, and already it looks like it is.
We'll see if this works out for them. I mean, No Ping is coming in strong, honestly. They pick up the Mars for Oscar. We have many more stuns this time. Lesh to counter the Timber Saw. The Oracle does cancel them a bit. I'll see what Hokori plans. I don't see with this Oracle. I mean, it could be like Oracle TB, maybe. That's the idea. Because with Oracle, you actually can run TB versus Lesh. It's not too bad. Maybe Mars makes it not so desirable. I'm wondering what the TB, what the Oracle pick is though with, because Luna's gone. That would be my ideal target, obviously.
Could be a Drow, right? I think she's still kind of viable here.
Yeah, but Drow versus Mars. I'd rather see TB versus Mars than Drow.
Okay.
Personally.
Versus
another option, which is okay.
Yeah.
I would definitely pick my carry here, though. I wouldn't leave it to last pick. I think there's too many valuable ones. Oh. All right, Ember. I think here, if you're No Ping, you ban the TB and you ban but +1, honestly. Maybe even Dusa.
Yeah, Dusa's still in the pool, too. Not looking too bad. Yeah, I would probably get rid of... I think still TB Drow, to be honest. I think, otherwise it forces your Lesh to do something a little bit funky. I think you want him... I mean, I guess he could offlane. He could offlane. I think he does a little bit of a better job than Amar's offlane compared with if it's against a Drow. So you have to keep that in mind, right? Whatever you're going to be not banning, you have to make sure that the Lesh can also lane against it in case you need to, you know, do something weird. With that in mind, what do you ban now? And if you're Hokori, looks like No Ping, they need a carry for sure. So they'll ban the Ursa themselves. So that makes me think Dusa already, immediately, pretty much.
Yeah, that makes me think Dusa as well, so I would ban Dusa.
And if you're
Can't
banning
think of any other hero to be honest.
Dusa,
Interesting. Okay, you know that's fair. That's a very good pickup, actually.
yeah, Lesh is
You have
just
so
a
many
bomb.
things you have to deal with here. You have so many things you have to deal with here, no, actually. So I was right. I was wrong to say that they had to pick the carry first, because I feel like you can pick up Dusa, you can pick up the TB, you can pick up the... What else? I mean, we only have 2, right? The anti-mage obviously was a good pickup.
Well, I think No Ping are in a bind, actually. They're not No Bind, they're No Ping, and they're in a bind. Because I think if you ban Dusa here, I think Hokori, they pick Drow, because then you can't really TB, right? That would be kind of your carry left. And you don't close the gap super easily.
I guess Drow versus Mars is...
I mean, I get what you're saying, but then I don't know what No Ping pick, right? Because now we're out of a lot of good carries as well. You know, Luna, Spectre, I guess. Spectre, actually, is very viable.
Spectre, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Spectre for No Ping.
Exactly.
That's the solution.
And then,
okay.
And then, yeah, so then you definitely don't pick Drow.
Well, what if Hokori picked the
You just don't
Spectre,
pick
though?
Drow.
Spectre into Lash? Kind of
Then you just TB.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so they do neither of that. They ban the Jug, so we'll keep it open.
I honestly think the best option continues to be TB. Because, like, Lesh actually is pretty bad against TB unless he can get up close and personal. You have enough things to protect him with. You have a False Promise and Fate Seek to protect him with against Lesh. Sure, No Ping can pick Drow, but you have a good anti-Drow lineup as well.
Phantom Lancer.
Okay, so I mean, Medusa is still in the pool, right? So that'll stop No Ping. Yeah, I don't get this one either personally, but Medusa still is in the pool. So I think No Ping, they're not going to want to go Dusa. They're not going to want to go TB. I mean, they still might go Dusa because we've seen it win a lot. What will they choose? They're going to go Dusa.
You may now select your heroes.
Right. I don't understand this Phantom Lancer pick at all. Phantom Lancer into Lesh?
That's a good point.
That's a very questionable. TB does have a good matchup against Lesh if he has a bit of help. Like, he's actually does destroy him so quickly. PL does not. PL's bad against Mars. PL's bad against Lesh. PL's good against Nyx, I guess. The lineup doesn't have much synergy with PL because False Promise is not very good with PL. What was this last pick of Hokori?
I think they were probably expecting the Dusa. They were expecting Dusa or TB. They're like, there are two big problems. We can go Spectre, but then
see,
we lose that game.
Here you pick up TB as opposed to Phantom Lancer, and then they pick up Dusa. You're fine. They probably would pick up Sven or something like that, right? Which is better against TB. And then Sven would be pretty good for no pick. But clearly they didn't pick up Sven here, so that's how confident they are. I thought TB was a much better pick here. I'm very surprised at the PL.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have fair points. You have fair points. I think Hokori were just kind of trying to put Noping into a bind instead of really playing for their own draft. I mean, do you think this draft has synergy? Ember, PL with a Timbersaw? Do you see kind of a strategy to these fights? I mean, what is it? Timber versus Lush, though, so Timber can't really kind of go all gung-ho. Plus, you've got a Nyx to really kind of endanger the Ember and the Timbers game in case Timbers are already not having that hard of a time. Abba to save the Dusa. And then Lesh still... I mean, this Lesh just seems like a big problem, doesn't he? I mean... It seems like they've... I don't know. They really focused on the carry matchup, which is fine. That's good and all. But now what do you do about this mid laner? I feel like he has a really, really strong game, right? You kind of get where I'm coming from? Oh, bro, still
Sorry.
loading response. Well, my point was, it seemed to me both teams in the last phase were like, we both need carries, and then they just kind of hyper focused on the carry matchups, right? But like Lesh is still a huge problem, right? And
Yeah.
Timber is
I
also...
don't think No Pick did that. I think Hokori did that.
Well, let me see here. This Dusa, I mean, it also is not bad versus... Dusa versus
She's
Ember,
fine
though?
against Timber.
Dusa,
Yeah,
I mean...
she's fine against Ember. She doesn't care. He doesn't deal enough damage to kill Dusa. And the Lion is a bit annoying, sure, but definitely not a world ender. The Oracle is fine, and the Timber's also fine. So I think Dusa's pretty solid considering the both drafts. I think it's really the PL.
What is this? Is it like a... I think Hokori are gonna just look to kill everyone but the Dusa first, except for Lesh, I guess, because Lesh is gonna kill a couple of you guys if you run at him like that. I don't know.
And the Mars. I guess so what Hokori should do is not fight ever. That's what they should do. Yeah, I think that's a good idea because you have a hard time killing the Abaddon. Mars might kill you as well. Lesh is impossible. Deuce is too tanky. So kill the Nyx and then avoid fight. That's the plan. That's
Kill the Nyx, proc borrow time, get rid of I mean, yeah. No, it's a weird one. Like, these fights are going to be super, super weird this game from Hokori. Even if they win, they're going to be especially weird, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, and along here, trying to get himself a strong block into the mid lane, as they will end up blocking here Lesh's side camps. Nyx, what do you have? Do you have a sentry? He does not, so he's just going to have to bully Gardic a little bit and make sure he doesn't put the ward down into impactable of a spot. Yeah, I don't know. I think No Ping I've got a much more well-rounded draft this time around. I think PL is going to be a bit fickle. Actually, I don't really even think he's going to be that bit fickle. I actually think Lesh is just going to run him down.
I didn't think last draft was bad for Nopik either. It's a very peculiar draft and needed a very unique solution to it, right? They could have just go for a standard draft. I thought it was okay for Nopik, minus the lack of stuns, right? That was a bit concerning. But even then, it wasn't too bad because you had Viper for slows and Ron was like good stun. It's okay. I think this draft though, Hokori is running something that's like, I don't see the synergy between this. I really want to see what the PL pick. It actually is very similar to the Ricky pick we saw this morning, where I'm questioning why.
What's curious to me is I feel like all three of our cores want to do the same thing, which is like at some stage of the game that they can go toe to toe, pardon me, with their counterpart, but it feels like to me a lot of the game in these fights, the general idea is, okay, I'm gonna run down and try and get some pickoffs and avoid the big confrontation versus my counterpart for the most part. And that to me feels a bit awkward, right? Because then you have save, but what's your save for? Because is it going to be for your PL who's going to be trying just to 1v1 the Dusa, or I guess 6v1, whatever with the PL? It feels really weird. It feels really weird here. Maybe there's maybe there's some play with like the PL shard, like super early, along with Diffusal. We'll see. I'm kind of looking forward to see how Hokori are gonna to play this, but I also have a sneaking suspicion that this might fall a bit flat for them.
Yeah, me too. I'm thinking the same thing, honestly. I also don't feel. I mean, Hokori recently won the PL matchup against Dusa, right? But I feel like that game was also poorly played by Infinity. I thought they could have done much better in that matchup. And
Agreed.
If they had not thrown as much.
Yeah, that's a good one. If they
had not
did less
thrown as
losing,
much,
yeah.
No,
Right.
I mean seriously. Like if they played a more normal Medusa game, I don't think the PL would have been so impactful that game either.
No, I
There was
agree.
a point where Infinity was straight up running at them, and they were like, are we losing? Are we winning? Who cares? La 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 la, let's go. Like that was kind of the strat, and that wasn't great. Vitalik's gonna die in the bottom lane, maybe? No. Pan decides is he not worth it?
Yeah, Paka's going to stay healthy as well. In the meantime, with El
I don't
Misho
think
here.
Picaz will make a mistake, is my point. I think Perna kind of lost it a bit that game. I don't think Picaz will make a mistake.
First blood's
Top
actually
lane, good
top.
first blood.
Yeah.
Do you not see it?
Nope.
At least they're keeping the tradition alive.
Yep.
They speared him to a tree, and then Matthew followed with an impale, so it was really easy to kill the Oracle after that.
Veli's actually a bit struggling here. Finds himself with not too many trees to Timber Chain to.
It's not an easy lane. I mean, also they're broken up a bunch of trees, right? But it's not an easy lane for the Timber. So the Mystic Snake doesn't know you a lot. The Baron is inherently good against Timber Saw because he also can dispel the Whirling Death on himself or otherwise. And the Lion does a lot to make this lane much more bearable, but it's still not ideal. Obviously, there comes a turning point, probably around level 5, where Timber Saw does start to just deal with this lane much better. And level 6, he actually does have kill potential. But early, Medusa should do fine. Mid is going very heavily for the Rapala, though. This should not be happening as much. I mean, Analog should be having an okay time. But he's being destroyed by that model.
Yeah, it's especially concerning to me, Avo, because this is not like, you know, oh, they're actually even in lane creeps, but, you know, Dark Mago farms the side camps a lot faster. No. His side camps is blocked. So this is just kind of lane domination. But at least he's not going to continue getting that, you know, free income. But Noping are coming out swinging in this game. 26 and 7 as well for Pakaz is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Misho, yeah, he'll be fine here. Boots versus no boots on the Abba. Vitali might not be as fine, though. Nice stun. Only connects, though, onto Panda, who is going to need to run from El Misho. And run he can do quite fast here on the Abba 325 base move speed. What's going on over here? Oh, just picking up the bounties. Nothing too huge.
Okay, ultimately fought a shield. Try to kill Vitali. Vitali's capable of making it out here for now.
All right. Well, for now, at least both cores are keeping it even. Treads at the exact same time. Delivered. Of course, Dusa is going to eventually start to really out-farm him. Dark Mago 2-1-2 build here, and then the point in the ultimate now. As he is going to go immediately into the BOTs. Ember is not getting a lot out of the lane, though. Pardon me, 10 CS denied and 14 denies here for Dark Mago. Is quite impressive. There's a rotation from El Misho, but he's just going to get ran down because El Misho doesn't have any other spells. Oh, he's going to live. He's going to live. No, not enough mana there for the Lush. Vitali at least able to tank a little bit more now. He's got Ring of Health, level 2 reactive armor, 0-2 build here for him. Definitely the right call to make.
Yeah, they're looking much better here. They've stabilized the bottom lane, but still the lanes are going well for Noping. They're not going to be lacking too much farm, and particularly the mid lane matchup is something they're really happy with. Now that Mao can go full on to farm some stacks, which has been prepared for him. No ancient stacks because there's no point in making those for Lush. Just maybe later for the Dusa would be a good idea, but you're up against Timber, so you don't want them to take it.
Exactly. For now, you just want to get him his BOTs online a little bit faster so he can take more dangerous farms. We'll push around the map and give more space for your Dusa. And a little bit to your Mars here, right? Just to make sure he can have a decent time as well. But really strong last hitting from Noping. A really strong laning stage so far is really what I should be saying. Down bottom, Pakaz is alive. Vitali might actually be dead here. They get the curse off. Oh, he's so tanky though, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. They need a bit more magical damage, but that was a really good choice by El Misho. Instead of our spiking Panda, they decided to just go and and monitoring him, right? Making him really difficult for Panda to continue the aggression in the magical damage department. Though Pakada is doing some really, really solid snakes when Vitali can't guess him.
Radiant's
Just
middle
getting
tower is under
like
attack.
surprise snakes constantly. Very well done.
Surprise snakes, indeed. Gardic being ran down. That's going to be a nice stun into the spear. Doesn't find a tree, though. So this is not going to be another kill onto the Oracle. 2 heroes mid looking for a kill potentially here from Hokori onto Dark Mago. We have the line from behind, but he's not going to want to be here much longer, especially after he puts down that ward and sees the Disco Pony kind of just running at him. So we'll absorb some experience. And he'll just be around. Yeah, does not want to get close to that Pulse Nova, however. As Dark Mago's not going to scout him, doesn't check the trees, and they get Gardic top lane.
You'll never stand equal to Mars.
Build off Gardic. You get a 2K lead for no ping. Already looking really good in the early game for them. Certainly better than what we saw last game.
Oh, they're going to try
And
for
they
Dark
don't have to
Mago?
deal with the Alk either.
This is going to be a little spicy for them, though, especially because he did pick up that regen rune. Misho tanking too many of the edicts. Down he goes. Ember not out of this one yet either. Wow.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he dealt so much damage just with Edict and Pulse Null already set. And now you could probably take Tower. Like, your Edict is level 3, right? Or you can start threatening Tower at the very least. You even have Regen Room, which is great for taking stacks of your Lash, but there's no stacks set up for him, so instead he's just going to use all his mod and probably use it in the lane.
Double
Once he
neutral.
gets away from the Ember, of course. There you go.
Yep, just needs to increase the gap.
Chasing. Oh, he used the Regen Rune already.
okay.
Got cancelled. That sucks.
Dire's middle
Impale.
tower is under
Analog has no mana.
Confused. Here comes El Misho. Mago. Enough mana to be able to deal damage here, but you couldn't actually the Pulse Nova. Instead, it seems like El Misho's the target
but the
for
Deuce
them.
is here.
Matthew has nothing. Analog will die to Pakas, though.
Yeah.
As Matthew gets the magic stick, enough for the Impale. The Earth Spike didn't come out in time. El Misho's trying to get a double Earth Spike. He's yearning for it. Panda, though, surprised him with a nice little juke there. And El Misho will end up dying to Panda.
Yep. We're going for the first item, Yasha. I mean, it's a very strikingly similar build. I think the Dusa, of course, is making a pit stop for the Dragon. No, just first item, Yasha for both safe laners here. So strikingly similar build for now. As no ping, they're going to actually look bottom lane, where Analog, I believe now, yeah, he does have vision on both supports. Dark Mago as well, closed in the gap to Vitali. Unfortunately, he's going to be sniffed out by this rotation. Nice preemptive rotation from Analog. Definitely recognize, there's not a Lesh pushing my tier 1 tower. That probably means he's ganking either top or bottom, and bottom's a lot easier of a kill for him.
Middle tower is under attack.
He goes. BOT's, by the way, on Lesh already, as he is going to be quickly farming all around the map with those online. Oscar going straight here into the Blink Dagger. 800 gold into it already. Really, really great farm for all 3 of our cores. It's really Analog that has been struggling. I mean, he really, Avo, he only has a stick and Orb of Corrosion and the ground boots. That's it. Bottle, is nice, but that's just sustain. This could be a turning point, though. Misho? Oh, not for Misho.
Oh, okay. They killed Misho. Analog. Don't have level 6 yet on Panda.
Oh, my goodness.
So Panda is going to die here, but so close to finishing with Analog. Instead, they'll go for his Courier, which is worth more than Panda anyway, so that's fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Slightly more
It is.
overall.
That's Matthew. He should be fine. Analog is here. Hard pressed to find a kill, though, even with the haste rune. And yeah, so Remnants, by the way, their travel speed is based on your current move speed. It's like 1.5 or 2. I don't remember exactly. There goes the tower, by the way, immediately. And Misho, hold that thought, as Lash is currently getting jumped. He doesn't now have his Pulse Nova active thanks to the Dispel and even a bit of healing. Looking to turn now. Down goes the Oracle. El Misho will be next. 2 kills then for Dark Mago.
Dire's top
That Malo is dominating. Every time he gets a kill here, not just a kill streak, I mean, like, quite literally dominating. Every time he gets a kill here, I think the PL just trembles a bit,
Yeah.
He flexes his asshole muscles a bit. He clenches it a bit. Acknowledging that. I mean, it's true. It's acknowledging that his worst enemy in this game, which is not the Dusa, at least not for the first 30 minutes, it's the PL, is getting such strong
Matthew?
farm.
Look at this, down bottom. Oh, Matthew.
Yeah, look, he's going for more.
He doesn't have a
Matthew
stun,
wanted
though.
to bait this out. They're going for Vitali. Another Q that's very weak to Lesh,
Nice.
by the way.
Yep.
Is this a free Lesh game? Because it looks like one. Matthew
really
even
is,
finds
yeah.
him beautiful and pale. Mago kills an Analog here. One more hit will do the trick. Unstoppable.
Yeah, that's and they're not done. I think Oscar is rotating down. It's 10-1, by the way. My goodness. Stun at least. Gardic, he's got the ulti for himself, but he doesn't dare use. Okay, never mind. He do dare use it, but he's not gonna
He's
live.
dead anyway.
I mean, maybe he lives, but he doesn't have mana for TP because they've already canceled it. I don't understand why he did that. It's such a long cooldown here. And look, I mean, it continues.
Level 1. Yeah.
It continues, Panda.
I agree. That's a big mistake.
It
I
still-
don't think you can get out Misha though. No. I mean, during this time, by the way, we haven't even talked about Pakas. He's been free farming this whole time.
Oh yeah. No, I mean to your question, is it a free Lesh game? I kind of do think it is. That's what I mean.
No,
Like
it was a rhetorical question.
like Hokori. I don't know what that means, so I'm gonna answer it anyway.
It means a question and fuck off. It means a question doesn't require an answer. that was a good joke though, very on point. but no, obviously it's a free Lash game, which is why it surprises me so much that they PL into it.
No,
So much, man.
That's what I mean. They were thinking about the core to core way too much because they're like, we banned 4 carries. That must mean the carry
Really
is very
were.
important here. And then they just forgot about the mid laner. I don't want to say they forgot
Just straight
about
up
him,
tunnel
but,
visioned into it though. I think it's awful. They did that.
but like, what's the answer to this? Maybe like an old PL. Hold on, thought we're fighting. This is at least a kill. I mean, he's got borrowed time, right? So he's gonna actually live.
Marvel.
He even gets the
He
D
walks in
ward.
between this. Go for Vitali,
There
the
goes the
Pulse
hood.
Nova, hit him with
Wow.
Split Earth, their Spear as well. Nice like Marvel.
Wow.
And our final Misho as well. Tiaris is the next target. We do have an arena
he's-
blood soon. Tiaris is dead. I mean, Hokori, how soon is it? How soon is soon to call it GG?
This one is Gardex is gonna be scouted. He can't even save himself. I mean, they actually killed Timbersaw so fast through the Hood of Defiance that by the time Oscar could blink up there and throw the spear, like he was dead before he hit anything. That's how fast they killed him through Hood of Defiance. Yeah, that was. I mean, it's 10K. Yeah, they didn't get this one right, Avo. They didn't get it right. All 3 lanes are lost. All 3 lanes are countered by the mid, who is not even the richest hero in the game. I mean,
Yeah, because Pakas has been solo farming this whole game. It's kind of ridiculous.
yeah. No. This
And
one.
Darkmalo just waits for Nyx to set up kills for him as well. Like, he just goes and TPs wherever Nyx is and goes like, oh, free kill. Thank you very much.
Look, DRS is like, I guess I'll farm bottom. It's only a Nyx assassin. Oh wait, he's burned all my mana. No, I can't do anything. He just doesn't even. I mean, she's got Yasha. That's it. I don't know what Hokori hoped to do here anymore. I mean, what's the dream fight? Lion Finger. You find. I mean, you don't kill Dusa. You find Lesh pushing way too deep. Maybe you kite him a little bit, and then you bring in all the boys to kill him because he is killable. He's not that tanky yet. He does have Kaya and almost Assange. Just,
He has arena still.
ooh.
There we go. Oh! No, that's not the real one.
Okay.
That sucks. That was very lucky doppelganger though, to be fair. He got the furthest one. And Misho doesn't die to Darkmalo, so Darkmalo has to retreat.
So much healing.
They're like, oh, it's a tier 2, we forgot about this.
Is under
Yeah,
attack.
Pakas even joined in for a second. He's like, guys, I want to be part of this game too before it ends.
Panda, okay, they forced the ultimate from him, but there's bigger issues here. We're about to hit 10K already. I mean, even if you remove the Dusa, like, literally, Hokori still loses this game right now. It's unbelievable. Look, she's not here. Goodbye, Lashrak. Or, sorry, goodbye, Timbersaw is what I mean to say. False Promise will save him. He's 100% dead, so he just needs to get off as many spells as he can. Pakas is nearby, still holding onto the Stone Gaze. As Dali, he's not really going anywhere, taking a short trip back to the fountain. He lived.
Oh, I mean, he
Wow.
lasted a fair amount of time, though.
Wow.
High reactive armor plus the false armor is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
They finally killed him, though. In the backline, by the way, Dusa was soloing the whole rest of the team.
Yeah.
They deal with the PL so easily. Matthew has mana burn in a second. They missed the God's Rebuke. Analog, good job. You killed a Nyx. Hey, that's a 4 for 5 heroes. Unless,
no,
maybe,
it's fine.
Analog? No, he dies to the illusions.
I mean, this one is...
Guys, there's no shame in an early GG. You won the first game. You can afford it.
No, I
Saying, 'cause
agree.
we're a bit off schedule, and this would really fix our schedule.
I mean, not even that. I mean, let's talk about Hokori, right? They kicked us off in game 1. They had the tiebreaker, right, in best of 1 for a second series, which is so they played 3 games. They just played a 4th where they actually beat Noping in a really, really good game. Like, genuinely, that was the best game of the day we watched, right? Very close, very interesting, good builds, good itemizations, really, really close fights, right? And they have to remember, hey, if you do lose this one, you know, you're playing another best of 3 elimination immediately after. Like, you have to save yourself
Don't
a
tire
little bit.
yourselves out.
Because this one, I mean,
I
come
would
on,
not-
guys. I can't even catch these kills.
On a
Without-
genuine note, I will not try to play this game that
There-
would.
there
There you
it is.
go.
Yeah.
I will not try to play this game that would genuinely just depress me. For the
Agreed.
and potentially next series.
There's no way back
It's just
into
not
it.
worth it. Obviously, I'm joking around because it's super late here, but I think it's also the most advisable play on Hokori.
Yeah.
Don't pick PL against Slash Right. I think you've learned your lesson.
Yeah, this one was not really going anywhere here for either side, unfortunately. As that will be a very, very fast second series, 22-6. It was fast, and I'll bring it back to camera to you already to bid you guys adieu, because I really do think we kind of said it all, right? I mean, like I said, I was a bit puzzled on that pick as well. You know, today I learned what rhetorical means, and I mean, let me give me a quick sentence, second here. Superfluous does not have an opposite, unfortunately. But we just had whatever the opposite of superfluous counter is.
Necessary.
No, because these were not necessary picks into the Lash, right? Like I don't understand these. Like because necessary implies like some logic, some game plan. Like Hokori, I don't get it.
These were just wrong. There's nothing superfluous about the situation. Richie, just go to break. Just go to break.
All right. We're going to a break. Real quick, want to remind you guys, we've got a giveaway running now for the Mobius.bet Maestros. We are giving away a dictionary, a thesaurus, and actually we're giving away 4 arcana. There's going to be 5 winners total. 4 of you guys or gals or everyone else is going to get an arcana of your choice, and the 5th person is going to get a very nice Juggernaut set, the something of Ruin. I need to look it up and write it down here, and in fact, I'm going to do that when we go to break, because when we come back, it's going to be our second game 3 of the day. We're really going the distance here today for the Mobius.bet Maestros. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the coverage. Secret Dragon Novel Plus back on the call with you after the break. See you then. everyone. Welcome back to the Mobius.bet Maestros. We are going for distance. We are going for speed. We are going all the way here today to game number 3 between Hokori and Noping Esports. Seeking Strike and Ival Plus on the call with you guys. Thank you so much for joining us for our second to last day of the tournament. We hope you sincerely have been enjoying the coverage for some pretty fun SA Dota. I've got high expectations for this game 3 personally, Avo. I'm hoping that Hokori can just, after a quick GG, sit down, a little reset, go to the bathroom and get some blood flowing, around the body and go, okay, we made a couple of mistakes. Let's just make sure we get ourselves a good start here and play our game.
Where else would the blood flow exactly?
Sometimes it gets like really stuck in the legs, congealed, like quite literally. I mean, come on, these guys have been sitting in their chairs just as long as we have for today.
Cool. Just double checking. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that Hokori just presents a solid draft today, because if they get defeated 2 times by the draft, it's going to feel really bad for them. So I was hoping that we see a decent draft from Hokori. Doesn't have to be the best game. I think their gameplay is actually on par with Noping for the most part. Noping did try to outskill them maybe once or twice, and I think they accomplished it once, maybe in the whole first match. And that was it. The drafts is where Hokori's issues really lie, because they're very much sink or swim, and I'm hoping this one is much more of a swim.
Yep. I'd agree. I already like this mag pick coming through from them quite a bit, though. I wonder it's probably...
It's a 5 Pango again, it seems like.
Yeah, right. And I think No Ping are going to do well to recognize that. I like this, by the way, ABBA pick. Much like how you can, of course, borrow time yourself right after you've been ravaged and then heal a core, or save a core, quote unquote. You can do the same with the mag. So sometimes it's going to be, it's not enough to run out of the way, because usually Skewer is very fast to follow up, and there's an interesting carry pick. I'll get to that in a second. But it might allow Adusa to, for example, activate Stone Gaze or BKB before she's skewered and maybe avoid the entire thing. So it's a good pick here for No Ping. I like this ABBA a lot. Panda plays a great ABBA as well. I really quite enjoyed his laning presence, and well, last game they didn't really need him after the lane, but I really enjoyed his laning presence. He was a boss in that lane for sure. Grace's Void though, I'm not a fan of this one.
I mean, I'm a fan with the Magnus, because the Magnus fixes the issues of avoids lack of farming speed, and then the Void can concentrate on playing the tanky Void of the. I'm gonna go for the strength, or the strength talent, the HP talent, to go for SNY, BKB, and just become an unkillable force, right?
Okay.
And in that Void, because of the bashes, he beats the Deuce and the mono chrono or not, right? You don't need to have that. In fact, he can even go, and as first item, as opposed to go for the typical Maelstrom, go for Diffusal Blade, which is relatively similar in terms of price, and it's usually the power of the Maelstrom, right? And then go for the full stats build, like mentioned, like Scotty, SNY, BKB, X. So it's pretty good. I do like the plan Hokori has against the Dusa. It's a good plan. I think it's pretty solid. But it's dependent on the lanes not going too badly for them. Because if the lanes go bad, it's very easy to just start losing with this draft. You do not have the easiest ganking potential without the chrono, and Noping is a pretty solid anti-chrono lineup. We'll see. I am liking Hokori's lineup a bit more than Noping's though. Maybe because less orthodox. I think Hokori is starting to break the meta a bit, and people are starting to realize, and it's not easy to play against them.
Okay. Okay, I get where you're going with that, but what I struggle to see is how these early chronos are of any impact, because what's our damage in a chrono? Lion Finger, Swashbuckle, and Shockwave, in addition to whatever bonus stats that you're going to get out from the Empower. I'm not sure we kill anyone in these early chronos, to be honest. So we need, what do we need still? It's a support Pango, maybe, right? So maybe it's off, maybe it's 5. But we've banned out a couple of mid laners, so we could also switch the mag to 3 and Pango to the 5, right? So that's also a possibility here. So I liked those 2 last bans from No Ping, because that's a lot of the early damage into Chrono removed. And it feels like now the only thing I think we have left... Oh wait, I have to remember my Bat Rider matchups. Give me a second. Lena does fine in lane versus Bat, right? Because she just outranges him and clicks the heck out of him.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm okay with Centaur. I mean, it's a good way to avoid the chrono. It's very standard draft by Noping, nothing too special. Yeah, Lena's fine against Bat Rider. I've seen Embers do well against Bat, to be honest. I thought like if you're a good Ember, you can sort of avoid him until level 6, and then you just avoid him forever. But I don't think that's the best pick.
Legion Commander.
Oh,
Choose your
well, that's a pick. That's a really good pick actually against Bat.
Yep.
That's gonna destroy him in lane. That's the Slark of. Oh no.
Depression.
No.
Sadness.
What do they do? It's like, oh, we have the perfect draft. Let me make it bad. Like, there we go.
Okay,
I killed it.
So I assume you wanted to see the mid lane analog
Legion mid.
LC, right? Okay.
Yeah, it was perfect. That destroys the Bat Rider. Gets your Legion online super early. The Mag matchup versus Dusa is honestly better than Legion's because at least they can just farm with Shockwave. Legion struggles actually in this matchup. So good. Like Bat Rider will beat the Mag. That's why they picked it to begin with.
Yeah. Is this a case where we're just going to send Vitaly mid and analog off, or is that not something that Hokori does?
I mean, I've never seen them do this, but hey, please.
Okay. Just curious.
You know, if there's a time to use this, it's now.
We shall see. I mean, I think partly it's yes to get the victory here and get at least top 3 finish here for the Mobius.bet Maestros. But I think for these guys, a bit of it is, guys, I'm tired. This is our 6th game of Dota. I don't want to play 3 more today, right? Like, and I wouldn't blame them, even though if win or lose, win, they probably go and play pubs immediately after, right? But that's different. This is real Dota, quote unquote, right? So we'll see here how they're going to be able to make use of this game because I don't know, man. Let's see where are we sending analog? He's going mid lane. Yeah, he's going mid lane.
No, I'm telling you, it's not happening. But the dream is dead. Legion was so good because especially in the lane, you max press the attack and the overwhelming odds, and you just make Dark Mago suffer a lot, right? And then you could actually go and gank super easy. Legion is a really easy ganker. Whereas Magnus, that's one of the issues he has. He really just farms. You can go gank, but it's not as easy. It depends on how your lane goes. If you don't get enough farm in the lane, you can't really go gank. And the only advantage this has over the offlane mag is that this mid lane mag is definitely going to max in power, and you have no issues maxing in power here. So that's a big advantage here, because then you can immediately start empowering the Void and Legion to get farm.
Interestingly, by the way, you'd expect this ward to have been scouted from Dark Mago, but they actually have no idea. So Dark Mago did actually manage to sneak this ward in. Such is how powerful Night Vision is, and being able to get a sneaky ward off.
Such is Dark Mago's power, really.
Yep. Such is the power of Dark Mago, the Dark Mage, the Invoker. I believe it's named after, or kind of a moniker towards.
The set.
Oh, here's Analog just saying hello. A little right click out to Pandaboo. I was trying to check for a ward. That he might have some confidence that there's a ward here. Obviously, now that it's daytime, you can no longer check, but see how he looks to play this one out. All right, well, there it is. Bat Rider versus the Mag matchup. I mean, what we want to see Shockwave level 1, right? I would assume. Oh, it's in power.
No, you go in power. I think in this lane, if you don't max in power as Mag, because the problem is if you don't max in power is that no matter how well you play the lane, you'd have no recovery mechanism. As
I got you.
Shockwave, right? Shockwave is... So you max in power for sure, and then you recover if the lane goes badly for you in the small camp and even in the triangle, and you can also go into other lanes. Like something that Mag can do, which is very exclusive to him, because he actually buffs other farm from other cores. He can like rotate bottom, as opposed to going for a kill, just take the jungle and give Void in power, and Void can farm the lane. And so as Mag, you take like the left side of the jungle, Void takes the right side, and it's not the most efficient way, but it's a recovery mechanism, right?
I got you.
Plus, at least it's exclusive to Mag. I can't think of any other hero.
I get that. Plus, at least with Empower, you push the wave, and eventually you're going to have Dark Mago last in under tower. We've seen him do a great job of this before, though, which was absolutely very impressive. I do have to say. So, eventually this will push
a part of me really wants Hokori to win, because I would feel awful for them. I have to play another best of 3 today.
That's what I mean.
So
yep. That's why I brought it up earlier. Of course, I was trying to frame it more from their perspective, but I agree that that would not be a lot of fun, especially after a pretty convincing game 1. You know, hey guys, we ran the strat against them before. Yeah. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Let's do it again, and it worked again, even with a better draft from No Ping. Not the best, right? We acknowledged game 1. You know, maybe the Tidehunter could have been swapped for.
But it was just that pick.
Yeah, but. It was still a close game. Still a close game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I think they played it well as well. I mean, Hokori is a team which I honestly have a lot of belief in. I think I like this team a lot. That's why I don't want to get seen and burnt down, especially from competitive, right? Because what that happens, and I've noticed this from a lot of South American teams. I don't know about other teams. I don't talk to them as much, right? But South American teams have told me this before, that they just get burnt out with these tournaments, especially because this region is a region that sometimes gets not the best formats. Not just in this tournament, which is a bit limited for other factors, but other tournaments are always quite fast. You know, like it has to be done in 2 days, etc. And I just get burned out super easily, and they stop wanting to play competitive for a while, and that sucks, right? You don't want to see that happen from these teams.
Yeah, yep, true. We'll see here how they're going to be able to get through this game, though. You know, it all starts here with a nice win. I think they got themselves an interesting draft. Maybe we could have switched a couple of lanes here. Vitali is already beginning to struggle a bit. I think any time that you see an ABBA freely put the second point into Curse of Avernus, usually it's not, he's not unhappy to lane versus you, as we can clearly see.
That's a very tough lane for Legion. I mentioned it earlier, so I'm surprised. Like, I think the Legion off lane is okay this game. I can see some advantages to it, but not as much as the Legion mid, which I thought was ideal. With the Legion off lane here, you're actually going to struggle a lot in the lane. And part of the reason why you pick this hero, usually in the off lane, or used to be the case, was so you can have a good lane, because the laning stage is actually pretty strong. So taking that away from it feels like a waste.
Starting on the support Pango build, going 1-0-1. No points in shield crash quite yet. No points there. As already Oscar is saving up a good amount of money for the Vit booster to complete that Vanguard early on. Will allow him to lane a lot easier here than Time Lock basically being the only source of damage that he has to be concerned about. Mid lane. Analog getting dove.
Sorry, yeah.
Yep, there he goes. He will take down.
Imagine if the lanes were swapped. Just
Yeah.
beauty.
Yeah. I would imagine such a scenario.
Yeah, it'd be much easier for them. Also, on another note, completely alien to this, but just in general, an issue about the draft is they really don't have any damage into Chrono. So the Void, while I like him as a carry, the Chrono is useless.
That's what I mean. That's why I brought it up earlier, right? Like, I just don't have any confidence in these early Chronospheres. Like, I think you just like skip it at level 6, honestly, for Hokori.
I was expecting the offlaner to bring some. Obviously, the Legion wasn't that, right?
No, yeah.
I thought the Legion was a good fix because of that. But now I'm thinking, well, couldn't you not have picked an offlaner that brings some damage into Chrono then? Like, is this?
Yeah, I agree.
You know, if you were planning on building this offlane, I'm thinking, what could you have picked does damage into Chrono from the offlane? Not too many. Oh,
ET.
I mean, ET, actually. ET would have been interesting here, but
yeah.
they might not play that.
The lane is really, really hard, though, I will say. I mean, you've got a Lion to at least help you fight the ABBA, but it's not easy. But the core is okay. Damage into Chrono, very reliably, of course. I think if you get items online versus Dusa... No, Timber wasn't available, I believe.
Okay.
I can double... Oh, I can't double check because I don't... Yeah. I'll check it later. But no, I agree. That's why I brought it up. Like, I don't know what we do in these Chronos early on for Hokori. That's where I think I'm going to... I mean, you'll probably catch me saying that a couple more times today, or at least in this game. But yeah, I think they are not going to be too impactful. So yeah, they're gonna have to get really clever with it. Plus, there's a bit of anti-synergy, right? Because what you're gonna have a 5-man RP into a Chronosphere, and then no one else can help you in there. Like, honestly, you're right. There's a couple of things rough around the edges here, right? LC as well. I mean, if you Chrono her dual opponent and she can still attack him, but like. There's things that are doable. There's things that are doable, right? But yeah, exactly. They're tough. Lion Finger,
Underworld, actually.
Lion Finger, Shockwave.
By the way, Underworld would have given you some damage into the Chrono. Beastmaster with his aura would have helped that too. You could have picked Lash Offley, and that would have been good as well.
Yeah.
I do think you had options now that I'm considering it.
Well, you can't Lesh into Nyx though, right? So that one's scratched.
Sure. I guess it's an offlane. I think you can make it away with it. But
I mean, not if he's your damage into Chrono though. I mean, could you imagine Lash popping Pulse Nova to get into Chronosphere and then he just can't reach the Chrono because of a Nyx? Like that's
fair.
Like if he's your damage, like it can't be something that's that hard of a counter. I feel. I don't know. I would have offlane.
Just pop it when you're there though.
Yeah, sure.
Just pop it once
I would have loved to see offlane Snapfire.
You pop the Pulse Nova and you're done.
Yeah.
Offlane Snap would have worked too. Yeah. Yeah, I think there are better options seeing this, but anyway, No Ping is dominating these lanes. 1k lead already for them. It's looking bad because I don't know if they're gonna have enough time for TIS to get online. If he doesn't, like this Void is a very expensive Void against the Medusa. because it's not a Chrono Void, right? So
Radiant's
I'm wondering how they're
turret
going to
has been
propose this
killed.
mid game. Who's going to make the space for them? Magnus is not the best space maker. He really is more of a farmer. I don't know if Legion has the best ganking squad with Pango plus Lion, but we'll see. They did make a lot of stacks for Analog though to recover.
Okay. These are a lot of stacks, actually, and this is going to stack again here. And at the box, unfortunately, the hard camp's not going to be so cooperative, as there's the regen rune immediately picked up by Analog. Very, very eager for that one. No bottle here, immediately into the treads. I think just really not looking to lane at all versus the Batrider. 31 and 10 for Dark Mago. What is going on here? Give me a second here, Alvaro.
Okay, we're gonna have Noping with a very solid lead in the beginning while Hokori tries to recover. We're gonna see how Noping can utilize this lead though. Usually Darmao also likes to be quite a farming Batrider. Get the boots of travel, go around the whole map, kind of taking places. They don't really have the most space creation either. Centaur can fulfill that role though. Even though your ganking squad is a bit weak, you might need a Batrider to join in, but Batrider can always just farm creeps and then join for a quick fight with boots of travel. That's one of the advantages the boots give you. We'll see if this works out for Darkmago though. They have none of the stacks I've seen just yet.
Yeah, that's something I was a bit curious about. They did apply a lot of pressure into this bottom lane and obviously this mid lane. As we can see here, Matthew is looking to contest the stacks. He's actually scouted these as well. Dark Mago on the way here en route to find El Micho. The Hex will come through. They're not going to be able to body block him, but the flames are still licking at his feet, and the Lion will sleep tonight for quite some time. As the Dark Mago receives the Stampede buff. Are they going bottom as well? Kind of, but I don't... Well, Oscar is just way too tanky, to be honest, with the Vanguard alone. He's not really scared of Tiaris. Is he scared of Tiaris with the Chronosphere and an Empower? Maybe. Let's see here, because Analog can actually help out. He can help out, but he's positioned for the Skewer to push him further underneath the Tier 1 tower. Two-man Hoof Stomp here, a third TP necessary from El Micho. He's got a Hex and an Earth Spike here. That's all he can offer. Is that enough now? Oscar, yes it is. They just get through him. Kind of just.
Yeah, honestly. It took him a while. You rotated the Magnus. I mean, you got an offlane kill, sure, but Darmalo is free farming with this time. I don't think it's that big a deal for Noping, especially because Pakaz honestly can't be left alone against Vitali. Or, sorry, he can be left alone against Vitali. Vitali does nothing against him. So Pakaz has just been free farming the jungle, going back to lane to take the last hits. You could let Matthew actually take some of the experience there as well. You haven't really lost any map control with this. I don't think they're too sad about Oscar's death, and Oscar's still farming well. In fact, Centaur is one of the best heroes to sacrifice early because he just recovers so easily once he gets a couple points in double edge.
And that Blink Dagger for him. Or first item Blink, probably for Oscar. Yeah, first item Blink for sure. Is going to be pretty impactful here, isn't it? Right, just being able to land that follow-up stun onto the Faceless Void. Could set up, for the Nyx Assassin. Just having that 1-2 of Nyx and Centaur feels very promising versus a hero that has some long cast animations, right? Like this Time Walk to be able to escape. Pardon me. So far, so good. Gardic is at least getting experience in the mid lane. He might have a very impactful level 6 as well here.
But it's gone by El Micho. We do have that Firefly. Sticky Napalm. Close by, El Micho. Dying. That was really easy actually once you got on top of him.
We're farming the stacks. We're actually splitting these between Analog and Tiaris. Looks like... I mean, I don't want to say they competed for them, but it went about 50-50. I want to say that Tiaris got a bit of the better end of the stick there, as he... Ooh, RP? Was that real? It kind of was real, I guess. Oh, he's just baiting. Okay.
He's baiting, yeah, he's just baiting with the RP. But Gardic's gonna die here at this rate. He already lost the Swashbuckle, playing break him back. And Darmalo is doing the thing which he should be doing, which is playing aggressively while he farms in between. With the Boots of Travel, it's honestly the perfect build for this. Usually we call this a very greedy item, but I think Battler is one of the few heroes that can actually play both styles at the same time and not lose too much.
Right.
Because Boots of Travel movement speed actually does add damage to him somehow.
Real quick, just want to point out we had double blocked these camps in the triangle for Hokori. Committing 3 sentries, 150 gold here as an investment, right? Because we deward here on the cliff to make sure that they can actually contest pretty easily. We block this camp, and we also block this camp, only getting the Ancients currently dewarded. And by the looks of things, they got half duration, so that easily pays for itself because you're removing 400 gold from the carry here in those 3-4 camps. Top lane, Dark Mago once again strikes again for Vitali. Mid lane, could have Pandaboo in trouble. He's already level 6 though, Avo. They don't kill him. And they know, especially with Oscar here, just putting himself between, you know, Analog and the more fleshy Abaddon. Here comes a rotation, by the way, courtesy of Dark Mago. Could have looked to potentially close the door here, but a good scan from Hokori is at least going to let them know something's coming, so they're going to back away.
There's no ping. We see the Deuce go into the bottom lane. Low Earth Strike for Pandaboo. Finger of Death. He didn't have a point in borrowed time. Didn't have time to take it either.
Gotta get it fast
Wasn't
enough.
expecting that quick finger.
Well, that's a good one. Good one. 450 damage. Kind of goes.
I mean, you're still not canceling Pakaz's farm right now, so I don't think you're too concerned if you're noping. But of course, loss of the advantage is annoying. Matthew, I don't think he killed Tiados, but he took his last.
He took his last.
My God, that's more the psychological damage.
Here, look, Tiaros is like, I guess I'll go farm over here. Oh, I got. Oh, just he rolled low. He rolled low. He needs to get a null talisman so he can actually steal those a little bit better, right? Okay, Stampede is out, but Gardic, yeah, just threatening with the Rolling Thunder is going to at least keep Dark Mago at bay. He's going into Blink Dagger next. That's how confident he's feeling. He's like, come here. Go ahead. You want a Rolling Thunder? I dare you. DD for Analog. We still are holding on to that RP, and a DD rune with an Echo Saber is a bit of a scary sight. Look how long these camps, pardon me, have been blocked for, though. Lemisho having to spend a lot of money here to make sure that they can get up and operational. It's already put him 200 gold behind the Blink Dagger at the cost of not much, right? Because you look at Abba, what does he need to play the game? Not much. He just needs levels, right? Lion needs this Blink Dagger. So
I can't believe he denied that tower. Wow, that's impressive. And the Lasso, Firefly on top of that, Impale, make sure Khalid in place. We do hear Rolling Thunder, so we're trying to help Vitali. And Vitali just spells. And Vitali fights with a duel. Vitali might just give some damage to Dark Mago. No, barely, as the duel ended, but that was close. And Misha did come in. There's no Finger of Death. Dark Mago could still die regardless. Analog, everyone's joining in to fight this. And here comes Oscar. It's like, yeah, is there a party over here?
Yep.
Is it going for the supports?
Pakaz wants to
Trying to
party.
finish off El Misho. He will
Party,
be relatively easy. Even Tiares joins the party with a Chrono and the Fusel Blade available to him, but they do kill off Gardic relatively easily. He kills him himself with the return. Retaliate, sorry. Oscar has a Blink Dagger. He could try to initiate, but will he is the question.
I think this is just a tower. I mean, if you take this one, you go mid and immediately take it as well. You basically steal the enemy jungle. Can Hokori fight this? Maybe. Do they have a choice? No, they just have to. That's a good start, though. Promising Chronosphere onto 2. The buffs, okay, not bad here. They've got Empower and Press the Attack here. As there's going to be the duel on the Pandaboo. He is going to be eviscerated. Okay, good hold from Hokori. Very, very good hold. 10 dual damage, as well as, most importantly, triangle control maintained.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. No ping, well, maybe overextending a bit there. I mean, granted, Pakaz didn't seem to want to turn there anyway, so it feels like no ping is playing very hardcore for Protect 1, and I often feel like they're over committing for fights they can't always win. The loss of Dark Mago was pretty bad there. But granted, since Pakaz still is keeping up in terms of farm, I guess it doesn't matter as much. You have to be really careful with the Empower, though. I feel like Void can easily match Pakaz by being one item down, just because of the matchup being so good. And the fact that he picked up the Fusel Blade even makes it easier for him. So I don't know if you want to be like super passive on Pakaz. I guess you're a Dusa, so there's not that many options, but, you know, finding a balance is important here.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, we're still... It's a smoke. It's an opportunity here. Panda, yeah, he's just going to go in and absolutely ruin their days. Didn't want to go too far, though. Because they can pop them, of course, with Line Finger ready to go. 450 damage after reductions. So as long as you're managing his HP, you can get him pretty easily. Good jump, though, into Tiares. Okay, press the attack immediately, and now here's the counterplay. Actually, they're onto Dark Mago. There's the RP. They found 2, pushing 3 back now in together. They try and get through Dark Mago with the Finger of Death, but it's not good enough. And finally, 2 turn to Stone. Gardic, especially through the Rolling Thunder, leaves now Analog in a bit of a tough spot. He's tanky, tough, difficult to take down, but Oscar is tankier. As now even the poor Lion is unable to escape the clutches of the Centaur Warrunner. Pakaz with 2 kills there, despite immediately getting rid of the lasso and finding 2 in the RP.
So no ping take a huge lead. Oh, Centaur, Clove Stomp, find Vitali, start hitting him. Vitali, the silence. Oop, the swashbuckle is fantastic. Oscar will not be able to get close to him. Really, really good swashbuckle. However, Matthew does get the spike carpus off. Vitali has the press attack and can now run away. Not the easiest kill. It seems like Noping is taking turns who's the 4-1. It's not like Mao is he's not going to join his team. He's just going to go farm instead. And now, yeah, they need Dark Mago here. They need Dark Mago because they lose Panda. He doesn't have to borrow time, so he's going to die. Dark Mago, he realizes it's a bad fight. They don't have Stone Gaze either. I think with the duel, they can kill the duels as well. Dark Mago is going to have the Flame Break. He's been hit by the Annihilation. You don't have Stampede either. The Chrono used. Pakaz tanked too much. They hit him with the Earth Spike. The Shockwave on top of that. Pakaz with very little mana just trying to run away. Best he can. He will with 25 HP, it seems.
Unbelievable.
As Enlok cannot catch up to him. They've also killed Vitali in the backline. Dark Mago might die as a result. Tiaras, though, in trouble. They need one more hit and they'll get it with a double edge. And Matthew fighting Analog to the death. Matthew has a Spike Carpus. Analog can't hit him. You can't Shockwave him either. He even gets the mana burn off. And that's going to guarantee another kill. That was an outplay by Noping. And the fact that Pakaz lives here is criminal.
Yeah, that's not how you wanted that mid-game fight to go, especially... Okay, what? From where? Did he just find the lion? I apologize. I thought we were done. I thought Oscar was done murdering everyone, but he found another. And he's going to get the casual 17-minute rampage with just Blink Dagger Vanguard on the CK. Centaur Warrunner, pardon me, in the Centaur. Wow. This is not how Hokori wanted to this game. I mean, obviously, you don't want this game to go this way at all, anytime, but... I mean, especially after last game, it feels like, and playing 3 games before this series even began, I would be exhausted here. They need a good fight. They need something. At least they get Dark Mago there, but not getting the duel and just being so close and still walking away with basically nothing, right? Just rat poop or bat poop in this case, right? Is all you walk away with there. It's so painful. They need to get something going their way here. Otherwise, this is going to be another fast one. But they're just always under vision. Like, they're under vision right now. Noping know exactly where everyone is. And here comes Dark Mago. He's hexed first, as they will catch him with the Earth Spike in the river. Vitali, okay, press the attack. As at least they're able to blink the lion back. But I do not think he's going to make it all the way back to his team. Oh, okay, RP on the staircase catches 2, but there's going to be the borrowed time I was talking about into the 3-man Earth Spike. We don't have nothing to bounce off of that's too close around there's Stampede now, as well as the lasso onto Vitali. Pakaz is in on the fight as well as Tiaras, without Cronus here for 30 more seconds, can't offer much. Even with his cleave, he's still going to end up dropping. The Empower buff just wasn't enough, and I don't think Vitali is going to be able to escape either. Oscar extending his kill streak to 8 with 2 more kills in this fight.
Misha fingered himself there.
Oh,
Spike Carpus. He wasn't expecting the Aphotic Shield to come out of Matthew of all people, but yeah. For some reason, Panda decided the most important person to unstun was Matthew. And when the finger came out, it was too late. Spike Carpus was already ready.
I don't, I'm not sure he did. I think he stunned himself on something else, because he only took up, what, 150 damage or something? Which is not going to be enough from Carapace.
Oh, right, so he did it. Oh, so the finger must have been for the bat then.
Yeah. I think it was. I mean, either way, it's not. The Lion still stuns himself. He takes so much damage. I think it was probably an Earth Spike. Yeah, I think it was an Earth Spike that he tanked.
No, because the Earth Spike was what came after. No, the Earth Spike came before. So I'm not sure what it was then. That's why I thought it was a Spike Carpus. Maybe you're right.
I looked at the death summary because I was like, damn, that sucks. I mean, he's dead.
I'm gonna punish him.
We have Chrono? Oh, I can't even get it off.
No Chrono for now. There's the Chrono, but he's inside.
And Panda's
he's
just...
inside. Tiaras, he's gonna die. You did nothing there.
Oh.
Oscar is like, these guys should have picked me center from the start. This is much easier than playing this tight hunter.
Honestly,
he's absolutely styling with his skill. Why did they pick him center on the first game? He's doing so well.
Yeah, he's killing it. He is absolutely crushing it right now here. And I mean, it feels like we're already at that stage. I mean, that's Chrono. We have got RP and Finger up here shortly, but I mean, we're not even going back for ages here for Noping. Just the utmost of confidence, right? And Oscar already has a Lotus Orb 20 minutes in, along with full boots, a Blink Dagger, and the Vanguard. He's the second richest hero in the game. He's low-key kind of rivaling Dusa's farm, who has been free farming, right? Oscar has been fighting. He earns his gold, you know, he's like from the Iron Islands. He earns his gold through he pays the iron price. He doesn't pay the gold price. He's not here hitting creeps. He kills heroes.
Sure, that analogy was
Middle tower
sure.
is under attack.
It's over your head. Don't worry about it.
You tried. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
You're
Bacchus has the help of the medallion, soon to be Solar Crest. Well, hopefully soon to be Solar Crest, which helps to take the tower.
Has fallen.
And 13k, it's looking really bad for Hokori right now. The Void with Empower is half the net worth of Medusa.
Yeah.
Has a very measly diffusal blade to fight. Dark Mago could see Vitali here. I think he can catch up to him, especially with the help of Matthew, Yule Scepter. Gets it up with Impale.
Nope, Dark Mago
Mago
wants to
seems more
farm.
interested in the creeps than Legion Commander.
Farming a creep wave. Yeah, they see they ping him. They're like, are you kidding me? Banda's like, come on, dude.
You're always the one going in when nobody's ready. Are you kidding me? We're all ready now.
Pretty much. Well, Hokori, at least, they'll find farm on the opposite side of the map. That is going to be BKB completed. I know it doesn't look like it, but you just assemble the Echo Saber, and then he's going to take the Ogre Axe from that and have BKB. He'll have that momentarily into the Horn Toss from Analog. Oh, but they've caught Tiaris. They've caught Tiaris. Simply just Matthew into Lasso. This one is looking a little bit unwinnable as well here. I think we're already approaching that stage. Like, I think Dusa could probably play with Mana Shield off, and I don't think she dies. They just don't have damage right now. They just don't have damage.
They really don't. And the team fight is deplorable right now. They have no synergy within the team fight. I mean, we've seen some baller RPs, but if to prevent the Abaddon from saving the people from the RP with the power time and the product shield, I guess you chrono on top of that, right? And then you chrono on top of the RPs. I feel like the RP is wasted.
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel like that strong.
Yeah, but
so I guess you have to chrono and somehow kill the Abaddon inside the chrono. Is this tough?
It's so difficult, or get the Abba inside a chrono, but that means if you're going to immediately if you're going to immediately chrono after the RP is placed, you're going to catch the mag, and then Void just can't get the damage done enough. We need mag to at least send in a shockwave or something, man. Oh, I mean, this is...
just go for Tiaris. Tiaris? I mean, not. I mean, Gardic is the better choice. Or Misho, because he just died for free here. I think Gardic will be in the same vein. Nope, never mind. I underestimated Gardic.
I found LC.
Oh, Vitali will find out, though. Where you going, Vitali?
I mean,
Where you going, my friend?
They're just all on top of him. Just a triple blink. Not even. It's just double blink. Matthew was already there. And...
Green Core for the bat. Oh, my goodness.
He is... Yeah, they're... It's rough. It's
and Bacchus still has more than he does. That Malo in 7 seconds he'll get the flaming one. So Analog, you need to TP immediately.
Oh no, he's not gonna. He's not gonna.
Don't BKB TP against this.
Go blink.
Blink in a second.
Blink. Oh, he was in mid
That
animation.
was so close.
Mid animation. Okay, but I mean,
mid-animation.
they're losing Roche, and that's a 9-second BKB. Who is this here? Is this Gardic? It is Gardic. He's. I mean, he tried.
He's dead.
Gets out of the pit, but not gonna make it much farther.
Oh, that swashbuckle. I think you messed up, Gardic. Panic.
I mean,
okay, shard for Dusa now, by the way.
Wow, that was second Roche?
No, sorry, that was the first row.
Oh, okay, she just bought it. I mean, she's got so much money.
Just bought it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Might as well.
No, I just saw the shard. It's like, oh, okay, I guess that was second rush, but I realized there's no cheese, so it must have been first.
Yep. No.
Sorry, the game has been. It feels like the game's been going on for like 30 minutes.
Oh, I feel
More
you.
than 24.
I feel you. Tiaris, we've got Chrono. We've got RP. We've got Finger of Death. How do we? What do we do? How do we string it together? All right, there's a kill. Did we use any ultis for that? We did. We had a Finger of Death, by the way. I missed that kill, but we Finger of Death and dueled the Nyx Assassin. Finger Death level 1 here is Gardic trying to make it out, but they've stolen 1 here. Great Chronosphere catches 2, but Oscott still on the outside, and Pakaz was able to get off the Stone Gaze, so they don't actually get any kills. RP only for Dark Malcolm, but he gets away. The Aphonic Shield immediately is going to dispel him. Oscott getting the kill here onto Vitali, as at least Pakaz is out of mana, but still gets able to support here El Misho, or sorry, he's still able to support Dark Mago, pardon me, who gets that kill into El Misho. And yeah, I think this is going to turn into some fountain farming relatively quickly. There's just no ultis. There's nothing we will already running on fumes, Avo. There's nothing left in the tank right now for Hokori. Nothing but hope. Last thing you run out of, but it's hard to run the engine on that.
No. Okay, they should just jump to D-Skewer like, get me! I want to ride the train! Let's go! And they can actually kill the Void. I think. Hokori, you have one more game to play, dude.
Yeah,
I
one
think
more
you should just call
best
it
of 3. I'd agree.
No, I know, but like it's over. You are not bringing this back. I'm sorry, Hokori. Just call it seriously. You're gonna get more tired from this at this point, and more frustrated after 2 stomps.
Yeah, 20.
I want to hold faith for them, but it's almost 1K net worth lead a minute. 26 minutes in, it's too much.
There's no way they back off with the high ground. I mean, no ping. They know, right? It's I mean, this game is over basically already. Deadman walking here for Hokori. They're going to be forced to strike the colors eventually, whether it's the ship that hits the bottom of the ocean or if it's going to be the GG call preemptively here. But either way, getting dragged out of the fountain now, 1 by 1, as Dark Mago will drag Vitali to his death. Heal Scepter immediately here. 2-mana Earth Spike is reflected onto Elmisho. It doesn't even get up another spell. There's the Skewer, but Matthew's got a Ghost Scepter. Panda's even trying to save him. Panda almost saves him. But, I mean, there's creeps on the Ancients. There's, this one's over. Yeah.
Yeah, Bakata's no longer pushing the Ancient. He's like, this is what happens when you don't call the GG. And you try to Phantom farm us. Oh, he's gonna get the kill. Quick, easy. GG called. Hokori take it.
No, they don't.
No ping.
They
Sorry,
don't.
Hokori lose it and no ping take the series. Sorry. Sorry, man. No ping take the series. We get 3-game series that ends in a 2-1 for no ping, which means Hokori will have to fight for the last time today. So many games against Infinity. A second time against Infinity. That's how long the day has been today.
Yeah. Yeah, Hokori about to play their 4th series
I feel so bad
of
for
the
Hokori.
day. Yeah, I do as well.
That's
I mean,
awful.
we're coming back to cameras here because we've said it all about this game as I mean, it was just I don't know.
How long have they been up, Hokori? Now they've been playing at this point almost 10, like not consecutively, right? But they've been playing for almost 10 hours.
Yeah. I opened Dota and immediately hop into the first lobby, which was with Hokori, and I'm about to hit 600 minutes on this current session. So no, we you know it's you know, not to be like, oh, it's so hard for us, but like these guys actually have to play Dota, you know, like we get to talk over it, and it's a pleasure, honestly. But I mean, these games have not been fun for Hokori, regrettably for them, and they've got one more.
Especially because they lost, like they got 2 stomps, right? Like if you at least kept winning games, those games might be mentally taxing, but you're at least pumped. We just got stomped twice, pretty hard as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, the first game was good, and then unfortunately the other 2 drafts, I think, didn't quite come together for them. We'll see, but they need a reset because, you know, from this morning, they got the draw, they lose the tiebreaker, no ping challenge them again, lose the first game, lose the next 2, absolutely brutal. I think a combined kill score of like 11 to 50 or something like that across the last 2 games in favor of no ping. And well, now we go to our final series here, guys. We are going to be going to a short break. When we return, we will have our final series live and ready to go for you guys. We are going to be watching ourselves. My goodness, you're going to have to... no ping, or sorry, SG Esports, they won earlier, right? That was a 2-1 for them? Mm-hmm. So that means then we have Hokori versus Infinity. Yeah. Yep. That's going to be coming up after the break. In the meantime, I would recommend you guys check out our giveaway we have running. I have the Juggernaut set this time as well. It is going to be the Provocation of Ruin set, about a 150, I think, or $75 US Juggernaut set, at least 75 USD set. It's really nice, quite nice looking as well. Definitely would recommend you guys enter the giveaway. Even if you don't win that first prize, we still drop 4 extra winners, and you get your choice of the Arcana. To enter, all you got to do is type and exclamation points giveaway in the chat, and make sure you click that link and follow the instructions the bot gives you for the Gleam IO giveaway. You can also follow the link courtesy of the banner underneath the stream if you're watching on Twitch. Okay, series number 1, 2, 3, 4, series number 5 of the day, best of 3 elimination series coming up, guys, for the Mobius.bet Maestros. We'll be back after a short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our fifth and final series of the day here for the Mobius.bet Maestros. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to what is now day 8 of our coverage, day 8 of 9, as we're going to be finishing off the tournament tomorrow. But that means we have to eliminate one of the 4 teams that we started with 6 hours ago, maybe 8 to 10 hours ago. I don't know, however long ago. We already have to say goodbye to some of those teams. Isn't that right, Avo?
Yes, some team has to leave. That team is going to be Hokori or Infinity. Who's it going to be? I don't know. Let's get right to the draft.
Let's do it. Draft now live on your screen. So we have Infinity over on the Radiant side and Hokori drafting on the Dire Hoodwink Invoker. Going to be the picks against the Dusa Wyvern 1-2. All right, so Analog Invoker. I'm already looking forward to this one a little bit more. Didn't play particularly bad games. In fact, I think his mag game, he was actually stellar. It's just that there was just, the draft wasn't, it didn't reward early RPs like that, sadly, right? Like, that's just kind of the fact of it. There's just no follow-up, and although he played amazing, I thought he really, really did a great job. Just couldn't really get much done. So I'm hopeful here that he can continue taking those good spell casts, good positioning and everything into this game where on the Waitscreen Invoker, he'll be able to have a little bit more impact, assuming that they can draft him something to work with this time.
We'll see what that is going to be. Right now, I mean, Infinity starts strong with a Medusa pick, but I feel like it's just too safe a pick. Like, if you first pick TB, I like it. I think Medusa is... I like first pick TB and I like first pick Luna, or not first pick rather, but like first phase, right? Obviously, first pick TB I think is the only one that's justified. I don't love the Dusa here. I feel like you have a lot of options from Hokori. The Quasvex Invoker already makes it less than desirable, right? I don't know. I think they're going a bit too safe here, just to try to get the first game out of the way, and that's never a good mentality to go with. Also, don't love the Winter Wyvern Medusa. I don't really see what the point of this. Because you can still actually take her mana off if she has Mana Shield on during the Cold Embrace, right? So, why? I can't imagine a more anti-synergistic duo.
It's a good point. It's a good point. I wonder if we ban Slardar and hint at the AM here for Hokori to take advantage of that. The thought. I don't know. We don't see too much AM. I think did we have an AM game earlier today? I don't remember. How many Dota games?
We did not, but we asked for an AM game before.
We did. Well, they'll ban the Mirana then instead. Just taking out a common support, especially because I think Infinity they might just open up with DK. Nothing wrong with the hero. It's offlaner. He's just DK. It doesn't reveal anything about your draft other than you have a good offlaner, really.
Yeah, honestly, I agree.
So just getting rid of the Mirana for the common lane duo, I think is going to be pretty decent here. Infinity, thinking about their ban. They'll take out the PL, so now we're going to start paying a little bit of attention to the cores outside of just that Terra Blade, who's been removed. Just pick DK, honestly. Or Lion.
If you're Infinity?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Lion a bit more, maybe, because I think otherwise Hokori picks Lion, and you run the Hoodwink S5, which is fine, honestly. And then the Lion to deal with Deuce is pretty great. Lion to deal with Wyvern is really good. And if you have Lion Hoodwinked, Wyvern is honestly a dead pick.
That is true. Especially with an Invoker, right? I mean, he's not going to go Quas Exort, but a little bit more magic damage, right? EMP and all this good stuff anyway. Okay. Yeah, it's a fair point. What else would be something that I could consider? I mean, I don't know. It just feels like Lion to me. I don't really know what you'd want to go for.
DK would be fine too.
Tusk, different.
Ooh, not a fan. They forced the Tusk earlier with the Bloodseeker combo. It didn't really work out well. I think Tusk is okay. You have like a really good combo to go with it. Like if it's like Tusk Pango or Weaver, God forbid, or whatever it is, right? Something that really justifies a Tusk pick. I also think Tusk is really good if you go. If you're up against a draft that has no reliable stuns, Tusk is great, right? And I've actually seen this a lot from certain South American teams, although like last pick it when they see, they don't have any Dragon, no Dragon Knight, nothing that really initiates properly. The best stun is a call. Oh, we're gonna just stop everything with Snowball. Great. But this game, first of all, you already have stuns that work through it. So it's already already a moot point. But even further than that, you still have 3 picks that haven't been revealed. I don't know. I don't understand what. I'm not a fan.
There it is.
That's all I'm gonna say.
The raw 3 a.m. go to draft analysis. I feel you there.
Look, mate.
I feel
I
you
gave
there.
you reasons.
No, I
before that. Can you
agree.
please
Listen,
cut me some slack?
I had my 3 a.m. analysis 6 hours ago, so I understand. I've been there. I've been there. It's difficult. Okay, Mars. Yeah, versus Dusa. Classic lane combo Hoodwink Mars. Little bit of anti-synergy there, right? Because, of course, your arena walls, when they get erected, destroy all the trees. But should be fine enough to play around, especially because usually you can just set up immediately into the spear and get that one off. We'll see if Hokori are thinking about flexing this one, though, as they do like to do. And, I mean, what do you potentially run here with the 5 Mars instead?
I'm fascinated by the choice of going Mars into Tusk to give him a utility. And then
10 seconds
Infinity
remaining.
decides, oh, it's... That Mars pick was
5
very
seconds
weird, to be
remaining.
honest. I think there were much better picks. Maybe it's a Mars 5, actually. Maybe it's a Mars 5.
That's what I'm saying,
That
yeah.
might explain it.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So now I'm wondering what I would think about then, if you are running Mars 5, Hoodwink 4. I mean, what do we pick here then to continue those flex? It would have to be your carry here, right? If you wanted to flex
It
it.
would have to be your carry.
Yeah.
I mean, against Adusa, I feel like you should also pick your carry in general relatively soon.
Yeah.
Bad matchups. Luna's available. I think Luna's okay here.
Yeah. Wouldn't mind the Luna.
What else could you pick here? I mean, against Adusa, the Ursa is also an option, which is always
Dire
good.
team ban.
AM. Okay, here's the AM game.
Oh, yeah, no, AM is good too.
Yeah,
AM is
ban
good too.
Slardar.
I actually
Perfect.
like AM a lot.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's what I
No, it's
I
very good.
wanted. Bans. That's what I was like. Maybe you
Yeah.
ban Slardar. Remember last phase when we were talking about the bans? Yeah,
It's a
perfect.
very solid moment to pick your carry here because you actually get the 2 bans to protect it on top of that, so it's actually incredibly good.
Who's the other
Yeah, I
must
like
ban?
this.
I know Slaughter like absolutely demolishes
10
AM. Who's the other one I'm
seconds
thinking of?
Yeah, I
Um,
don't know.
let me check here real quick.
5 seconds
I don't know why I have this memorized because I don't play
I'm
AM.
sure there's another one, but I don't know.
Let me check it. Check it. Yeah, and I mean the Slaughter is a must go for sure, 100%. None of the other ones that really strike me too easily as like super strong
Alright.
picks. You got like your axes, your LCs are pretty tough.
No, but Axe is not that great against AM. LC is the must ban. It used to be, but LC is
Radiant
crap,
team
right? So
ban.
Yeah, well, we banned it anyway. I mean, it's Mariana hero,
Yeah.
right? So
It's true. LC is crap, and Mariana makes it look good. The other hero that can run here that I think is pretty strong against AM and otherwise is Pango. Pango's pretty great. Because you have the perma-stun against
Yep.
the AM with the Rolling Thunder, which is always fun.
you don't have anything you,
You
can
have
reflect with counterspell.
10
Exactly. You have the
seconds
Lucky
remaining.
Shot, which is great for trading against him in lane, because even if he takes away all your mana, it's fine, right? You just
5 seconds remaining.
attack him. So I think Pango's a good solid pick. Pango's especially good because Infinity's also running a Mars, right? So
True.
even if it's
No.
Mars 5, right? It's still going to be annoying.
Yeah, it's probably Mars 5 because right now we've got 3 heroes that can just leave arena anytime they please. We'll ban
I
Ench.
think they think so as well.
Interesting. So Infinity think it's a well, they ban the Mag and they ban the Ench, so they ban one of each, right?
Magenge. What do you run as Hokori? I'm assuming, I honestly think you pick a 3, but I can't think of anything that's like too
10
special.
seconds remaining.
Actually, it's a really good Phoenix game as well.
5 seconds remaining.
It's very good Phoenix. If you want Mars 3 and Phoenix 4 here, or Phoenix 5.
Yeah.
If not, DK is another option for their offlane. I like the DK too.
Yeah. Agreed. Some good reliable catch. Some setup.
Yeah, you kind of need that catch. So that's why DK I like it more.
I'm trying to think of what
You
Infinity.
could pick the Pango yourselves. You could pick the Pango yourselves, actually.
Radiant
Yeah,
Landing
right,
is
because
pretty
Gardic has played it before. Oh, okay, so it is a Mars
Oh.
core. Which time?
Okay. If you're gonna make a Mars 3, I'd much rather see the Phoenix here than the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, I'd agree. And
I
you
think
know me,
Phoenix is a much stronger pick.
I love Witch Doctor. I really do. Dude owns it in the lane, and I mean, Mana Break and Maledict is disgusting. It is so good. But the Cold Embrace is such a hard counter to you. Snowball is such a hard counter to you. Void Spirit and Dissemblate is such a hard counter to you. And you just don't do enough damage usually to Medusa where Maledict makes the difference, right? Because of Mana Shield, the way it works. I agree with you. I love me a Witch Doctor, but I don't like it in this draft. Maybe here they can get a couple kills in the lane. Witch Doctor does just okay versus Boars because the Coconut's really good at that. It stuns creeps for even longer. Witch Doctor with an okay animation, an okay range, and an okay base damage. But eventually the Boars get way too strong for him when they're like level 2, 3. So, yeah. It's not a bad lane, though. Not a bad lane. AM Witch Doctor. The early few levels could be lethal, especially level 3 when we have whatever AM wants and probably like 103 build, 102, sorry, on Witch Doctor. That's looking pretty good. If we need to, we can drop back and play more Doctor than Witch and take an early point in Voodoo Restoration. By Bacillus even.
I know you're very confident in the Witch Doctor pick, but this Beastmaster pick is very odd.
What's your concern with
Compare
that?
this to Pango.
Okay.
I mean, compare this to Pango. Like,
Right.
you said, you're right. Witch Doctor does actually decently against boards. It's not a free lane for Beastmaster whatsoever, right? AM does struggle a bit against boards, true, but it's okay, right? Your lane is going to be a bit strong from an end up, sure. AM counterspells you every single time. There's no way you hit it with Primal Roar unless it's a setup stun, which you lack, kind of, honestly. Beastmaster is, because of being a strength hero, much weaker to the Witch Doctor and gets kind of countered by Mars as well because these very slow lumbering heroes just kind of stop him. Nothing to block El Micho's sharpshooter either, and actually can get killed by Invoker too. Compare this to Pango, who brings the stun that AM can't block in a much easier way, a counter to Mars, a good way to deal with Invoker, not weak against Witch Doctor, like lane sure, but Maledict doesn't do anything.
Oh no. Pango's got a great lane versus Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor gets completely crap pounded. Let me tell you.
Even better.
Yeah, even better. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I was even thinking about the Maledict alone, which is like you're an agility here, so it doesn't matter as much for him.
Yeah,
Maybe it has
no,
damage
definitely,
mitigation. I
definitely.
just don't know why you would pick Beastmaster over Pango here.
I agree.
Even Pango has a combo with Tusk.
I agree.
Like, what does Beast do with Tusk?
I agree. Tusk gets even a little bit owned by Witch Doctor here without like a Pangolier to. You need something.
I'm
when
very
you
surprised by these last two picks.
Yeah.
I think they both messed up on these last two picks.
I mean, hey, I'll point out stuff about Witch Doctor at least because that's something I can do. But no, I completely agree with you. You're totally on the money. The lane for, pardon me, finishing loading. Is we might have a remake here, by the way. I'm guessing you are also finishing loading. I'm gonna bring it back to cameras here real quick, guys. I'm sorry, we don't want to start the game yet. We want to talk more about how they should have picked Pangolier instead. So we actually paused the Dota 2 servers real quick.
Yeah. We talked to Gaben, sent him a quick message.
Yeah,
And
pretty
Gaben was
much.
like, yeah, all right, boys. South American tournament, time to fuck it. I'm a big fan of doing that.
I'm a big good.
So, a big good.
We've broken Oliver. See, eventually the time will come. We're on camera. We're on camera. I told you. What do you think? I just have it on a black screen? Who would do that?
Yes, I like that. I think it's soothing. When I'm watching a stream, I want the game to end to bring me to darkness, and then it reminds me of when I was not born yet.
Darkness. Well, were you born in the
That's
darkness?
how I feel whenever a game ends in Dota.
Were you like Bane?
Well, no, because I mean, do you remember what it felt like to not be alive?
What's the cry? I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
What do you mean you don't think so?
I don't remember. I don't think I remember.
How do you not remember? It was back in the day.
Back in the day.
Like 25 years ago for you?
25? A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit too many. A little bit too many.
Exactly. That's when you were not born yet. It was great. It was like
I don't remember
you
anything.
did nothing
dude.
all day.
I don't remember like any. I don't. Talking about. We're
Do you
still
not have
waiting.
memories of your past lives? Is that just me?
No. I do have memory of being an amoeba during the Cambrian explosion and walking around or using my little what are those things called? I took one biology class. I've got no clue. The little hairs that are off of cells that help them swim around and whatever. Moving around and sucking on the warm volcanic soup to then evolve. No, that was me. I remember. That was
My favorite memory of my past lives is when the meteor killed all dinosaurs and the big bugs died, and I finally could live in peace because I have been entomophobic in all my life, so it was really sucked, And,
could you
the big
imagine
bugs
if
really scared me.
if we lived in an alternate universe? Okay, we do have a remake, guys, so we'll be in the next game or in the next lobby here relatively shortly. But yeah, did you know that if the oxygen content on Earth was richer by like 5%, humans would be way more efficient, but bugs would also be like 10 times bigger.
Thank God that we don't have that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very
Do you
nice.
imagine? Bugs are terrifying. Like
Oh, it's all
they're
pick, right? Yeah. it
Yeah.
is.
If there's any sort
Bird
of
slot.
animal that I wouldn't want to be bigger, I think it would be bugs. I'd much rather have like genuinely gigantic, I don't know, gorillas roaming the earth. You know, like I don't know.
Gorillas are already
5 meter
pretty
tall.
big.
No, I know, but like let's look at like 5 meter tall. Like these are building-sized gorillas, right?
Yeah, so you want King
I would
Kong.
much rather have that than having a roach that's a meter in size.
All right, yeah, like I'd agree with you, especially because like, oh god, that
Can you
is.
imagine that thing getting into your pantry? That thing's not leaving.
No, that thing's gonna eat you. You know, you're gonna try and get the bug spray at it, and then it's gonna pick you up by your antennas, by its antennas, and you know, bonk you to death with the bug spray. No.
Whereas the
but-
gorilla, when it's that big, it only kidnaps blonde women, so it's like it's fine. You're
True,
okay.
yeah,
right?
and as long as you're not in a biplane, yeah, you'll be fine, right? He's not gonna be
it
angry.
leaves you alone.
Yeah, true.
I mean, actually, modern gorillas, I've heard they also deal with helicopters nicely, and Bryan Cranston. So if you're a bald man, you might be a bit dangerous.
Well,
But besides that, how many? Just wear a wig. It's fine.
thankfully, I've got all this hair, too much hair. I mean,
Oh, he's not bald. He's not bald in the movie. Never mind. I'm sorry. He's not bald.
thank you for your swift correction, much appreciated. I mean, I don't
I know
know.
there's a lot of Bryan Cranston fans, and I know every Bryan Cranston fan thinks the best movie he ever made was Godzilla, obviously.
We'll see. We'll see here, as of course we're still waiting just for one more player from Hokori to join the lobby. There we go. Should be getting good to go here rather quickly, and then of course we'll get back to talking some Dota. Pardon me. First game in a best-of-3 elimination match between the two teams. All three servers likely to be Peru. I would be surprised if they changed that.
No,
Considering
they're all Peru. You don't need to. I like your time filling useless words, but if it's the case, I'd much rather go and talk about big gorillas again.
Okay. I don't know. Big gorillas kind of freak me out though. Like I think like I don't know. Would you want like a 1 meter long house cat?
I mean, to protect you from the meter-long roaches, yeah, I guess I need it. Right?
That's a good
At
point.
this point, this is. At this
Oh, my
point, we're
lord.
just like this world is proposing. It's just Pokemon, really.
It kind of is actually. It kind of is. Yeah, you're right. You get a Meowth or a Mewith or whatever they're called, right? And you're good to
No,
go.
Meowth is super weak. I would totally not want a Meowth. Meowth would totally die to the roaches.
what do you
Like,
want?
he's one of the worst Pokemon.
Ninetales? I don't know. I don't know the names of them.
Ninetale's pretty good. He would burn them. Yeah.
Okay, well there we
Yeah.
go. Kill it with
good.
fire.
Pretty
Kill it
good.
with fire. As we're just getting ready to go, guys. Just need to remember the picks. I think we're good to go here. Ready. Which means we'll be getting started here in just a moment. I don't know. What if geez. I mean, I'm quite happy with all the animals the same size they are now, to be quite honest with you. I'm not really hankering for a rebalance patch, you know. I want 7.30. I don't want Earth 2.1, you know. No, thank you. Thank you.
Which is why you guys should try to live more ecological lives. Because
True.
we don't want a balance patch on Earth.
True. Did you
Help
know,
the
actually, according to, I don't know why I know this, but did you know, according to who has Tekken mythology, right? We are currently living in the 5th iteration of the world. Each one usually gets consumed by the creatures. I think the last one was like a snake world, and the first one was like a monkey world. And every single time, the sun just kind of gets bored because people don't sacrifice enough blood to it, and they just kill them. You know, that's what we need to do. We need to start, you know, finding
What?
and getting
Who said that?
the Aztecs.
What are you talking about?
The Aztecs.
Oh, the Aztecs. Oh, the
Yeah.
Aztecs. Oh,
Yeah.
I heard the techs.
No.
Like I was like, oh, okay. You like a technological kind of like a tech like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
So the problem with global warming is that we're not sacrificing enough people. Is that it?
Yeah, I would think so. All right, I would think so. We'll see. We'll see. I think Witch Doctor would agree with me on that one, as who we can see now. We're already ready to go. I'm not really sure where that one was going, to be honest. But hey, Aztec mythology, rather interesting stuff.
I think it's just Aztec. It's not Aztecan, right?
You would be correct.
It's okay. It's not like English is your only language.
Well, you know, I mean, okay. I mean, hey, I wouldn't know because you know, the Tercios kind of burned all the codex. So
Look, a demon possessed you. It's fine. You can just
A demon.
accept it.
No, we're
So something that a very popular thing that Peruvians like to do, and I've heard this from casters to players, whatever, is analogo means some analogous. Actually, it's the same word, right? It's in English. It's pretty simple.
Okay.
But something they like to do is they will capitalize the anal part of this word to imply that there's something anal about this, and they love. They just absolutely. It's like one of their favorite pastimes. Every time Choco will pass to the panel, he'll go los analistas, and everyone will love it. It's like the funniest joke in the world. I don't understand why it's just pastime in Peru. I know there's like a butt obsession or something there. I get it. We have a feces obsession where I come from culturally, so maybe. But they really like this joke. It's like a really popular joke over there.
Why is it about butt? I thought it was like the annals of history. Like we're gonna pass it to the people that are very good about the annals. Like they know all the ins and outs, right?
Yeah, because in Spanish, son las anales, not anal, which just means anal. There's really no other way. There's nothing else.
Well, that's confusing. Change that actually.
And we should vary our language.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, it's okay. I've listened to enough propositions about Americans. I think we should change the Spanish language. Don't worry about it. I get a tweet about that every day, so we can stop that right here.
Well, let's see here. Into the game we go finally. As we'll be getting underway again. A best of 3 elimination series. Whoever loses this one is out of the tournament. Money
Yeah,
here.
look, it's 8 full tall mosquitoes. Squiddly Spooch is on. He knows his stuff. Like that is scary.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Okay,
It's very
but
scary. Even though I don't know what 8 feet is, so I'm just imagining a mosquito.
8 feet's
with a
like
lot of feet on it.
2.3 meters ish. 2.3 meters.
Oh, that's even scary. I was just imagining a mosquito with like a bunch of feet.
Actually, I think it's bigger. I think it's closer to 3 feet, 3 meters, like 2.56. I don't know. Very tall. That's a mosquito that I do not want any sucks from. Not that I want any sucks from anyone, but anyway, we have
Good way to end it.
yeah, it's a punchline, you know.
Let's go into the
I just
game.
really had to bleed that one dry.
So if I want to say if I had 2 teams that both messed up the last pick, which I think is the case here, I'd much rather have messed up my 5 pick than my 3 pick.
Okay, that's fair, especially because the way you messed up your 3 pick actually kind of makes this 5 pick a bit better. In fact, even more than a bit,
Yes.
I would say, makes it actually kind of decent.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. And I also think it makes the 1 pick kind of decent. I think you had better options against him. I honestly do question what they're gonna do to be able to do you Shadow Blade this game for Mariano? What is he gonna build so he can catch the anti-mage? Because Tiares is a good anti-mage. I can't imagine he's gonna not use counterspell.
No, that's a good idea, actually. Good suggestion. Gardic, he's got a cask, but of course no one knows. Does he have the durian? He doesn't have the durian. It's a regular old coconut for him. We'll see. That lane might pop off a little bit, but Witch Doctor
no,
is...
not a coconut either.
What is
It's
it?
a normal one.
Like a skull? Oh, it's just a
Yeah, it's a
cask. Okay, whatever. No, as you can see, he does
Sad
okay.
about this. Richie's judging the
he does
cosmetics
okay.
here.
Well, I mean, come on. It's Witch Doctor. Got to give my boy some more respect. He is a doctor, after all, right?
Do you have the frog cosmetic for the Witch Doctor?
The relics of
The frog
Ribitar?
Death Ward? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
That's my favorite cosmetic of anything ever.
It's a really good one. A little frog comes out. I don't have a prismatic gem for it though. I'm still trying to decide eventually when I hit Grandmaster tier or when I hit Master tier on it. Pamplona, you're not dead, but you
celebrate.
need to eat a tango. That's the thing. He does have a tango consumed. He will live here,
It's
but
a fairy fire too.
yeah. But that's a lot of damage.
Level Malding not that strong. You need level 2 to really start hurting.
Or Gardic is just going to right-click him to death. Okay, he's fine. Not going to deny himself, but he's going to have to call in a lot of regen here already. Has a healing cell on the way. But now this makes Mariano's life a lot more difficult, quite frankly. Witch Doctor is great at punishing these kinds of plays early on. Even though you're right, level 1 Maledict, it's nothing to write home about. You're not really going to get... Like, if you get a kill with level 1 Maledict, you're going to get a kill without it. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Good deny, at least.
Exactly.
But it's really good at wasting regen early on. Witch Doctor is great
It's like
at
any
spying
other
lane.
damage spell, to be honest. It's like getting level 1 Maledict is like having a little bit of an extra, like a magic missile or Dragon Slayer.
Sure.
Mostly.
Sure.
Right?
Feels nice. That feels like an apt comparison here. Gardic is...
Yeah. But the matchup I'm concerned more. I mean, now you have level 2 boards, so let's see how this changes. Usually this is the turning point for a Beastmaster in lane, and usually it's where the supports that can't kill the boards start to struggle. I wonder if it'll take more points than Coconut, genuinely. I mean, I guess that's not really worth it. Only cooldown reduction, not really worth it.
Yeah.
It's still 5 second. It's still 5 seconds.
You do
anyway.
double the bounces though. You double the bounces, which is
Yeah, I
really
know,
good.
I know. That's what's useful, right? But like, I don't know if that matters too much.
Like a
here.
bounce?
Just using coconut to harass Mariano. And now Mariano feels free to summon the other boards. Yeah, that might have been a mistake by Gardic. He feels really, really comfortable now.
Yeah, but
Sometimes what AMs will do is they'll just jump on the boards and try to kill them. That also works.
Indeed it does. Indeed it does. Pamplona is basically already forced out. I did get the pull off, but this creep... Okay, it is going to stomp Darius, but it's not going to do enough damage here to anyone. He's still going to be able to basically get all the CS here for free. Oh, is he? Yeah, he's got it. All right, so even a little bit of an assist there. It's always unfortunate when the pulls don't end up working out very nicely. And a lot getting pulled back into the creep wave here, taking a little bit of damage from PP, who's 1-1-2 build here. And that Resonant Impulse does hurt a bit. And along almost having that Urn of Shadows online. Two of the best rotators in the game, though. Well, one of the best, certainly, with PP. We'll see who's going to blink first and leave the mid lane. Or if this is one of those games where, the Tusk looks to come mid and the Hoodwink looks to come mid, and that's where the action is.
Yeah, the Invoker just needs the fuel. I think he's a better rotator than the Waitscreen because of how low commitment it is. You can just go in anywhere and just cold snap someone, Urn. But you need the first Urn charge. Until you get that, that's it's tough for you.
Mariano's courier here. Needs to be careful with his positioning here. Means he's probably going to have to leave the board. I mean, the boars, they do really start becoming a pain in the ass here. This level 2 poison is so annoying. The attack speed's slow.
Yeah, but
Brutal.
AM just blinks onto them now. Yeah, I think the Orb Venom is a really clever choice on Tiaris because that helps him get rid of the boars. So all they're waiting for is for Pamplona to kind of leave the lane. Once he leaves the lane, they can go and kill the boars. That's why Beastmaster can't really solo this lane.
They do have, though, level 2 Maledicts now, which is significantly more deadly here.
Yeah.
More lethal, might even say. But yeah, Gardic is already kind of getting owned here by these boars. That's the issue here in this lane. There's Urn, so we'll keep our eyes out for any rotations from the Invoker.
We'll see. There's the Yogi. Oh, we do have a spear. Oh, this looks a Yogi. He's gonna die. Nice.
Caught it.
Vitali, sorry. Gets the first blood. Pretty easy. And also for a relatively bad lane, this is actually a huge buff for the Mars. He's not gonna be able to get too many last hits with the Medusa nearby. Obviously, you can't really pull the lane or do any shenanigans with the Winter Wyvern. She's great at canceling pulls. So all you can do is really hope that Medusa messes up the creep equilibrium and get killed. And she did. So you got both at once.
Both at once. Looking really good here for them. Gaddis, of course, going for that Battle Fury basically instantly as he's going to run after this boar. How do you like the poison now, huh? 30 gold in his pocket. Can we get a lucky bounce here? We did get a lucky bounce. No mana to be burned, though. So Mariano, as long as he doesn't eat the mango, he'll be fine. Yeah.
Can you imagine? Eat the mango there for more mana to burn. I feel bad for this AM.
He'll be fine. It's pretty close. It's pretty close.
Yeah, but he has to go home, though.
He does.
He has to go home.
Leaves the...
So it's a win for Tiaris regardless.
Pretty big win, indeed. That's the difference the one lucky bounce can really make here. 6-minute rune. It's going to spawn top lane. That EMP was preemptive. Of course, with 2 astral steps. Yeah, Analog knows there's basically no way he's going to be able to get that one out from underneath the Void Spirits. And an illusion rune into the bottle for PP. With 2 supports now actually looking to rotate mid lane underneath Analog's tower. I think the Tusk is going to give it up. The Wyvern will stick around for now. Underneath a ward, though, has been scouted, so it won't be too successful here. Here comes in Misho. The Wyvern. Squirrel versus Wyvern.
Yeah, I think Squirrel.
I did
Bushwhack, you gotta hit the tree with that.
Gotta find the tree with it.
Sometimes the reality is you actually can bushwhack someone to the tree, even when it's not aiming at the tree. It's a whole weird interaction. It's kind of bugged. So you actually get a whole, like, I think it's a 50 extra units or so. I think he tried to go for the max range bushwhack and it was very tough.
Yep. Yeah, Gardic is doing a really good job of at least taking care of these boars, though. Mariano's had to deny, I think, 3 or 4 of them already. This is a good D ward, at least from Pamplona. Bottom. On a bit here. Dali is gonna not be able to dodge that Splinter Blast, but it's only level 1 here. Tornado, though. Berna out of mana. That means he will be brought down for 2 Urn charges here for the Invoker. Immediately throwing that onto Sexy Yogi, who's gonna be pinned to the tower. Need a little bit more damage. A little bit more after that, even. And actually, here comes PP to try and put a stop to this one. Cold Embrace will buy Sexy Yogi a bit more time as Analog is going to drop. No Urn charges either, and actually the counter rotation now from Pamplona as well to close the gap, allowing PP to get a lot closer. We need a little bit more damage on Ubitali, just a little bit more. El Misho body blocking, though, is not going to allow that to happen. Means that they will lose the Invoker in exchange for the Dusa.
Okay, so not that bad a trade, but still a big mistake by the Invoker, who tanked a lot of the tower there for free, honestly, unnecessarily, and then that allowed the Void Spirit to actually get this kill relatively
Dire's middle
easily,
tower is under
without
attack.
any counter initiation options. I'm surprised. Marina's gonna go for the medallion this game first. Over the helm.
Hmm.
Medallion first. Oh. Mariano, ever since I saw you go 2 points in Dragon Tail early in the Dragon Knight, anything is possible for you.
They might set up here for Analog again. They missed the Aether Remnant, so he gets off the Ghost Walk, but the Dust is here. 3-man Tornado. Into now a potential Bushwhack. Bushwhack misses, however, and now El Misho in trouble, but here's Tiares now joining the fun.
Oh, wow.
They actually get the kill onto Pamplona just with the mana break. Look at these body blocks as well onto PP. Luckily, with this haste turn, he will be able to get himself away, as Vitali's going to come shut the door now onto Sexy Yogi, tosses him back up the high ground with the spear, and it's going to be a 2-for-0 special here. Nice counter rotations here from Hokori.
Dire's
That was a
top tower
very
is
good
under
rotation by
attack.
Tiares. That was very on point. Usually you don't see the AM rotating this early. I don't think there's much point in Tiares going back to up. I mean, I get that he's going to do that because he feels indebted to this tower or something, protecting his life for the first 5 minutes. But you really shouldn't. You should just go and farm and leave this lane either to the Mars, but I think Vitali wants to push the own tower, so maybe you leave the support to have experience. Supports Gardic and El Misho find PP. Gardic is just cannon fodder to PP.
Got a cast off, though.
Gardic, at least, balancing cast on the 2. And Tornado, but the
Tornado
snowball stops this. The MP at least to annoy them. PP does get hurt by the urn. The cold snap is finally out. Alacrity used. That's the pushback
Roar
they had
top.
to hit.
Tiares
And
is
that's the
alive.
pushback that will succeed.
Tiares is alive for now?
They're going for Pamplona. AM still has no blink.
Wow. That was-
Tiares running
that-
away in the mid lane. They don't catch Pamplona.
Blink in one.
Tiares, blink in a second.
Wow.
Blink in a second. He's getting out.
They've got vision on him with the Hawk. Oh, Tiares. Oh, no, Tiares. Oh, no. Okay, he's alive.
fine.
Another boar
the
is
Hawk died.
through. And there's the
Now
healing cell
Mariano might
already.
die.
Wow.
Oh no, they're not gonna find him. Sexy Yogi died to Vitali in the bottom lane. Another good kill for Vitali, who's on recovery mode. How did he get hit by the roar, by the way? I didn't see that.
I didn't see it
They
either.
They bait out his counterspell.
I don't know. I did not see it, to be honest. I heard it, and I called it out, but I did not see the roar in action. Apologies for that. I was focused onto the kill here, because it's a pretty big one, actually. Onto BP. And the charges for the urn now for Analog. He is going to go into the Vessel, as he now has put his first point into the Exort at level 8. Hold snap here. I believe it should be long enough. What is this? He's got level 3 cold snap, which is a 0.77 freeze cooldown duration. Let me check, because I'm not sure off the top of my head what the cast animation of Dissemblate is. I used to think you needed actually 4 levels to be able to stop them from dissimilating. Gardic.
Oh,
First.
that's a really good death ward. He's gonna die, but Luna's dead in the top lane.
Gardic.
Gardic might die to the boards though.
yeah,
Yeah,
could
the
not
boards
heal
finish
it.
him off. However, in the mid lane, they tried to pick off Sexy Yogi. They hit him with the cold snap, the urn as well. That's a wasted urn charge by Analog. That's the last urn charge. That's pretty bad. That wasn't necessary.
Cast animation's 0.2 seconds, so you can't quite stop him from really getting off really much of anything, to be honest. Astral Step is also 0.2. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. There's no point in going for too many points in the Quas, because you wouldn't be able to cold snap him anyway. And it's transitioning to damage, just be able to blow him up, I think is going to be proving to be a little bit more effective here, as they will, at least Infinity, that is, able to finish off that top tier 1 tower. Mariano maxed Boars, and maxing Inner Beast next is going to go immediately into the Helm 1 into Solar Crest.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Push starting from bottom, though, from Hokori,
Dire's top tower is under
as
attack.
they are able to nuke the wave relatively easily. Berna. A bit of damage here in the mid lane.
That's not how Mystic Snake works, Tiares.
Did he try and get it off the bounce?
Yeah, you can't
No.
counterspell off the bounce, but he did try to do that.
Well, now he knows. Is he gonna get
Watch
this?
him do it every time, though.
I'm gonna get this tower. Well, you know, you live and you learn, right? I wonder though, if you if Dusa has cold-blooded, obviously, if she has shard, and you counterspell her snake when she casts it on you, does she proc another snake back at you? Because you're technically the caster of that spell.
I'm actually uncertain. But that's a good call, though, that you can actually try to proc that snake and force it against her.
Yeah.
And Misho should be able to punish Sexy Yogi. There we go. Maledict unnecessary.
Yep.
One good thing that he does have against Winter Wyvern is that Maledict usually deals enough damage to just burst through the Cold Embrace. So
Yeah, it depends. It depends how early the embrace gets through. Ideally, you maledict and then get the sharpshooter in, or sunstrike, or some nuke, because then
anything
all
else,
that damage,
any sort of
yeah,
damage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
it depends.
And most of the time it's going to happen, right? Even a spear of Mars will do enough to actually make it so it counters the heal at the very least. Like, yeah, the maledict, will the heal will still annoy you, but
Good amount of damage.
yeah, exactly. So I think that's maybe the idea that we're thinking about with the Witch Doctor. I see much more logic behind the Witch Doctor pick, even if I don't love it, than behind the.
Oh, they just caught PP here, by the way. Do we have a follow-up? Bushwhack not in time. Just a second too late.
Too late. Yeah, and the follow-up is actually coming up from Infinity to finish off with Misho. They're going here for Vitali. Vitali does have the Arena of Blood.
No TP.
He does have the Arena of Blood, actually. They could still fight this, but it's just there's nobody there, so they're fighting mid instead, trying to catch the Dusa. Berna will die here in the mid lane. Vitali trying to get as much space as he can. As he saw his teammates take the kill, he can finally fall, knowing he died a true warrior.
Yep, Death Ward into Mana Void, man. Some amazing damage here between the two. Capable of taking down... Death Ward, honestly, capable of taking down even the tankiest heroes. The issue is Dusa's not tanky in the traditional way, so Maledict is not amazing for that, but it's just so much damage. 5 attacks a second on this thing, or like 4.9 seconds, or 4.9 attacks per second. It's really, really good, and absolutely tears a new one here to any hero that dares stand in its way. So Dusa, no exception there. They get a pretty important pick off there in exchange for the Mars, who still has his own ultimate to play with. And in fact, he'll go right back down bottom. The issue we have right now, in my opinion, for Hokori, is that they don't really have the same amount of tower pressure here too early on. That is something that they're going to struggle with. So they need to get a good fight here in order to look for something. For now, that something is going to be a second kill into Berna top lane, because they did Scott him TP on in. They might wait for him in the triangle. That is going to be anticipated here by Infinity. The scan will come through. Dire scan right on top. They both know where they want to go. This scares Infinity even more. But now Hokori actually into the triangle they will go. Berna well outside of their vision, but they know that he TP'd up here, and now they actually see where he is. Berna, will it come up to the high ground? No, but they'll go down to the low ground for him, and there's going to be the Vessel Charge. Maledict into the Meatball. A spicy one, a break. Oh, he is going to die for sure. The Snowball is going to buy him a bit of time, but Maledict, anything here is going to kill him here. Oh, Vessel might stay alive. No, Maledict, it's too much. It's too much.
Maledict's too much. No, the amount of difference, like you hit him in the beginning with the Maledict, so the XP differential is huge there. Oh, Winter's Curse. That might set up for Analog, the more important kill, which doesn't matter here. Gardic doesn't create enough space. Deafening Blast to give him some time. Analog.
No.
TP? Can he do it? No. Hopeful TP though, and even Snowball just to show him like we got multiple stuns, Analog. But now they're out of stuns. Ironically, that Snowball might have messed them up. Ice Wall? No, Analog is still dead to dissimulate.
Good effort.
Good effort.
Yeah.
I mean, it was still a kill on the Dusa, so it's not the worst of outcomes, to be honest. Losing, I think, the 3 of them, though, is a bit too much for Dusa.
Yeah. I mean, it is space where your aim is farming, so, you know, we've at least equalized there. And with Battle Fury, honestly, it's been a long time since I've seen, like, an AM versus a Dusa. I'd be interested to see how these two will fare, especially with 2 kills now onto the Medusa, because we're not online, but we are definitely starting to boot up, right? The boot process begins with this Battle Fury, and we'll see here how he's going to make use of it. Good catch here, actually, onto the Void Spirit. Yule Scepter, Arena Spear, perfectly timed. Yeah, okay, we've got a lot of damage for him there. Down he will go. That is Ags completed, though, for the Void Spirit, so he's got just the Power Treads, the Null, and the Ags Scepter, so double silence coming through, something that cannot be blocked here by the Anti-Mage.
A wyvern's breath.
Okay. That's true. That's very big. I wonder what if the Amble. I mean, he's gonna get Manta style soon, so that's gonna be the way to deal with one of the silences. But if they stay this off, it's still tough. And Misho's dead. Yes. That was way too easy. Don't run in the open. You're a squirrel. I mean, come on.
He is
learn from the animal you're based after. Like. It's like how humans base planes on birds. You should base your place on squirrels.
There's really nothing. Yeah, I mean, like you said, Manta is going to be nice for this, but it's going to be an issue until you get like a
BKB
flicker
eventually.
or something. Yeah, BKB. That is going to be.
Honestly, I think it is a justifiable game for BKB. Because the Winter's Curse might not catch you specifically because your counterspell, it might catch your teammate right next to you, right? And all of a sudden, that's an instant stun on you. It can set up for everything, including the Snowball, the Primal Roar. Like, it's a good way to set up. That's what they're missing, so BKB might be a necessity. But obviously, that's into the late game.
Also wouldn't mind No, it's a good point. You could be into the late
I mean, obviously,
game.
Lotus eventually on Mars is a good idea too.
Yeah. Pretty darn good Lotus game. Reflect Roar, Reflect the Snake, Reflect a bit of Wyvern abilities.
Curse.
Yeah, mostly Curse. STD active.
You're gonna go again. This is Squirrel. You show yourself in the open and make sure you're gonna die. It's gonna be the thing every time.
They're probably regretting that jump,
really
though.
eyeing for kills.
They're probably just regretting that jump because they had a beautiful Hawk kit set up that this wasn't scouted either. And there's like
that's
3,
true,
4
true.
enemy heroes. So, I mean, they just jumped the gun a little bit too fast. Woulda, coulda, shoulda out from Infinity. They're still happy for the kill. Don't get me wrong. But they they could have had a Mars. They could have had something else there.
I'm okay with El Misho tanking ganks, but then Witch Doctor needs to start playing. Like Gardic needs to be a bit more of a 4 if El Misho's doing this, right? Otherwise,
Ooh,
you can
Mariano.
have no 4.
Oh, baited him.
Oh, he got baited.
Well, but then he
not
lost vision, I guess.
Yeah, he lost vision. It's nighttime, so he didn't have enough vision. He used the Hawk, but not in time. The others need to start recognizing though. That is not the same animation. They're very similar, but it's not the same.
Oh, was he baiting with the wild axes?
He used the Hawk. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, that's a good spear, but then stop with Snowball. Always a counter to Mars. That's why I said Mars was very surprising against the Tusk.
The curse.
And Vitaly just died. And we also got Gardic with the Winter's Curse. El Misho wasting the Bushwhack as Adlog is bound by Berna, and it seems like Hokori are in full retreat mode. So I forgot that Hokori made 2 mistakes in the draft, not just 1. They made the Mars mistake as well into the Tusk, which was not great.
Yeah, that's a bit rough. He's got that clockwork interaction where Spear, whether friendly or foe, is going to always connect to shards. So he's got 2 potential saves there, actually. Just like a clockwork can cook shot in and kind of ruin things as well. Snowball is kind of just as easy. And speaking of that Snowball, they're going to find El Misho here. Oh, goodness, man. Yep, that's tag team. Plants the tree, trying to at least get a Bushwhack off, but no chance. Tiares is going to be scouted here by Mariano's army. A little counterspell to make sure he's off and away, and that's Manta completed. I don't think Mariano's going to fall for that one. Yeah, he's not falling for that one. Okay, good. Because he did duel an illusion earlier, but Tiares is this... I mean, they know which one is the real one, and they've got him this time. That's going to be the double silence coming into play, as they'll get the illusion last. So Tiares, a little bit too cute there with that play, as the rest of Infinity will go ahead and just kind of encircle him and take him down with relative ease. Slightly concerning, because now Dusa is going to be able to really start building a bit of a gap over this anti-mage, especially with this butterfly. Going to be slightly concerning here for AM, who is deciding to go into the Lincoln Sphere next. I'd like maybe something a bit different for him, though.
Dire are scared.
Who's going for the Lincolns? The
Anti-mage.
I don't think the Lincoln is necessary for the promo roar. I guess he got baited once and he thought never again, right? But maybe the Beastmaster is just too good against AM. I'm really surprised this is how he's reacting. I think just counterspell and blink every single time you see him, bro. You know, like if you just blink after the counterspell, he can never hit you with a roar.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
We've got a Roche. So TPs are coming. El Misho in first. Here's Tiares, and all 4 TPs. Gardic next on up, as they have at least found the Wyvern, but they are going to struggle here. Yep, for the kill, as we have actually canceled Death Ward here, not wanting to channel that one any further, needing to reposition. Oh, the cask would have been a perfect bounce onto 2. It's still going to be a dead sexy Yogi, as the Roar has at least found Vitaly. Down he will go. Yeah, only exchange for Wyvern. Nice shards. Actually, really good shards. Catch the squirrel. Trying to push yourself out with the tree was a good effort. Great cask again, but dodged. Oh my goodness, PP. Whew, PP.
Oh, he's so good on the Void Spirit.
Radiant's
It's kind of crazy. Analog at least trying to punish this. With Spirit Vessel, it might be possible. PP gets assimilate soon.
Whew, that
And
would have been
guess
sick.
Analog, but not
That would have been sick.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would have killed him. It was like 400 HP. I doubt it. Yeah, no, it wouldn't have killed him, but it would have, you know, put the fear of the Sunstrike in him for sure. All right.
All right.
Yeah.
I think if AM goes Lincolns, then you're gonna have a really tough time this game, to be honest.
Yes.
I don't think you're gonna have enough damage to deal with them at any point. I really don't like this optimization by them. I think in general, Hokori is starting to falter. I mean, no surprise again. It's their what 10th game today?
No.
3, 2, 1.
3, 6, 7.
9th. This is the 9th game.
No, 7.
How?
Because they played.
Oh, right. No, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, 7th game. Yeah.
It's okay. They could play up to 9.
Still, 7th game is a lot.
Yeah. No, it is. It is.
7th game is still a lot. So I'm starting to see a bit of lax in the performance, and Misha's positioning this game is not been good. I feel like Tiana is getting baited way too often. Analog has not been half as good as PP, to be honest, in these mid lanes.
Nah,
It does
PP
look like
is.
Infinity looks much more fresh.
Yeah, PP is popping off. I guess that's what
He
I would
really
say
is.
here.
He's doing a great job with Void Spirit. I think the hero's fine. I mean, like in this draft, it's okay. I see it as being pretty strong, but I think PP's just a god in Void Spirit. He even went Desolator, the Rioya build, which I think is justified this game because of how much he's popping off, honestly.
Yeah, it's a decent little bit of minus armor, right? Damage amp. We're all going basically for physical, right? I mean, the magic is great for Void Spirit, of course, naturally with Dissemblate, with Astral Steps, obviously. But you will apply, of course, your attack modifiers to Astral Steps, in addition to a Solar Crest, in addition to Tag Team. I mean, it's going to be good. It's going to be really, really good damage to get through just about anyone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Aegis, of course, here for the Dusa. They will fortify. There's a couple of heroes moving through, smoked up, make that a trio of heroes for Infinity. Sunstrike is going to try and scout anyone trying to TP on in. Theotis might be in a bad spot as there's going to be the blink forward. They silence him up into the roar. The Batali is in, trying to save him with the Arena of Blood, but nothing can be done as the curse is going to catch the two heroes trying to escape. They even go so far as to use Stone Gaze. They didn't grab the tower for this, but they will get 3 cores for their trouble.
The team fight for Infinity is just looking so much cleaner here, honestly. I mean, I think maybe their team fight is a bit easier to execute. That's also true. But between Pamplona pretty much nullifying the existence of this Mars every single game and making me eat my words about Tusk, and I'll happily eat them, honestly. Oh, God, it goes with that. Though, to be fair, when they picked Tusk, there was no Mars, and I wasn't expecting them to pick Mars. I was expecting DK, and instead they picked Mars. So that's also kind of Hokori's fault. And the execution from the Invoker just not being... I mean, I guess he's also kind of limited, but because he's not high levels enough, but just being outclassed by PP by so much. The AM not being able to join fights, and when he does, kind of just honestly shouldn't join fights, as you can see there. It's tough. It's tough. I think I underestimate the Beastmaster pick, or maybe I overestimate Hokori's skill. Think a bit of both. And I'm not saying skill overall, I'm saying skill specifically because they're tired this game.
Yeah. I get it. I get it. Well, there goes the courier killed as well. That would have, I think, been Yule Scepter completed. No, Aether Lens completed, which still hurts Misha, if not more, just as much as a completed Yule's. It would have been a bit of a weird item for sure on Hoodwink. But Dusa almost having now the completed Daedalus, Crystallis completed, Recipe in the Courier. Courier flying to the secret shop. It just needs 2,200 gold for the Demon Edge. And the damage is going to be dirty. It's going to be real bad for AM. He's going for Scotty next. Stats, not a bad choice ever, really, for the AM. But it feels like he still needs that +1 item. Yeah, Scotty, Basher, maybe then we can take the fight actually to anyone here for Infinity. Even then, your game is scary. It feels like we need like Scotty, Basher, BKB here, Oppo, and that's a lot of time that I don't think Hokori can buy him.
I think a tower up top, easy job by Berna, and I think they're going to start to take honestly high gun, right? At this point, it's like, well, fight me. Right?
Aegis is up.
Even without the Aegis, I don't think you should be too scared. You should just force it a bit and then see if Hokori is willing.
Butterfly ready.
They take the bait. Like, they have an AM, they just can't fight with him. If Battle Fury Manta, he's really fallen off in terms of farm compared to Berna.
Oh, they sweep him up.
Maybe that's also partially the Beastmaster idea here, to put the push that you were lacking here. So, I'm coming around this Beastmaster pick.
Wow. Yeah, no, the push is really good as well. He actually tanks for the wagon, which gets the tower. And I think Berna is going right on in. AM just trying to farm as much as he can. Almost has Scotty. He has the dual ultimate orbs. Oh, but a curse.
Oh,
Picks Yogi. Yeah, from the side here, and they're going to be able to capitalize off of that. That's Aeon Disc, at least for the Voker. Really good cast bouncing around into now the Death Ward. Cold Embrace is there, though, into the Vessel. Great job hitting into the walls as they actually use the Roaring for Vitali, but AM still not able to join these fights, they feel, as the Mars is now the second to drop. Down goes Gardic, only in exchange here for the Tusk position 4. All that Theotis can do is just cut another wave and go into the jungle. He almost has his item, but yeah, it's so far, and the base is crumbling around you. This could be 2 lanes of barracks.
AM can carry a game with 2 lanes down. Like, I have seen that happen. It's possible with a good matchup. It's very difficult, but it's possible.
It is. It
In
is.
Infinity, what you need to do now is you just push the last lane. You force them to fight you on tier 1, tier 2, which you know they won't be able to do. because AM is still not farmed enough for sure. And once you do that, what did he buy next, by the way?
Scotty.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's actually somewhat able to farm. You still should force tier 1, tier 2s because you know they're weaker than you. Well, once your ultimates are up, obviously. And then you go for Roche for the final push, and you win the game. You might feel confident enough to do Roche beforehand. I don't think that's bad either. I like that Mariano took the Alpha Wolf, by the way, for that push. That was very smart. Helped him push ever so slightly faster.
Yep, he even tagged a couple shots for the tower. They've got a ward here, and obviously they see PP taking that outpost. They also have vision, and it goes both ways here. Theades, good damage here. Mana Void. Snowball still comes through, though. Now Misho, he's the target, actually. Oh, goodness. Pamplona got the blink away. He still might even live here, and they're going to turn for Theades. Mariano with the roar will not be able to get it off here on the first effort, but a great walrus punch is going to lock him down long enough for the Savage Roar. Couple of tips all the way around, but just great team play there from Infinity. Hokori just looking for anything they could find, and unfortunately at this stage, it's just nothing. It's just nothing for them.
I think now you honestly don't even wait, bro. You just wait. Take it tier 2s in your face.
Yep.
Relax.
Yeah.
You pretend to force buyback. You don't know if AM has it. Probably not, honestly, considering you just saw it by Scotty.
Oh, and they even just absolutely
Free kill
murdered
for
Gardic.
Gardic.
Yeah, I couldn't even catch him fast enough.
Pick it up. Give it to her. I guess, actually
Vitaly
is better for the Void Spirit.
We have a Tusk closing the gap, but Vitaly was trying to cut the mid lane. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, there's a huge wave bottom. This is already looking real difficult. Hokori maybe have one fight. We're gonna have we will have Death Ward at least. We'll have Arena of Blood. We'll have an Eye of Scotty and an Aeon Disc here for Invoker. That's it. We're really starting to, again, run on fumes. Is that what's this called again? The Frozen Sigil. I was expecting the Vici Gaming Sigil. I always liked that one.
Yeah, that's my favorite one too.
Tusk.
The one I have as well on Tusk.
Really happy that they brought that back. And, well, Roshan back up in 90 seconds here. Infinity might decide to play this one a bit slow.
Yeah, I mean, the AM came back, right? So you were like, sure, why force it? No, you can. I don't think it's impossible for you to force it, but why risk it? You might as well have this game in the bag. Roshan's coming back very soon.
Forgot you can dye the river in competitive lobbies. So far, people have abstained from doing so, but now we can see, yes, it is indeed possible. Here we go. The Pizale, the move of last resort then, out from Hokori, is they're going to send in Gardic to try and tank whatever he can. Does he have Voodoo Switcheroo? No, he's just Witch Doctor here. Does get the ward up. It's going to scout at least the Hawk. Is everyone just sitting inside the Roche pit? Gardic doesn't see them, though. His smoke's going to break. They're going to make the jump on him. Instantly silenced up to the high ground. The second jump, down he goes. The rest of the team from behind into the Roche pit. They've gotten at least through the Wyvern. She has buyback. So does Gardic, but they've lost El Misho now. And in trouble is Analog, as out comes the Stone Gaze. Oh my goodness, they've got the vision. He just melts. He melts. Oh, so much minus armor.
Oh, Winter's Curse. Yeah, just to set up on the kill on Mars. They actually bring him inside the pit. Not quite. They actually calculated that perfectly. They knew he wouldn't go inside. That's really impressive. And they gang up on him and kill him. This should be Roche. It's just 20 more seconds. I don't know if he wants to wait for it, though.
Yeah, it's up to a minute longer.
You really could just go and finish this now.
Yep. AM has no Mana Void. Witch Doctor bought back.
6 seconds.
This poor Witch Doctor. I mean, just has nothing.
Not a good pick this game.
No, unfortunately. That's the thing versus the Void Spirit. The Ags is such a powerful option against him. Because, I mean, when are you ever going to get Ags on that hero?
And Tusk makes you feel useless as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what he can do. But it's not going to be anything to defend the lane of bottom barracks. There goes the Warhorn for the Megas, which are going to be spawning in and charging down these lanes in 10 seconds. Will they make it to the base by the time this game ends? Only time will tell. The 30-second counter starts now to see if they can actually make it here in time, but the tier 4 towers are falling quite quickly. Now with the Ancient exposed, Hokori going to have to give it their last bit of energy here. They at least 4 staff Tusk away. They've gotten a break now onto PP. BKB's activated, and that's going to be the game as Infinity take a game 1 over Hokori here for our best of 3 elimination series.
Yep. I'm seeing some comments in the chat and just want to clarify some things. Don't get it wrong. AM does beat the Dusa. The AM pick against Dusa was a good idea. It's not. I mean, obviously there's a point where Dusa just starts beating AM with like 70 minutes in, or like when they're 6 slotted both, right? This is a bit stronger, sure. But the AM does beat the Dusa 100%. That's 100% case. He just didn't get to play his game. And I think this game, at least for me, shows me just the impact of recency bias. I was very contrary to the Beastmaster Witch Doctor, which Doctor kind of ended up mattering. He was very useless, but whatever. The real big issue was honestly the Mars. And I mentioned it like off the cuff remark, oh, why Mars here against Tusk? But I just let it go. And I concentrated more on the last picks. And really, the Mars was just useless this game. Absolutely useless. Not really to Vitalik's fault either. Tusk just canceled it. He made him so bad. There were so many much better picks than Mars this game that would have made the game easier for you. And without him, you had no space creation, no base at the temple. It was impossible to get farm for AM because of this, and the game just became really, really difficult.
Yeah, indeed. Difficult game here for Hokori, as that is going to be their 3rd loss straight. Of course, they're about to head into their 8th game of Dota 2 for today. Now, that's a lot of Dota 2. That's a lot of Dota 2 here. So, of course, if you're a Hokori fan, time for you to send them your energy here, because they are going to need it if they're going to get the reverse sweep here to try and send Infinity to a game 3 for the Mobius.bet Maestros. Real quick, guys, do want to let you know we currently have a giveaway going on. If you want to get involved and potentially win yourself a Juggernaut Provocation of Ruin sets or the opportunity for 4 other Arcanas, make sure you guys type !giveaway in the chat and follow the link there. There's also a banner underneath the Twitch stream in which you can get involved in the Gleam.io giveaway. So you can strike an Abo Plus on the call with you guys. Thank you for tuning in for what is a very, very long day, our penultimate day of the Mobius.bet Maestros. We are back for Game 2 after a short break. Guys, we will see you then. Well, howdy, and welcome back to the Mobius.bet Maestros. We are now in game 2 of our last series of the day, what could be our final game of the day. A very busy day for us today, guys, so thank you for joining us. Best of 2 to kick us off. A tiebreaker made it 3 games straight for Hokori. They did at least get a little bit of a break, but were summoned back, beaten, and bested, thank you, by No Ping in a 2-1 defeat, and now they stand here facing down possible elimination, a 4th place finish, and $1,000 US here for 4th. All up to this draft here, Avo. What are we thinking? What are your thoughts? What's on the mind? What's still working over there?
I mean, are we in the draft already?
No, we're on your camera. It's actually just full screen you.
Okay.
Radiant team ban. Dire team
All right.
ban.
I don't know if you said something, but the mic didn't pick it up. But in case it did, I don't know what he said, guys. I couldn't hear it. So that probably means you didn't hear it. But let's get right into the draft before Alvaro decides to turn this into one of his very famous ASMR Spanish streams.
I mean, dude, you should have just gone to the draft. Why do you do this to me? Go back, go to the draft. We're talking about Dota.
It's the draft. The draft is here. The draft is live. The draft live now on your screens. Talk us through it.
Terrorblade Timbersaw out of the picks for Infinity. I actually think Hokori answered well to this Timbersaw Luna Ancient Apparition, but I think this Timbersaw was a massive bait. Because, yeah, Luna Ancient Apparition are a good lane against Timbersaw. Timbersaw's screwed, no, that's for sure. But Terrorblade now counters both these heroes. Luna struggles so much against TP. It's such a difficult matchup because you need to outfarm, but it's so tough. The window, unlike Dusa, where like the window is bigger because the core to core is not that bad between you two, because Dusa has good range but bad single target damage. Terrorblade has better range and better single target damage. You're screwed. You just lose against this matchup. And Ancient Apparition does Jack Diddley squat against Terrorblade. So these 2 picks just left for a freebie Terrorblade game. Now you get to ban the top 3 counters to Terrorblade, and since you don't have any carry counters, you can go and ban things like the Puck, the Hoodwink, the Sanking. It's so good. It is so good.
All right. Well, from what I'm hearing, sounds like you're preferring this Infinity opening, even though Hokori do respond nicely to the Timber. We're thinking that's not going to be the issue outside of the lanes. Basically, it's going to be TB, a little bit too big, a little bit too beefy, and otherwise ready to party when the Luna is not quite there. So you say Puck, right? Is this last ban here you're expecting from Infinity just something that can reach the back lines quite easily?
Yeah, I would ban the Puck, because Puck is also very good against Timber, so it'd be it's a really good pick for Hokori. The only reason I wouldn't ban Puck is if I'm thinking to go something that counters Puck, like, I don't know, Kunkka, or, I mean, Kunkka's not that great, DK, or Doom in the mid lane, and I've never seen PP play either of those heroes, so I would just ban the Puck and get rid of it.
Thinking,
like, you got rid of all the other magic damage sources. It's not really that big a ban that you want to get rid of here anyway, so you might as well just ban the Puck.
if there's no Storm, I don't know if Analog's a Storm picker, especially.
Yeah, he is a Storm picker, but I feel like Storm you can counter still, whereas I think Puck you can... Like, Puck is really good against TB and sets tempo. Storm is too greedy with the Luna.
Okay.
So you can punish that.
Okay. I see
I
that.
agree that Storm is very good against TB. If it's Storm, you just pick something like DP Lesh, and then all of a sudden you have a tempo controller mid that also offers push. That's good against Luna.
What if Hokori take the Lesh right now, though? What if they, like, ban Nyx, take Lesh?
That's fine. Lesh is not that good against TB. Like, Lesh is good against TB because he clears illusions, but TB can kill him easily. Okay. So the matchup is not that Lesh favored. This Ember ban is not the ban, though. I'm not a fan. I don't think it should have been the ban.
Yeah, this does open it up for Hokori. I just like it for the mid game, right? Because Timbersaw cannot push that tower if Lesh is home. That means Timber is going to be hard pressed to find space elsewhere on the map. TB can melt him, of course, as you're suggesting, but I just think early on Lesh is scary enough to buy Luna plenty of time to maybe make it a bit more of an even matchup between the cores. We'll see. They will ban the Oracle instead. I don't mind the Puck. Darkseer. Okay, so that explains why they ban Ench. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, because now we don't really have anyone to dispel, of course, all of the buffs here, or steal illusions back from the Wall of Replica, which is something that, you know, if you play Ench, you should also do quite frequently. Steal that illusion right back from Darkseer.
Darkseer was a better ban than the Ember, honestly, and even in the Hoodwink. Darkseer was a very good pickup. The only thing is Darkseer forces you, like, now you're lacking a bit of team fight because you have no single target. Like, it's just vacuum wall, right? It's not that good. So you can punish that if you're Infinity with some counter initiation. Shadow Demon's a good answer. Shadow Demon's pretty good because the constant purge destroys whomever Darkseer wants to buff, so that's great. And the disruption is a great way to save Terrorblade if they want to try to vacuum him. So I like this. This is a good answer actually by Infinity. So they're concerned the Darkseer. That's why they're not being phased by this.
Is this a Pamplona Shadow Demon or is this a 5 Shadow Demon for Sexy
5
Yogi?
seconds remaining.
I think it's flex for now. They want to
Okay.
see what the last pick is.
Okay, makes sense.
If you're the, I don't want to see a last pick 4, but I think they want to get the mid honestly. Otherwise, Infinity can ban Storm Puck.
I see that. I see where you're coming from.
Right.
Yeah, Storm Puck.
And Puck is very good this game. So is Storm actually. They're both really good now with the Darkseer pick.
Both tempting. Both tempting. I still wouldn't mind a speedy. No. I think those are better. Lesh is fine. Gives you more tower push, but Storm Puck can definitely take fights a lot easier. That's the only thing. We would need a little bit of push from, I guess, a support though. Right? If we go for like a Storm, especially not really a hero that pushes too quickly, clears waves.
That is
right?
true. That is true.
Because we need to
that's
close
a
the
very
map.
good point.
We need to close TB's map, right? Is I think where I'm coming from.
I mean, Darkseer can offer a bit of push if you combine him like an Earth Spit or something. Then Luna will be your main push, right? Once you win fights. I don't think it's that concerning. I agree with your point,
Dire team
but I think you have to kind of get the best of both worlds. Oh. Okay. I mean, not reliable in Suns and Infinity means Tusk is kind of strong in this match, so I don't mind this pick. I just think that now you offer Infinity 2 free bans.
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Yep. You might be forced to take something maybe,
Dire
especially, well, you got
team
last
back.
pick here for Hokori. Okay, so they take the puck.
Oh.
Oh,
That's
a good one.
great.
I like
That's
it.
very good.
Yeah. Hunts the
Now you might
AA.
consider banning the Lesh or the DK.
What about a DP ban, I think, versus puck?
You're not too
10
concerned about
seconds
DP.
remaining.
I feel like a Shadow Demon is very good against her, and so is Terrorblade. Because you just
Radiant
purge her, and then
team
all of a sudden
back.
she can't do anything. There's a DK. Like
Okay.
I feel like if you wanna win the lane against Puck, sorry, if you wanna have a hero against Puck, you much rather have the DK for the push, the Lesh for the push.
Okay.
And Storm now is very vulnerable to Puck, so it's
Yep.
up to you.
Yep. I also, it helps your pushing power as well for Hokori. Can blow up a TB, can blow up a Shadow Demon, might be able to blow up a puck.
5 seconds
Tiny,
remaining.
I think, is also still a viable pick here in my opinion, especially with AA. Tiny AA can burst almost anyone.
Tiny's good. Tiny's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tiny's very good actually.
Go for the shard build,
Yeah,
right?
Tiny's a very good option.
Puck obviously has problems versus the Tiny in the lane. So I think you have to ban probably Tiny, because I think Storm you're fine with right now. Yeah, DP
Yeah,
like
I
you
think
said.
you can let the Storm pass. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I
I
think-
think. I agree.
I feel like Tiny is actually a considerable potential
Radiant's
ban. I don't
team
think
back.
there we go. Nice. That's a very good call. I don't think the Lesh is that dangerous right now, honestly. Even though he's strong, but I don't think he's that dangerous. I think you can get away with Lesh.
Yeah, he presents issues. But right now, I mean, it depends what Infinity are thinking with his last pick. I think we just need catch. I mean, we banned, like catch
10
initiation, because
seconds
Puck can do it, but I think Puck has played a little bit best when you can go for that Witchblade Blink
5
Ags builds
seconds
and not
remaining.
have to go for, BKB, Aeon Disc,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Or Kaya and Sanj, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I get what you mean. You do need to offer some catch. Earth Spirit wasn't too great.
Versus Luna, versus Darkseer.
Mirana's pretty good here, because you have a Shadow Demon setup.
True. Yeah, true.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, it's a good
Oh,
ban.
I thought that too. Honestly, the only thing I'm thinking about that you could kind of run here is Shadow Shaman.
Not opposed to it. I do think what it
You have Willow push, then you have
Radiant
zero
team
catch.
pick.
Mereska
Okay.
has arrived.
yeah, I'm not in love with that,
You-
right?
you-
Because it's Brambles out of
dangerous route.
disruption, and that's it, pretty much.
Yep, it's a dangerous route to go by. Hokori could punish this now with the Storm. This is like Storm is still pretty good,
Yeah,
but Storm is greedy.
he's a
Lesh
little
is
bit
not
greedy.
good though against
Seconds
Willow.
remaining.
No, because Darkseer is definitely also another greedy hero.
5
I feel
seconds
like we need just like an XP dependent. Oh, it's tough.
Yeah, and you can Void Spirit again. But,
Banned,
it's analog
banned.
Void Spirit, not PP.
Banned.
Oh no, it's banned. They banned it.
Well, they know what they want. Kunka?
Admiral
You
Conker.
may
Okay.
now select your heroes.
Mm,
Not a fan. I think it's just okay. It doesn't say anything to me, to be honest. Like, you have a combo of vacuum into Ghost. Like, okay, if you look at your own lineup, I think it's okay, right? Like, it's not a bad pick. Because you vacuum into the Ghost Ship or vacuum into Torrent, it's pretty good. If you're tired, though, I wouldn't rely on making these kind of combos work, to be honest. But, sure, right? Let's assume that they can. The damage mitigation is okay to deal with Timber Saw, but it's not like Infinity has a lot of damage that they're bursting you with. It's more they have a good amount of like pseudo control, right, with the Dark Willow, Puck, Shadow Demon.
You know what?
The problem I see with, sorry, the last point I was going to say, that the problem I see with this lineup is that
10 seconds remaining.
I just don't. It just seems like Hokori doesn't have anything.
5
Like, they haven't
seconds
exploited any of Infinity's weaknesses, and they
Yeah.
still have very glaring weaknesses, like the lack of push or the bad core-to-core matchup.
I'll tell you what I
So I
really
don't see
liked.
any strengths for a lineup.
I really would have preferred to see a Zeus last pick, actually, from Hokori. I think the puck is a little scary, for sure, 100%. But I think everyone else you shred. I mean, there's no catch for you, very little stuns. I mean, if you get Demonic Purged, I would argue you're in a bit of a bad spot. But even then, we have a Tusk to help snowball you and maybe reposition you a bit in these fights. Like, I think Zeus was low-key kind of viable this game for Hokori.
Yeah, me too. I think Zeus was good. I think Storm, while being an odd route, could have worked here because of just taking advantage of the lack of stuns, bar Dream Coil, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think you could have gone with even something like, I mean, I guess Lean is really bad. Even something like TA would actually not, no, because you're up against Terrorblade. No, I agree. It'd be Zeus is weak against Puck though is the problem.
Yep. I wouldn't.
I honestly wouldn't have minded like the Pugna because lack of stuns again, punishing. The Storm, I think that was the way that you could have dealt with this. Lash was okay still.
Yeah. I think we're going to be lacking damage is the issue from Hokori. That's why I kind of like something like a Lash, a Storm, a Zeus. Like, you know, I want something a bit more explosive here, something to punish these really squishy supports, this really squishy mid laner, something like, yeah. So not what we got here. We'll see. Of course, game.
It's just. It's too safe. It's too safe for Corey. Went for a too safe a lineup.
And I mean, hey, it's game 8 on the day for them, pretty much straight. They did have a bit of a break for the second series, but I mean, I use the word bit here very, very. What's the word? It's not really giving it
liberally.
Enough. Yeah, right. Because it's not much of a break. Because you still have to watch and say, okay, if they do this, we need to do this. Like, you have to watch the games and get intel from that to respond to any strats. You know. We'll see. I mean, I do feel like Avo, you know, as the days progress, we saw like the really inventive, the very clever Hokori flexing, you know, the Mars to 5, going for that Alchemist draft again, you know, with the Bristle, making it work, hitting some really great fights, and seems like that's we've kind of ran out of steam for that, haven't we?
Yeah, I agree. I just don't think they're up for it because I honestly feel so bad for Hokori because the format is really screwing them over.
I do. I get you. I get you.
There's no outside the box thinking in this draft whatsoever. It's the most standard draft you can think of, and it's not bad. Like I said, it really isn't bad. Whereas last one I thought the Mars pick was genuinely bad, and so was the Witch Doctor. There's nothing wrong with this lineup. It just doesn't do enough. It just doesn't do enough, and I feel like these kind of lineups only work when your core to core is really good or is just okay, right? Even and Terrorblade vs. Luna is just a very bad core to core matchup.
The battle begins.
Alrighty, well, Gardic is going to be able to pick up that rune, no problems. After Elimination is sent into the Disruption Realm. A couple illusions chasing after him, but he'll be heading right back up to the top lane and be looking to get a bit more aggressive.
So let's look at the advantages from Hokori's lineup because we've been really harsh on them. So the lanes are really strong for them, actually. Every lane should be won by them, to be honest. Ancient Apparition Luna versus Timber Willow is a really good lane for you. Darkseer Tuskar, even against a Terrorblade, it's awesome. And Kunkka versus Puck is actually, I mean, it's not going to be one per se, but it's not bad. It's a good one. Right? Farm Fest, kind of like 60-40 favor Kunkka because he just ignores the Puck.
Easy.
So, if you can snowball off this, the problem is the lack of push. But if you can snowball off this, you might be able to deal with the Terrorblade relatively early and get the Luna online before he comes online.
That is a pretty big problem, though. I mean, lack of push. I know you said it as an afterthought, but it's an issue for making these drafts work.
I'm doing my best.
I know.
Okay.
I don't want to just be the you know, a naysayer out here, but it is a difficult draft to make work. Misho.
A negative Nancy naysayer.
Okay, Sexy Yogi falling a bit low. It's only Iron Shell level 1, so not a whole lot to be afraid of. So that'll force likely the healing salve onto himself. And in fact, Misho just going to at least be able to block this pull. So still quite a
Oh,
win.
nice. Sorry, I was looking at the mid lane. I can't help but see a good face shift and go, wow, good. Sorry.
Wow.
I just
Yeah,
couldn't from inside of
you
it.
see puck pressy and you go wow. Just one of those.
Look, if it's on a Tidebringer, yeah, I'll get excited. Whatever, okay? Look. Oh, no, never mind. That's not good. That's just got hit by the Tidebringer second layer. And PP's like, punish, punish! No, he's just actually stacking the cap. Very smart, actually, by PP. I was very impressed with PP, though, in game number 2. I think PP is the star player of this team. I know people call out Vitali, and I think Vitali is very good, too. In a very different, obviously 2 different teams, right? But I do find that Vitali, what really stands out about him is how weird a pool he has. And how well he plays relatively odd heroes. Whereas PP is just consistently good on anything.
He likes his pool full of jello. Weird pool.
No, mate, you understand. Like he plays the Brewmaster, you know. He's actually a very good Darkseer too. Let's see how much he can do, honestly. We almost saw Valky carry a game with Bowie. Like Valky alone almost carried this whole team of unknown.
Who's he playing?
Despite them not playing too well. Nice.
Alright, fair enough.
Binomiistas, maybe? I think United didn't.
No, like what hero, sorry.
Oh, Darkseer.
Ah, okay, I'm the
That's what I'm
Darkseer.
saying.
Okay, cool.
That's why it's relevant here. But, yeah, so when I watched that game from Valky, I was like, wow, Darkseer can do much more than I expected him to. Because usually with a vacuum, like you just don't do enough, even without a combo, right? It's not a stun. You're
Yeah.
just putting that in a position. But a good Darkseer controls the illusions immediately once they get into the wall replica. You have the normal punch, which actually gives you a lot of utility into the late game. So a good Darkseer can solidly carry the game. So even if Hokori is a bit tired, if Vitali's just playing on point today, you could be the one. It could be the...
Could be here, of course. Once again, Dota game number 8 for these guys. So I'm not trying to set any excuses, but it's difficult as there goes Tiaras down bottom. Didn't miss it here, and well. The tip out from Pamplona, as they were able to get a good punish there. It looks like Gardic was getting ready to stack or something, but he was pulled away, otherwise distracted. Speaking of distractions, top lane, Vitali's going to die, but first he did at least trade away for Sexy Yogi. And Misho continuing to fight here. Snowball, bit of extra damage. He has the Ion Shell still on him, but he can't fight versus the TB with level 2 meta, so he's going to be forced back.
Berna trying to kick out Misha, but no. It's interesting. That should be happening. I mean, I guess you forced the meta, and it's okay. Like you got to kill stone the meta. There's a snowball here. 60 Yogi wants to protect him. No disruption in time. There's the reflection. He used the disruption, using it on the Darkseer instead. He's gonna die. And Misha in exchange, definitely not worth it here for Infinity. Really good response, and during the meta as well. So kind of taking away some of the duration of that. Well played. Gardic in trouble though. Gardic in the bottom lane. He's gonna die if they hit him one more time. They just need to hit him though. Pamplona commits to this. Apparently they need 2. And Pamplona heeded my warning. I'm sorry, Pamplona.
Lucent Beam.
However, Giaris won't be able to catch up to him.
Yeah, unlucky. Healing salve used there. So we'll be back to full HP already on the Willow. Okay, so Infinity still finding a couple of scraps in this lane. Not looking like... Still a promising start, though, especially in mid lane. Analog is absolutely smashing it here, 33-1. Of course, the puck doesn't bother him too much. He doesn't bother the puck that much, but he's still managing to find the CS and not getting denied here. As there's Mariano, just walking off that cold feet. Stun from Lucent Beam usually, isn't really long enough unless you catch him trying to turn around or something. Is not going to be able to really be too successful. The Yogi, level 2 Shadow Poison. This is decent damage anyway here. There they go now. They're going to try fighting a little bit. The Surge to get him out of harm's way, and he'll be A-okay. Snowball now as they vacuum him back. Here comes Analog looking to get involved here for his first kill of the game. X-Mark into Torrent. The Tidebringer cleave, and down he goes. Both unnecessary.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good rotation. Getting a kill on Sexy Yogi. Not too much of it coming by Konka, but since you've already forced the puck out, it's pretty good. It's a good usage of that time. At least you... there's no point in you staying in the mid lane doing nothing, right? So you might as well... You're not going to push the tower, so you might as well go bottom. Or
Exactly.
top, rather.
Exactly.
Timber's an unkillable hero. I think so is the Terrorblade, honestly, until you got boat ready. So...
All right, well, they might go dive in a little bit here down bottom. Yaris is getting chucked. Level 3 Timber Chain, man. He is He's feeling it. Okay, well,
Berna dies in the top
you've
lane,
lied
but
to me.
Misha alone.
Well, and the Iron Shell. But yeah, mostly Iron
Yeah,
Shell.
okay, right, that's true. That's very impressive though, and Misha can do that. I mean, I get it with Iron Shell, but still. I think Misha might die to the Shadow Poison. Oh, misses that one. Needs the last stack. Leave the last stack. And Misha might still survive this, even if you get the last
60 HP.
stack. Yeah, you heal too much.
Guess who's going bottom with the haste rune? It's going to be Analog. Has the boat at the ready. Timber's a bit low,
Reactive armor,
actually.
Mariano.
They could punish him.
Yep. The cloak is not going to be enough. He should die to this boat.
Oh, good effort. Good effort.
I mean, Analog is doing a lot with this Kunkka early. I don't see the puck. Ooh, no. BP. It is way too late to mirror the rotation. You lost his Timber Saw. Dream Coil, okay. Can he still get kills here? Gonna try. BP, not doing enough damage. There's the Waning Rift. Okay, finally killing off Luna.
Nova. There she goes.
Still late,
Yeah.
but acceptable, I'd say. As in Micho with the Iron Shell wants to kill Berna again. Berna fighted to death. The Fairy Fire almost punished him, but luckily Sexy Yogi was there with a Shadow Poison to save his life and the South. My goodness, Sexy Yogi is being a true support.
Bardic is going to at least get through these brambles. He's going to be scouted, though, and yeah, they're going to have damage to cancel his DP with the Waning Rift. Pardon me. Pardon me. That is going to be likely the tier 1 top... sorry, make that bottom siege. Vitaly now with 3 points in Ion Shell is also threatening here for the Wall of Replica. Sexy Yogi is not going to want to fight versus him too much. Luckily, he is able to chop down that tree. Otherwise, the creep wave would have been a bit problematic for him. In comes in Misho. Oh, he's going to get disrupted, though. No more mana, though, for any spells with the Shadow Demon. As they're right now, it looks like they're going to have to relinquish control of the top lane. In exchange, of course, for a slow but methodical siege down bottom, where we see Mariano get the last hit on the tower. Oh, Sexy Yogi trying to TP away. Analog, man. Nice rotations. Nice rotations.
Doing so well. Analog is playing such a solid game here. And Infinity is reduced to just farming. I mean, to be honest, Infinity is really dropping the ball. The rotations are sluggish. They're reactive of everything. They're not really playing with Analog in mind. And the Hokori is being 10 times less proactive. They're really controlling the tempo of the game. I wouldn't expect the puck to be this slow, to be honest. I know the lane wasn't ideal for you, but you still shouldn't be this slow. You should be able to like be a bit more active at getting kills with Dreamcoil. The kill with Luna was also very reactive. At least you took the tower down bottom, though, so it's opened up the map for Infamous. But Analog is doing a really great job.
Just here on the game by a nice margin here, 600. DD round going into the Orchid pen on the Kunkka. So we'll have a little bit of early damage in this game. Of course, Puck not really one to want to build the Yule Scepter very much. And that is going to be leaving her without a Dispel, because the only save we then have is Shadow Demon. But generally speaking, Puck's not always in a position to be saved by their allies with not very good caster energies. Like we need usually like a Wisp. We need maybe an Oracle with Blink, right? And Shadow Demon is not that kind of hero, especially on the position 5. He's not that hero.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower
Bardic, though, just soaking levels, as he's even afraid to show because no one's on the map right now. Except for mid lane, where Sexy Yogi just, again, absorbing some XP. Mask of Madness first, in addition to the Possessed Mask, so double Mask for Luna. One for her, one for Nova.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Which one do you think Noble carries? Mask of Madness or the Possessed Mask?
Probably the Possessed Mask. You know, because
Yeah,
she's,
I agree so.
I don't know, just feels like Luna's a little bit more angry. Oh.
Okay, Sexy Yogi. He's that to the bolt, but can they get a counter initiation? But they'll actually use the coil here. Not really committing to this fight. Interesting. PP thinks he can at least kill El Misho. No coil though. There we go. Finally the coil. Terrorize to break it. Misses. Not even needed. Puck just takes the kill against him easily. Okay.
It heals like the salt sea air.
Yeah, buddy, I don't
Not
know.
ideal.
Oh, go ahead.
And no, I was again. It's just Infinity. Right, just a bit lost. I feel like Terribly is really under. I guess both carries are under farm, but
Yeah. They both, they've got 2 deaths apiece, but now unable to really get too impactful with the Conjure. Sorry, make that the Metamorphosis, as there's plenty of TPs coming top. Gioda's just looking to push back these couple of waves, unable to get the wagon. But with Mask of Madness, should have no problems nuking the wave. 2-3-3 builds then. Right now for the Luna. We will take a little bit of farm now in the Dire side of the map. Mariano, speaking of farm, is immediately going into the Kaya, is it? This core you're at? Yeah, going for the Kaya. So just looking for damage. He's already quite tanky thanks to the Hood of Defiance and the infused raindrops. Still has not yet maxed the reactive armor, and no points in the Whirling Death quite yet. Speaking of death, we see Hokori looking to, find the scan. Actually, the scan finds them, I should say, but Misho has got vision. The ice shards perfectly blocking in Berna. Cuts down the tree, but there is no escape here. Ice Blast is going to be utilized, and no way out for him. Didn't even have the point in Sunder.
Honestly, Hokori's playing this game so well. They're rotating so proactively, getting nice kills, taking advantage of their gank squad early, playing as early as they should. Obviously, a lack of pushes is becoming a problem because they haven't really been able to take too many towers with this. Just a tier 1 top. But they hurt the tier 1 mid fairly. And Luna is getting farm with this and starting to beat the TB because of it. And when Diaz gets online, then you have all the push you need.
What does it mean to push a tier 1 tower fairly? Does it mean like, I do 200 damage to you, you do 200 damage to mine, like that kind of fair? Or is it more like, they did the damage in a fair manner?
They did a fair amount of damage.
Okay.
Trash.
Okay. That makes more sense. See, because I thought like they set up a Renaissance fair around it and they did it fairly, like that. I could also see that one.
It's more like how when I cast with you, I ask Eeples for a special fair because it's completely unfair that I get to do this job with you.
Right.
Yeah.
I see.
It's kind of like that one. It's like that.
I get that. I see where that one's going. Okay. Sounds good. Well, quick little pause. If you had to meet any Dota hero at a Renaissance fair, are Renaissance fairs a thing in Europe, or is that just what you guys call normal life?
I mean, what are Renaissance fairs? It's when you guys pretend like you're medieval, right? You guys pretend like you have heritage. Is that not what it is?
Oh goodness. Oliver, we can't talk about Spanish heritage on stream, otherwise it'll get banned. What do you mean?
What are you talking about? Proud of my heritage, especially the last 70. I think the last 70 years were the top ones. Really good ones.
There goes the unpause. I don't know. I've never been to a Renaissance fair, but apparently they're fun.
We do actually. I think somewhere like that. We call them markets.
Okay.
Mercados. Like we like our Renaissance fairs or something similar to that. It's more like we have like massive markets, like seasonal markets, and there around it they usually organize these kind of activities. Okay. But only weird people do, because here we're really linked to our history. So when people celebrate the past, it's like, oh, what's wrong with you, my dude? Our path is awful. Okay. We're an awful country. Like, we shouldn't be celebrating that.
Well,
you guys can do it kill-free because you didn't massacre millions, but we don't get to do that. At least not in Catalonia, we don't get to do that.
Oh, well, fair enough. El Misho is continuing to rotate around. I'm trying to segue off of that one here, but I think it's just gonna have to be a hard cut, you know.
You gotta let it stew for a second.
Let it stew. Let it stew. Just
I get paid at least one Spanish insult to cast. That's what I get to do.
Okay. Well, if you're hearing this, Flapjack,
my quota's done.
I believe.
I hate you.
Yeah. This.
There we go.
Wow.
Kaya almost done for the Timber Saw. He's gonna go for the Sanjin Kaya build. I mean, this Timber Chain build does not help them farm too much, to be honest. He's actually falling off, but who's incredibly falling off is actually Berna, who's not farming at all for a TB. Usually you go jungle just recover, but Luna is doing a better job with that right now. Maybe they haven't given him enough space, to be fair. They have hunted him down once. But this is also partially because Infinity's been really just passive this whole game. It is with the Witchblade on Puck.
Yeah, I was about to say, it is early, right? So Puck wanted the first item. Now I think we'll open more camps. Pardon me. We'll open up for Berna, so we can do a little bit more farming. He finally has max Conjure Image.
I love when they smoke him, like he'll ever join.
No, yeah, he's just. Excuse me, guys. Don't touch me with this. Okay, speaking of smoke on smoke, we have an item. It's the Orchid right now for Analog. If we can catch PP, but no, he increases the gap. There's a Demonic Purge here onto Vitali, so he's going to be unable to move as the boat is going to get a little bit more the Soul Bind damage in. Soul Burn is what it's called. So Analog will cleave down the Shadow Demon. A wall of replica dropped in the river as the Tusk is snowballing after TB. Yeah, he's going to regret that, but I think who's going to regret it more is actually Berna, pardon me. And not Berna, just Berna, as he does actually end up using the Metamorphosis, and he's going to find a little bit of farm, but we'll have to wait a while for these camps to respawn, so he's not, unfortunately, found the most efficient time to pop meta. Yeah, especially because farming that bottom lane is a little bit dangerous for him. As you can see, his illusion's getting hunted down by the Tusk. And a log. That was his Orchid reveal that they just smoked off of. Finding the Shadow Demon is better than nothing, especially because they were smoking on the Witchblade, trying to get the better jump onto you. Ended up forcing the puck back. I think that Orchid being a little bit scary here for our mid laner. Quite vulnerable to the silence, as you'd imagine. Pretty even game, though.
And right now, the game has like really slowed down, which I think kind of benefits Hokori, because they've already used their explosive start, right, effectively. And now you go looking for the mid game where Luna can come online, or at least Darkseer and Kunkka can. Kunkka even went for a very ganky item with the Orchid first item, which I like. And now it's just a matter of getting probably, what are we looking for? Maybe BKB, maybe the pipe on Vitali, maybe the Luna wants to go and get the BKB herself so they can start fighting, and they resume the aggression. And Inferno needs to be farmed enough by then.
Well, piped is finished for Vitali, so maybe they can look now for at least a mid-tier 1 tower. Mariano ready to defend this with his own Hooded Defiance, and now at the very least Akaya finished up. And we'll try and catch him there with the Torrent. Mid-tier 1 tower now with a lot of HP that will fortify it. In comes the puck now, Witchblade completed, and of course level 2 coil at the ready. Corey will not oblige the puck here. They'll back up. Fake back. They want the tower. Can we get it denied? No.
I mean, they hit him with a purge. There's not going to be enough. Analog? No.
Oh.
Okay, the Ice Blast will hit. PP trying with the Dream Coil. Trying to get away. Mariano actually cleaves through Elimination relatively easily. The Curse Cram will hit the Darkseer, but the Eclipse comes out and they can't really fight into it. Berna finally joins, but there's no Metamorphosis, so they just got to retreat. And Free lost 3 here for free. Analog might die to at least the Illusions. Well done, Berna. Only sending the Illusions in and already getting a really valuable kill. Mariano, don't you dare, though, go back in. I can see him thinking about it. Please don't, Mariano.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, it turns into a slightly expensive push there for Hokori. But honestly, I think they were looking for an excuse to bring in the Luna there to use that Eclipse. I believe it was a level 2 Eclipse, if I'm not mistaken, Avo, with maxed Lucent Beams. Of course, Berna does not have the same amount of pressure. Now he's got Metamorphosis, but it just came off cooldown, so it wasn't too threatening in that fight. Of course, they'll end up losing just a few heroes here. So they'll look for another tier 1 tower themselves.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Micro on the Illusions. Here comes, I'm not sure whose TP that is. Oh, it's Analog's TP. Actually might catch him here. Oh, Ice Blast is too early. Yep.
Oh, the Suns, they actually missed the bolt. They have Sunder still, but the Suns going to kill him. Berna is going to die. Mariano in the middle of 5 heroes. He's in the similar position. Mariano needs to get away. Temper Chain, okay. Some help from PP.
Coil's
you
ready.
Have massive Dream Coil here, but do you want to? No, you actually chose the 2-man Dream Coil instead. Why get on 4 when you can do on 2? And they do kill at least Vitali.
Not bad. Not bad. They don't get the tower, and of course losing TB, especially when he just pops meta, is really brutal. And you can see he's actually switched up the build a little bit. Good deny it from Analog. Mariano, he's fine. He's fine. He's not even going to get cold feet here. But straight into BKB here for our Terrorblade, I think is the right move. Just so we can actually be a little bit more impactful here. Not too scared of this Tusk, not too scared of this Luna, and this Darkseer especially is just such a big thorn in his side. Who's, by the way, love this build right now for Vitali, who's going for the Shard pretty much instantly, just saving up money for it, and he might have that just about ready. So normal punch, getting good to go. Decent stun. And another TB illusion is always really nice, especially when they don't have any ways of taking them down super quickly outside of a puck, basically AoE damage. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Pixie Yogi is dead.
Easy kill. Yep.
Hands off the keyboard.
It's just so difficult for him to defend himself. Yeah.
Yep.
The Orchid's been paying off really well, so they've already doing a really good job. Mariano might have to consider the spell. He is BKB. That's the spell consideration as he gets a Blink Dagger. Mariano goes, "What's the normal build on Timbersaw, and how can I break it?"
Yeah, Yule Scepter, not.
He has to be in max reactive armor. Like this dude is just he's just here to break Dota. He doesn't even care if he's doing the right thing or not at this point.
Radiant's
Watch him
bottom
take the
tower
reactive
is
armor,
under
stacks
attack.
and duration talent before he maxes the actual ability.
Are fortified.
And that would be something special for Mariano. Okay, well, we'll see. TPs are going back to the tier 3 tower. Hokori, they're considering pushing, and in fact, they want to push, I think, because we have this BKB now completed for Luna. Bouncing the glaives off the creep waves. Vitaly gets in there, punches the tower, and the tower punches him back 5 or 6 times. Trade deal, I do 50 damage, and tower does 400 to me. I guess trade accepted by Darkseer. That's now the money for the shard. Is he going to buy it right away? Is he going to get Blink first? I'd actually prefer to see Blink first, not going to lie. I think that's going to be a lot more impactful than this shard early on. The DD in the river that Mariano is currently protecting. Analog going to try and take it. The Torrent is not going to find anyone, and neither is Mariano there with that Timber Chain, as he will be pulled back here. But he's too tanky in the river.
Blink first. I think it's gonna be Blink first too. Otherwise, he's about the shard already, right?
I would assume so, yeah.
Mariano has a double damage. That's not scary at all. Mariano trying to get away.
Good X.
Mariano is still screwed. Mariano, blink in time, if possible. They orchid him on top of that. Ice Blast as well, but they want to help him out. In fact, they might be able to fight this. They realize that Nisho is in trouble. Dreamcoil as well for the Darkseer. Can they punish this?
Bonus
Apparently
here.
they're lacking the damage.
Oh,
in
the
fact, they have to
vacuum.
retreat. BKB, okay, Sandra on Tiares, and Berna's trying to fight Tiares head on, but Berna, you're alone. Berna, you're against 5. Berna's gonna die.
All right, and they get the puck. Hokori, they hold in the fight. They almost get that kill. I'm not sure who was Demonic Purge. Was it on Misho? But they almost actually turned that around. And Puck just swallows 4 more loose. Oh my God, English. Swallows 4 lucent beams. A Sexy Yogi's gonna have to swallow the sword of Analog. And it's not quite the team wipe because Mariano finds the Luna down bottom, so he makes it work with the Blink Dagger.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He gets that kill because of Blink. Amazing.
Radiant are
Yeah, but Berna needs to. I mean, I'm happy he's joining engagements and stuff. I guess that's the use of the PKB, but he's just played it more consistently, honestly. He's died once while farming really unsafely. He's died now twice in engagements he shouldn't have been participating in to a degree. I mean, that was just a really odd choice. Why would you choose to fight the Luna as you being the main tank while your Shadow Demon is disrupting your teammate? Who else is gonna help you?
Yeah.
You know, Mariano's not even leading there. You do 4 people running at you. You decide, oh, I can beat the Luna. Don't worry, I'm better. That's not up to you.
I'm better now.
Luna is still strong.
No.
I mean, I can't imagine what else he was thinking.
Well, I know what he was thinking. He was thinking, I can beat this Luna. I'm better.
Dos Bernas, una Luna.
Una Luna.
Matemática simple. I
Ninguna
don't know why
problema.
Berna sounds like a Spanish dubber, but there we go. I'm losing my mind. I'm sorry. It's too late. It's too late.
It's late. It's
but
late.
yeah,
Radiant's bottom
Mariano?
I feel like
is under attack.
Okay, is he dead? He's dead, actually. Okay. Well, I'm glad that he decided to whirling death the tower.
Dire are scanning.
the tip is well deserved. They say.
Radiant's bottom
You know what's interesting about this match is people have been watching Berna play. He's like, you actually, I don't think you're really a carry, and he's gonna go and go Desolator. Usually not the build you go for when there's a TB in your game, but I guess yes, because PP doesn't think the TB deserves to win.
I guess not. Mariano's gonna buy back. He'll be in this fight rather quickly. Roche quite
Can they fight
low.
this? They do. Okay.
Oh!
Alright, okay, with the drink call, finally the combo comes out, PKD as well. The fear,
Oh!
they kill the Luna, Luna's destroyed! That's the team fight they were looking for the whole time, Infinity! They will be able to finish out the Darkseer as well. Vacuum. He vacuumed the child. He literally
Wait,
kidnapped
Gardic?
the child. away
Gardic?
from the tomato.
No way,
way
Gardic
Gardic
makes
can
this
steal
play.
this. Gardic.
Unbelievable. No,
Come on,
Gardic, I don't
you can
believe
do
it.
this. You
Misho.
madman. With a Misho, they took
Berna
the
got
Roshan!
But they got him.
Berna got it, it's fine. Well, they did take the Aegis away from it thanks to the Ice Blast, and now Misha will die on top of this. I actually cannot believe the play they just pulled off. That was impressive. That was really well done. That's a tip. I mean, they took the Roche gold, and they actually took the Aegis away by killing him afterwards. So Berna got nothing out of this.
He didn't, and Mariano had a buy. I mean, they still get the full team wipe for 1 buyback, so you know,
Radiant's bottom
not that
tower
bad. That's the
is
combo we were looking for Infinity, though, right? Like, I was wondering, why isn't this not coming together? And, well, there we go. That would be the reason why. Shoutouts to that guy for spoiling. Get banned. Anyway. BP's got the Deso online. I mean, that, by the way, that kill had nothing to do with this Desolator. It was all just perfect team fights and execution.
It was just a terrorize. Yeah.
It was terrorized, yeah.
You had...
Cool.
There is absolutely no need for you to buy Desolator this game. You could go for the Axe Puck and be more effective. But it really, Desolator is genuinely a sign of this team is falling apart in this match.
Oh, Vitali chasing after. He's got Blink. Oh, he doesn't have Blink, but he does have the wall of Replica.
He has BKB. He has BK... Berna, you have BKB. Berna.
Oh, good Sunder.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, good Sunder. It's true.
If he's going to wear off, they have at least a special. The Shadow Demon. Luna's going to use the Eclipse.
Okay. Don't run away when you have the Eclipse on you.
Okay, great terrorize.
Desolator hit.
Wow.
I think they're going to kill them. They're going to team wipe him. Yeah, he's forced to TP with a BKB. What? I'm sorry, Berna. I'm sorry I said that you were not using BKB at the right time. You clearly baited him into whatever that was. That Eclipse was a misclick, I can only imagine.
It one beam hit puck. That was it. I mean,
one beam hit puck, one beam hit the creepies was trying to finish off the camp or something.
Yeah, I mean that was that.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant
BP? No, that's too late to the phase shift.
He doesn't want that damage. I mean, hey, they get the tower. I mean, it does really increase their push here. All of a sudden, Infinity are in a good spot. Vitali is going to start feeling a little bit underwhelming, especially if they can't continue to get off these like really nice combos that they have been. We need to get this Luna vacuum into the Lucent Beams bouncing around. And the nice part about vacuum is even though it is just a reposition, not so much a stun, those beams, sorry, those glaives, those moon glaives bounce instantly when you're right next to each other. So it's so much explosive damage, right? There's no fancy animations. There's no waiting for your damage. It's bang, 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 bang. It's like a pinball up in there, and it's just too much damage here for these guys to live through, especially these squishy supports. They need to get this next one right.
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna get Scotty soon on Berna, so now he's gonna be able to actually win this match against Luna. Scotty's really the turning point for TV versus Luna, which is a big deal. I mean, until now, Infinity has been doing a really good job with these team fights, but Analog, okay. First crown. There we go.
BKB.
With a Dream Coil on top of that.
Good.
There is the demonic purge, actually. Mariano misses the Timber Chain. It's fine. Mariano can just walk this off. It's no big deal. Has Shivas too, but they didn't want to use it because that might be mean.
Nah, that would be mean. That might have killed
that
Misho.
The Tusk.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to do that. I just... honestly, Mariano was hoping he would kill him with a Timber Chain. Obviously, when the Timber Chain missed, like his brain just had a moment. So it's okay. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah. Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's just late night Dota. These guys have been playing for a long time, so we're starting to see a bit more cracks.
No,
so it's not a big deal.
It's late night Dota for us. I mean, what time is it in Brazil? Even I've got no clue.
I know in Peru it's 4 in the morning here. Peru is 7 hours.
It is.
So Peru is like 9 p.m.
No way. It's 11:30, mate. They're way off. In Brazil?
Really?
Yeah, 11:30 p.m.
Oh,
BRT.
Peru.
Yeah. Peru. Oh, good. Yeah. Let me see. Lima, right? Oh, let's go. Lima.
Yeah, 9:30. In Peru is 9:30. I don't care what time it is in Brazil. None of these guys in Brazil. Only Analog is Brazil.
Oh, okay. Only Analog is okay.
Yeah, so I guess for Analog can make mistakes, I guess, but the Peruvian guys can't. I don't know.
Well, he's not.
9:30 is not that late, but it is true considering you've been playing for solid 10, 11 hours, or you've been waiting for this tournament for solid 10, 11 hours, right?
Yeah. It's been a lot. All right. Well,
It's been a lot of games today.
There's been a lot of games
Especially
for these
Hokori.
guys.
I feel so bad for Hokori.
I
want to
do
bring that
too.
up one more time before they get eliminated.
Whoa. We don't know that. We don't know that. I think there's
No. If they do, I just want to point out, like, the format is not your fault, Hokori. It's true.
Well, only thing they can do about it now is look to win this game here and force game 3. What are they facing down right now? So long duration BKB and a Scotty completed for Berna. This Blink Dagger and now this Shard for Willow is very annoying as Mariano once again just testing the range of Timber Chain. Yes, it indeed does work as indicated on the screen. Puck with a BKB now.
Fair, Mariano, He's vegan, right? Right now he's like vegetarian. He's really ecologist, and he's really like one with the earth. So maybe every time he breaks a tree, he feels bad. So he's trying to, pacifist timber saw run, right?
Radiant are
Pacifist
scanning.
timber saw run. Just save the trees.
Dire's bottom
I get
tower
that.
is
Yeah,
under
exactly.
attack.
Okay.
He needs to get the ironwood tree, and every time he like breaks a tree, he plants one new.
Okay. I like it.
Actually, he's not a vegan. Sorry, he's just a yogi. Oh,
Ah,
he's missed another one. I'm telling you, I don't know what Mariano.
He's
What is he doing with the timber chain?
he's
There you
just
go.
showing off. He's got blink dagger for moving around. He doesn't need timber chain. Doesn't need it.
Can you imagine? That's why he got it. It's like, guys, I'm missing a lot of timber chains. I think I just need. I'm just gonna buy a blink. Is that okay with you?
There's satanic
To be
finish
fair.
now for Luna.
Jokes aside, Mariano's been playing a really solid game. So I like his build a lot. I thought the BKB idea was really good, but I like that he went for Shiva instead.
Yep, BKB next queued up. I think the Shiva's a pretty big one. Lots of armor. Lots of physical damage, that armor and attack speed. Slow is going to be great, as well as that flying vision. Okay, disruption. Oh, he's mistimed it. So Sexy Yogi's still going to just eat that boat. 3-man coil now into the mid lane as Berna is going to go ahead and pop the Metamorphosis. They've popped now Vitaly as BKB's all around the horn now. This Eclipse is not doing jack diddly squat. As Theodis is falling low, taken down and cut through thanks to the Blink Dagger of Mariano. In they go now, 4 more as Analog struggling to get up on the high ground. Will take a short trip once again in a coffin. Mariano is just a butcher out here, and they're not done, are they? Yeah, he's in the base. He wants El Micho as well. They don't have the tier 2 mid lane, but he's behind the fountain. And is he going to miss the timber chain? Come on, do it one more time. Oh, he hit it. Okay.
Instructions are
He hit it so he could get vision, and now he's gonna take him for a ride. Look at this, Mariano, you absolute memer. You got El Micho with it. That was a very funny fight though, because I think Berna realized at one point, is she trying to satanic through my Scotty? So that's not gonna work.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Eclipse into the BKB, satanic through the Scotty. It was impossible for Luna to win that matchup, and now obviously Terrible having a better core to core. So Berna just decided to fight head on.
This is significant. We will not have BKB. We will have BKB and Satanic when we respawn. We will have Boat, Orchid, BKB for... Okay, so not impossible, but Vitaly, again, is the problem with the Darks here. If you fall way behind, it feels just about impossible to get the comp back up again. In fact, they... Oh, Mariano, yeah, I was about to say, he is thinking about it. He's more than thinking about it. He is acting on his impulses here. Went diving underneath the tier 4 towers for that kill. It doesn't quite get him. Mid lane of Barracks taken down. Bottom lane of Barracks here now exposed. Tier 3 tower is down. Going for the melee Barracks first. Everyone alive now from Hokori. We don't have a wall, but there's going to be the normal punch. Not bad, but they're going to copy a couple of illusions out from him as they have found the silence here onto PP, who has the BKB, but is not going to be forced to use it yet. Infinity, they want the Megas, though, and in fact, the illusions might just be able to get it done before Analog is going to be able to send them up and chop them down. Oh my goodness, that normal punch.
Right. Oh, there we go. He gets a normal punch off. Berna always delighted with himself, happy to fight himself.
They just made more illusions, though.
Misho. We have a Sunder. Then Berna just walks over, gets a Sunder and Analog, takes the last racks. BKB, stop by the Walrus Punch. Berna has a TP in the middle of this. It's going to work out.
Is under attack.
Who's this? Orchid? Onto the puck?
Oh, do they want to fight back? I don't think you can, though. Not without Berna. Is this the moment where Infinity finally frees themselves with a Tyranny of the Carry? No, they decided to back up.
An issue that we're seeing, actually, and why Shadow Demon's pretty good versus Illusion Heroes or heroes that want Illusion Heroes, is that all he's simply doing whenever TB gets normal punched is if TB is in any grave danger, he will disrupt them. If TB is not in any grave danger, he will disrupt the normal punch illusion, which spawns 2 illusions, and then they kick its butt. So it's an issue here. Oh my goodness, look at that jump. Gaddis, hands back on the keyboard now. Can't do much, though, to save the Tusk. He will be taken down. Eclipse, though, is a good one. As down goes Mariano, pulled back, and they gave him a glimpse of freedom, of tree, something he could cut down, but he was brought back instead into a nightmare. As even with the Hooded Defiance, he was not living through that. Had BKB, but, you know, didn't want to use that.
Mariano was like, guys, you see, I hit my Timber Chain, I die. I don't hit it, I die. Like, it doesn't matter. I might as well keep missing. Blink Dagger is the only choice. I mean, this Mega keeps going in, right?
Yeah, the Megas are here, yeah.
I mean, Hokori, goddamn, these guys are warriors, honestly. I respected their resilience to stay in this game, even toward the bitter end.
Well, they've only
That's
GG'd out,
actually
quote-unquote, early of one game today. Was the, 14-minute game when they just had a...
against Nopen.
Yeah, and that draft didn't I mean, I know I like to say this as well. You know, the Synderen line of you never really lose a game at the draft, but you would have had to really, really make some miracles work to make that draft work that they were up against, to be honest. So that was the only one they've GG'd out early from. Now against the ropes here, about to, well, maybe looking down at their 4th loss straight. Infinity trying to get into the lower bracket finals. They will eat an Ice Blast. Not much here is going to stop them now. Hokori trapped inside of their base here. The Megas marching in, just like the Ants. They're not going to stop. Oh, the Saints go marching in, not the Ants.
Oh, the Ants also march in, though.
They can't.
Into my room, that is.
Yeah. They do. They do. Gotta be careful for all your ants. The uncles go to the kitchen, though.
The uncles?
Yeah. The ants go to your... Never mind.
Oh,
Doesn't-
right. Jesus Christ.
Doesn't matter.
That is tough. That is not a late night joke, you can tell. My brain is not understanding. Berna, why are you leaving one creep? Oh, he's giving it to Pamplona. That is so cute. You just gave him enough for the Vit booster. Let's go. Or for the Aeon, sorry. Berna,
Alright.
the charitable soul. Hokori showing the utmost sportsmanship even to the bitter end. I would like to see one good team fight for the boys from Hokori.
That's gonna get hard, though. Blink for Shadow Demon, Blink Aether, BKB Butterfly, and Aegis for TB. Aeon Disc now. I saw an Aeon Disc for Pamplona. Mariano has BKB. Like, it's gonna have to be a great one here from Hokori. We'll see what they can get done as Infinity are looking to go up high ground one final time and eliminates Hokori from the playoffs. There he goes, Mariano. He's on the way on in. He's already gotten through the Ancient Apparition, the Fear onto Theotis. They won't catch him, though, with the Bramble Maze. For now, it's just damage to the buffer buildings. AA has the buyback. Gardeck holding on to it as the voice lines start ringing out. Wagons now attacking here for the tier 4 towers, as they're at least going to get off a little bit of a torn. Sexy Yogi, they'll immediately jump in on Theotis, who pops the BKB. Satanic trying to at least fight through this one, but it's a great coil now onto the back lines. Boat incoming. He's going to give everyone this lovely rum buff. As Mariano is sent sky high here underneath the Vici Gaming Frozen Sigil. Misho straight onto Berna. They're trying to get through him, but he's going to get the BKB. The Sunder off, full HP now, going through Theotis, who cannot Satanic Lifesteal through it, cannot live a second longer, has buyback, as there's Mariano, of course, missing another Timber Chain for old time's sakes. 4-man Ice Blast, but it's not going to save Gardeck, as he is still stunned onto the high ground, and that is going to be the GG call. That is going to be then Hokori eliminated after starting the day with a best of 2, playing a best of 1, losing a best of 3, now losing 2-0 to Infinity. 8 games of Dota on the day. Some terrific drafts from them and some great stuff out from them in the group stage, but they will fall here in 2 to Infinity.
Hokori, you guys might not win this tournament, but you are the MVPs of our heart. You absolutely, you showed an incredible strength in the group stages by drafting, honestly, very unorthodox things. You actually got top of the group stages, only barely losing to Noping in a best of 1, which doesn't really count, right? Tiebreakers are tiebreakers. You then got picked by the strongest team for whatever reason, who wanted to just destroy you. I don't know what you've done to Noping, but send him an apology letter, because it's going to keep happening apparently. And then you lose to Infinity just because you're honestly really tired. And I think if you were in your 100%, you might have been able to do this. Hokori is a top team. I was really, really happy to cast them. I thought they were amazing. I don't know. I'm really sad to see them go like this. It sucks.
I would agree. We'll bring it back to cameras here just to break down our day a little bit more. Oh, yes, Alvo.
So one thing I will say though, as I read chat, I was seeing this guy who's really convinced that this is a fixed match and claiming there's gonna be a 1-1. Trust me, guys. Trust me. Where are you at now? Where are your comments now? After having such a harsh accusation, I hope you come here and apologize on your goddamn knees. I know you won't. You absolute coward. But after accusing these teams of match fixing, after a poor team has played this many matches a day, they're incredibly tired. I hope you at least have the courage to come here and be like, guys, I was just trolling. Sorry about that. That's a very serious accusation. You better show your face. You absolute coward.
Well, we'll see if that happens. Hokori showed a lot of brave face today, though. I really like their drafts, like they said throughout the tournament, and it's a shame they're going to be the first team and the only team eliminated today here for the playoffs. So that is going to wrap up our day, Avo, because tomorrow we have our final day, which means we are going to have SG Esports playing No Ping first. That is going to be starting at 2 p.m. BRT, 1400 BRT. Convert that as necessary. And then all after that, the matches are just going to roll on in. 3 best-of-3s. Grand finals are best-of-3s. The winner, loser, of course, versus No Ping versus SG Esports will drop down to face Infinity. Winner of that series is going to be in the best-of-3 grand finals to see who is going to win the Mobius.bet Maestros. Any bold predictions for tomorrow, Alvaro, as we begin to wrap up our 12-hour day?
I think No Ping is going to win the tournament.
Okay. I think that's fair. I actually think that's fair. I think Hokori really gave them a run for their money with that draft, and I think maybe with a different pick, No Ping, the Tide Hunter, right, with a different pick, we switched that up. Maybe different things happen, but definitely giving a run for their money, and I think they looked good, but if they can get a clever draft, if you can get a clever draft versus them, I think you're in a good spot there. But it all starts from there, I think. And I'm not really saying any new information here because the brain is really working too well. But hopefully you guys have enjoyed the coverage throughout the day. That about wraps it up for us. I do want to quickly give one last reminder of the day because there's only about 24 hours left in our giveaway here for the tournament. If you're interested in that, highly recommend you guys check it out. Type !giveaway in chat and follow the link linked by the Moobot. It'll bring you to a Gleam.io giveaway page where we are offering 5 total prizes. So there's 5 drawings. Grand prize gets the choice, but it's probably going to be for the Provocation of Ruin Juggernaut set, a beautiful, beautiful set. But the next 4 winners will also receive Arcanas. So check that one out, guys. Again, it's going to be beneath the stream as well in that giveaway banner or in the link provided by the bot. Alvaro, any closing thoughts or comments on the day?
Appreciate the teams more. These teams are honestly going through long days. You ask for a tournament like this with this format in other regions, and teams will endlessly complain. In South America, they just play. I mean, they'll complain still sometimes, but they'll play. Really, the teams will honestly not say anything. Respect these guys. They work really hard at their craft. I honestly think that we've watched some pretty solid Dota today. Obviously, in group stages, some games are a bit more clowny than others, but for the most part, the Dota's honestly really great. And when Hokori loses, don't see it as, eliminated. How bad can they be? I mean, they're top 4 anyway. See it as, this team, they made a real good impression on me. Go support them on social media. Go to Chuntalaya, go to Facebook, go check them out and see what you can do to help them.
Absolutely. That is going to wrap it us for today. If you'd like to help us out, of course, it's more than appreciated if you guys would drop a follow on the Twitch channel, get notified when we're live for our final day of the Mobius.bet Maestros tomorrow, if you feel so inclined. And if you've enjoyed the coverage, please also feel free to follow us on Twitter, !casters, in the chat if you'd like hyperlinks there. But yeah, I mean, I think Avo ended up on a positive note, so I'll try and mirror that. It's been a great 8 days now of SA Dota. We're going to wrap it up tomorrow here and crown a champion of Season 1 for the Mobius.bet Maestros. Hope you guys will join us then. But until that begins, rest up, make sure you stay hydrated, get some yummy food in, and we will see you tomorrow when the Mobius.bet Maestros returns. Until then.